6 minutes late. Helps if I have the microphone in front of me. And let's see if we can get our man, our executive producer on. Fuck, wrong button. Like that, huh? Alright, let's get started. Daylight savings fucks us all up. That's the whole purpose. And it's wartime! Yes! Oh, I ought to put that inside of the stupid. There we are. Okay, thank you for your patience. And we're lucky we're starting it all because of the fucking daylight savings bullshit. So, goddamn.
I'm gonna start adding people.
Just add everybody. Yes. James got his, thing going. Jim Forrester, whatever his name is. He's got
James
his,
Forsyth.
Yes, he's got his mic. And, Sammy should be available, hopefully. Amanda, try her. Spoke to her just the other day. And everybody you can hit. And just get them to hold the hour. Let's see what we got going here on my own end. I'll just try and get my head out of my ass. Well, you hold the, you hold everything.
All right.
Yeah.
So, welcome everybody. I am currently just adding whoever we can add. I would go into my a monologue on my own ins and outs.
You're welcome to it.
What I can say is we do have snow.
Who?
Oh, Pakwan. I added Pakwan.
Wonderful.
So he should be on.
Great.
Yes, sir.
How are you, sir? Tell us what's going on with yourself.
Nothing much. Just recovering from last night today. Stepped out for a little bit.
And somebody turn off the background. They've got something on in the background.
Yeah, I hear that too.
Oh my god. Okay. And Jim says he'll have a mic to participate after tomorrow. He'll be listening. Of course, he's welcome to come on without the mic, but we've got Pac-1 with us. He should be able to occupy us plenty. So Pac-1, take the stage. It sounds like the background noise has declined somewhat or disappeared.
Yeah. Sure. So I really haven't been up to much. I've been working out. I've been back in the gym, training and stuff. I'm gonna decided to take a fight for next month, April 9th.
Mm-hmm.
I'm down to like 196 pounds.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah, I did. I started running probably like last month. I started running every day, trying to do at least 5 miles a day.
Oh, incredible! Oh my god!
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you. What on earth ever possessed you to do that?
I want to beat someone's fucking ass, man. I'm in my house. Yeah. I'm just in my house and just like I don't know, just with everything, just I don't know. Like I don't want to like hurt someone like that, I just want to, do this, the sports, type way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I don't know. I felt like I just had too much like energy. I don't know, not even aggression, just like inside. Like I just don't like sitting at the house. Like I sit here and I'll like have a couple of little drinks or smoke or whatever. And I'm just sitting here. I was like, I could be doing something with myself, and so I've been doing that.
Wonderful.
I sparred Friday, and
it's
funny because it was sparred.
Oh, great!
Like in boxing, yeah. And it's funny because every time I spar, they always put me in the ring with these guys are like 6'3", 6'4", fucking 320 pounds.
Oh my god!
And yeah.
Obviously not a fair match, so they keep
no, but it don't bother me none because I'm not too shabby.
Mm-hmm.
A little rough around the corners, but be all right.
And so that's wonderful. I mean, so you hold yourself well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Stick and move. Yeah. I don't sit there and exchange. I don't look for an exchange with the guy who fucking. I got so the second round Friday night. The guy got me in my stomach, got me a good clean gut shot.
Oh my god!
I felt it in my spine, dude.
Oh shit! Oh,
it he hit me, so I was like, fuck. I finished out the round and everything, but I was just so winded afterwards. I ended up throwing up for probably like 10-15 minutes afterwards. But it was a full workout, and we did like we do like high intensity workouts on Fridays. So like we'll do like there's a clock, and it's time for 3 minutes, you know, like a 3-minute round, you know. So it'll go red light, and then that's stop, then it'll go green, yellow, then red again. So that's 3 minutes from green to red. And we usually run like drills through that whole time. Like we'll do 3 rounds on the bikes, so that's like 9 minutes on the bike, and then we'll do mountain climbers and like just all this high intensity workout. And then we'll do pyramids, like where we'll start off like 4 exercises: push-ups, crunches, squats, and like sometimes we'll do like it's almost like planking, but instead of planking, you do like a backwards V with your body. So you're like kind of curling towards your spine. You're lifting your arms and your legs to where you're pretty much just tightening your back and your glutes. So we'll do that for a couple rounds, and it's crazy. And then we do the pyramids, 40, 30, 20, 10. And yeah, it's been intense. It's been intense. I've been feeling good though. So
great. Oh my God. And it's so good to hear that you're feeling good. I mean, you've been through a lot. I mean, I had to get my stupid what do you call it? Vaccine for the what was it again? Shingles the other day, and I get part 2. So you never got this vaccine for the shingles?
I had to wait. I have to wait. I won't be able to get it till next month because you have to wait 6 months from the point you contract shingles. You have to wait 6 months before you can get the vaccine. So I'm definitely going to get in line to get that shit because that's something I never want again, ever.
Oh my God.
It's not. Yeah. Dude.
Yes. And so yeah, go on.
I think about how bad that shit hurt, and then just to know I had it on my neck and chest, you know, on the back of my shoulder. But I just think about, you know, my brother-in-law. He had the lady that come in. She had shingles on her ass, you know, like literally on her ass and on the inside of her ass cheeks. So it's like, yeah, that would suck. So it could be worse.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. I've just blown away by how you lasted through that while still acting the role of a parent and everything else. It just amazes me. So aside from all of that, do catch us up on anything else that comes to mind, anything that you feel we should be paying attention to in particular?
No, in particular, no, nothing. Been watching all this Russian and Ukraine shit like everybody, but I don't know. It's not. Everyone's gonna do something, or nothing in our case. But so fuck it. No, my actually, on another note, like my daughter Gabi, she makes headbands and sells nails, and they make like the faux bows and the head bows. Well, they started doing. They got a little connection, and they've been selling these outfits for children. They're like $15-20 a piece, and they thought, you know, they bought their first shipment, and they thought they were only going to sell like 10. They sold like fucking 100 outfits, so they had like they're doing really good. Their business is just crazy right now for them.
That's amazing. I'm so proud of her. Go on about that. We want to hear more.
No,
Where can people get it? You know, tell people.
So she has on Facebook. She has a group. It's called Gabi, the Nail and Bow Girl. Mm-hmm. And they run sales, and they do like everything's in house. We all make stuff, and like I've been actually getting into sublimations. So I've been making sublimated tumblers, and I'm currently in the process of getting a sublimation machine so I can start doing like shirts and jackets and stuff like that too. But so I got like a little in-house factory.
No. Explain to us the difference between sublimation in the sense that you're using it, and psychology, which would be like sublimating psychological issues or something. Sublimation.
Okay, yeah. So sublimation is like it's so you have types of shirts that some are vinyl. Some people do vinyl, and it's basically like, you know, vinyl, and you heat press it onto your shirts, and it kind of has that like puffy, bubbly appearance to it. Well, sublimation, and typically too, when it's vinyl, it's just like one solid color or a design of vinyl, to whereas it's like maybe glittery, or, you know, have some type of design inside of the vinyl itself, so that when you print something out, it's basically the outline or silhouette of whatever it is that you're trying to create. And through multiple layers, you can do faces and stuff like that. Almost like a newer version of what was that, screen print, where they used to do the ink and do multiple colors and presses on shirts or flags. Anyway, so sublimation is just basically a type of paper and a special type of ink that goes onto the paper. It is a printer. It's a type of printer, and then you take it and you set it on top of your shirt, or in the case I have right now, I'm doing the tumblers, which are for like hot or cold drinks. They're like basically like big thermoses, and they're cylindrical, and they have they're like 20 ounce cups, and they're blank white, and I can put the sublimation on them, and I heat the sublimation to it, and it'll take whatever the design is. Like right now, there's a popular Disney cartoon called Encanto, so like we do Encanto tumblers. A lot of the nurses, like my wife's a nurse, so we do like a lot of nurse quotes or sayings or types of tumblers. We do cheetah print ones, just all sorts. So that's what sublimation is. It's just a type of garment pressing process.
Incredible. Well, thank you for introducing us to that this incredible process. And beyond that, of course, what else is going on? What else is your daughter kind of introduced you into this kind of little cottage industry, and she's doing well with it.
Yeah.
As
well, it's funny. Yeah. Well, what's funny is when she turned 12, because she'll be 16 in June, but when she turned 12, we bought her a small business, which was a company called Color Street, and they're like these sticker type nails, and they're like designs and stuff like that. So she started doing that, and in the process of doing that, when COVID hit, and we were always home, her nail page or her nail business like blew up, because everybody was getting the checks, everybody had money, and they would go live and they would play like bingo or Pictionary or whatever, and give prizes away, and so it got really big. And then my wife started getting more involved with her in it, and my youngest daughter, who's turning 2 in May, she became a brand ambassador for this girl who would make head bows and headbands and stuff like that. So basically she would give us free headbands if we would put them on my daughter, take pictures and send them and post them to her page and stuff. And so it went, we'd get a couple free ones, but my wife, she's always wants something for 1 outfit or 2 outfits. So then she started buying them. She's like, holy shit, these headbands are like $8 a piece, and like I'm buying all these headbands. And she was like, I went online and I found the fabric. She goes, I think I want to see if we can learn how to make these headbands, because that'd be cool. We can buy whatever print or whatever, and we can make some for Stas, and then sell the rest and make profit and have headbands for free.
Yeah.
And that's actually how it started. So my daughter Gabi we got her a sewing machine for Christmas, because that's what she wanted. She's always been interested in like making her own clothes and stuff. So I bought her one, and it's like the brand was a little cheap one, and so she started trying to do the headbands, and because it was a cheap sewing machine, she wasn't getting them done properly. So we upgraded her and bought her an expensive one, and she started making them. And I mean, that girl makes hundreds of headbands a week. Like she's all A student. She's in the National Honor Society. She's the class treasurer for student council. She's she's heavily involved. She plays all sports, and this is what she does with her free time. She's either reading or doing or taking care of her business. And it's kind of cool, because I didn't really know much about the sewing stuff, and I'm actually the one who had to go on YouTube and figure out how to do all that stuff, load up the machine and shit like that. And I ended up showing her, and then she took off with it. And then I found out that they sell fucking templates to designing your own clothes, like style to certain like jogging pants or shorts or masks, hats, bags, all sorts of stuff. I've just been buying her templates and stuff that she can measure out, make her own bags, or all sorts of stuff, and that's what she likes to do. So
Incredible. I mean, that's just beautiful. I just think so proud of you and your entire family, how well they're doing. And the little man in the family, is anything interesting there with new developments or the like?
uh, yeah, so we always let him play like his Nintendo Switch and stuff, and he'd play like Fortnite, like a little shooting game, and he got really good at it. But then he hasn't really been playing it for the past probably like week or so because he started saying things that he shouldn't be saying, and yeah, in improper context. So yeah. So it just took me. It took me just one time of being called a weak ass nigga.
Ooh, yeah.
and to run his fade. So
Well, there we are.
yeah, I was like, oh hell no, gotta take that from you. See you later.
Yes,
So,
yes, yes. Well, that takes care of that hobby. It puts that in some new
yeah,
context there. Yes,
yeah,
parents
yeah.
beware. And so, aside from that, anything else going?
Uh,
And
yeah. Well, so my great grandfather passed away last month, and the vultures have arrived because man, the whole family's fighting over everything, and mostly like my mom and one of my aunts, and it's pretty disgusting. Yeah,
it always is. These are always just, they're beyond tragic. These kinds of events. By the way, I want you to continue with that in a second. I just want to remind everyone, hit the upvotes. It's very urgent because as soon as we start the transmission, we can't see it anymore because YouTube won't allow it for the public to see it. I have to go into some special arrangement to see it myself. And it's simply that as soon as we start transmission, we get hit with the bots to they put down votes on us simply to prevent us from circulating the video. In other words, YouTube has this stupid policy where it operates as a popularity contest, and the way that it provides the ability to actually see the video when they're conducting searches, the only way that the video comes up on a search is if it's popular enough to do so. So what happens is the enemy, and this is the cult of the kings of Edom that I've been struggling against all these years. Our man, Mr. Pac-1 Morales, can attest to being attacked by them personally, and as can, of course, Jameson Reese. Anyone who's involved with me will be attacked, and it really sorts out who is the men from the boys, so to speak, or the woman from the girls. Just those that are able to last and those that are not. And of course, we're always been infiltrated by those who were always part of this ancient enemy cult that Michael Aquino, the person who I was liaising with under orders while working with the Department of Defense, was certainly a part of. And the end result is that they pay to hit us with bots that are cheap, that hit us with enough downvotes to knock us off the aggregate search engine. And therefore, people entering searches don't find us. So the only way to overcome that is with upvotes. So we need as many upvotes as possible to overcome that as soon as the transmission is launched. And YouTube eventually filters out all of the bot downvotes, but it takes an hour at least for them to do that, sometimes more. And in the interim, nobody finds the program, which is one of the factors that accounts for its low circulation, comparatively speaking. I mean, we do quite well considering, but nevertheless, we need your help. It's your war and you have to fight it. The responsibility ultimately is up to you. So use your iPad, your tablet, your laptop, your PC, everything that's got a different IP address, and hit it with a different upvote. And that will help us immensely. I want to say hello to the people in the chat room who are with us. Jacob Waters, Vicky Johnson. Hey, Vicky Johnson. Love you dearly. Our friend Jameson Reese, our executive producer, is putting in the correct promotions. Survival and Empathy says good evening. James Forsyth says awaiting a replacement mic. He'll get it, and then he'll be joining us in the near future. In the interim, to all of those who have joined us, and all of you provide your upvotes, and that will help. In the interim, we're returning to our man, Mr. Pac-1 Morales, and whenever you feel like it, Pac-1, bring James onto the stage with you, and you can interact with him. Help occupy us through the opening hour while I simply get my head out of my ass. I'm just dealing with, first off, the stupid daylight saving that kicks us all in the ass. But for somebody like myself who sleeps in the daytime and works at night, it does a double whammy. It's far worse on me. So at any rate, by all means, return to your subject at hand, which was your family and everything that you're doing with them, which is pretty incredible in and of itself, and always impressive. Go on again.
Yeah, yeah. No, we just try to stay busy. Honestly, stay busy and stay away from other people. Just about basically just like I was telling my daughter, the other day. She's basically she's going on 16. Excuse me, and she's damn near making more money a week than her friends' parents and
Holy
stuff.
Shit.
Yeah, and it's like what you're building right now is when you turn 18, if you continue to do this or wish to continue or you're large enough, I was like, whereas most people's first job is going and working at McDonald's or whatever, it goes, you're going to be 18 running your own business. It's you've already pretty much built up through middle school and high school, and so it's just different. It's different. I don't know. It's crazy too because we see other people's kids or and people she goes to school with and how they interact with each other and everything. It's almost like, and it's like my daughter, she's since they've been back to school and not virtual anymore, she's hated it. She said their people aren't like us. They're different. She's like, I just don't. It's because she's more mature, but they're just like to her. She doesn't get the things that they find funny or things that they do, the way they act or So it's all different for her. So she's. Yeah, it's weird. It's just weird what being locked up and like when she was virtual learning virtually. I mean, she had straight A's. The girl has never not had straight A's. So I mean, I don't. She's she's not dumb. So she might know something about something.
Definitely. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, truly impressive. And you would at some point. I'd like to speak to her. You're welcome to bring her on air with yourself sometime, and she can talk to all of us whenever you feel she's up to it. In the meantime, Jacob Waters says, sounds like you're doing good. Good luck with your training. Vicky Johnson is talking about the cool patterns that, any pattern you can print, any color. And so she's talking about the HD printing on fabric. That's alluding to what you were bringing up. All of this is, very important. And certainly appreciate it. So aside from all of that, if that reminds you to bring anything else up, go ahead.
Well, I did actually, and I mean, not for self-promotion or anything, but I did release my music video last week in 7 days.
Tell us all about that. Yes, by all means.
So I went down in December down to Detroit and recorded a song with the guy. He lives like in Mexico now, but he's from Detroit, Southwest Detroit, and we did a song and shot a video, and just been waiting on everything with like all the licensing and everything to get itself together. And I released it last week. It's only been out for 7 days, and I already got 3,600 views on it. So I mean, it's not bad for just a small person.
Yeah, no, it's
little person. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's congratulations, and let people know where they can find it, okay, and what they can do to help you.
Oh yeah, I'm on. You can find it on YouTube, or I'm on all streaming platforms like iTunes, uh, fucking Spotify, all that, Amazon Music. But it's the name is Logos, like Logoz, and then it's Palabra, Pallabruh. So like palabra, like a bruh. But yeah, palabra. And I don't know, I have fun with it. It's nothing really I'm trying to be super famous or anything. I already do music regardless. I'm gonna do it. So I just make sure I do it right and put it out there, at my own pace and stuff. Have fun with it. So if you just want to hear something different, so I think I have one song on there that's in English, and then the other two are in Spanish. So
Incredible. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. And, you're welcome to bring a soundtrack onto here and I'll play it at some point. We could close the show with that. And, something if you provide it where, we can hit the link and people can hear it, that would be,
yeah, we could do that, definitely.
Good, good. So any link you can provide will be welcome. And
all right.
okay, so aside from that, Jameson, come on and interact with our man, the Pack One. Hold us to the top of the hour, if you will. And check into Amanda Ute. She does say she'll be available later. So, at any rate.
All right. I'm gonna see if I could get her on. Pack One, I have a question for you. All right.
Yep.
Now, I recently. The gang stalking, they've been getting a little more in your face, physical, violent with me. I don't know if you've experienced that recently, but long story short, I wound up punching something inanimate really hard, and it caused a bruising of the knuckles. Is there a way to hasten the recovery process? I mean, granted, I could use my right hand like normal now.
So is it's on the knuckles? The knuckles are really tender, man. So I've punched. I got in a fight when I was 18 or 19 years old, man, with my stepdad, and because he was choking my mom, so I ended up beating this guy, put him in the hospital. But I hit him so many times, my middle knuckle kind of cracked in two. And it would heal, but every time I would hit someone, it would re-injure, and even to this day, it's still tender. So knuckles in the in your tarsals, man. Those things, those things are real. If you don't hit something the right way, or you don't hit someone the right way, you'll fuck them up. I've had also what's called a boxer fracture. This is basically the ring. The bone on the ring finger cracked. So, but you know what I do, man? I don't know if you've ever heard of I don't know how true it is, but I did it. I mean, and it toughens it up. But there's they call it the old, I don't know, an Indian technique, Indian remedy or whatever. You take a rounded, a stick, a heavier stick with a rounded wooden end, and you hit the part of the bone or whatever. You keep tapping it. Now you don't have to hit it hard, but just keep tapping it with it. What it does, it's supposed to the hitting, the tampering on it causes the bone to release calcium up to the soaks through, makes it rise to the crack or whatever, to the break or fracture or whatever. So it builds up a calcium deposit on there. I don't know. I did it with my hand and I'm fine. They told me that I was supposed to get a rod through my bone, but everyone I know that had that surgery said that their hand was never the same again after that, getting that rod in their hand. So I didn't do it, and I opted and did that part with the little mallet. I have a grinder stick, so the end of it's fatter and rounder than the handle part, and I just would always tap it. I'd sit there tapping my hand with it. I mean, it's fine. I've hit lots of things. I train hard, everything. Sometimes I do push-ups on my knuckles, and just get that tender, the nerves, the nerve ending and stuff, and like when you're doing MMA or martial arts, they have the nerve killing techniques, where you hit your forearms together and your back of your back of your shin, or what's it called? Yeah, your forearms. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Inner and outer your forearm. Yeah. Yeah. But other than that, no, I just wouldn't move it much, bro. Ice it.
All right. Well, I mean, it's healed. It's just really arthritic. It's
Oh
really
yeah.
at the index finger, the pointer finger.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like I actually like on the bone, like on the bone of your
Yeah.
finger. Yeah. Oh, those are the
Yeah.
worst. It's
Because
just sore. It's just sore because it's not. You probably the way you hit it.
it's all that scar tissue and stuff.
Yeah.
I've been trying to I've been trying to like move and exercise it to just like loosen the scar tissue so it's like easier. It's gotten better. I mean, it's gotten a lot better doing that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have to go to see that bone specialist after all because, for the sports injuries and whatnot, because like it's I've been through this many times. I mean, when I was in high school, I once blasted the freaking door. I was so angry, and I just like I had to go to the hospital, and they had to like I didn't fracture anything, but they like it was just really badly bruised for a while.
Yeah. You're gonna have to get yourself a punching bag, bro.
Yeah, I've that's definitely a good idea because
Yeah. And definitely. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh well, I mean, as far as dealing with people are concerned, I haven't had anyone mess with me, again, because I carry around these extremely expensive healing crystals, and they're expensive because they're huge, and and they're pretty dense. So anyone fucks with me, I'm just gonna crack them over the head with it and just be done with them. I
Yeah.
don't have to because I don't like fighting. To be honest with you, I've never. When I was a kid, I loved it. I was a violent son of a bitch when I was a kid, but something happened where it just doesn't. It takes too much energy.
Yeah. Yeah. I get it.
Yeah, man. So my thing is like, if it's up to me, I would rather. The only way I'm going to really fight someone and go all out is if I'm convinced I'm going to take that person down and it's life or death. And because I can't break that mentality when I get into that mode, I don't like to get into it at all, But sometimes these assholes out there, they keep pushing those buttons because they know it.
Well, even like practicing on a puncher bag and stuff, and they not only does it release, tension and stuff like that. It's really great cardio for you, man. And if you do decide to get a punching bag or something, also buy some hand wraps because properly wrapping your hands and your wrists and stuff is essential to hitting things because you're really not made to be the force repeatedly hitting something your wrist can mess your wrist up bad and stuff like that.
I kind of learned a lesson from that. And I learned that there are different ways to hit. There's your traditional punch where you're like thumbs underneath your like but there's also one where you move your thumb so that it's literally folded over just like your knuckles are, and it has to be pressed against the knuckles, and if you do that it tightens all the muscles in the forearm so that when you and you what you do is you just loosen your shoulders and everything else and you just keep that tight. You hit with it, it's literally like hitting someone with a fucking hammer. I'm actually glad that I wound up getting this, sort of injury and I didn't connect to the guy's face because I would be looking at prison time had I connected.
Oh yeah.
It was nothing short of a miracle. My higher guardian demon definitely, made it so that guy dodged. That and the fact I was drunk didn't help.
Fuck, man. Yeah, that'll do it to you, man. Last time, not the last time I went out, but I got in trouble in 2015 on my birthday, man. I didn't even want to be in my home city because I didn't want to go to a bar and have an altercation or anything, man. And just shit went down, and we had a limo, everything. We had a whole bunch of people, and essentially I hit a guy like 2 times, and just like destroyed his face, and he had to have like reconstructive surgery and plastic, all sorts of shit. So like, dude, they because of the way I hurt him when I hit him, they pressed charges on me for felonious aggravated assault, man. I was looking at fucking 15 years in prison, bro, because of what I did to him. And I wasn't starting shit. Like security had already came over one time, but because I left the scene, but because like just all sorts of shit like was a factor. This dude, this is like the wrong person to hit, and they were already suing the bar, but they needed a conviction on me to get their lawsuit. So there was a whole lot of shit involved, but yeah, man. That
How
was
were
probably
you
like,
able to dodge that?
well, so I pled, I got it dropped down to no contest. I pled no contest, and they dropped it down to assault. What is it? Yeah, assault. And then I had to pay for all his surgeries. This was like $15,000, dude. Then I had to pay. Then I had to pay him another $10,000 for victim rights fees, and then I had to pay another $5,000 for. I was on probation for 2 years, so that was another $5,000 for that. So altogether, it came out to being almost like $30,000, dude. And that's why. And then I had to take anger management classes. Also, like I really got fucked in that shit. And it was like this dude and all his boys. Like I still have the police evidence that they used in the case against me, which was a video, but it was altered. Like they cut the parts where everybody from that table kept coming over to me, circling around me and shit. So it jumps from where I come into the video at like at 1 something, or no, it was like midnight or whatever, like 12:30 or whatever, and then it cuts all the way to just before I hit the dude. So you don't get to see all the interaction. You don't see like my cousin Luce, who passed away, he was there. You don't see them getting in his face and trying to intimidate him. They don't see the part where my wife went and got security and brought them over to pull them, tell them to quit fucking with us. All you see is me, already fed up with the shit, and someone walking towards me, and
It sounds like they had this shit planned out.
Oh, dude, it was crazy. Dude, what's crazy is like when he was walking towards me, when the dude was walking towards me, I had my left hand up, fully extended, like stop, like I had it like that, and I was shaking my head like don't, and like I'm looking at him, man, and I shit you not, man, like it was like the most insidious grin on this guy's face, bro. Like I'm not trying to like play it off on some other shit, but it was definitely a weird situation. It was super weird because like these people had no reason to fuck with us. We had a whole bunch of pizza, and we were eating our pizza. They wanted our pizza, and it was my cousin Luce's, and he was like, no, so then they started trying to like intimidate or fuck with us over some pizza, and I walked over to the side of the bar with a box of it to give my wife and her friend a slice. And one of the bigger guys that was with them walked over to me and was like, let me get one of those slices. So there was like 2 slices after I gave my wife and all her people some pizza. There's 2 slices left in there. So I was like, sure. I was like, fuck it, take a slice. And he grabbed them both. And I'm like, bro, I was like, one of those was mine. He's like, yeah, but I wanted 2. Just dumb shit. So I slapped the pizza, and instead of like the pizza falling out of his hand, I pretty much just like raked all the cheese and tomato sauce off the pizza. And he just kept them both and just like walked over to the table, and they were like, him and all his friends were like eating the pizza and laughing and pulling. So I'm like, they were already fucking around, man. They were on some humbug shit, but that wasn't in the video. None of that shit was in the video. Just, me stepping into frame and me hitting this motherfucker, So, but it is what it is, man. Yeah, it is what it is. It's for me, it was a learning lesson. It that was probably when I was like, I'm not going to like big bars. I'm not, like if I have an altercation like situation at a bar or something, I'm just gonna try to walk away to the best of my ability, and I don't know. Sometimes, I faltered a couple times, but I try not to. let my anger get the best of me, man. I don't know. But
Yeah, I think that's probably why the guy I used to be friends with said, if you ever get into a fight with someone, you hit them to kill them, and just make sure you get rid of the body, because like it makes a lot of sense. Because if you do wind up, if you have no choice to protect yourself, to inflict some kind of injury that will hospitalize that person, they're gonna use that against you, and you're gonna get screwed. And the only way you can stop someone from really fucking you up sometimes is taking measures that will hospitalize them.
Yeah. Well, man, and not even saying that, but I mean, sometimes you could be, in the right. You could be justified for what you're doing, man, and still, like, here's what happens. Like, let's say you're defending yourself and you hit someone, and they go flying back and they hit the ground and they hit their head and they die. Two things: either it could be self-defense, or you're still going to get arrested for murder, man. You got to prove yourself, that it was self-defense, whatever. And then let's say there's a witness and they're like, yeah, like he defended himself, that guy hit his head, and that was it. But let's say you're really fucking hot-headed, and not only did that guy fall back, hit his head and die, but you just jumped on top of him full amount and just started pounding on him. Now, saying you did overkill. Now you're really fucked. It doesn't matter if you defend yourself and we're innocent or not. You're done. Because all it's going to take is someone to be like, people's heads are sensitive, man. I mean, it could be even not even hitting the ground. You could hit someone just the right way on the temple, or and I have a friend. Well, dude, it was like we were like 7 or 8 years old, man, and his parents had like this huge, like, glass coffee table, bro. Like, I mean, it was that thick fucking glass, like inch and a half, 2-inch thick glass, dude. And he just always running around, just and always chill. His mom was chill. You're gonna fucking hit your head on that. You're gonna. He fucking slipped one day and hit the back of his head on the fucking the edge of that coffee table. It didn't even break, but he hit his head with his body weight, and was enough. Fucking left him a vegetable, dude. That dude, like, he just lays there now, shitting on himself, and like, just fucked up, like he ain't, doesn't do anything, dude. He just lays there, like his family just has him there now. And I mean, that was like 20 something years ago, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, that's, people's heads are sensitive, man. And brains. Some people, I mean, even it could be someone who played baseball or football as a teenager, or hockey or whatever, and sustained a concussion or whatever, and maybe end up with the aneurysm, didn't know, or whatever, and then you hit them, and that's it, man. That's it. And it wasn't even your fault. That happens, man. It happens. I mean, I'm not fucking innocent. You already know, man. I lost my shit, and I put my hands on my brother-in-law, and fucking just, like, not proud of it, and it's not, but it happens, man. People, and you feel like, for a long time, I just felt like that dog that bites someone that's stuck in the cage, But I mean, we've had our conversations. We're all good about everything, and he's we trained together and everything, but just, that's the thing about losing your shit and hitting people, like, damage can be done, irreversible damage.
Yeah, you can't take that back once you throw that first punch. Just and I mean, I would go as far as say that one would be better off hitting them in the stomach, but you could probably do some major damage internally too.
Yep, and that's why I was like, I'm just getting back in the boxing ring. I'm just gonna get back in the gym. Like I won't have no aggression. I'll be training. And if I do decide to take a fight or whatever, it'll be have gear. I mean, it still kind of hurts, getting hit and shit, but whatever, man. It's safe, and it's registered, it's legal. I'm not gonna go to prison if I hit someone, and God forbid, someone dies with fucking headgear on and shit, and 16-ounce gloves hitting them. I mean, it's happened, but
yeah. I mean, it has happened.
Not what I'm going out there for at all. I want to go out there. I like being. I'm a physical person. Like, I've always been a physical. Like, my brother-in-law did Krav, and he was an instructor, everything like that's he's a licensed instructor for Krav and everything. And like every time he'd come around, me and him, like, or he still comes around, but throughout the years we'd always end up wrestling around or fucking swinging at not really fighting, but real aggressive and real like putting your strength into it type shit. But yeah, I've always been like that. So for me, it's like I have to stay physical. Like I'm a physical person, and I don't like just sitting around and feel like I just feel like shit, man.
Oh man, tell me about it. I am the same way, dude. I got to be out and about doing something, I mean, shit, got to go for a walk or something, when people were talking about the lockdown and when COVID was really at its peak and people were just staying home, like,
yeah,
I don't get it. Like, dude, go outside. Go outside. Or something.
Yeah, but you were kind of doing an overkill on the fucking walking though, bro. You're doing like fucking 20 plus miles a day. Fucking leg muscles were overgrowing and shit. Too fast for your system to shut down and shit.
Yes.
Holy
it's for
shit.
that reason that I started drinking Pedialyte, and I found a place where you can get it. Where you can get it with food stamps, which is good.
Yeah,
because
everywhere. You should be able to do it everywhere. Dude, they sell Pedialyte popsicles, bro. They're fucking fire. I eat popsicles. The Pedialyte popsicles are my favorite popsicles.
That's delightful. Oh my god.
Yeah, because that stuff will definitely rehydrate you with the electrolytes and stuff. And Gatorade just doesn't do it. I'm sorry.
No, there's
Gatorade
too much sodium and yeah, there's too much.
That stuff is garbage.
It's not good.
It's
not good for you.
It's vile. It's just sweat. It's highly flavored sweat, and it's just sweet. It's sickeningly sweet. So
you're better off drinking a Coca-Cola like Douglas.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Indeed. By the way, I'm so proud of both of you gentlemen. You're both holding up so well that there was no point in interrupting either one of you. We have a few minutes till the top of the hour where we're going to try to bring Peter Moon on. We'll give another try at Amanda at that point. Of course, once Peter comes on, she may not see fit to come on at that time. It'll be up to her. And at that
I'm
point,
going to see if I could get her on now within these, so we could get like maybe a few minutes of an update from her.
Sure. And for the public, of course, I could provide my own update concerning what's going on with her, but it wouldn't do it justice. And so what I'm going to do is take advantage of this time in the few minutes we have remaining before Peter comes on to go completely mute. And when I'll be going to refresh myself. By the way, what I've been doing while these two gentlemen have been talking is I've been eating very quickly, trying to get myself calorated. I don't even know if that's a real word, but the beauty of the English language is that you can create new words and add to the language. That hence the wealth and enrichment of a living language. So, by the way, shout out to Clarice Claudette if she's listening. She sent me a wonderful email about how learning other languages effectively ruined her life, and this can do that. So different gateways, different portals that we open into other cultures have that potential. There's always the potential for negative as well as positive impact. Of course, Clarice Claudette has kind of moved to a level of consciousness that's well above and beyond my own. It's a bit too advanced, but I'll talk with her about that sometime soon. In the interim, both.
I'd actually like to know about that. That sounds interesting.
I'll go into that with you some point soon. Yeah, you have to speak to you privately anyway. Catch up with you. I know you've been going through a lot. You're welcome to tell some people about that. You were going through quite a bit of an exposition the other day, as a matter of fact, on Facebook. Outlining thoughts going through your head. So my love to all of you. I'll be back towards the top of the hour. I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
No, the exposition the other day, was it when, wait, what? I don't even know what I post on Facebook anymore.
Don't even worry about it. You'll remember. Just scroll down your timeline. It's one of those things where you know, you'll remember it when you see it. Other than that, of course, yeah, you sure everyone, I'll be back in a few minutes, and Peter might be brought on even before I get back, but I should be back around top of the hour. And so these two gentlemen will hold us till then. Bless them both, and bless everybody who's here in the chat room with us. Don't forget to get active. People can talk while they're talking, of course, and aside from that, like I said, just calibrating myself and stuffing myself to keep myself going throughout the night while I still have the opportunity to do so. Bear in mind, I barely wake up. If I'm at home, like I'm not coming from someplace else, I barely wake up in time for these shows. And on daylight savings days, you know, it's beyond even that. So it's amazing we got on 6 minutes late instead of an hour late. You know, I didn't even know it was daylight saving time till my son told me while we were doing the latest photographs, and then I was like, fuck, you're kidding me, right? Entering wartime all over again. But it just goes to show the reality of the impact of World War II that I've been explaining all these years. Okay, gonna go mute now, and these two gentlemen will take it from here.
Yeah, it seems like we're in perpetual wartime. It just never ends.
Yeah, every day is wartime. There's always a war going on.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've come to understand that life itself is war. You know, war is the attempt of different systems to achieve some degree of equilibrium. So, I mean, for those who are always, you know, peace mongering and, you know, the sort of new age positivity fluff shit, you know, wake up, wake the fuck up. The reality is, you know, your body internally, you know, you have bacteria, you have viruses, you have colonies of bacteria, viruses, molds that are constantly at war with one another, just to create a sort of sense of homeostasis within the body. So the very nature of the creation in which we inhabit is war. Or shall I say, that seems to be what it is.
Yep. I mean, that's all. I mean, that's what bacteria is, and that's what a bacteria is, a virus, all that shit, man. It's like, you know, tax your system fights back. You know, that's you're pretty much a fucking parasite fighting to live till you die anyway. You know?
Yeah. I mean, life is
yeah, I get it.
Yeah, life is violence. You know, you don't have life without violence. And you know, this is something that I believe that a lot of people don't appreciate. They don't appreciate the value of war. They don't appreciate the value of violence. And this is one of the reasons why, you know, Douglas Dietrich, amongst all the other people who were exposing whatever the hell they claimed to be exposing, most of them were just shills. This is why Douglas Dietrich stood out as authentic, because his expositions gave respect for that. You know, it gave respect for the fact that wars do shape and remold reality as we know it, and we are literally just at the beginning of what is going to be the Fourth World War. And now that we're at nearing 9, I'm going to add Peter Moon and see if I could get, I need to know if Jojo is going to be joining us as well. So I'll just add them both. So,
you know what I noticed, man? Anytime I see someone be like whistleblowers or, you know, talk about conspiracy or whatever, I'll know if someone's full of bullshit the moment that they bring up Michael Aquino and then say nothing about Douglas Dietrich, you know, when they don't acknowledge, you know, that he's the one who, you know, pretty much exposed everything in the situation. That's how I know they're full of bullshit. Like, and I see everybody now, they'll use that. That's almost like their, you know, their go-to now. Whereas, you know, before people denied it, you know, everything, but now everybody, they like to bring that up, but they refuse to acknowledge who really was the source of all that information.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to steal Douglas's narrative, and this is what they do. They steal other people's narratives. Hell, even Penny Bradley can attest to that. That's what they do, and that they do that all the time in that community. They'll steal other people's narratives and experiences, and they won't credit who the person responsible for it. They won't credit the person who's responsible for that information. I mean, it's one of the things that I find really forgivable about the sort of culture that we live in, or should I say anti-culture, which is more apropos, more or less. I mean, they're more, because everything's so fixated on capital gain and entertainment that, no one, it's very hard to disseminate information without someone, trying to steal everything you have. All right, so it seems like having difficulty, getting Peter Moon on. So I guess there may be some delay or something, which is fine. I mean, we can more or less just shoot the shit, which is cool, man. So has anything strange been going on with you? Like any strange occurrences or whatnot?
Actually, so there's I don't know, there's this. No, I'm not one that's really into like ghosts and shit like that, but there seems to be what feels like maybe something hanging around my house. It's kind of weird. It's pretty big, but I always see it out the corner of my eye. But I'm not the only one. Like me and my brother-in-law have both seen it, like at the same time. And like, what the fuck was that? That's probably about the only interesting weird thing that's happened at my house. But usually it just comes out like when we're like usually like down here in the basement, like we'll be playing darts or whatever, and it's like thing is like I have a light right overhead,
Yeah.
but it'll like significantly get dark in one spot. Weird. Yeah.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah. Like blatantly there, like obviously, like not nothing to be able to catch a shadow type shit,
Yeah.
But yeah. So other than that, I'm just like I'll just tell motherfucker peace. I'm like, you ain't put in on this. You gotta go. Fuck out of here, man. I ain't got time for all that shit. I don't like paying attention to that kind of thing, those kind of things, because I feel like when you do, that's when that really starts fucking with you.
I've sort of experienced the opposite. I sort of found that once I started paying attention to these things, they would just seem to want to go away.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm too. I fascinate a lot of time. This stuff fascinates the hell out of me.
When it comes to you, Jay, well, they're like, oh, hold on, you're itchy. You want to know something? No, hell no, man. We're here to fuck with you, man. If you're not with us, then we gotta go. We gotta go feed somewhere else.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's exactly. That's probably it. I mean, I have noticed that a lot of light bulbs start to flicker. Like in the house and whatnot. But
what are we discussing? With it sounds like poltergeist activity. What?
yeah. Yeah. Pak Wong was saying he has like a sort of shade living in the basement.
Okay.
Which I found really interesting. It's sort of like they'll be playing darts and it will just like roll over. It's pretty.
I would find that almost expected. I mean, considering his life and the kind of influences he's been exposed to, I'm surprised that the home is not as bad as Amanda Utes, the Hell House on Haunted Hill that she's got going. I'm glad it's not like that, but honestly, it's a miracle it's not worse. In terms of what I do want people to know is that we haven't had any message from Peter Moon yet. Hopefully, He'll be getting back to us sometime soon. I don't remember whether or not he forewarned us that something might be going on, like maybe a trip to Montauk or something. I certainly don't consciously remember anything that applied to today specifically, but it could be simply that he's been fucked up by daylight saving time. That, unlike myself, wasn't made aware of it. These writers, they're in their own world, right?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. That's the thing about writing. Whether you're typing or once you pick up or you're doing it by pen like myself, once you start, time just disappears.
Yes, and his young wife, Paula, may not have notified him of daylight saving time because she's so busy with her own life that she was preoccupied.
Okay, he's all right. We have him. He joined.
Oh, there we
Hi there.
are. Yes.
Skype
Hey,
was
Peter.
turned off, so Skype was turned off, so that's why I said, what's going on? How come I haven't heard? And I turned on Skype, and now I know why.
No worries. This sort of thing happens, and it's in keeping with, of course, the whole daylight saving phenomenon. So, what you're in for, Peter, is kind of dominating the stage for us. I mean, certainly interact with Pac-1 and Jameson. These two men have been holding the stage until now, and by all means, Pac-1, say hi to Pete after all this time.
Hey, what's going on, Peter?
Hi.
Yeah.
Oh, very busy, but all is well.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
Yes. Well, hey, your prediction came true immediately, Peter. I mean, the great golf coach, football coach. It's just like I've been telling everyone, the daylight saving time has hit me very hard. I didn't even know it was on until my son told me during our photo shoot yesterday. So I was like not prepared for it. And just normally I wake up just before transmission, and today is one of those days I didn't wake up before transmission. But one of the things that I can tell you is Coach Brady came back just as Peter
Not a
said.
coach, it's a player.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Not a coach. But I didn't hear this.
Okay.
I didn't hear this at all. I was too busy playing football to unretires and shakes up Deshaun Watson's trade market. Brady's retirement lasted 40 days. I think he will be returning to the same team. Wow.
There we are.
Well,
yeah.
I can understand why he would, because if he didn't return now, he would be in limbo as far as which team he would go to. He would have no prediction of which team, and it could be very problematic to pick a team. So it's like it's all he knows. It's all he knows. Yeah. It's not all he knows, but it's all he knows.
There we are.
No, it's a classic thing of a boxer who's over the hill, like Larry Holmes, one of the greatest fighters who ever lived, and he's like 55. And he's still fighting because he can do it, and he can earn money. Yeah. And it's kind of weird. It's like you can't quit. Yeah. You can't quit. I could quit football now, but I'm doing better. Yeah. My football IQ is going up. It's already pretty high, but the thing is the physical attributes are not there as much. But I watched this video by the MVP of the Super Bowl, Cooper Kupp. Boy, did I've learned a lot from him. He's 27 years old. This guy, I've never seen an IQ for being a wide receiver as I saw with him. Oh God, you can apply the stuff. You can. It's amazing. If you're going at somebody, imagine this. This is what when you break things down with qigong. Only this isn't exactly qigong. If you're going at a defensive back, and you're not going full speed, you're going about 80 of your full speed, and you go up to him and he's facing you, and then you burst on him, it doesn't matter how fast he is. He has no chance of catching you, for at least he's got to catch up with you. So I figured that out. It works great. I could blow past people who are faster than me. It's all about using edge, using advantage. So I hope Tom Brady can be around 20 years from now. He can come out and play with us.
There we are. Fantastic. I think that's.
And I guarantee you, he could still throw the ball. What is he? He's 44, 64. He'll have no problem throwing the ball at 64. He may not be able to play in the NFL, but he could still he could last forever, actually.
Yeah.
Because all he does is stand back and throw the ball. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. I mean, it's not that easy either. I mean, but for him, it's not that hard because he knows how to do it. So anyway, I was right about that. We'll see what else I'm right about. And
Yes.
JoJo's going to be listening. I don't know if she can listen to the whole show. She said she's going to try and pack in early
Right.
because I have just read her book.
Wonderful.
And did you read her book, Douglas?
I've been just trying to start it. I have scanned it. I've scanned it, and it's incredible. But you can tell people a good summarization.
We'll wait a little bit to talk about it because I want to make sure she's listening when we do. And I
Sounds
don't
good.
know if she's listening just yet. And if she is, you know, just Facebook me and tell me you're listening.
Right.
But I don't think she will check in. She said, what did she say? I'll catch most tonight.
Wonderful.
But won't make it to midnight because she's got to sleep.
Of course.
And, so anyway, what I want to talk about something, you know, I've been going into the dreams and the whole dreaming thing has opened up so many new channels of the dakinis.
Yeah.
Dakinis are the feminine energies that are recognized in Buddhism, for one, and they are guardians. They're sort of like angelic hosts, but they're much more, I guess what you'd say, realistic than the angelic hosts.
Right.
The angels have a much more etheric character to them.
Yes.
Not that they can't come in and heal, but the Dakini are, I guess,
They're visceral.
yeah, they're more visceral and they're more in touch in a more visceral way than the angels. The angels will come and do their thing and leave. They can be visceral too, but they're just so distant in some respect. But what I wanted to say was, with all of these dreams, I want to share this one. It's not my dream, but in the dream I had shared earlier about the vampire and Archangel Raphael. You know, maybe I should pick up and start because I shared that with you the last 20 minutes of the broadcast.
Yeah.
I'll go back and recapitulate that because
Please.
I had JoJo listen to the last 20 minutes so she knew what the hell had happened.
Yeah.
And so we then had a long conversation about that. But, okay, so to track this back, I had last Wednesday's episode, a transmission on March 9th, I had done a tribute to Madeline Suozo, my friend, a dear friend who had healed me, was a healer and had passed over. Now, so when I paid this whole tribute talking about all my experiences with her, and she visits me from time to time in the dream state, it's very touching. Never had that so consistently with anybody who passed over. Anyway, I hadn't dreamt of her for a year. When I did this show about her, she appeared in my dream in a most healing way, massaging me and saying everything's going to be fine, and if you have any problems you can call on me, and just very lovingly. And then she looks to over my right shoulder and she says, there's an entity there. And then she walks out, I say goodbye, grab her by the hand, she walks out the door, and then I walk out a side door and I see my friend Chelsea, who I refer to as Madam X in my writings, and she sees me and she says, Raphael. And I go, is that Raphael the Archangel or the vampire? Now, I did not know it, but there's a whole series of books with a vampire named Raphael. It's not Anne Rice. So I said, well, I don't know what this is. So I walk out. Madeline's getting into this old classic car. I think it's a Hewlett Packard. It's all very old fashioned. And I go, hey, does Raphael have anything to do with Lestat, the vampire from the Anne Rice books? She doesn't know. And of course, then I see a guy from football who's named Mike, and he's wearing a New Orleans Saint jersey, a white jersey. And I said, oh, Mike, I said, hope to see you next week. Now, Mike, whenever I dream of a Mike or Michael, it means Michael the Archangel, and he's wearing a Saint jersey. So it's like, wow, I've got protection from saints and Michael the Archangel. And keeping in mind, I'm not really a Christian, but look I will take help from all quarters. I had the Greek or the Romanian Orthodox bishop pray for my trip to Sarmaseja in Romania. Boy, his prayer! I can't wait to go back someday. It's been 2009 is when I saw him. 13 years later, I hope to come back someday and, tell him about what happened after my trip to Sarmaseja, just to thank him. So in other words, I'm like non-denominational when it comes to religion. I recognize different religions, and I can be very skeptical of the orthodoxy or of anything. But he was a very good person because there is only 4 people at that monastery, and they do the true teachings of Jesus according to what they do. They don't drive BMWs and Mercedes like the regular Orthodox priests do.
Wow.
They're supported by the community. When we stopped and had dinner at these people's house, their neighbors, they gave us food to bring to the monastery. So they have their own farm, but they do real work. They're not there to make money, and they don't want it. He drove us around in a beat up car, which obviously worked, but it was very nice of him.
Right.
So anyway, so I'm dreaming of Michael the Archangel and the saints. With New Orleans, there's a little magic there because it's New Orleans. And I remember an old friend of mine who was a customer who became a friend. I never met her in person. Her name was Diane Jordan. I don't know if I told JoJo this because she had a dream of Ann Jordan from the Inner Earth. Ann Jordan. This was Diane Jordan. And Diane was from New Orleans. She was the only one I ever wanted to go to New Orleans with because I wanted to go there with a native. I wanted to go, and she would show me around what's there. And that was sort of a connection there. I don't know whatever happened to Diane, but she had some health issues. I hope she's okay. But in any case, this dream caused me to look up Raphael, the archangel. And Raphael is a very powerful angel because it's not only connected to healing, Raphael is connected to the sun. And the sun is, the healer of the sun is Apollo in Greek and Roman mythology. He does not have a different name. He's Apollo in both Roman and Greek, which I think is very interesting because his twin sister, Artemis in Greek, is Diana in Rome. And in Dacian mythology, well, first off, in Greek mythology, Apollo and Artemis were twins, and they were Hyperboreans. They were from Hyperborea. Hyperborea means hyper, beyond the north. Borea is like his aurora borealis. Borea is north. And to the Greeks, north meant Transylvania, because that was to the north, and anything above the Danube, or more specifically the Carpathians, was Hyperborea. So Artemis or Diana. Now Diana was the goddess of the moon. Apollo was the god of the sun, and he was the healer. And together they make the sun and the moon. And this is where the Romanian term or the Dacian term solomonare comes from. Solomonare, sol and mon is moon. This has been explained to me, sol and moon. Now the solomonare, which means that the sun and the moon, in a sense, those Gemini, they're the symbol for Gemini. And Gemini is the symbol for the swastika, because the swastika is a 2. It's a 2 superimposed on a 2, if you write it that way. You can also interpret it as a 6, as a whirling 6s or whirling 2s. And my mother always told me 2 and 6 were my lucky numbers. And the reason she said this, because in kindergarten, I was in room 2. In first grade, I was in bungalow 26. In second grade, I was in room 6. In the third grade, I went back to bungalow 26, And then in fourth grade, I was in room 20. And so she mentioned, she says, 2s and 6s are your numbers. So then the fourth grade, I was in room 22. I couldn't get away for 2s and 6s in Oliver Wendell Holmes Elementary School in Lakewood till I moved to Theodore Roosevelt Elementary School in Taft, where I was room number 7. So that broke the spell. But 2s and 6s was the symbol for, you can construe the swastika as 2s and 6s. The 2s represent Gemini, the twins. The 6s represent 666, the energy of this domain. But, and of course, the Gemini is the symbol for Zalmoxis, the swastika. This is the symbol. This is Romanian tradition, long before the Nazis adopted the swastika, but that came more from a Tibetan angle. And there is a consistency between the swastika and Tibet, the swastika being used in ancient Dacia and all over the world. There's a book on the swastika by Thomas Wilson. It's from about 1888, long before it became politically charged.
Yes.
So it's a great symbol, and it's the hammer of Thor, and it's a good way for getting rid of your anti-gods, as Douglas has talked about many times in the past.
Thank you.
And so Zalmoxis. So anyway, I'm dreaming of Raphael and the depth of Raphael as an archetype. There's also ways to call him into your healing, and I've been doing this, and I get results. The results are subtle. In other words, you may go and pick up a book or see a book and pick it up that you wouldn't have picked it up. And you have to use your own linear process as well, but it makes things open up. So with Raphael, the most impressive thing to me about Raphael was that he gave Solomon his ring, which controlled the jinn. That, to me, was very astounding, because people spend all of their magical energy and knowledge and scholarship trying to figure out King Solomon. Archangel Raphael is obviously senior because he gives him the ring. So you can think of Raphael, you might get a more direct result rather than trying to, conjure the jinn, which can have its drawbacks, to say the least. What I would also say, while I'm on the topic of magic, I had a great enlightenment when I was in Transylvania, in the Valley of the Golden Thrones, doing my routine circle walking in a figure 8. I began to see the whole Solomonic paradigm of the circle, and I said, this is all energy. This is all chi. When you start getting into the beings and whatnot, it's kind of like, would you like to meditate in a football locker room with all the players in it, with all of their gyrations and emotions, whether they be happy or sad, or would you rather have an empty locker room? It's kind of like, and maybe you can pick up on the emotions of it if you even wanted to. Maybe you'd rather be out in the field. Maybe you'd rather be out in nature rather than a locker room or a football field. And all of these dreams have represented me communing with nature. Now, that's sort of, so I went down, I had to get up and go downstairs and talk to Douglas about this. That was the last 20 minutes of the broadcast where I kind of said what I just said. A little different angle on it, perhaps, but I wanted to share it with him because it was a follow-up. And, Madeline had appeared in my dream after talking about her, which was something I didn't desire or expect, but it was quite a treat. And she's giving me all this healing energy, and it's very comforting. Now, there was, I shared this dream actually before I shared it, or maybe I did share it with my ex-girlfriend, and she's still very close to me. And she, etherically, I haven't seen her, since I've been married. I haven't seen her physically, but she's very much a part of my path, and she's watched my path, and she's interested in it. And of course, she knows David Anderson as well. But she wrote to me after I told her that, and she said she had an odd dream, and she said it was with Tom Cruise, and it was a dream with me in it. He was very sternly, kind of screaming at me.
Right.
Tom Cruise was screaming at me. We were both in a large wooden ship with wooden paneling, and there was a gentle rocking sensation. Now, the boat is emotions on the water. Gentle rocking is that's pretty good. You're just rocking, but nevertheless, you're rocking. So it's very interesting what a wood paneling means according to dream interpretation. It says to see wood paneling in your dream symbolizes your outdated surroundings and thinkings. You are stuck in a time period and are looking at the world from an archaic perspective. Well, that represents Tom Cruise, not myself. He's in an outdated mode with his views on whatever, according to my interpretation. She says that Tom Cruise was in my face, but he had a book in his hand. In the dream, she tried to see what the book was, but she says, was it the UFO book, meaning the Encounter in the Pleiades? Was it the Montauk Project? Was it the one on Hubbard? Most likely the one on Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. Because he had it in his hand and he was gesturing with it, saying to me, Peter Moon, he goes, why did you write this? Why did you publish this? Were you bribed? Did someone make you put this out? And he sort of hissed when he said my name. He was really pissed. He started off very quietly, angrily, and then his voice got louder. Then he was squeezing the book in his hand, and there was a wooden table nearby, and he cracked the book on it. Damn it, Peter, what were you thinking? I want an answer now. Then she woke up. And he said, in the dream, I was tall and he was short. Now, he said, no, she says, in the dream, in real life, she says, I'm tall and he is short. But in the dream, we were the same height. And even in the dream, she said she was wondering if he was wearing lifts. He was very angry, like it was an inquisition or something. And she said, I said nothing to him. And she said, Tom Cruise is the farthest thing from my mind. So that was very interesting that my clairvoyant friend had said something about that book. She said, I need to pay attention to that book. Obviously, probably had to do with making the book sell or something, but apparently it was getting some attention. I once had a dream about Tom Cruise many, many years ago after I published Montauk Book of the Dead. And I was told by a friend of mine at the time who was following all sorts of Scientology. She was an ex-Scientologist. She said that Tom Cruise was forced to read my book as part of the settlement or part of the ongoing divorce dealings with Nicole Kidman.
Oh.
I don't know that it's true, but she told me that. She followed this stuff and said that, they were trying to get Tom to see the other side of something. So Tom Cruise is somebody who very strongly believes in Scientology, but it's like in a myopic way because he's been cited as being taking advantage of this quote unquote slave labor of Sea Org members that David Miscavige has, let him use to fix his cars and do stuff for him. So he doesn't necessarily see it that way or know it that way, but he's in such league with David Miscavige that the ex-Scientologists think his behavior is, if not criminal, it is morally criminal. And he is not very, I guess what you'd say, looked at with a lot of esteem in that regards. I once met a woman who was interested in doing work with me. She was in the film business, but really what she was an associate producer. And there are a lot of associate producers, and perhaps it's not fair, but it's also not dismissive either to say that an associate producer is, the one who brings in the food truck and makes sure that everybody has a chair to sit in.
Right.
It's fair, but it's not fair. In other words, that you got to have somebody on the ball to do that. Anyway, she told me that she worked with Tom Cruise on some movie, and she said he was very great to work with. This is what she said. Well, she was obviously in sync with him. We've also heard stories where he was imperious and very hard to deal with. So who the hell knows? I don't think I'll be doing any work with him. But it's you know, it's like Scientology. It has so much potential to benefit people. But the problem is, like when I look at why I benefited and how I benefited, it's like I was so dedicated. And I wasn't dedicated to what people were telling me. I was dedicated to what I saw, what I learned, what results I could get. And it's like to be in some of the positions and situations I was required a lot of dedication and patience, and is something that outsiders, and when I say outsiders, I mean rank and file Scientologists that were parishioners, are not going to get. And it's a mixed bag because, I kind of dedicated my whole life, and I was able to emerge from this. And what I realized, there's all of these incredibly noble, exalted abilities people aspire to or think maybe they can get to someday. And what I realized, the whole key to everything was having harmony in your life. Harmony. And from that harmony, that's what you wanted to have, was a balance and a harmony. And then from there, you might extend your capacity to be better. So for example, in Qigong, if you all of a sudden realize that you can lift a lot of weight, you don't want to lift your weight to full capacity. You want to lift 80% of what you can lift. You don't want to extend yourself. You want to slowly build up so that 80% of what you can lift, like say if you could lift 80 pounds, which isn't very much, if you could lift 100 pounds, you want to lift 80 pounds. And then you want to increase that so you can lift 120, but you're only going to lift 100. And it's like, when you consider this emotionally, if you get excited or something, you don't want to get too excited. If you get excited that you're in the Super Bowl, wow, I'm in the Super Bowl. No, you say, okay, you want to cut it back. You want to cut your excitement down, and you want to start working so you can win the Super Bowl. And then, even then, you want to, after you win the Super Bowl, you want to cut it back and say, well, what about next year? Let's work on next year. Now, this is the way you build, in Qigong perspective, you build Qi. In Scientology, I was working with what they call life force, theta. You're trying to accumulate more theta, more life force. And then all of a sudden you see some of the stuff coming down the pike from people is anti-life. It doesn't matter who says what. You don't want to be anti-life. And this is what I saw happening. Certain aspects were not life on life. And the heart was being compromised. And you don't want to compromise the heart. So equilibrium, you're talking about equilibrium. So I said, this is what's important, is equilibrium, not being able to go outside of your body and see with full perception. That was one of the ambitions, not only of Scientologists, but Hubbard himself. Hubbard, according to, who was it that said, one of, I think it was his medical officer, Jim Dinkalsi, who I knew, said in his crybaby papers, I really don't know if I should call him his crybaby papers, but I'm going to.
I was going to ask if that was the actual title.
No. Jim was the medical officer on the ship, and I did work for him when I first got to the ship, and he shared a lot with me about Hubbard. And he always had a doubt in his eyes about about Scientology and Dianetics, he was the same level of auditor I was, but he really wasn't into it. And, you know, when he saw that I had some expertise in the subject, he almost kind of looked up to me because I had a certainty. And I knew I had results with this stuff. And when he saw, because he was dealing with Hubbard's body problems, and he talked to me about it. He talked to me about it. It wasn't like a secret. Years later, it would be confidential. Somebody says, the Commodore's medical condition is confidential. So nobody ever told me it was. You know, it was on the ship, it was common knowledge that he was a human being that had, you know, the first thing I was told that we were in warm climates for his lungs. You know, he had lung issues. He had to be in a warm climate, which meant the Mediterranean or, you know, Portugal or Morocco. Portugal was not that warm. It was warm in the summer, but it's like San Francisco. Lisbon is like San Francisco in the winter. So in any case, it parallels Northern California. It's the same latitude. But anyway, so Hubbard had body issues, but I was always told Hubbard was a casualty of his own research. And what he was doing for other people, not so much for himself. He did do it for himself, but it was like two different things. It's like the shoemaker who doesn't make shoes for himself, but he did make shoes for himself. But it was a different pair of shoes. It might have been like a jester's shoes that might be all colored and spangled and weird. Not that that's what he was trying to do, but you know, he was on his own trip. So anyway, with regards to Hubbard, and Jim Dinkalsi said, well, Jim wrote a book about forgiveness, and it was all about forgiveness. And I think he had a hard time forgiving himself, forgiving Hubbard, because he saw of all of Hubbard's warts. But I was aware of a lot of his warts. I didn't see them as personally as up close as he did, but I certainly knew about them. But I didn't have an issue with them. Just like I didn't have an issue if my Qigong teacher was pissed off at his family, or his family was pissed off at him. What does that have to do with what I'm learning? It's like you have to be able to delineate and distinguish, and be, you know, what are you trying to learn? Was, you know, John F. Kennedy is one of the most glamorized presidents in history, and he had a lot of warts, but he also had a gleaming Camelot image that was not based on just fluff. He was an icon. He was iconic. So, you know, he had and he also made some very good decisions during the Cuban Missile Crisis, decisions that would do him in personally. But, you know, he evaded nuclear war. And he kind of outsmarted Khrushchev and got Khrushchev fired in the long run, according to what I can see.
Yes.
You might know other than that, but
no, it
really
was
off the subject.
It's exactly
So,
what it is.
in any case, people have warts. People are, you know, people are ready to condemn Douglas Dietrich for many different reasons. And what the problem with this is judgment. When you judge, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And it's like what somebody said, I got rid of Douglas. I stopped listening to Douglas Dietrich because he's trying to force you to, you know, think certain things or believe in certain things. He's trying to force you. Well, you know, maybe when you know, say something that emphatically he feels that he's being forced. Well, it would be good if he would read the book, you know, in other words, and look at the logic of it.
Yes.
So what? But, you know, but this is like, people have a lot of, you know, data is hard to come by. Unprejudiced data is hard to come by these days. That's a whole different subject. But to get back to what I was saying about Hubbard, is that Jim Dinkalsi said that Hubbard had told him that he hadn't been out of the body with full perception since, I think, the 50s. But he certainly had before that. And so as he was trying to get more people to be able to do it, his own abilities in this regard were waning. And could be a number of reasons for that. I think one of the main reasons could be when you're living life, it requires a lot of attention in your body to live life. So, you know, if you're out of your body all the time, you're better off in a cave up in the Himalayas somewhere where somebody's feeding you, so you can do work from a different reference point.
Yes.
So you know, he was trying to create a dynamic movement where he could teach people or teach people how to learn how to do this and how to, you know, but that was a big theme in Scientology, was to get out of your body. I was, I guess, fortunate enough to experience it, but how much time do you want to be out of your body and this sort of thing? But he said that Hubbard had said to him that he hadn't been out. Now, there was also accounts of his own personal auditing in the 80s, where he was trying things to be able to remote view, for lack of a better word, and get out of his body. He was in his own personal counseling. The person who was administering this said that Hubbard was really he was making some progress with it, but certainly he was less than perfect at it. And his abilities could come and go. And this was one of the things with Scientology. People's abilities could come and go. Their feelings of release could come and go. And this was something you dealt with. And it was dealt with, if it was done properly, it could be dealt with very intelligently. And this is creating sort of a balance. So Hubbard was interested in this. And why I bring this up is because if somebody wants to read, which I encourage people to do, Radu Sinamar's latest book, The Etheric Crystal, is that it's all about him going to chamber beneath Baghdad through one of these mysterious tunnels, retrieving a crystal, which is an etheric crystal because its presence is in another dimension, but it does have it's in a casing. He describes it in the book. And this becomes the focus for building a chair device. They're using astrology. They're hiring the best astrologers and all this to put together a chair whereby he can look into, reality. And I don't want to diminish it by calling it a remote viewing device, but it sort of is. It's like the Montauk chair, only it's a much more, I guess what you'd say, good version. It's a positive.
Also
it's
less
positive.
sinister, yes.
Yeah. And he's trying, this is like piercing the veil. Now, there's a lot of devices in his stories where he goes, they've got similar chair in not only Baghdad, but in Egypt, and they've got one beneath the Sphinx, and there's all of these devices that he even has in the inner earth cities of Apelos beneath Transylvania. So, it's like there's all these different stations of ways to enlighten your mind and to interface with the mind. Now he's going to have one in the basement of his friend Eleanor's house in Bucharest. And he's, which he keeps, that's when he's in Bucharest, he keeps care of the house. And it's costing tremendous money to do this. And why, you'd think that everything would be there in all the other chambers or whatnot. Why does he have to use this one? Why does he need his own? Well, it's going to be outside the reference of Department Zero. They found out about it, and that there was a whole problem there of, but it's going to be his own thing, but he's being supported by the inner earth civilizations so that he can be, I guess what you would say, a better conduit. This is something that one could conceivably do in a dark room, but it's like, it fascinates me is why there's so much attention on doing this. It sounds like an awful lot of hard work for what? And I can't judge him because my life is different. But basically, if I go in the dark room, I'm geared towards certain things. My interests are right now is this Choclavina project, which I've talked about, the cave, getting into the reference frame of Dr. David Anderson, getting into the reference frame of Radu, all through the inner earth, all through the connection to the inner earth, the, I guess, end result of which would be a pathway to Shambhala. Shambhala is, of course, sounds to me better than Nirvana, at least the way it's been described. Not only it's been alluded to in his books, it's been described in many different ways. It's an ideal place. So,
well, it seems more accessible than Nirvana, which you kind of like have to disembody or certainly go beyond humanity to get to, or die. So go on.
A lot of problems with Nirvana and these rarefied states, because I've learned in my life to be happy with what I have. And I think when I started out, you want to get the hell out of this life. I mean, get away from it. It's problematic. And this is often what the Buddhists do. And they have to, but it's all about maintaining equilibrium. And it's getting harder and harder in this world to maintain equilibrium because of all of it's always been challenging. I mean, just imagine growing up during the times of the Inquisition. You want to be as non-threatening as possible to the Inquisition just to survive. If you have a lot of money, then you became a profit center for them. They can get your money. So they can call you a heretic and get your money. So you want to be poor, but not too poor. You don't want to be too rich because then they'll want to come after you. So, it's this world has always been a struggle for many people. Some people manage to, find joy in it, and that's also a doctrine of Buddhism, is to find joy and create joy. It was also a doctrine of Scientology. A directive by Hubbard was called the joy of creation. Indulge in creativity and create joy. People are sometimes very much less than that. They're following a programmed path. So, but I'm saying it's interesting how the whole idea of this going out of the body and perception exterior to the body was such a staple of Scientology, but it's also very similar to what Radu is moving in the direction of. And I have a very, I guess what you'd say, balanced attitude about it.
Yes. Yes.
And I'm not, some of the things, well, you just got to live where you are and go by the moment. There's plenty of things to work on, especially as you get older, because physical deficiencies are sometimes require a lot more attention than when you're younger. Of course, they can acquire a lot of attention when you're younger as well. So I'm going to share something. He's probably listening to this right now. But one of my friends in the UK, who's Algerian, he asked me questions all the time, and I've helped him with Qigong a lot. And he asked me about stammering. He said, "How can Qigong, is there something that can do Qigong to help me with stammering?" And I said, yeah. Every time you stammer, or you think about stammering, or worry about stammering, or get any idea of the word stammer, breathe into it. So instead of stammering, you're going to say, I did, breathe in. So replace every stammer, every worry about stammer with breathing. I said, let me know how it works. So far so good. He tried it. We're not even 24 hours into it. And I would say, I don't know if we have any stammerers in the audience or stutterers, but if you do, breathe into it. If you have any problem, breathe into it. Breathing is so healthy. It's not only healthy for the physical body, it will help your neurology. You start breathing. Any problem you have, and if you breathe into that problem, it will help you fetch answers from the environment. If you have a problem with your girlfriend or boyfriend, and you think, oh, breathe into the problem. And then you might find yourself looking at a YouTube about, what's the one I was watching? I really like this. The Dakini Code.
Right.
Lotus Born Master and the Event Horizon. This is very good. I think the guy doing it might not be perfect, but who cares? He's good enough. You could say that about anybody. He's going in and he's sharing this information about the Dakini, and it's really good, because you might find a Dakini who's a relationship healer. So you breathe in and you find this. And this is part of what's come up with the dream with Archangel Raphael, because I'm saying, wow, I know I'm being led to the Dakini. And which one of the characters in Radu's book is a Dakini, Mashande. And this is all part and parcel of the energy I'm dealing with. Like I'm very interested in the time travel of David Anderson, because it's been put on my path. It's a very unique thing to have put on your path, and it's gotten traction over the years. It's also taken a very long time. I've known him for 23 years, almost 23 years. I haven't seen him for 12 years. My best conversations ever with him were in 2015, 7 years ago. But the relationship has continued, and he's very supportive of my antenna project. And it's like, wow, this was put on my path. It's the science of time. And I never even really wanted to time travel. It's, what do I want to time travel for? I'm not sure. But if it can be done, if it should be done, there's something to learn about it. The most obvious reason would be to go back and to enrich yourself, not necessarily financially, but not unnecessarily financially, whatever it is, to better your situation. I would be reluctant to go into the past and bettering my situation, because I don't know what strings would be attached. Let me put it this way, I'm not complaining. I one time in my life wished that my parents would have been more wealthy. They certainly weren't poor, just what you call middle class. But if they were wealthy, I always felt it would have helped me a lot more. It would have made my path easier. But then as I get older, I'm saying, well, I'm really glad that wasn't the case, because I've seen what happens with kids that have very rich parents. It's not good. Yeah. It's not good at all. So, you develop whatever you develop, and it becomes your own. So the more you can appreciate the present and be in the present, the better off you are. So the dream with Tom Cruise was very interesting. It wasn't my dream, but he's shaking his fist and he's outraged at the things I said about L. Ron Hubbard. And I thought that I was very kind to L. Ron Hubbard compared to the majority of authors who write about him who are
Right.
outside of Scientology. I thought he was incredibly kind, incredibly objective, and to tell you the truth, he did more for me than most of the human beings I've ever known. By reason of him being on this earth, I was blessed by his presence on his earth, regardless of what malfeasance he may or may not be guilty of as a human being, or as a religious founder, or as anything else. I was very blessed by his presence, so I have no complaints to register. And if I were to see him in the afterlife, I would have no complaints, no recriminations. I'd say thank you, and that's for me. That's a great thing. So if the Tomster cannot appreciate what I have to say, also the big problem. See, Scientology cannot be completely understood without its magical occult connections to Hubbard, who was very much a magician, and it's just what he was. He operated like a magician,
Yes.
and he was very good at it. So much for the Tomster. Now, I think I could go into JoJo's book.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Also, I want to point out just how well you handled the comparison between, the old man, as they used to call L. Ron Hubbard, and, of course, John F. Kennedy, who was operating a personality cult all his own. And so when it came to his tricking the old man Khrushchev into getting fired, yes, that's exactly what happened. So he certainly had his skills when it came to the Machiavellian machinations of the world of his day, and we could certainly use such skills at this moment in history where we're at now. But when you were talking about how people might project something similar onto the situation between yourself and I, how uncomfortable they are with you're taking up my company, yes, they probably feel that I'm manipulating you, but even more so, they probably feel simply that my mere presence in your life somehow discredits you within the eyes of a certain reactionary mindset, the kind that L. Ron Hubbard spent a lifetime trying to cure, the kind of reactionary, reflexive, fossilized, petrified and ossified personality type that, of course, Scientology was meant to render more flexible. And when you use the analogies of that crybaby papers written by that the ship's doctor, so to speak, then that puts that into some perspective as well.
Pharmacist mate is a better word, but that's not what they called me. They called him a medical officer, but he was much more like a pharmacist's mate.
Yes,
as you know. And of course, he wasn't the only one. There were other people who did that function. He kind of did it the most.
Right. That's right. And
Hubbard was comfortable with him. Hubbard was comfortable with him.
Right, that's right. And just so people know, when it comes to what they call ship's doctor, your average ship's doctor is a pharmacist's mate. That would be the military term, but essentially they would be a pill roller and very little else. Of course, during wartime, as they would show in some movies like Run Silent, Run Deep, you wind up with these men performing appendectomies in combat while a sub is being death charged. So this is the kind of witch doctory or voodoo that you're left with on a ship. Obviously, there's no MD in the world who wants to get trapped on a ship as his career. So this is the kind of person that they would be something like failed medical students or relatively successful or at least qualified pharmacists, hence the term pharmacist mate, people who are at least familiar with the administration of meds, and you kind of hope that the medical issues stop with that. But unfortunately, of course, especially for a ship in combat, then of course you get people performing at least a lot of emergency surgery, and it's a horrible situation to be in. You never want to be there, and yet my father spent effectively 3 wars on ships, and certainly that pre-war era with the warlords in China when he was on the patrol boats on the rivers of the Yangtze and other tributaries. It was like that. So there we have that. And turning it back to our man Peter. Yeah.
That reminds me of a story that my girlfriend's brother-in-law used to tell, and he was a security guard at Jamaica Hospital in Queens, and he said that when the emergency rooms would get over flooded, they had no doctors or nurses, and as a security guard, he'd go in there and stitch people up, because if he didn't, they'd die.
Oh my God!
He said it was routine.
Oh my God!
And it was, I mean, it was an act of compassion and humanitarianism. And there was no choice. I mean, there could have been a choice, but he just talked about it rather matter-of-factly. This was also a guy who went toe-to-toe with the mob. And he told me a story about that. You know, he was a truck driver, and he was defying this mob order on him or whatever. And I guess the head mobster wanted to meet him, and he confronted him face to face. Oh, who are you? What? It was fine. Let him go. You know, they just, who is this guy? You know, he didn't bother him. I mean, the mafia is not into shooting people just to shoot them. You know, you just kind of feel your grounds. It's, you know, it was like, so I guess he kind of had a lot of balls in a lot of ways.
Yes.
A lot of ways.
Yes.
He used to play cards with in John Cotty's club too. So I don't know. He wasn't a mobster, but he elbowed around with them, I guess. But just go up and sew up some dying bodies. This is what happens in war.
Yes.
This is what happens, and it doesn't happen just in war. And when you go to the ER, you can be put on hold because of demand. It's we live in a very crowded world, and this was and before we get to JoJo here, I took Paula to Queens today. I said we were coming back from New Jersey yesterday, and I said, you follow this boulevard up here and you go straight to Chinatown in Flushing. I said, maybe we can go there tomorrow. I'll show you. And so that sounds good. So we took off about, 4:45 or 5 o'clock, and we go up to, and I hadn't been there in years. And of course, the only reason I ever went up there in the first place was to give lectures. That's how I kind of ran into it. And after we got up there, I started playing a game. I began to irritate her. I said, let's find a Caucasian. I didn't see a Caucasian the whole time. I finally, as we were leaving, I saw somebody who might have been one, but most people were wearing masks, which is not the case on Long Island. There are some people who wear masks on Long Island. Most of the Chinese people were wearing masks. And it was, all I can say is very Chinese. And then, but what was worse than that, well, it wasn't, I don't know how bad it was there. And then I said, okay, there's a street I want to take you to. I'm not sure where it is. Then we moved into Korean town. I had to show her the difference between Korean writing and Chinese reading. She didn't understand the difference. It's very different.
Yes.
It's very different.
I hope she was impressed by just how unique Korean is compared to the Chinese and Japanese languages.
It is unique. I don't think she really cared too much.
Okay.
But in any case, I said, I want to go to the Jackson Diner. The Jackson Diner is a famous diner for Indian food in Jackson Heights, Queens. And the only reason I knew about it is one time I picked up my daughter at the airport and she wanted to go there. So I said, let's go. And it was hell getting there through all the highway traffic. Once we got there, we were on some street, and I always wanted to revisit the street, and this is the street I was looking for because it had so many different signs from so many different languages. And these languages would have ranged from Vietnamese to Chinese but you could have been in Bangkok. You could have been in Hong Kong. You could have been in Singapore. You wouldn't know where the hell you were on the street. I could take a picture on the street and say, here I am in Bangkok. From another angle, I could say, here I am in Hong Kong. Here I am in Singapore, or someplace. You could even be in the Philippines. And I just loved the street, and I tried to find it. I don't know if we found it, but everything was different. A lot of these restaurants might have closed. They were, big, shiny, colored lights with, Chinese characters or similar characters. So I didn't find it, but it was impossible to park. We were hoping to eat, but it was impossible to park. I finally found a space that I could have parked, but it was on the opposite side of the street, and it would have been too complicated to park there. By that time, I'd given up. I just wanted to get out of town.
Wow.
It was so, in Manhattan, you can at least go to a parking garage. You might pay through the nose, but you can at least park. In Queens, I don't know where you could possibly park. I don't understand how you could live there in this part of Queens. It is, and of course, there were very few Caucasians. Not that I minded that, but I'm just making a comment.
Right.
In the Jackson Diner, there was a lot more Indians there. And I remember when we went to the Jain Temple, I wanted to go to the Jain Temple. I couldn't park. I could have parked in their garage underneath the temple, but I didn't know what I was getting into there, so I wasn't going to do that. But I couldn't park anywhere around the neighborhood. So I don't know how people live there.
Some would argue that they don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's, Manhattan was a breeze compared to this area of Queens. Not only, Flushing wasn't as bad as Jackson Heights, because, so basically, we put the GPS, went home and ended up getting a snack at the Cheesecake Factory for food. So I got home just in time. But
right.
Yeah, we didn't get to eat Asian food.
Oh my God. And well, that's just the way it worked out. And so go on now.
I have to ask a question before we go further with
Sure.
with JoJo's stuff is because we'll be out there, and I'm sure she can handle driving up hills.
Yeah.
But I have to alert her to that. But also, is it still quiet in San Francisco, or are the people coming back out of the woodwork?
It's the people are coming out of the woodwork. I think that it's livening up here in San Francisco. It's nowhere near as bad as it was when Paula and yourself showed up, though that gave us a great opportunity to do things that otherwise would have been impossible. But other than that, I think that it's beginning to liven up. I mean, people are emerging. They definitely are. The pandemic is effectively over in many ways, honestly. Just people are tired of it. It doesn't matter how many people are dying. People are ready to give up on the precautions. So yeah, by the time the both of you show up here, we'll be fairly into a normalized environment again. Though it will be nowhere near as, shall we say, touristy and crowded as it was back in the day.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it'll be halfway decent then.
Yeah.
As far as trying to get around. That's the main objective.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, JoJo wrote this incredible book. It's called, I believe she's going to call it Ascension Diary, at my recommendation, because it's about ascension. It's not necessarily about ascension into the heavens, but it's ascending from the nether regions of life on Earth to the better regions of life on Earth. And I had, it was very interesting when I first began her manuscript. She hadn't finished it. And she was, coming to visit me after I had met her, because she was coming back to New York City to visit Alan and follow up on that, or, the event she was doing for him I believe it was in Rhode Island. And so she came by and took me to lunch. But the night before, I couldn't sleep. So I woke up early, rather. I did sleep, and I came down and read her manuscript, which she'd given to me as much as she had. And it was very good that I did that.
Yeah.
Because it made me, I mean, I didn't intend to do it that way. I'd been putting off reading it, but I just came down and saw it and read it because she's coming. And I'm so glad because I began to really appreciate and understand what this individual has gone through, going through the depths of hell, literally, with her mother, who was involved in Santeria, involved in crack, involved in all forms of degenerate behavior. And fortunately, she had a very lovely father who was seduced into a marriage by, I guess, what you would call, Don King would call trickeration. Somebody else would call it spellcasting.
Yes. Yes.
And he was made a useful tool. But in any case, she describes her mother in the book as a drug buddy rather than as a mother. And of course, she ends up in prison as a teenager because she's messed up. And she has to confront not only the deepest, darkest aspects of her own soul, but of this world and how bad it can be for others. And somehow she struggles through this. And this is archetypally Pluto in action. Pluto is about jails. It's about cooperation and coercion. Pluto will coerce you. And the only way you can deal with Pluto is to cooperate. And when you're in prison, you have to cooperate with the authorities. And to the degree you don't cooperate, you will be punished. You have to cooperate with the inmates. You have to do all sorts of cooperation. And she gets through that and finds herself in the world of addiction therapy. And, you know, meets this man. I have not met him, her husband, who sounds like a very incredible man in his own right, who has been through addiction as well. And they've managed to make successful lives for themselves, and very successful lives for themselves, you know, I guess what you would say financially, but she's very much on a spiritual quest of ascension, which has led her to all sorts of different modalities, from Silva mind control to all sorts of different things she's explored, like Kundalini yoga. And she mentions, you know, studying the works that I published or written, and then, you know, mentions meeting me and whatnot, and then other people as well. I don't mention their names because I don't remember them. I'm not that familiar with them. Maybe, and so certainly Ellen Steinfeld was a wonderful for her to meet. But it's very autobiographical. And when what I told her, and I'm going to talk to her about this probably tomorrow, and she has the first part of the book is very gripping. It's all about her struggle, and that, you know, and I'm saying this as an editor now, because I know her, I can read the whole thing and appreciate it because I know her well, pretty well. So, but when you get into the part where she starts becoming successful, it's like, well, I'm curious as to know, is this going to alienate the audience a little bit? The reading audience, sometimes they want to see your failure. They want to see your warts. They don't want to see you being too successful. Not that, you know, I mean, it's almost like it's like a drama perspective. It's like, it's not that they don't want you to be successful, but they've got to It's because I think a lot of the people who need to read this book are addicts or people that are one rung down from serious addiction, maybe 2 or 3 rungs down, and they have to feel that they are or can participate in the success. That's like if I'm doing a drama story, not to compare her to the Kardashians, but you don't want to see people watching somebody struggle and then all of a sudden they're having a Kardashian lifestyle. Not that she is, I don't mean to allude to that, but I'm saying is that doesn't work. It's like they have to be included, because I don't know, I've never really watched the Kardashians. I can watch it for maybe 1 minute and say to my daughter, how can you watch this? And she says, oh, it's funny. I think it's funny. Okay. It's not funny to me. Why do I want to watch this stuff? It just seems silly. Not interested. As I recall, they look pretty attractive, but that wasn't interesting to me either. Not attractive, but not necessarily attractive to me. There was nothing about it that was. The only thing I thought was interesting about the Kardashians was that they got their start from O.J. Simpson's lawyer. That was the father, who's passed away now. I think it was James Kardashian, who had the widow's peak sort of white in his hair. He looked like a Keno or somebody. He had the white whiff in his hair. But in any case, it made him kind of interesting. I didn't know he had, daughters that could make a hit show. But in any case, yeah. So it's like the book is fine as it is because it's autobiographical and it's all well. But I'm sitting there. If I am the editor or the publisher, I want the people reading the book to be able to have a deeper appreciation of how the transmutation process occurred from the person who was down and out emotionally, physically and mentally, and the transition, more of how the transition was made so that the transition becomes palpable, real, and doable for the aspirant who's reading the book. And Douglas, if you get a chance to read the book,
yes,
I'd like to get your cross-referencing on what I'm saying, because I'm looking at this. Look, the book is fine as it is. She can publish it as it is. Make a few explanations of a few words in the later part of the book that need to be explained a little better for the reader. But that's fine as it is. It's a good book. But I'm saying is I'm trying to make it.
Well, I'll make it a priority, but
from
what I've scanned,
to use a bad English, to make it more better,
right?
To reach the person and ignite. Because look at this woman. I told her, I think I wrote it to her. I said, she's got her act together better than almost anybody I've ever met.
Yeah. And
she's a recovering addict. That really says something. She's got her, unless she's fooling me and she really lives in a pigsty. It doesn't matter.
No, she's doing great.
No, I know she's not. But I'm saying is that, no, she really has her act together. And on many ways, in ways I've never seen before. And she's learning. She looks at herself as a student. She views herself as a student, not as a arrogant teacher. And she is a teacher, but she views herself, she has a lot of humility. So she's really got her act together, and that impresses me very much, because I've met all sorts of people. And wow. So if she does XYZ and is very successful at it, there's some people, who might say, well, that's good for you. That's easy for you, but I couldn't do that. So, in point of fact, anybody can do anything, but it's not always so easy for people. And for her, a lot of as much as things were very difficult, as she overcame the difficulty and really confronted her negativities, things have come easier and easier and easier, even to the point where, oh gosh, she wants to meet Peter Moon. She asks, and then he's right in the room. I mean, that's really neat for her.
Yeah.
It's been good for me too. Not necessarily would it be good for me, but yeah, in this case, it was very good for me. So it's like, I want to meet Peter Moon. Gosh, she meets him. Wow. And then, we develop an association and a professional relationship and a personal relationship as well. So it's like she's living in the moment, living in synchronicity. And as a tribute to what I'm saying about her, is that she can digest, process, and deal with Douglas Dietrich.
Yes,
that is a testament to the fact of what I'm saying is true. Because, Paula, really, I asked Paula, I said, tell JoJo what you think of Douglas. She's very complimentary of your personality. She said very nice things about you.
Thank you.
And she likes you. She really does. But, this stuff is not her cup of tea.
Right.
And, frankly, she's too busy, processing invoices and, doing whatever she does outside of that to be too deeply involved in any of this stuff. It's enough is enough. I mean, she's got to do her work. She can't get mired in the drama of any of this stuff.
Right. Yeah.
She doesn't even have time to listen to what I talk about. If she did, maybe she would, but she's got to live her life.
Understood.
But, yeah. So, but anyway, that's I encourage you, and I'm also, feeling this out for the audience to know that JoJo's got a book that will be coming out. I don't know, we'll talk about it tomorrow, and maybe we'll.
And both of you will be on here Wednesday, yes, which is the same thing as tomorrow. It's basically the day after tomorrow, but for me, it'll be tomorrow because once. Yes,
I will, and I have a busy day on Wednesday because I don't know if I thought about this when I scheduled it, but I have, but I will do it I'll be on your show on Wednesday. I'll be with. Before that, I have a 7:00 show with it's called the Galactic Talk with Taino L. Taino L. I suppose I will put out a message on that. I'll be on at 7 p.m. with him, so it's not going to go longer than 2 hours. And hopefully it'll be, I'll be fine. I just, don't have to not get talked out. JoJo can talk. I assume she'll be with us. I assume she'll be with us on Wednesday. So yeah, that'll be a long day. I'll also be planning out my Choclavina trip earlier in the day. I'll be having a conference on that.
Great.
So be lining that up, and Wednesday will be a busy day for me. But yes, I will. I intend to be with you on Wednesday.
Wonderful. Excellent. And so the both of you will cover that. Hopefully by then I'll scanned a bit more. And certainly from what I've scanned, you've done good justice to summarizing her work. And there we are. In terms of anything else that you want to bring up, feel free. Honestly, we've got some time ahead of us, of course.
Yeah, I want to ask you, the dream, I want to say something about the dream. I want to ask you some questions, but
sure.
The dream, I have a quote. I have a quote that it led me to reading some book, YouTube. It's The Greatest Secret or something about some guy who they credited with starting the human potential movement. He didn't really start the human potential movement. The human potential movement co-opted his work. His name is Edward Nightingale. 1956 tape record it was. It's all about this, the secret.
Right.
But he's not so pretentious. This is just you buy the album and you replay it. It's about your thoughts creating your reality. And he's talking about out of 100 people, age 25, he says, you interview them, they're all optimistic. He says, by the time they hit 65, only one of them is rich, only 5 of them are independently wealthy, and the rest are, I think so many of them are still working, and the rest are basically broke.
Yeah.
And he says, why is this? And he talks about doing what you want to do. And it was very interesting to sort of, look at this and read this. So, and then I went to the Dakinis. I'm looking at things I normally wouldn't even look at because they're providing answers for certain things that I have to deal with. And what did he say here? This is from, I think this is from the Dakini Code. It says, dreams are not illusions. Dreams are not illusions. They are access portals to other dimensions that do not know any limitation of time or space. These realms are beyond the superimposed, theoretically logical frameworks that we have conditioned ourselves to believe in as our self-perceived reality. You can take this to mean that, you can manifest anything and so on and so forth. And it's all about when you think about something, you start resonating with that. If you start thinking about the Archangel Raphael and start doing the, emanating the green light out of the heart chakra and whatnot, and it's like saying a prayer.
Right.
It's like, but you pay attention to the prayer, and it doesn't come as a, he doesn't come and knock on the door and with his trumpet and start blowing at you and the hosts come out. It's more like, wow, it enables you to perceive reality in such a way that you see things you didn't see before. You might see the subtle energy of your wife that you didn't see before, or was there, but you didn't notice it. Or maybe it wasn't there, but all of a sudden it is there. And then you can address that subtle energy and get a very subtle response that's very copacetic, that improves your relationship. Or that's just an example. It could be with your boss. It could be with somebody who's giving you a hard time. So.
Well, definitely. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was saying I want to say about the dream.
Yeah.
But there was I didn't want to ask you some questions, but there's something else I wanted to bring up. This was like sent a shockwave to me. So anyway, I had asked for my printer for a quote to reprint the book Inside the Earth, because I'm basically out of the book. My distributor has X amount of the books. I have to go see how many books they have. I forgot that I even had deliberately not reprinted the book up to this point. I forgot about that. I wish I had printed it. And I'll tell you why. Because anyway, I said, okay, what I have to do is let all of those books that are in stock sell out. I have to let them sell out so that I can change the price, because the price of printing the books has gone up considerably. That already happened. So when I went to pack books for Shasta and send them out to Shasta, I said, I'm out of this book. I forgot that I was out of this book. I forgot what I was doing. So I had to, call my printer and say, is this quote still good that you gave me in December? She says, no, I have to do a new one. I go, oh boy. She says, and it's going to take 3 or 4 months to get the books.
Jesus.
This is outrageous and unheard of. So I said, wow, what the hell's going on? She says, press time has been bought up for 6 months. So I said, what is this? They're selling futures in printing presses? Printing press time? It's like futures in the commodities market. She was kind enough to call me up, because I have a very good relationship with her, and say, well, this is the problem. She says, universities they were doing all this computer learning and during COVID, and it didn't work. They're going back to textbooks. So the schools and the universities are printing like mad, and they're hogging all. They bought up. She says, we don't have any press for 6 months. She says, I can squeeze you in because you've been loyal to me, and I've been loyal to you for, going back 23 years. And, she won't take quotes from David Childress because he's desperate to get his books printed. She won't take his quotes. She won't take anybody's quotes. She says, this is a bad time for small presses. She says, I'll take your quotes because, you've been loyal to me and vice versa. She says, but if you can get it from somewhere else, go do it. So I asked for another quote from somebody else. But the thing is, she said, yeah, I squeeze you in 3 to 4 months. And thank goodness. And I said, gee, if I had a printing press and I could make a lot of money. She says, yes, you could, except for the fact that you couldn't buy paper, she said. You couldn't buy paper, and there's, issues with ink, and the cardstock we put the covers on is even harder to get than the paper. So she says, we've had to knock down walls here, put in, to store paper. We're getting a new trailer to add in more paper. So I guess if they're buying it in bulk, they can get it. And this sent shockwaves into me because I said, wow, this is saying that I can't print books anymore. I don't know if this is for 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, a year. And it's not, this is a chain reaction from COVID. It's not from Putin. Back when Trump was, she hated Donald Trump. Trump was very unpopular in her region of Michigan. She hated Donald Trump and basically was complaining about, whatever he was doing to help the economy and other areas, it wasn't good on the paper market. I forget all the details. It was really screwing the paper market. That was back in, a few years ago when Trump was still president. Mm-hmm. But I don't think she could say any good word about Donald Trump. But so be it. This was shock. So I realized I have to, do a whole figure out, and I'll probably have to raise the book price, knock it up from $22 to $30, $29.95. It was going to be $25, but the pricing, is exorbitant, and that's without the shipping. And of course, when the price goes up, in the case of, most of the deals that I construct, certainly with that book and certainly with your book, is the author royalty goes up. Right. So the author royalty cuts into the printing charge. You know what I mean? All this stuff goes up just so you can make a profit on the book. But I realized that book is such an incredible book, or Inside the Earth. That's an initiation to the inner earth for anybody who reads it. It's worth $30 will be suffice. My books were always highly priced. They were always highly priced. They had to be. If they weren't priced the way they were, I wouldn't be able to survive. It's a niche market. And of course, I can sell them at a discount through Sky Books. That's not a problem. But the problem becomes when you're selling through a distributor. You're making, maybe 40% on the retail price, and then you have to subtract all your costs of royalty, advertising, printing, shipping. So, it's not easy for a publisher to survive. The way they survive, the way David Childress survives, is on volume. He has a lot of volume of books, and this could disturb him. Well, he should be doing fine between the Ancient Aliens and all that. I'm not worried about him financially. He's done very well. So at least as far as I know, I don't read his books.
Well, he's a survivor.
His accounting books. No, he's been in business a long time, and he really had some good things going for him. And then Ancient Alien hits, and I think he does get paid something for that, but it's been very good for his publishing house. So good for him. he's been a supporter of mine to whatever limited extent he can support me, and I like him, so it's fine if he does Ancient Aliens. It's okay with me.
He's got to make a living, right?
I don't want to do it, but I have very mixed feelings about the media stuff. It'll probably happen because, well, for reasons you understand. So anyway, that sent a shockwave to me, but I seem to have absorbed it pretty well. I've seemed to have figured out what to do. It's like if they keep changing prices, bump. It's like you keep seeing things. Where does this all end up? I've been through this before in the late 70s and early 80s. Of course, I wasn't in business myself then. I didn't go through it as a business person. I went through it as a consumer. And it was very different times, gas lines and this, that, and the other thing. So let me get to, now, I didn't have time to listen. I listened to the last part of your talk, and haven't been keeping up to date too much with the goings on in the Ukraine.
Right.
I don't know if you have. I don't know if you're going to talk about that.
By force of circumstance, I have to, but go on.
But, I don't remember her name, but anyway, I had received information that there were biolabs in the Ukraine, and Putin had exposed this to the UN, and it was like I took great umbrage with what I heard because I said,
well, you should have. Go on. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I said, okay, I understand if Putin's saying this, and maybe there are, and maybe there aren't, but give me something that I can understand is that invites credibility. Yes. Not the fact that Putin is saying it, because Putin can and will say anything, and the Chinese are saying there is too. But that's this is like the bad guys calling out the good guys in professional wrestling. It's just silly.
Thank you.
Just like why let's give me something I can chew on and at least take seriously. So what I did see on what amounted to neutral news reporting was that the Undersecretary of State was being questioned zealously by a Republican senator, and I forget his name, he's a pretty high-profile senator, saying, are there biological weapons in Ukraine? And he said, and he was a way the article was saying, he's like, this is like a ridiculous conspiracy theory. Mm-hmm. And she says, yes, there are biological weapons in the Ukraine. And this shocked everybody. And it turned, I forget her name, you probably know her name, the Undersecretary of State. She's the second highest official in the Department of State. And then there were reports of her on YouTube basically indicating, no question about it, at least in her own words, that she was part of a coup under the Obama administration to get rid of the previous Ukrainian president and install the new one under the Obama administration. And then the biolabs were sponsored. There are biolabs. They were sponsored by a company that Hunter Biden was behind. He was influential in it, not necessarily directly with the biolabs, but helping with, the underfunding or something like that. And then she said that. And then I saw a piece. Oh, and then the White House withdrew the statement that there were biolabs. They withdrew. There are no biolabs. There are no biolabs. Now, and then I saw a piece that was like a public relations job saying, well, of course there were biolabs. We knew there were biolabs. But the reason for these biolabs was that they were there to counteract Russia's biological weapons program. They were there as preventative. We're sitting here doing research in the Ukraine to counter the evil Russians who were doing really evil stuff. And of course, all of this completely hides the bio stuff that you've talked about in the book, Roswell Deception. This is the big pink elephant in the room. The United States doesn't do biological stuff, even though we have Fort Detrick, blah, 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 blah. So I read these different things, and I say, well, obviously this Undersecretary of State wasn't going to put herself up for, perjury. And she said there were. She seemed to have no shame in it. And the Times article or whatever it was saying, well, of course they're biolabs weapons, but they were there for a good reason. They weren't there and they weren't the United States. They were the Ukrainians, and the United States might have helped them, but it's all rhetoric. So I don't know if you addressed this, and if you did address it, if you could just give us a summary. I would like to know what is what and how it's impacting on what's going over there now.
Oh, God. Well, of course, I'll be happy to do that. And this is what we're dealing with is, of course, the propaganda war and the echo chamber between the American far-right media outlets and Russian propaganda is dumbfounding. It's basically the American media machine that is dominated by the right. And I'm not talking about conventional media, because conventional media, it basically reaches effectively only half the population of America at this point. The other half of the population has decided they're not going to watch conventional media anymore. And they decided this about a couple of decades ago. And it's led us to the position where we're at today on the precipice of civil war. And if Vladimir Putin had contained himself, we would have ultimately entered that phase of civil war, and he wouldn't have needed to do anything he's doing now. He could have just sat back and waited and taken the world. But as it is, he lost his sanity, and he lost all sense of balance and decided he couldn't wait, and he had to go in for it himself. But he had fucked everything up so royally with all of the people he had chosen as his oligarchs, who were raiding the budget of the army so they could buy their fabulous yachts and private planes, that he didn't even have a military to throw into the fray of any worth or consequence. But of course, it really represents the kind of Soviet military that the Russians had always fielded, which is just propagandized as the ultimate military by what was once the American left, and then the American right took up that flag, that torch. As I said before I get into the labs, which I'll get into, this is all relevant to it. It used to be, when I was going to school, the academia was dominated by communist liberals who were, or shall I say, communized liberals who had basically taken up the Soviet Union's banner and were telling everyone World War II could never have been won without the Soviet Union. And this was pushed initially by them, and then the radicalized right, which grew up under their tutelage of these communist leftists, began to promote that, reinforced by video games and movies, because Hollywood, of course, had a lot of, just to put it bluntly, liberal Jews who were so pathologically dedicated to what they considered to be a progressive cause that they backed the Soviet Union. It's one reason why they were targeted during the McCarthy years. And of course, Tail Gutter Joe was, you talk about a person who was lambasted, character assassinated to the point of public death. No man exemplifies that better than him. He's somebody who's brought up as this basically bogeyman for persecution that was supposedly misdirected, but in reality was completely justified. And here was a man who was pointing out the fact that not just the media, but the military was loaded with communists. And they effectively killed him in terms of his public repute. And to the point where the first thing...
Who's Tail Gunner Joe? Who's Tail Gunner Joe?
Oh, Joe McCarthy of the...
Okay,
yeah,
good.
he was known as Tail Gunner Joe because, of course, he was a tail gunner during the World War II era, which was an extraordinarily dangerous job. There was no job that was worse in the world in terms of just Allied fatalities than being a ball gunner, a ball turret gunner, no matter what position of the bomber you were on. And you're just hanging there in space, and you're of course the preeminent target for the incoming fighters that are intercepting the bombers, and you're exposed to flak and everything else. He survived all that simply to have the military destroy his records and claim he never served. So you're talking about this senator who, again, was attacked in the same manner I've been attacked in the same manner that the individual who my father hated, I'm trying to remember his name, he married the Heinz Ketchup dynasty heiress. Oh my God, the guy who's in charge of climate right now. He's kind of like the climate emissary for the United States. But he ran for president against George Bush Jr.
Al Gore?
No, God, no. No, the big cadaverous looking guy who looked like
John Kerry.
Herman Munster. John Kerry, thank you. The way John Kerry was swift-boated was what they did to Tail Gunner Joe. They swift-boated him before that term was even coined or basically brought into the phraseology of politics. But with Tail Gunner Joe, his career was destroyed by this character assassination campaign on the part of the military. That's what took him down, because he began to attack the communism in the military the way he had attacked it in Hollywood. Well, when it came to Hollywood, many of the survivors began to promote all of these pro-Soviet propaganda films like The Sniper's Duel in Stalingrad and all this bullshit about how the Soviets won World War II and how they were the greatest people in the world, and how just everything down to the point where they're making the Nazi zombie propaganda films like The Bunker, and they just basically show the last in a trilogy. It didn't have anything to do with the first two films in the franchise. It was all about the greatness of the Soviet Spetsnaz, the rise of the Soviet Special Forces fighting the Nazi zombies. All of this is the kind of crap that you're dealing with, where the Soviets are again presented as the only solution to Nazism. And this was even to the point of the Nazi comedies, like Red Dead or I forget the title for that one franchise, but their solution to it is to raise the dead Soviets to fight the dead Nazis. I mean, this is the absurdity which we've gone to. So in other words, the Soviets are the only solution to the eternal threat of Nazism. And to show you just how pathological this canard has gone into the very DNA of Americans and Russians. Just ask Vladimir Putin, and he says this whole war is about Nazism. That's the insanity with which these people are. If you think I'm indulging myself simply because my biological father was most likely Adolf Hitler, you're out of your fucking mind. Why don't you ask Vladimir Putin? And this is where it goes back to his snapping. As Jameson Reese has said, he's glad that Putin snapped, because if it weren't for that, we'd be fighting in the streets right here in America right now. Where I've been telling people for, how long have I been telling people? Half a decade, that if you weren't having the war going on in the Ukraine, the Russians would be over here. That's exactly what I meant. And of course I've been proven correct, but this is the most dangerous and decisive battlefront of the war. For the last few years, disinformation from Russia has been one of their most widely disseminated and employed, we should say deployed, weapons in their arsenal. Russia has rationalized their brutal and illegal invasion of Ukraine with an unfounded conspiracy theory about Nazis, ethnic Russian genocide, and bioweapons research facilities that are funded by the United States. Now, when I piss all over, I'm going to forget this guy's name as well. I bleach all these fuckers' names from my brains. Who's the Jamaican black general who turned literally white, bleached his skin white like he was fucking Michael Jackson as he got older?
Colin Powell.
Yes, Colin Powell. When I piss all over Colin Powell for taking his urine sample, which is what it literally was, and bringing it into the United Nations to rationalize the invasion of Iraq, for biological weapons that were no more potent than whatever was in his piss. Everybody buys that and says, yeah, you're right. The United States made that up. But if you tell them, hey, the Russians are doing the same thing, they'll piss all over you and say, Vladimir Putin would never lie. This is how fucked up Americans are.
But he didn't say Putin would never lie, did he?
Who?
Powell. He didn't
Powell,
say that.
no, I'm not talking about Powell saying that. No, Powell was presenting his own lie about the invasion of Iraq, rationalizing it based on his urine sample, saying this was an actual biological weapon that was produced in Iraq. He literally pissed into a tube. And for those of you who don't remember that, you can look that up. But at any rate, when it comes to Putin, he's saying that there's biolabs in Ukraine that he's going in so that they could prevent the Ukrainians from using biological weapons against them. That was the only thing he could say because the Ukrainians had turned in all their nukes decades ago. And since the Ukrainians didn't have any nukes to throw at him, he had to throw out that piece of shit. I mean, this is all nonsense, but that hasn't stopped conservative talking heads on outlets like Fox News, The Blaze, and The Daily Wire from literally regurgitating verbatim these Russian lies to the American public. Now, the lies about American-funded bioweapons facilities have even been echoed by members of Congress like Senator Marco Rubio and Representative Thomas Massie. The big problem is that right-wing news media dwarfs progressive news outlets. With a huge reach and influence over the American population, conventional media no longer has, simply because nobody's willing to even listen to conventional media anymore. They think they're being intelligent and selective. Fox News has been the highest rated cable news outlet for years, with a literal Russian propaganda agent, a paid asset, Tucker Carlson, having the top show. And with more and more people getting their news from social media, you find nothing but posts from Ben Shapiro, Dan Bongino, and Sean Hannity with the highest engagement rates because it's the elderly retirees who have all the time in the world to be online. They're far more engaged than the younger people spending all day looking at their cell phones, because the younger people spending all day looking at their cell phones are politically non-committal. They're simply cruising for porn or talking with their friends. But the elderly, they're completely politicized. They're the people who are going to drag us down to Russian rule. They're the people who will welcome the Russian tanks rolling in our streets. Now, an expert on biolabs in Ukraine, which have been discussed at length on Fox News this week, said Thursday that the facilities are completely benign. They've never been a secret. And he also criticized the hosts on the network who were guesting him who have discussed these labs, because in all these cases, the hosts have wondered aloud whether these labs are potential weapons threats funded by that sinister U.S. government. These are all traitors to their own constitutional republic who would rather be living in Russia, which is why I say the ultimate solution is to deport the majority of them there. Now, Andrew Weber, the former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Nuclear, Chemical, and Biological Defense Programs during the Obama administration, told Abrams the labs are research facilities, not unlike ones that are operated by all your county health departments in the middle of an endemic plague. This saga with the labs began under Secretary of State for Political Affairs Victoria Nuland, who mentioned them early this week. And during a Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing, she said, Ukraine biological research facilities, which in fact we are now quite concerned Russian troops, Russia forces may be seeking to gain control of, so we are working with the Ukrainians on how they can prevent any of those research materials from falling into the hands of, her words, Russian forces, should they approach. Now, the fear Nuland expressed was that such facilities could fall into Russian hands and Ukraine might find itself dealing with outbreaks of endemic illnesses. Because this is what the Russians do. They can't handle weaponized materials at all. They've proven themselves completely incapable and unprofessional and generally incompetent because they're a culture of fucking drunks. So Weber joined News Nation's Dan Abrams live to discuss that controversy, which he explained at extraordinary length. So Abrams, who is the founder of MEMɁRIAL, showed Weber clips of Fox News hosts discussing these facilities and saying, "So you have been to these places. Please tell us what exactly is going on in these labs in Ukraine." To which Weber responded, "They function just like your county public health laboratory. They monitor for infectious disease outbreaks. They're sort of a smaller version of the CDC. And indeed, the United States government has been supporting these laboratories since 2005, while both of my parents were still alive, in order that they have a better system of detecting and responding to infectious disease outbreaks. The reason why? Because the fucking Russians were unleashing African swine fever to basically depopulate their pig population and a major source of protein from their diet. And this is what caused COVID-19, because the fucking African swine fever broke loose all over the world from these Russian distributions on the field in what they considered an enemy state. And when they attacked the Ukrainians with it, it spread, because that's what diseases do, all the way into China, where it wiped out the largest pig population in the world and the primary source of protein in the Chinese diet, forcing, of course, the Chinese to eat anything they could find, which is what led the wet markets, where they brought in all the wild animals they could catch, even their national animal, the panda, to eat, ultimately resulting in the development in that primordial stew of zoonotic exposure of all these species of animals to each other that wouldn't be together anywhere near each other in nature, to the genesis of COVID-19 that we've all suffered from to this point. You can thank the Russians for where we're at. And if you know somebody who's died of COVID-19, the people you ultimately need to blame are not the Chinese, it's the fucking Russians. So these same people are now saying that, the Ukrainians developed it. This is the typical shift the blame that the Russians have always done. They're the ones responsible for the disease. Then they say, it was developed in these Ukrainian labs that were simply established so they could counter the disease the Russians unleashed. So Abrams was asking, is there anything at all sort of nefarious or secretive about these facilities? And Weber said that the facilities are monitored. He echoed Nuland's fear about the potential of Russian troops targeting them for reasons that should be obvious. And Abrams then asked if Fox News host Tucker Carlson, who has made the biggest issue of these labs all week, is he asking even fair questions about them? To which Weber replied, "No, we've been consistent about this. He and others who are taking this line are really acting as stooges of President Putin, and it's pretty disgraceful to see." These are his words. He said, to quote his Steve verbatim, "They're feeding right into the Russian propaganda, which is not new. It's been going on for 15 years. They lie. They make false accusations about the United States, surrounding Russia with secret biological weapons laboratories. And it's just KGB disinformation that they're paid to repeat. Just like they blame the HIV/AIDS on a U.S. laboratory in a KGB disinformation operation throughout the Cold War. All of the people who were researching AIDS, who had the cure, were on the plane that was shot down under direct orders by Vladimir Putin. The MH17 over Ukraine. Every goddamn AIDS researcher in the world was on that fucking plane. That's why Putin ordered it shot down. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any AIDS today.
When was this?
When the MH17 was shot down, we can just look that up. It wasn't that long ago. Yesterday, speaking, we know the Russians shot it down because of forensic evidence proving that specifically and incontrovertibly. That was July of 2014, July 17th, when Putin ordered that shot down. When I was involved with Revolution Radio, I got direct orders from the idiot who ran it, Mike Ringley, that I would be kicked off the platform if I didn't relay that that was shot down by the Americans. Because he told me he was under orders directly from Vladimir Putin. So all of you people got to remember, all you're hearing is Russian propaganda 24 hours a fucking day. We'd be killing each other in the streets right now if Putin hadn't fucking lost it. Because he's got total control of your fucking media. And until you people stop listening to him, stop watching Fox News, all you're going to be repeating is this shit. Russia is using Tucker Carlson as a propaganda pawn. Russian state TV, struggling as it is to convince citizens to support the invasion of Ukraine, continues to air clips of Fox News' Tucker Carlson, portraying the television host as having the authority to wield a major influence on America's opinion of the war. Unfortunately, they're right. Now, Carlson is painted by the Russians as America's voice of reason to Russian television audiences, siding with Russia and having the authority to basically control where America's decisions will ultimately resulting in the votes that will decide America's foreign policy to pull it out of the war. Now, RT is a Russian state-controlled international television network that has used Tucker's clips as propaganda to distort or deny Russia's invasion of Ukraine, just as they've been using him for everything else. And RT wrote in an article, which none of you can read, only I can because I read Russian. And if you're not somebody who reads Russian like some kind of diplomatic agent, you're not going to be reading it. But I read what RT wrote in the Russian, not what they release in the English, that Carlson has the most popular cable TV show in the U.S. and his opinions influence how Americans vote. That's what they wrote to their Russian people. And so last month, a monologue of Carlson aired on RT in which he questioned why Americans should even dislike Putin. And Putin's handlers are hoping Carlson's message sinks in, since Russian support for his war has dropped from a high of 71% to about 58%, according to their own state-controlled polls, which are FOM and WCIOM. Those are Russian acronyms. There's no point in my even relating them. But half of the respondents, age 18 to 44, gave a negative assessment of the invasion, according to that poll conducted by Russian Field. Now, Carlson, along with his frequent guest, the retired Colonel Douglas Macgregor, we're talking about a U.S. military man who's paid on your tax dollar to basically work for the Russians and fight on their side. He's been featured multiple times on Kremlin TV, a U.S. Army colonel, to rationalize their invasion of the Ukraine to viewers who have gradually turned their support away from Russian President for life, Vladimir Putin. So, during one of those speeches, Tucker Carlson said, "Democrats in Washington have told you you have a patriotic duty to hate Vladimir Putin. Anything less than hatred of Putin is treason. Hating Putin has become the central purpose of America's foreign policy." You know, nobody would want to think about that son of a bitch if he weren't controlling our media and shoving shit down our throat every fucking day. He's basically a different version of my gang stalker, Richard K. Cole Jr. Richard K. Cole Jr., his whole purpose is just harass Douglas Dietrich because that's what he exists for. He considers that to be his job because he's paid by Stephen Outram. Vladimir Putin, his whole life is just to be on the stage. He's got to take the stage any way he can. And, well, Russia Today, RT, used Tucker Carlson's clip, not anything by Putin, but Tucker Carlson's footage to rationalize that someone who allegedly has so much influence on America must be right in his opinion that President Biden is pushing hate toward Putin. And so, in response to Carlson's statement, RT said, "There are no actual reasons for Americans to hate Putin, even if the left-wing media tells them that." So, Midas Touch, MEIDAS Touch, all one word. Midas Touch is a political news site that's self-described as producing the best pro-democracy political videos and content. Well, they interviewed Ukrainian diplomat Alexander Sherba on Friday evening into this weekend, asking his opinion of Tucker Carlson being aired on Russian TV. And the interviewer said, They've been broadcasting Russian talking points, lies, and disinformation. What would you say to them and the companies that follow them to broadcast their messages? And what Sherba said was, what was it? He said, shame on you. Shame on you, Tucker Carlson. I mean, when you say, why should we support Ukraine and not Russia? Just, what's wrong with your moral compass? What's wrong with your soul? There is something seriously wrong with this guy. There is something seriously wrong with Fox News if they give him airtime. Well, RT backed its claim of Carlson's authority, citing MSNBC, when they said, earlier this week, pro-Democratic Party channel MSNBC ran a segment that lamented Carlson's impact on U.S. foreign policy through his ability to whip up isolationist sentiments in the voter base, the way he could change the tide for otherwise fascistic leaders. As host Alex Wagner put it, not to be confused with the Wagner Mercenary Company, which of course is named after the great composer Wagner, my biological father, Adolf Hitler's favorite musician. That's the company, of course, that Vladimir Putin has sent everywhere in the world. Libya and Syria, and ultimately deployed in Ukraine. But as the host, Alex Wagner, put it, referring to Putin and the Hungarian Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, this is where he was describing Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson has literally filmed in Budapest, the capital of Hungary, to basically promote his propaganda into the United States, because Viktor Orban is a satellite state, his dictatorship, of Vladimir Putin. He is completely slave-circuited to Vladimir Putin, more so than the Russian dictator in Belarus. He's only had to change his position recently because his people were threatening to overthrow him violently. Because, I mean, like they did Nikolai Ceausescu, because he's nothing but a Communist Party apparatchik. Now, Russian TV is playing clips of Carlson to quote-unquote lighten the mood in the studio, as one of their hosts resorted to one of the favorite pastimes of all these Kremlin propagandists, playing yet another Fox News clip of Tucker Carlson. And so, in the original Russian on RT, their video, which aired on Wednesday, midweek last, Carlson's guest, McGregor, that U.S. Army colonel who's paid for by you, he predicted Russia's victory over Ukraine. And the host, Vladimir Solovyov, a fucking Russian, actual Russian national, not just an ethnic Russian in the United States, but a Russian citizen in Moscow, responded to the clip by saying he's a lot more optimistic than my previous experts in the studio, who were all Russian. In other words, all the Russian military guys that he was consulting, they were all bitching about how all these Russian generals have died, and they were saying, you know, it's totally unnatural that so many officers in high command are biting that bullet, are actually dying. But the troops are so incompetent that the generals are forced to go to the front lines to find out what's going on, and they're all getting taken out by sniper fire. And so they were telling them, we can't win this war. But they bring on the American colonel, and the American colonel says, you're going to win because we're behind you. And what does he mean by that? Aquino's army, Satan's army, the army of the anti-gods. They're behind the Russians. They're backing them up. They're the men who are preventing NATO from going in. Now, Russian TV continues to air Fox News segments to combat anti-Russian comments previously said on their own show by their own experts who know better. So they use clips from the U.S. network to push pro-Russian propaganda among Moscow viewers in an attempt to display Americans as approving of Putin's aggression towards the Ukraine. Understand the topsy-turvy, upside-down, inside-out world you live in. You live in a world where the Russian experts are consulted by their own people in Moscow on their own media, and they're saying, we've got to get out of this war. Our president has gone insane. We've got to stop listening to him. We're all paying the price for this. Our economy is collapsing. The ruble is in free fall. It's toilet paper. We're all going to die. So the only way they can combat it is to bring in Putin's American puppets. Then they come in, these Aquino-type colonels, Tucker Carlson, Gabby, and the rest. And they all say, we're with you, and America loves you, and Russia's gonna win. And think of all the dumbass Americans buying that shit too. Now, fighting in Ukraine just continues to grind on, and what we're gonna see is Putin so desperate, he's going to order the deployment of chemical weapons. And what's the first thing he's going to do? He's going to say, oh, they got unleashed from some Ukrainian lab or some shit. It's just going to go on again and again. Everything he does, he's going to blame on the victim. This is the kind of insanity that we see going on here. Why, this is what I was dealing with Richard K. Cole Jr., He's taken words from people like John Warrington, whose parents were just killed by his lunatic brother. And he claims Warrington contacted him and that he was saying things about Douglas Dietrich. And of course, John Warrington contacted myself and said, can you get this offline? Because people are finding this crap when they look up my parents' murder. I said, well, there's nothing I can do about what he puts on his LGAB, which is what Belgab used to be. And he said, well, he's just taken words of mine and totally claimed that I've said them completely out of context. Well, that's what he does. This is exactly what Putin does when he's launching chemical attacks, like he did in Syria. And here, to give you an example of the insanity of this, we had that woman who used to work with me, Laura Lee Solomon, who was, an executive producer of mine for quite some time. And she just bought into all this shit. She was warning people about the white hats, white helmets. The white helmets were Syria's White Cross. And they wore white helmets to signify that they were medical doctors coming in to help people. And the reason this was significant to me was because the people that they were helping often had spontaneous pneumothoraces. In other words, multiple lung collapses. They were helping people whose lungs were collapsed because of exposure to cyclosorine nerve gas unleashed by the Russians. So when they were exposing this as a war crime, then the Russians started targeting them, not only by killing them, but by claiming that the white helmets are going into Syria to kill everybody. In other words, they're attacking a first aid group that is offering medical care, claiming that they're going around killing people in Russia. This is the Russian way of war. And therefore, they instructed everyone to kill these people. So anybody who was scared of white helmets, well, of course, no one's going to wear a white helmet unless they're a medic because you don't want to make yourself a target, were suddenly made targets by the Russians, which is, by the way, against international law. But nevertheless, the laws mean nothing to the fucking Russians.
The White Hats go back to the 1990s.
White helmets. But go on.
There was helmets, hats. They were calling them hats, and it was a whole conspiracy website talking about the White Hats, and the White Hats were the good people.
No, You're confusing that with the white hats, black hats that was used by the super soldier community that was started by, who's that idiot who was the co-author with Dave Webb on the book about the Temple of Set? I'm sorry?
No.
Hemmingson, Michael Hemmingson. So in terms of Mike Hemmingson, he was using that term as his own call sign. He was calling himself former white hat. This is actually to be disambiguated from the white helmets, who were the people who were working as medics in Syria and were the target of Russian terrorism. So when he would use that term,
this wasn't conflated. It wasn't the same thing
at all. No. Oh God, no. And but I understand how people could easily conflate it because that was the Russian intention. So when it came to Mike Hemmingson, he was the person who was the host of his own Revolution radio show, and his was called The Art of Dreaming. And he was the individual who wrote a book with the heir apparent at that time to the Temple of Set, Don Webb, who has been around forever. And Don Webb is like this old occultist, just this side of Peter Levenda. And he was writing books with any number of people, usually his own short stories, in which he would always write about the triumph of ultimate evil and how there was no such thing as goodness in the world. To give you an example of this, it was what you would call depressant pornography. One of his short stories was published in a book called Cthulhu Rising or something like that. What would happen when the anti-gods won the war and would ultimately rule the world. And if we look up that short story, he writes about a young girl who's trying to make it into a church where she's accepted. And of course, it only happens when Cthulhu triumphs and she's an acolyte, ultimately a mindless, gibbering meat puppet of Cthulhu like everyone else is in that world. That everyone degenerates in that world. And one of his heroes of the story is a pedophile priest. This is the kind of man we're talking about. And by the way, I'm not like imposing, like saying, oh, this is a sleazy character who's in his short story, and I somehow impose this pedophilia onto that character. No, the character is specifically stated to be a pedophile priest. This is the heroes of Don Webb's stories. This is the man who Michael Hemmingson co-wrote a book with on the Temple of Set, and then started trying to troll me into a flame war with Michael Aquino. And I told him, they're going to kill you. And they did. So the reason they killed him was because he was trying to threaten Michael Aquino's peace of mind and ultimately his retirement by trying to say, oh, Douglas Dietrich says this about you. And unlike, say, for instance, Sean Stone, who was easily just turned because Sean Stone is barely developed mentally. He's like at the emotional and intellectual level of a 19-year-old, if that. But his dad was completely overcome by Michael Aquino, who approached him after Sean Stone reiterated what I said, completely out of context on the Alex Jones show. And then Aquino told his dad, Oliver Stone, I own you now, after which Oliver Stone became a propagandist for Vladimir Putin. If the connections don't show up now to you, how obvious they are, you're just not paying attention. And when it came to what happened with Michael Hemmingson, he wasn't like Sean Stone. He wasn't like somebody who was just undeveloped and naive, who had a rich father that could be scared into submission. Michael Hemmingson was a basket case all his own. And he was a bisexual. He had a young daughter who he was having sex in front of constantly with various partners of both sexes. And his very Catholic Latinx wife, who had given birth to that child, had her abducted and brought back to Mexico with all good reason. And he knew if he went down there to rescue her, that the Mexican police, as well as the mobs, would both unite to kill him. And he told me he was never going to go down south of the border. And I said, well, that's where you're going to wind up. They're going to bring you down there so they can kill you. And therefore, nothing can be pinned on them because the coroners down there are just going to say you fell down a flight of stairs. And that's exactly what happened. I don't mean just generally. I mean like specifically as if they were listening to our conversation, which more than likely they were. He fell down a flight of stairs. And I mean like multiple flights of stairs. By the way, anyone familiar with physics and the human body would understand that that just doesn't naturally happen. You might fall down one flight of stairs, but when you got like 6 flights of stairs and they're all curving around, you don't make every twist and turn until you get to the bottom of all 6 of those flights of stairs. It just doesn't happen. But that happened with Michael Hemmingson. And so his body was brought back to the United States after the Mexican coroners said, hey, he fell down a flight of stairs, even though he had bones so broken they were protruding through his flesh, which, of course, just doesn't happen in any normal fall down the stairs. But he was done so badly that his family wouldn't even allow his body to be displayed. It was that fucked up. So that's what happened to him, and that's because he got on the wrong side of Don Webb and Michael Aquino while he was still alive. But he called himself former white hat. And so within that whole community of the super soldiery, there were white hats and black hats, which was just their way of saying who's on our side of the victims and who's on the side of the predators. And that's not to be conflated, however the Russians wish you to confuse it, with the white helmets who were in Syria, who were part of the United Nations medical response teams. And these people became targets, and people were saying, yeah, the white helmets, they're here to kill you all, when they're there as a medical response team. This is the insanity of total war. This is what, in fact, this goes well beyond what Reichspropaganda Minister Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels called Totale Krieg, or total war. This is what the Russians call hybrid war. And to the Russians, what they're emulating is what was predicted by that man who I used to quote constantly, the Canadian, Marshall McLuhan, who wrote the book The Media is the Message, as well as many other books. And what Marshall McLuhan said was that World War III will be a propaganda war where there's no disambiguation between the civilians and the front lines, that civilization itself will be the battlefield, and the weapons will be words, and they will poison the minds of man. And this is what Marshall McLuhan predicted, and that's exactly what the Russians have operated on. The Russians are operating in your mind, and they get you to do their violence for them. Because they're a white trash sewer of shit, and they got nothing else to offer the world than that. There's nothing that comes out of Russia other than that. There's vodka, of course, and some other shit. But, really, other than that,
question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, because, the Russians, and they've got Tucker Carlson and whatnot wrapped around their fingers. There's also something here, though, with the Biden administration. It's like, what are they doing with this? There's it's very clear that they have acted awkward, to say the least.
Yeah, I'd say they're doing nothing. Yeah.
Pardon? What?
I'd say they're doing nothing. I mean that in the most negative sense.
Well, they're doing nothing, but they've lied about the bioweapon, or about the weapons, or what do you call them, the bio labs, not the weapons, the bio labs. They've lied about them. They've hid about them. They're not coming clean on, and there are very unsultry relationships between Hunter Biden and the Ukraine. I mean, the most obvious thing would be is, I was thinking that he'd hope they would be destroyed. Everything in Ukraine would be destroyed, because it's like George Lucas raising the Presidio. It destroys all the evidence, because Biden's got very dirty hands in the Ukraine and in Romania.
I'd say that the Biden family is just worthless people who have the usual kind of business involvement, and not to dismiss it at all. This is like when, say for instance, when we were talking about the very real facts on the ground, that and this is not a tit for tat at all. This is not a tit for tat at all. Once people get to that level of wealth, like the Bidens or the Trumps, then you get this situation where they invest where money is to be made. And for the most obvious sources, that was China for the longest time. So you have both the Bidens and the Trumps who had dynastic involvements with the communist Chinese in terms of involvement in their economy. And when you have this kind of, shall we say, just tendril effect, where they're all involved with the very places they later on start trade wars against. And believe me, in terms of Biden, everything Biden does is just an echo of Donald Trump and foreign policy, because Biden has nothing to offer. Everything that Biden is doing is simply continuing everything Donald Trump started. There is nothing new or creative or innovative in anything Biden has done in terms of foreign policy. It is simply a continuity of the foreign policy that Donald Trump started, which, if nothing else, was different. For whatever else you may say about Donald Trump, he started, in effect, a very different foreign policy than America ever had before. And all that Biden can do is echo that. He has nothing else to offer. That's how empty the man is. So when it comes to what's going on in the Ukraine, it's not even so much that he's hiding something or that they're hoping that all of the evidence is destroyed. Whatever involvement they had was strictly on the money-making level. It wouldn't be at the level where they had the, shall we say, sinister aptitude, where they could go in and say, let's do something different and do a little bit of bioweapons development or something like that. Ukraine just wasn't the place for it. Good example would be, say, for instance, decades ago, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, there was some little company, I met the owners, and the owners were right here in California, and they started some little chicken shit company called Juicy Juice, which is stupid as hell title, but what the fuck, they leased a bunch of land in Ukraine, which, for those of you who don't know, forget all the images you have of fucking Chernobyl. Like my gang brother Beaver, first thing he asked was what every American asks is, why would the Russians even want Ukraine? Because they imagine this irradiated wasteland. Of course, they have no idea that all the radiation from Chernobyl blew into Europe. Didn't impact Ukraine at all. And that Ukraine is one of the most fertile breadbaskets in the world, and that's one of the reasons all the food prices are going to go up. Forget about looking at oil. Look at the price of bread, and you're going to see how impacted we are by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, because they're destroying the one place where the old Soviet Union used to easily grow the majority of its food. And that's why Stalin wanted to kill the Ukrainians off, so they could just replace them with Russians to grow Russia's food from that point in the future. He failed in that regard because the Nazis intervened. And if it weren't for the Nazis intervening, there'd be no Ukrainians alive today. This is why the Ukrainians are pro-Nazi. This is why you have pro-Nazi symbols within the Ukrainian forces. So when you see that, and people say, see? Well, all you have to do is point back to history at how many Ukrainians the Russians killed till the Nazis came in and saved their ass. Then you can say, see? That's how it works. That's history. So when it comes to the Ukrainians, yes, they're Nazi in the most positive sense. And you should be too, knowing how evil the Russians are and what they're trying to do to you. First place they took was Chernobyl so they could hold all of Europe hostage by threatening to put that into meltdown if the Europeans intervene. That's the hold they have over Europe. That and all the other nuclear plants that they're trying to catch, that they've actually put under fire, whose staffs they have abducted, so they can force them into setting the facilities into meltdown at a moment's notice, so that all of that wind blows towards Europe. That's how they'll fuck Europe over. And then Putin wonders why the Swiss broke centuries of neutrality to sanction him and freeze his assets. And he just doesn't get it because he's that fucking crazy. He thought the Swiss would hold their neutrality through that. That shows you how divorced from reality that son of a bitch is. So when it comes to the kind of people that we're dealing with, it's no holds barred anymore. First off, we're in a third world war. Biden is responsible in the sense that he's a total nothing. And in terms of where we're headed, it's only going to get worse before it gets better. But the one thing we do know, it's going to explode into a wider war. There's no other way it cannot. So in terms of when it comes to biolabs, there's no biolabs in Ukraine. That's the first thing we have to accept. The reality is there are no biolabs in Ukraine. What biological laboratories there are not weaponized. So you're not thinking of them. We can't think of them in the way that you would think of a conventional weaponized biolab where they're breeding weapons for distribution in a military sense. The reason they're a danger is that if the Russians capture them, they're going to unleash these diseases that are being monitored throughout the entire deployment of weapons by the Russians, who deployed African swine fever, which is exactly what impacted Red China. Anybody who looks that up will find that to be true. And
if they're just benign biolabs.
Well, it's as benign as a biolab can be, but there's nothing benign about disease.
They're research facilities.
Lie about it?
Yeah.
Why do they lie about it? Why does the United States
well,
lie
first
about
off, the United States has not lied about it. They've said they're there. They said they're there.
That was they initially did lie about it.
It's
and
not
Biden,
from my understanding. That's just a twist that was put on it by Fox News. That's the United States.
I'm not even talking about Fox News. I'm not talking about it's by their own statements. Is that no, they're not. It's like the press.
That's because they probably can't communicate in the way that I'm communicating because they just don't have the communicative capacity intellectually, being a bureaucracy, to communicate.
I think you're giving them too much. I think you're giving them too much credit.
No, I'm not saying that they deserve any credit. I said that they're stupid. They're too stupid to communicate the reality. In other words, these are bureaucracies. They don't have the intellectual capacity to tell you what I'm telling you, which is basically they don't have the intellectual capacity to come out to the public and say, these are not biolabs in the sense you think they're biolabs. These are research labs that happen to have biologicals, but the biologicals are being researched in a benign sense to protect the public. Nevertheless, they're a danger because if what's contained within them gets unleashed, then effectively it's weaponized. They don't have the capacity to say that to the public because they just don't have that training. They don't have the background that I have. So they'll just say something like, it's not what you think. Or they'll say something like, and because no matter what they say, they're damned anyway. It doesn't matter what they say, and this is what stifles them.
They don't seem to be damned at all. They don't seem to be damned at all because they can say anything they want and get away with it.
Well, they don't get away with anything because no matter what they say, the public's not going to believe them. You don't believe them?
I think most of the public does believe them. I think that the right wing does
not believe them.
Doesn't particularly believe them, but I mean,
so this is where we're at here. This is the problem. This is so. In other words, because of that, you're asking me a question that is based on your comprehension, which is it looks like these people are lying, or it looks like these guys are hiding something.
They're definitely lying. They're definitely lying. And that's what they do for a living. They are liars. The politics is all about lying. It's, well,
it can be, but we have to add in the caveat that it's all about lying when it serves a purpose. There has to be a purpose to the lie in order for somebody. In other words, the politician, if we try to give them credit, and perhaps this is a mistake. I mean, I'll even go there. I'll even say this may be a mistake to give politicians this much credit, but you would presume that they're not lying pathologically or impulsively. You would assume that they've got some kind of rationale for their misinformation. So what purpose would it serve the Americans if they're denying that there's weapons labs? It's more like, to me, it's a straight miscommunication. When they were first asked about this, the question is presented in such a way, like if someone asks, for instance, say, for instance, if even I were to phrase it in that manner, if I were to come up to your average CDC person, say back in 2005, while both my parents were still alive, and when they started these laboratories, and if I went up to them and said, are there biolabs in the weaponized sense with that kind of tone? Are there, biolabs in the Ukraine? They would probably reflexively just say no as an official statement because they would assume that I'm asking in the weaponized sense. So they would be speaking in their mind the truth, but that doesn't make it communicative in the efficient sense. Everyone would just say later, when they start talking about these labs holding diseases for the sake of research to protect the population at large, to basically produce vaccines, because you can't produce vaccines without the disease, then most people would just say, well, then they were lying in the first place. I mean, that's easily understandable as a miscommunication, but it's exacerbated by the desire to weaponize that miscommunication. That would be how I would perceive this. But believe me, I'm the person who's worked with a lot of these kind of classified topics, so I have a better comprehension of where people make mistakes in their communication. It's like, for instance, no matter what these people say, and I'm not saying they're damned either way in this sense of like, oh, these poor people, like they're all like wonderful people and they're only trying to help. I mean, I've had my differences with the CDC and Fauci and all the rest of these people who have done incredibly stupid things over the years. And, Fauci's responsible for like AIDS continuing forever, like trying to suppress any real efforts to be done about it because, for the longest period of time, it really was killing basically gay people and drug abusers. And so long as it was just restrained to that population and killing blacks all over Africa, your average white guy, who gave a shit? So nothing was done. But by the time enough researchers got together and they had the cure, then Putin shot down the plane that carried them all, along with the materials for the cure. And that just tells you everything you need to know about Vladimir Putin. This is the horror that we're dealing with. And we can't just use the guilt of America, which is a genocidal empire, whose history I have no reason to defend, whose would have just basically, how would I say this? Incarcerated me during World War II if they could catch me, simply because I have Japanese blood. This is the enemy, yes, but the whole idea is to destroy the constitutional republic as it exists now and replace it with a genuine democracy. Now, of course, those on the radicalized right view me as the enemy for that very reason, because they want a continuity of the World War II internment government that would put people like me in mass prison camps. And they've been very vocal about that. So, yes, they're the enemy, and that's why they're on Russia's side. So, the problem that Russia created for itself was those guys could have won. All Putin had to do was sit back and just let it continue, let it fester, and the West would have torn itself apart. But because he did what he did, even his former puppets, like Viktor Orban, the hero of Tucker Carlson, have had to turn against him, at least publicly, so that they could retain their own hold on power in their own countries, because their own people were going to overthrow him for being so pro-Putin. Viktor Orban, that is. And for those of you who don't know about it, I went into a long discussion on the last transmission, the latest one before tonight's, about how Tucker Carlson visited Viktor Orban. Mike Pence went over to Viktor Orban's country to kiss his ring finger. And he regretted it because Mike Pence was up there lecturing the Hungarian, and he was telling the Magyar people, the Hungarians, Mike Pence was saying, and our biggest enemy is communist China. And they just told him, get out of our country. Communist China is our friend because they support Mother Russia. He had no idea what he's dealing with, because you're talking about some fucker who's stuck in the past, just like Biden. I mean, Pence and Biden are like clones. They're like out of a test tube. There's no difference between the two of them. But when it comes to the problem we're dealing with now, it's basically come to grips with this fact. Whatever you've heard about the biolabs in the Ukraine, whatever the involvement Biden had there, and I'm sure he had some kind of, shall we say, just under the table, corrupt, sleazy business dealings in the Ukraine. Of that, I have no doubt. Why would that involve bioweapons? That's like, there was no profit to be made out of that. His profit would have been made.
Well, okay, yeah, but that's fine. But it says here, there was an article in 2010 by Tina Redlup, Biolab opens in Ukraine. It was Senator Dick Lugar applauded the opening of the interim central reference laboratory in Odessa, Ukraine, this week, announcing that it will be instrumental in researching dangerous pathogens used by bioterrorists. The Level 3 Biosafety Lab, which is the first lab under the expanded authority of the Nuon-Lugar Cooperative Threat Reduction Program, will be used to study anthrax, tularemia, and Q fever, I like Q fever, as well as other dangerous pathogens. The continuous cooperation of Nuon-Lugar partners has improved safety for all people against weapons of mass destruction and potential terrorist use, in addition to advancements in the prevention of pandemics and public health consequences. And this is Obama and Lugar help coordinate efforts between U.S. and Ukrainian researchers. It all sounds well and fine, except for, what's to say, since that time it has provided funding to help the former Soviet Union dismantle and safeguard large stockpiles. Okay. But basically, this article was scrubbed and denied. And then they're saying, no, there were no U.S. This was obviously with the United States. So it goes back to, why are they lying and hiding? Now, you can say they're doing exactly what they say, and they may well be. There's nothing in this article that should be, if it's true, it sounds fine if you take it at face value. I don't think anybody would take it at face value by the nature of who these people are. And this isn't even, this sounds like Obama, not Biden, who could have been there and getting the angle on it and the funding. But
I'm sure Biden was in there to take advantage of whatever profits he could get.
well, yeah, exactly. And what really goes on in Plum Island and Fort Detrick and all this, and especially with what they know, I would imagine the U.S. has very sophisticated bioweapons. In fact, if I was the U.S. CIA guy or whoever's doing this in the Navy, I'd want to be lock, stock, and ready. I'd want to have biolabs in the Ukraine so that I could take out Russia if I was operating on that level. I'd want to have them there.
No, I understand what you're saying. And if that article got scrubbed, like somehow somebody tried to wipe that from the internet and somehow it was recovered. Think about what I said about the U.S. Army colonel with no repercussions going over to Russia to speak on Russian media. And you're talking about somebody who's paid on your tax dollar to do that. That's the Aquino army. That is the anti-god, the army of the anti-gods of the Americans.
Completely and utterly. But before I go, could you give an update on what's going on actually in the current war, to the best of your knowledge? Because I haven't looked at it for a few days. And it seems to me both networks, and I don't watch them too much, they both want Russia to win. It seems to be, they seem to underreport and misreport, although they do give some news. But certain reports, more on the internet, will see it seems like the Ukrainians are shelling the hell out of the Russian tanks. Do you have an update or anything?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in terms of the update, let's just put it this way for the general public, just as succinctly as possible. The fighting in Ukraine grinds on, with Russia's armed forces making gradual gains, especially in the south, but failing to achieve any dramatic success. So the number of displaced people is certain to grow. Expect the total of refugees, those who cross an international border, to approach 3 million. Now, this is set to be the largest refugee exodus Europe has seen since the Second World War. That's no accident. One of Vladimir Putin's objectives is to make life so awful for ordinary Ukrainians that their leaders will sue for peace. But so far, however, the Ukrainians have shown remarkable resilience and bravery. Now, that must infuriate Vladimir Putin. So he will next order the deployment of chemical weapons while pretending someone else is responsible. That is tragically inevitable. So be prepared for that. You're going to see chemical weapons unleashed, and he's going to say, it came out of Ukrainian labs. And we'll be dealing with the same game all over again in terms of semantics. Russia has done this before, most notably in Syria. So Putin's forces will use ever more shelling, the targeting of civilians who flee via the humanitarian corridors, and the deployment of vacuum bombs, hoping to torment civilians to a breaking point. As for Kiev, at some point, the approaching Russian forces will encircle the Ukrainian capital, though it's unlikely they will dare to try to enter the city yet. Now, in Russia itself, the economic effects of sanctions will grow more obvious as ever more foreign companies pull out. Repression will also intensify. The Stalinization of Russia, or rather the re-Stalinization of Russia, is underway as that empire is dragged back in time and Vlad Putin's rule grows ever more tyrannical. Cornered Mr. Putin might calculate that escalation of the conflict, attempts to attack supply lines to Ukraine, or even a direct war with NATO itself, is the next rational step. So, aside from that in the global scale, on the face of it, globalization is in retreat. One intriguing question is what part cryptocurrencies might play as financial sanctions bite, as a kind of gateway, a portal to evade sanctions, but I predict it won't help much. Digital currencies are not even a safe haven or a means of evading sanctions in time of global instability, as far as I see it. And, last, in terms of a very quick summation, but still war-related, the surging prices of oil, gas, wheat, and other commodities have only made it harder for central banks to tame inflation. The Fed funds target rate will almost certainly be nudged up by 0.25 percentage points midweek, the first such rise since December of 2018. And the question will be if the Fed gives any hint about how many more increases to expect this year, and much depends on how long the war drags on. The central banks in Great Britain, the Empire of Japan, and elsewhere face similar decisions this week. So, aside from that, of course, before our friend leaves, let's see if I can get this into the text for tonight. I'm going to put this into the, I'll send it to both he and Jameson via the private messages as well. But let's see if I can get this into our Skype text box, if this works at all. I'm trying to press the add files button and it doesn't seem to be responding, so I might have to go through the private messages directly, which is probably easier for everyone anyway. So let me go in there and give them a good picture of the mercenaries currently at operation in Ukraine.
While you do that, let me just make a comment. I asked Paula tonight if what's inflation doing in Romania.
Yeah.
She says the price of gas has doubled.
Yeah.
But she said, other than that, it's pretty much same. It's the price of gas has doubled. They don't have UPS and FedEx there to the degree we do here. So apparently that's problematic for them. But other than that, it seems okay.
Well, it's less problematic for them at times like this because, the more services you have, the more you miss them when they crash or get impacted. So at least they're spared that. I mean, by being a little less developed, they luck out in missing out on a lot of the pain because they live a kind of more I don't want to use the term backwards, but rustic. They live a more rustic lifestyle, and therefore their the impact on them is a little less.
Well, I found out that her brother couldn't put in a floor to their new place because the floor was coming from Poland.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know. I assume that's a hardwood floor. I don't know what kind of floor it was, but it was going to be a very nice floor.
Right.
So it's like that. So they're being affected in that way.
Oh God, yeah. And I'm surprised it's just that. By the way, I've given an image of the Wagner mercenaries. These are Russian mercenaries. They're not Germanic. They just chose that name because Wagner was a favorite musician, not just of Adolf Hitler, but also of the Russian oligarch who founded the company, which is basically.
Is this in the Skype or on the or
private messages? Private messages on Facebook. Yeah, I couldn't use the Skype. The Skype wouldn't open up.
Okay.
The files.
Facebook and
yeah. So that's in Libya, and that's one of the Russian Wagner mercenaries. That's an actual photo. This is not from a, shall we say, some kind of propaganda or some kind of altered image. That's a Libyan.
That looks like the Vox Arca for a second there.
Yeah. Yes. Very similar. They were all wearing those masks. Those were issued. The man behind him is not a member of the Wagner group. That's a Libyan soldier who's behind him. You can see the guy's ethnically Libyan behind him. You can see he's Arabic. but the Russian is in the mosque. And this is, they've been deployed now to Ukraine, where, of course, of all people, this is to show all you white identitarians out there how Vladimir Putin doesn't give a shit about Christianity or Christendom. He's now recruited all of the Muslims he could find because he can't replace his soldiers with Christian soldiers. There's not enough Christian Russians willing to go out and kill Christian Ukrainians, despite the fact that Russia's Christian patriarch has been excommunicated effectively by the rest of the Orthodox Church for trying to wage a holy war against Ukraine, and therefore is calling on the killing of other Christians. But since most Christians simply aren't responding in any numbers, then Vladimir Putin's not only forced to send in mercenaries, he's forced to recruit from the Islamic world. So he's basically starting an Islamic jihad. And this is Vladimir Putin for you. He's waging Islamic jihad. And for all of you white identitarians who think he's promoting Christianity, your head is so far up your ass, you're high on your own fumes. And it's going to take major surgery to get it out of what my dad used to call rectal defilade. And so that's where we're at. And aside from that, I'll go into further detail tonight. It's going to be inescapable, unavoidable that I talk about the war in depth, and I'll do so. Understand, of course, the Russian economic blackout is going to change your world. It's going to change it in ways we can't even foresee right now. And by the way, I hope James is attacking all those bots. We got the sex bots attacking us in the chat room. And of course, they always say, hot girls and boys. No... and they show these little family pictures, little hearts between a young girl and a young boy, like their brother and sister and shit. It's disgusting. I mean, this is by the way, I'm not a prude, but I'm sorry. It's just so obvious.
Let me ask you another question.
Yeah.
And this has to do with the war. It seems to me that Putin could have been taken out and stopped, or it definitely stopped pretty easily early on, even maybe now, but with NATO and or the United States, they could unleash so much damage on the Russians, they would be discouraged. The question would be, would Putin respond with nuclear or bioweapons if they did that?
He would. He would. There is no doubt of that.
That's probably why they're not doing it.
Yeah, we could say that, or it could simply be because Biden is so chicken shit that he's just, in terms of his personality, he's totally incapable of responding in the way that he should respond, which is all due force. Now, by the way, I could make an argument like I did when I was involved with the Serbs. And for those of you who don't know my background, I was a mercenary. And of course, people have sent me emails. Oh, why don't you go to fight in Ukraine and shit like this? And I find that just laughable. There are plenty of people who have told me I shouldn't dignify this with a response, but I feel it's educational.
They're just stupid. I mean, why would anybody say that?
People say that because people are stupid. But as you said,
and that's like... Yeah.
But a quick response, just as a quick response, I've done that already. And when I was involved with the Serbs, I was fighting against the forces of the United States and NATO. Now, you could call me a traitor for that, but it was the right thing to do at the time. And understand that at that time, and I made that argument then, NATO ceased to exist as a reputable or viable entity, in the sense that it had been established as a defensive organization. When it went to war in Bosnia and Herzegovina in particular, specifically as a front to quote-unquote save Sarajevo from the Serbs, at that point, NATO became an offensive organization. And this was the argument that Putin has been using, is that he's viewed NATO ever since as an offensive organization as opposed to defensive. And so when NATO began to encroach closer and closer to Russian territory, then Putin felt increasingly threatened. But none of that rationalizes the invasion of a sovereign nation state. That's a totally, for one thing, all of Russia saying, NATO's stealing all my friends, boo-hoo, because all of the Eastern European satellite states that were once behind the Iron Curtain kept signing up for NATO. All that said was how much everyone hated the Russians because of Russia's history of assholishness, of assholery, of just being total abusers. The Russians were so stupid when they left Eastern Germany. They were issued thousands and thousands of bouquets of flowers so they could pass it out to all of the people that the Russians were convinced were going to say goodbye to them. And of course, nobody showed up to say goodbye to the Russians. Everybody was just glad they were going to fucking leave. And so they threw all of those bouquets on the street. And so all of East Berlin was just caked. It was saturated. It was covered in all these bouquets of flowers that were thrown on the ground as the Russian troops retreated. This is the kind of insanity that the Russians have of about how the world thinks of them. They've got a totally asinine perspective of what the world thinks of them, and so because of that, they keep miscalculating. But this was a miscalculation that never needed to even happen. And Russia, of course, threatens the Eastern nations with Kaliningrad, which is, of course, their own piece of captured territory from what was formerly Ost or East Prussia. And they've Russified that. And that needs to be retaken. I mean, if it comes to even maintaining security in NATO, you've got a bunch of Russian troops stationed right there on the Baltic Ocean. And you've got to get rid of them. I mean, these people are just an alien presence occupying a piece of Europe that they shouldn't even be in. So with Kaliningrad, which is the real name in German is Königsberg, that has to go back to Europe. And that needs to be taken, like, right now. I mean, like, invaded. If I were in secular power, I would do that, because that's a direct security threat to NATO. But, of course, we have Biden in charge, and something like that won't even be considered. Now, what everyone can rest assured is that if the Russians go nuclear, they're not going to be able to deploy anything on a strategic level to hit the United States. But if they do, it will be something that I should psychologically prepare people for. You lose about 20 million people, probably, around, if they were able to hit a few cities. If a few of those things were able to get into space at all and actually make it back down, I mean, not just crash in the middle of the North Polar regions or the Atlantic or something, and actually make it here. Or some launch, say, for instance, from the Russian Far East, and they make it to God forbid, Portland, Oregon or something, then you'd lose a few cities. And you know what? I'd tell you, well, you're not even going to notice it because think of all the millions you lost from COVID and you didn't even blink an eye. It would be like all those millions you lost from COVID, except all at once. It would make it more noticeable. But at the same time, not to diminish the value of life or the loved ones that you would lose. But once that was taken, then the war after that is just simply easy. You would go in and mop up Russia and just clear up all the reserve stock that they have so they couldn't drive it in trucks onto the field and blow up other places in Europe. Russia is a terrorist state. Think of like Libya under Muammar Gaddafi. And don't give me any propaganda like the guy who published Nexus magazine, Duncan Rhodes, who was saying what a great guy Gaddafi was and all that shit. You're talking about someone like, you name it, Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi. Think of someone on the level of Yasser Arafat. That's just where Putin is at now. You're talking about a third world, penny ante, tin horn dictator who has a nuclear arsenal. And he's going to use it the way a terrorist would use it. Not in an organized fashion, not in a fashion that's going to impact you. But if it does, understand that for the people who do get killed by it, if it hits a few American cities, as horrible as that is, it would finally mobilize America into a united front in general. There would be very few Russian apologists left after that. We would have even the radicalized right finally back America up in a mobilized war effort to take on the Russians at that point. And
I have an important question. How good is the American defense in terms of if they're sending a nuclear missile to the United States? How good is the American defense in terms of blowing that up or neutralizing it?
Oh, Jameson Reese said it in 3 words in the text box. It doesn't exist. There is no defense. There could be if America had put real taxes into it and actually taken Ronald Reagan's SDI, or Strategic Defense Initiative, his Star Wars program, and continued it. Then we would have one today, effectively sky shields or star shields.
So that was never finished. That was never finished?
No, it was never pursued. It was never pursued to the degree that it was finished. It was just literally Reagan started elements of it, and please, nobody ever convince yourselves that there's some black space ops program that could do it. I mean, that's just like believing in Santa Claus. There is nothing the Americans have. So just to give people some idea of what you could be in for, because we could be there. The most threatening weapon that they've got that potentially could hit us would be the SS-18. None of this hypersonic missile shit, all of that stuff that the Russians are working on is in the Wright brothers stage of development. In fact, the only thing they succeeded in doing was killing their own men when they launched a hypersonic missile. You had several Russian servicemen die. But if the SS-18 gets targeted to detonate at 4,500 feet above ground level, directly over, say, for instance, some air base, but the trajectory gets misshapen by the Arctic nickel dome and plummets towards the ground several hundred yards off to the side of one of March Air Force Base's runways. When that warhead reaches 4,500 feet above the ground level at that airfield, the final electrical impulse will be delivered by the warhead's fusing system to its firing system. And those dozens of firing circuits get opened, and the current, the electrical current stored in what would then be the now charged battery, flows into the detonators, which pop without much more energy than a powerful firecracker. And as that warhead passes 4,497 feet above ground level, those high explosives in which the detonators are embedded ignite in the heat of that small explosion and begin an extremely fast burn. And the rate of advance of the explosive's reaction zone is great enough as to exceed the velocity of sound in the unreacted material, the rate of deflagration, as they call it, so great as to be known to non-scientists as an explosion. And as that warhead falls but another 2 feet as it falls towards the ground, that shell of high explosives completes its burn. And if it's possible to take a snapshot of the exterior of the warhead at that moment, nothing unusual would be noticed, because the explosions would be shaped in such a way as to direct their energy inward. And the wave of the wasted backblast probably wouldn't have built up pressure on the outer wall sufficient to warp the warhead shape even. Rather, the pressure wave inside the pit, the shell of explosives surrounding the warhead's core, they would fly toward the exact center of the sphere at supersonic speeds. And the wall of pressure pushed in front of it, I would say, all the uranium-235 around which the explosives have been wrapped. Well, with every inch of that warhead's descent, the compression of the uranium-235 inward would continue. And as the gaps between the atoms of the compressing U-235 get reduced, the 235 neutrons released from the explosions of the inherently unstable and decaying uranium atoms would begin to strike other atoms. And more atoms would begin to burst, sending still more subatomic shrapnel outward to hit or miss its neighbors randomly, and the fission would have begun. And the laws of statistics would define that process. And the more dense the compacting U-235 would become, the lower the chance that the neutrons would fly through the gaps and out of the warhead without causing damage to their neighbors. And so at an altitude of about 4,494 feet, that would be when the core of the U-235 reaches critical mass. And from that moment forward, no further compression of the core would even be needed. Each time an atom of the U-235 would disintegrate at that point, more than one of the surrounding atoms of the U-235 would on average be broken apart, and the rate of radioactive decay would begin doubling, and then doubling again and again, as the subatomic matter would shatter the atoms and send still more matter flying outward, and that growth would be exponential, a chain reaction. And with each atom's disintegration, you would get a tiny amount of electromagnetic energy released, and the amount of energy released would be measured by temperature. And before the warhead would even streak through the air another foot, the temperature created by the fissile reaction would have climbed to 1 million degrees at the very core of the warhead. And then the real explosion would begin. Now, the fissile or atomic reaction, the explosion, would merely be a detonation of its own, creating the heat to ignite what would disambiguate thermonuclear as a reaction from just plain nuclear. Because everywhere the lick of million-degree heat would find two atoms of ever-present hydrogen, really, then, the two atoms' nuclei would fuse into one atom of the heavier element, helium. And since the total energy confined within the two hydrogen atoms would slightly exceed, what was it their physicists would call it back in the day when I worked with the Department of Defense? Well, the DOD would say the energy of one helium atom, the difference would be released on fusion in the form of still more energy. So these brief pulses of energy, they're powerful, their wavelengths, the shortest measured along the electromagnetic spectrum. These are gamma rays. And the temperature of the gamma rays released in the fissile reaction, they pale in comparison to the temperature of the thermonuclear burn. And the thermonuclear burn wave, that expands outward from the warhead's core at tremendous speed, riding the crest of a 20 million degree wave of gamma rays. And that burn wave slams into the only barrier between it and the still undisturbed shell of that black warhead, a blanket of uranium-238 called the tamper, which is wrapped around the warhead's pit. And the tamper absorbs and greatly reduces the gamma rays burning outward from the pit, reducing the prompt radiation produced by the newer model, relatively clean Russian warheads. And as the temperature in that tamper rises, the U-238, normally stable, will begin to decay, and a new fissile reaction would begin. And in that third and final phase of the fission, fusion, fission weaponization, it begins as the tamper explodes. The last stage more than doubles the explosive force of the warhead. So say if you were on the ground and you're there at March Air Force Base and you're the commander responsible for all your personnel, then you're just going to be in gathering everybody into wherever you can as soon as you can, because at that point everybody would know it was incoming. There's no way to hide it, even if there was no radio warning. And at that point, you're going to basically, your world will light up in an intensively white flash as that heat vaporizes the aluminum upper walls, the roof of your hangar. You're going to feel the sensation of heat on your neck. All that's going to grow to searing pain, as if a hot iron has touched you there. Your eyes will just jam shut reflexively against the intensifying glare, because At that expanding sphere of plasma, all the atoms of gas in the atmosphere around the artificial sun are going to violently ionize as they're stripped of their electron shells. And they're going to push the unionized air around them outward at a tremendous rate. And with the border of the shock wave clearly defined as if it were the sphere of a soap bubble, and as that wave propagates outward in all directions, slamming first into the ground directly beneath it, the ground itself is going to ripple under that blow like the surface of a still pond into which a stone.
How big are we talking about, Douglas? It's like it's obviously it's going to be devastating, but over what big of an area? Say if it was over Oakland, how much is it going to take in? Is it going to do the whole Bay Area down to Santa Clara, up to Marin County and Napa Valley? How big is the range?
I would say that within the next 35 seconds of what I'm describing, it would extinguish all life within a radius of 9 miles.
Okay.
And this is the kind of world that people have to be prepared to. Basically, this is going to happen in your world more than likely within this year. I would say more than likely within months. Because
what I would add to that is I've talked about Pluto in Capricorn. Pluto is doing its thing. It's nuclear. It's nuclear. So I would look at the aspects of Pluto, which we've just we've just had a Mars Pluto thing. I don't know if we're going to have any more Mars Pluto. Perhaps when it squares Pluto, that's when it becomes very dangerous, martially. Also Eris, the asteroid Eris, I think. But yeah, it's something to be aware of. I would recommend everybody breathe into these ideas. Breath is life. Breathe into Putin's insanity. And with that, I'm going to retire for the night. Thank you for answering my question. And
well, bless you, and we love you dearly. Share that love with Paula. And before you go into that gentle night, I do want to remind you that we look forward to you being here Wednesday, with JoJo, which for me will be just tomorrow, because after I go to sleep, I wake up and the next day's another transmission day. But when it comes to what we're dealing with, that is the positive of all of this, the end result that will have to come out of all of this is at some point the name of Douglas Dietrich and the book that he wrote with Peter Moon is going to have to be a subject matter that is confronted. Right now, all this time, we were suppressed, but when war breaks out at that level, if it comes to that level, they can't suppress the reality of what Douglas Dietrich has been saying and what Peter Moon has been trying to communicate on Douglas Dietrich's behalf. And I hope Peter Moon understands the intuitive reality of that.
Well, yeah, it's we'll see where all this goes.
Yes.
Hopefully it won't be as negative as is projected. Certainly, there's a lot to be considered.
Well, certainly at that point,
we live in a very crazy time.
At that point, they'd have to consult me. At that point, there is really, because at that point, everybody who's in a position of responsibility now, who's been advising everyone in power, will be recognized as effectively having done nothing or produced nothing of consequence or ill-advised the leaders who are frantically trying to make decisions. At that point, everything I've been saying comes into play as having been predicted and projected, and that everything I've been saying all these years, that I'm the only one that has been correct in in all these regards, because I'm the only one with that level of experience all across the spectrum. And Peter Moon is the only man who's been communicating on my behalf at the level to the point where we put it in print to the degree of the Roswell deception. But, of course, we'll continue that with the rest of the narrative in the next book after Peter Moon helps JoJo finish hers. And she also has a good part to play in this as kind of a manageress for us both. So we all love you dearly, Peter, and JoJo as well, and Sarah Thomas Lyons, and Vicky Chase, and everybody who's supporting us. Maria Michaela Gregorich, and who's back with us these days online, thank God. And blessed be thy dreams. And I'll privately share with you my own, which were basically tremendous flood dreams, throwing enormous aircraft carrier-sized vessels onto the land with enormous power, almost as if there were a thermonuclear blast behind the waves. It would take something like that to do something like that.
I will say, when you dream of floods, that's heavy-duty emotions.
Yeah.
Water is emotions. Flood is emotions.
Yeah.
So when you have aircraft carriers, that's like your emotions are at war. And it could be with the stuff you're talking about now. You could be feeling this, it could be personal stuff, but it could also be, empathic stuff you're picking up for the world.
Well, I
and
take
with
history.
Aircraft carriers would suggest that that's the case.
Oh, absolutely. I take history personally. History's very personal impact to me. So, all right. Love you dearly, and you have a blessed slumber.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Thank you. That was Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. And Cookie Monster, our friend Jameson Reese, says he feels it. By that, I presume you mean the blast I'm describing.
Yes. Well, I mean, you see what else I put, which we don't need to speak publicly, but I can, to be able to experience everything in such a slowed down sense of time. Yes, I was able to visualize all of it in excruciating detail.
Well, I see no reason why we shouldn't make it public. Basically, Jameson is asking myself if I saw all of this through the Vox Arcana, and such is exactly the case. So just so people understand the reality of how in-depth the Vox Arcana can get in terms of your comprehension of what it projects. Now,
well, when I said I can feel it, what I was referring to was I was able to tell, I was able to feel that it was a reading from the Vox Arcana.
Yes.
Because I can always, there's a feeling to it. I just don't know how to describe it.
Understood. And you're very sensitive to this, and because you're an occult sensitive, and since you're sensitive to the occult, you would understand that intuitively, and that's important. So, just so people understand what the Vox Arcana made me aware of in terms of how this missile will hit you, so to speak, in the most general sense, or rather hit us all. Just imagine that expanding sphere of plasma, atoms of gas in the atmosphere around the artificial sun getting violently ionized as they're stripped of their electron shells, pushing that unionized air around themselves outward at that epic rate, with the border of that shock wave clearly defined as the sphere of a soap bubble, as that wave propagates outward in all directions, slamming first into the ground directly beneath it, with the ground itself rippling under that blow, like the surface of a pond that is still on the surface, into which you throw that stone, and then the liquefaction of that soil occurs, the solid earth behaving like a liquid before settling moments later. Outward, the seismic ripple radiates, the speed of its travel through the dense earth exceeding the speed of the wave through the air. A longitudinal compression wave, what's called the P, or the primary wave, combines with the shearing transverse and bucking surface waves in the earth to shatter the concrete blocks of an electrical substation feeding power to the runway lights of your local airport. And before the unmelted blocks on the far side of the small buildings can even fall to the ground, the atmospheric blast wave, a wall of compressed air, surges across the earth and obliterates any trace of those structures above foundation level. And that fireball that forms outside of the plasma sphere begins to rise into the air above ground zero at a rate of hundreds of feet per second, initially sharply defined by the luminous shock front that I've described. And that fireball now deteriorates into a ragged ball as it ignites and burns the air itself all along the radiation front. And on the ground level, powerful winds, the dynamic pressure of the blast, they spread outward, forming a base surge, moving behind the blast wave at 290 miles per hour. And that's when the ground bucks up under yourself, if you're standing there, in area, twice in rapid succession. The first shock wave will break both your ankles and leave you unsupported in midair. The second one will strike upward at the soles of your feet and shatter the tibia and fibulae of both your shins. The first pulse will be the direct shock, and the second will be the echo off of the urban rock lying 160 feet beneath the Earth's surface. And at that same moment, the blast will sweep over you, instantly shooting the pressure of the air to over 20 pounds per square inch, and your eardrums will explode, bursting with a pain like ice picks jammed into your ears, which I myself have felt before, that left me deaf in my right ear for the rest of my life. And you'll have time to scream as that howling gale erupts full blown and the pressure continues to rise. You'll get swept off your wobbly stance, and you'll claw at the air for an anchor. And as that fireball floats upward through the air about 1 mile from maybe impact site, it'll peek over whatever concrete block walls are ringing your urban environment, shining its radiant energy directly onto your exposed skin, your epidermis, which will instantly rise to several hundred degrees centigrade. And over, you're going to be tumbling. You'll be caught in a hurricane wind that will overwhelm any physical capability to resist. Your hands and face will flash burning, and every blow of your body on the concrete floor will cause damage that would, well, it's just going to grow sufficiently traumatic as to be fatal in and of itself. The last world you'll see will be this spinning blur of darkness and silence, and pain will erupt from every corner of your body as all the melting strips of aluminum and small pieces of concrete blasted off your city's walls will tear into you like buckshot. But most damaging of all will be the crushing weight of the atmosphere. And as that pressure exceeds 30 pounds per square inch, your lungs are going to empty of air, and your organs will begin to burst and hemorrhage in a rapid progression towards your merciful death. You'll mercifully lose consciousness before the radiant heat of that fireball, which by now will be shining directly above and onto your body, raises the temperature of first your skin and then the bone and tissue that composes your body above their burning points, and reduces much of yourself to the elements. And before the blast wave sweeps you across the city street to the far wall of some standing concrete edifice, little will remain of you. And just as quickly as that base surge washes outward across the surface of your world, the afterwinds will reverse direction and scour back across the earth towards ground zero. And the concrete blocks forming the base of your city's walls, which many would have stubbornly probably stood against the explosion itself, will give way to the implosion that follows seconds later, as that nuclear fireball gulps oxygen to sustain its flames, and the afterwinds will suck inward by the updrafts associated with the rising fireball that will be fed in terms of the firestorm that's generated, feeding that firestorm in turn around ground zero, and all the flammable materials that are heated above the burning point that had been starved for oxygen as the main burn of the explosion fed itself, well, now they'll be flooded with oxygen, and they'll flare. And all the grass and wood will burst into flame, get sucked up into the air as ash. They'll never even reach the fireball of the airburst. They'll fall back to Earth without even being irradiated. And because the SS-18s are comparatively clean, no fallout will be released to contaminate the Earth from such a relatively clean airburst. But the effective yield of the warhead, right at 550 kilotons, at which it be rated, well, it'll substantially yield the same yields as any of the other warheads that will be bursting high in the air over the United States while you were disintegrating. And like I said, within 35 seconds of everything I've been describing, all life within a radius of 9 miles will be extinguished, snuffed like candle flames. And we'll probably get around, in a worst case scenario, 8 or 9 of those. That'll take out substantial cities, but not too substantial. The Russians just can't aim that accurately. It's more like the missiles at that point will be damaging simply in the effect that they land at all. And the damage that they'll cause will be enough to at least mobilize Americans in general into a united front. That, at least, will be a proper base from waging a war. Right now, America's still divided. You could tell when I'm talking with Peter Moon about arguing over the semantics of the biolabs, how divided America still is. This is the impact of the enemy. Their battlefield is your mind. And all too many Americans, their minds have already been won by the Russians. These missiles are simply the follow-up to that. But understand that in the end, there's no way we can lose this war. This war has to be fought against the Sino-Slavic synaxis. And when that synaxis is finally defeated, and we have troops in Moscow, the capital of the Slavic half of the enemy territory, that would be the most important enemy to defame. Even if the communist Chinese are left standing, they'll be altered significantly simply by losing the major half of their alliance, their Siamese twin, so to speak. And all of this victory will be paid for in the blood of tens of thousands, the shattered lives of hundreds of thousands more. And Jameson Reese says the SS-18 basically pronounces Satan, an apropos code name. Thank you, Jameson.
Yes, yeah. I did some research. I'm doing some research on it. The most it could carry is 20 megaton if they decide to use just 21 megaton payload, or it could be multiple payloads of like up to, I think, 725. Basically, one single nuclear warhead of 18 megatons to 25 megatons. There are some variants out there, but yeah, that's gonna pack a fucking punch.
Yeah, but in all fairness, comparatively speaking, think of all that we've lost through COVID-19. And at the worst, because they've been undercounting COVID-19, undercounting it so severely. Understand we've lost something like, probably, at least in America alone, 2 to 3 million people. This would be about 2 to 3 times that much that would get lost at once. It'll be hard, but it won't destroy the economy any more than COVID-19 did. If anything, Americans will mobilize after that, and it'd be like nothing ever hit us. Not to dismiss the loss.
Get my ass out of New York, that's for sure.
I don't think that even that's going to suffer too much, honestly. If there's any sanity left, the Russians would be aiming at military bases. So New York City is not a military environment. If they're hitting that at that point, they just want a world war, and they'll get that anyway. Regardless of what happens, the Americans will still win. New York might cause some enormous damage, but it's not like that's the capital. It's not like that's the administrative capital of the United States. So as for running into Russia, ultimately just the big search would be the big mistake the Russians are doing is in Ukraine, they're aiming for the cities like idiots. And in a modern, or rather a postmodern war, you don't need to do that. If America counterinvades into Russia itself, you're aiming for just finding all of the ICBM bases and neutralizing them. You're just going to neutralize all of their weapons infrastructure, all of their military infrastructure. You wouldn't need to touch the goddamn cities. Not that your average Russian city is worth a damn. But when it comes to population aggregates, there's just no need for them in postmodern warfare. As for when you've overtaken the country at that point and disarmed it, understand this, that the Russians need to be disarmed of a nuclear arsenal of which they have proven unworthy custodians. As for a geopolitical analysis, if you want an answer that the historians many years from now will write, it's because our two empires were bound to each other with a strange attraction, fascination mixed with mistrust, bound so closely for so long that war was never far away, and when it happened, America was strong and the Russian Empire was weak. We win, they lose. That's the way of it. Geopolitical certainty in that regard. Geography is destiny. It's the reason why Ukraine matters in the Western world, whereas all the wars that took place in North Africa and Southwest Asia prompted nothing in terms of response. Everything the Russians did when they invaded Syria, when the Russians invaded Libya, no one even noticed. But when the Russians finally invaded Ukraine and forced a wave of white people to flood into Europe, the West finally understood what they defined in their minds as human beings began to die. It meant in their subconscious mind that they could die. And people are finally waking up to the Russian threat that I've been talking about forever. So when it comes to this late awakening, at least it's happening. And anyone knows this much. I'm the only one who was ever warning about it. Everyone else on your alternative media is telling you hug the fucking Russians. Whether it's fucking Sting, the rock group, saying commies have mommies too, Russians love their children too. Well, they don't love yours. And it's understandable that you bought into the propaganda because all you wanted was to sit back and live in a world where you could live out your miserable lives of quiet desperation without worrying about the nuclear holocaust I just described ruining your fucking day. But all of this is my world now. And I'm the only person to come to when you have to address the problem. Because all your other advisors are on their side, are totally incapable of assessing the situation with any degree of analysis to respond. So that's the world we live in. You're left with me to turn to. The son of Adolf Hitler, whom you dismiss as a cross-dressing vampire. Yeah, you're fucked. And you always were. Because you could never accept anyone different. You were looking for a white hero who was completely masculine and showed up appealing to all your stereotypes of what a hero should be. But you're stuck with me. Yeah, you're fucked completely. And you'd better hope I'm in a good fucking mood when I'm approached for advice. This is the kind of world we're in now, and it's your nightmare. This is the kind of world I foresaw in the Vox Arca, and everything that I've been talking about all these years so easily dismissed by a bunch of yokels. Why, the photograph that I've placed inside of the message boxes of Peter Moon and Jameson Reese, along with Sarah Thomas Lyons. Holly Canitis Kiefer was communicating with me, so I guess I'll give her a copy of it as well. This goes to show you the face of the enemy, and the face of the enemy is purely diabolic. And, of course, Jameson Reese says, yes, it shows what they value. Thank you. Pretty much terrorism. That's the situation that we're confronting now. We're confronting a world in which your enemy is literally diabolic, and half of them are on what you suppose is, well, what's supposed to be your side. You've got military cooperating with them and their media machine. The good news is, of course, we can communicate. And because we can communicate, you can be made to understand the gravity of your situation, and we can work with it from there. Now, as for myself, I'll need a few minutes to pull my head out of my ass and go into monologue for the rest of the night. I'll start with the solicitation after we give Jameson Reese and whoever else is willing to come on a few minutes. And James Forsyth is welcome to come on without his fucking microphone. He doesn't need that to talk any more than he needed it before. So, Jim, we might give you a call. Jameson will try and hit a few people. Penny Bradley, even, if you wish. We shan't keep anyone on too long, but I'll be back on in about... Well, I mean, I'll be here, but I should start monologue soon, within about 15, 20 minutes or so, I would hope. In the meantime, right. I'll be here, but do you need me? I can leave you alone for about, 10 minutes or so, yes?
No problem. 10 minutes is
great. I'll refresh myself then, and I'll go mute. Love you.
Oh,
dear.
All right. Yeah, I can actually prattle on about what it is I did post.
Yes. Feel free to go into your own monologue. Okay, it's yours. Thank you.
Oh, hey, Sammy. What's up, man?
Oh, Sammy Romero. Oh, I need to talk to you privately just because I promised to do that. And I tried to do that the other day. I'm sorry we didn't synchronize.
Yo, man. What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, man? I'm leaving Red, California right now. I just left. I
Congratulations.
left the Boondocks, or Dickville.
Oh,
I'm
good
on my way
riddance.
back to Southern California. I just wanted to check in and see how you guys were doing.
So
Yeah,
he's
thanks for checking in. It's always great to be able to bounce off, another person. I mean, I could go into my own spiel, but I'd rather not.
Oh, by the way, before both of you gentlemen do that, I just want to say thank you so much to Sammy. I tried to speak to him privately the other day, but we didn't synchronize, but hopefully
Yeah.
we'll synchronize soon enough, okay?
Yes, we will. We will.
Yes. And
Uh,
so I'm hoping that you can help our man Jameson hold the
yeah,
stage for about 10, 20 minutes. Bless you.
yeah, no problem.
Thank you so much. Okay, and I'm so glad you're leaving Redneck California. We shouldn't use that term. Rather than that, we should use something like hick or morbidly inbred or something. But basically,
Well, the red part of California.
oh, that's good
I
point.
was there.
Good point.
I
Yeah,
was
Red
there. I
California.
was at a
Yes.
Yeah, I was at a diner, and if you would have stepped in there, Doug, you would be like, "Wow, is this some type of a set or something?" Because these people look like a bunch of yokels. Like these people, I should have took a picture of them, but I don't want to get I'll put it this way: I'm scared of what scares me the most is poor white people.
Yes.
There's nothing more scary than poor white people, and poor white ignorant people is even worse. But anyways,
Oh God, it's just awful. So I'm going to give you this photograph of the Wagner mercenary group in Libya that I gave to everybody else. I'm entering that inside of your private message box right now in Facebook so that you could have some example of what we were speaking about. And aside from that, love you dearly and
yeah,
welcome aboard. I'll be back in about 10, 20 minutes. Thank you.
yes. Well, Jason, I've been traveling. I've been traveling to visit some family here in Red, California, and it's like anywhere. I'm sure you traveled in New York, as far as not Manhattan or the city. It's red, So
Yeah,
it's really not much to say, as in these areas are, if it's not COVID, it's just ignorance, but
yeah,
it's you kind of have to live amongst the yokels, and it just kind of do as the Romans do. I'm not saying I have a Trump hat or anything. It's just you got to move how you have to move. But I wanted to ask you, did you hear about Brittany Griner, the basketball player that's in Russia right now?
yes. Supposedly they got her on these trumped up charges of some marijuana oil or something, which they probably planted just as a means of taking a political prisoner.
Right. I honestly do think, I mean, first off, marijuana is used for, obviously, not just smoking. There's medicinal purposes and for
Yeah,
pain and stuff. So, I do think it's part of how Putin is, going off the rails. I think Putin is really trying to reach with this, and it's just embarrassing to the level of, there's a certain to me, even as a quote unquote evil guy or a bad guy, I mean, we're bad as it is, America. I mean, we're not the good guys, but it's just
yeah,
a level of you can't be lame and evil.
yeah. Well, Putin has his own depravity, and again, the reason why I'm able to echo his mindset as I did in chat, with Daniel Arola, is because I too have my inner demons with sometimes having to fight that mindset within myself.
Right.
His mindset is one where he will distance himself from as many people as possible because and in distancing himself, he isolates himself because he feels that's the only way he can be safe, because the further away people are from you, the more invulnerable you feel. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you are invulnerable. And he's going to learn the hard way that that distance from the rest of the human race is going to be what's going to cause his downfall.
Well, absolutely. I think when you become detached and not aware, because I sometimes suffer from that too as well. My girlfriend sometimes has to beat me over the head and remind me, hey, snap out of it. I need your help. And it's not that I don't want to help her. It's just as men, I think I'm talking about myself. I'm not. Maybe I'm just referring to myself, but my girl really has helped me, get out of that as far as sometimes bringing out the humanity part of you and actually learning and understanding that as a leader, whether it's a family or a country, you need to people need to able to reach you when you're needed. Even as a dictator, I think
Yes.
that to a certain extent, as if I was a Russian citizen, let's say I'm a tax-paying Russian citizen, or just a law-abiding quote unquote tax citizen, um, I would probably kind of wonder, like, hey, our banks have no money. The ruble is pretty much it's worth as horse shit. You know, where are we gonna, what's the plan? What's the plan next? Because you know, um, Ukraine is not laying down. Ukraine is fighting back, and you know, and they're kicking ass and taking names. And I think the Russians, to me, are just. I think they to me they're over their head to a certain extent because
Well, this is all Putin, and again, I feel a need to do this only because of the fact that there are a lot of people in America who probably are of Russian descent and probably hate Putin's guts, and are probably, as a result, suffering from being ostracized because of Putin's madness. But this is purely his war.
did, did
He,
did Russia ever have? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Hello.
yeah, yeah.
Did Russia ever have a history of pride where they weren't, war hungry, bloodthirsty bastards? I mean, because was there any honor ever in Russian history? Was this during the Tsar or, you
It was
know,
it was probably before this whole communist thing. Probably when they were still under ruling families, where they probably still retained some sense of identity or honor in the sense, if you will. But after the rise of communism, Stalinism, Lenin, all those guys, that's everything afterwards was just a continuous shit show.
would you say though that even after the fall, it was I kind of see it almost as a break where the Soviet Union, I mean, technically it did break up, but that mindset of self-destruction, I think, was still there. I just think,
Oh yes,
that,
well, there's more to that. There's a very subtle nuance to that destructive aspect that they have, and a lot of that has to do with the legacy of Michael Aquino, uh, being pushed through being carried by Alexander Dugin.
right. And that you know what, it makes a lot of sense um, because Russia should be part of Europe. It should be part of the Union. Russia should have, it should get over that to a certain extent. And I think the morbid failure of, Soviet Union, someone like Putin, who is a complete maniac, um, that it just suppresses the people to almost think that um, they're not good enough to be in the Soviet Union. Even their women get shipped out to other countries like Dubai and the Middle East into prostitution, Israel.
Israel, yeah,
And it's sad because, these women deserve, they deserve to have their country. They deserve to have families. They deserve to have some sense of normality. I
Honestly,
remember,
they
yeah,
deserve to run the country, in my opinion,
no, sure,
because there's a lot of women who are of Russian descent who work in the nursing field in the hospital that I go to, and
right,
they're some of the best caretakers you could possibly ask for. I
right.
mean, they're much better. They'll treat you a lot more like a human being than some of the American women, to be honest. So I
I
mean,
go ahead. Yes.
yeah, it's irritating as all hell the way their culture just, suppresses the women.
And do you think that's where the term Mother Russia comes in? As far as I think, maybe at one time, maybe Russia, the a woman, the matriarch had a bigger role in their government and society with the term Mother Russia. Maybe I'm not, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but I remember Doug bringing that up, and
Y-
I really do think Putin is actually afraid of strong women. I think that's one of the things he's afraid of. Like if you would have put him in the room with those nurses, they probably would break his ass down, you know.
Yeah.
And the way I'm saying it's because his just the way he carries himself. It's he wants to quote unquote be masculine so bad that he's not. He I remember seeing a picture of him on a horse with no shirt on, and like that's like the most the most homoerotic thing you can pose in. Like it was the least masculine, and I think he has his issues. You can tell there's issues that are within him, not just
Yes.
him being solitude. He
I'm
probably has a lot
glad
of
you
mommy
I'm
issues.
I'm glad you bring that up. And a lot of this is we're seeing the reflection of the interplay between him and the psychological anima, as they would say in Jungian psychology, which is the
Right.
sort of female aspect. Every man has within his subconscious guiding him a female aspect, and every woman, of course, would have, with 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 every woman would have within her a male aspect that sort of drives them to do what they do. So he I feel like Putin is his anima. He doesn't feel good enough for his inner anima. He doesn't feel good enough for
No,
the inner female. And so as a recoil, he tries to do everything that's far opposite of what would be, embracing the feminine. He tries to be the far opposite of being warm. He tries to be the far opposite of being, understanding or compassionate. So everything he does is exaggerated manliness, out of
yeah.
defiance of his inner anima. So he's at war within himself. And
Well,
and the reason why I can say that is because it's something I've intimately experienced
right.
and I'm still going through. Although
Well, I
not
mean,
not although not on the level he's going. I'm not someone who's
right.
overcompensating through it. Whereas mine is more or less the, anima trying to drive me to, connect with people, and me, of course, being defiant out of fear of connecting with people. But
Right.
then again, when you look at it, you can see the same parallel in Vladimir Putin. None of this
Well,
excuses what he's doing. None of this.
I'm not sure if he got mommy issues, but the reason I see, like for example, if you compare him to former Prime Minister Angela Merkel, okay,
Hmm.
Angela Merkel, if you just see her, okay, she's strong, very strong woman, very smart, very intelligent, um, very knowing of history, and she was a giant. She was a giant amongst men as a woman, um, and her ability to use her intellect, just not just her intellect, but her education is what I'm saying. You know, she was very educated, a scientist, just like Hirohito and I believe Margaret Thatcher. Um, and seeing her, she doesn't need to overcompensate because she had a husband. I mean, she's married, and you can tell she has balance in her life. She
Hello, Sammy. Either, okay, it seems he just disconnected. Either he disconnected or I disconnected or something happened. Sammy, are you there? You see, this kind of thing happens with us all the time, folks. We apparently have enemies who interfere with our transmissions, especially when we're getting to the good point. And I can honestly see how. Okay, you're back, right?
Yeah, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. You
Sorry,
cut off.
I'm passing through the mountains.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
okay.
passing through mountains. Sorry. Um, no, I was just comparing someone like Angela Merkel to Putin. How they're the complete opposite. Um, as far as not just gender, but just the way they carry themselves as leaders. You know, um, she she really used her ability, not just education, but as a person. Right across the board, that it just made her such a great leader. For United
Yes.
Germany, and just a well balanced person. You can tell, even in her vulnerable states. As far as dealing with attempted assassinations. Um, and
Yes.
reinforces the fact that women do make better leaders.
Oh, indeed, without a doubt.
Can
And you
you hear me?
yes. Please continue.
Okay. Yeah. So, that as far as the basketball player, I think Trump is just doing, is just doing that. He's trying to pick on he's trying to pick on um oh, no, he's trying to pick on yeah, he's trying to just pick on the woman. And
Yes.
I just hope it it works itself out. But I don't know. I think Trump. I mean, Putin. Why do I keep saying Trump? But Putin.
Because the two are connected.
Right. It's going to be very interesting when he does get cornered, and he's already. You can look at that.
Yes. The problem is,
It's like a orchestrated.
yeah. The problem is, when he does get cornered, he's probably going to do something that's completely desperate, and he's the kind of man who will bring down the entire ship with him. He
It's just going to
wouldn't.
be interesting what he does.
Yeah, because he's not the kind of guy who would be. Yeah. We're getting a lot of interference.
Yeah, let me see if I can fix that. How about now?
All right. Yeah.
Hello?
You sound much clearer now.
Sorry, I was on Bluetooth. Anyways, so it's going to be interesting when he gets cornered because it's going to happen. He's going to have to choose either his pride or, human lives. What is your take on that?
He will take his pride.
Okay.
Because because I know the mindset he has. He's the kind who, if he goes down, he's taking everyone with him. There's no question in my mind that's what he would do.
And you know what? Go ahead. Yes.
And it's terrifying, but that's what Douglas is revealing to us, with what he saw with the Vox Arcana.
Yes. And I think really I think to a certain extent, I think Aquino kind of put that into play.
Oh, without a doubt. Aquino knew
Where
he knew what he was setting up. Yeah, go on.
Sandy there, it's just there now. And yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
And I think I just think it's going to be interesting where it goes. But yeah, aside from that, being showing up,
You're
yes,
breaking up at the moment. Yeah, you're literally break. You were saying something and you just broke up. Um, I don't know if it's your location or what it is. Is there a way you could adjust it to come through more clearly? Yeah, sorry, folks. We seem to be having some technical issues here. Um, it could be a connection issue because Sammy did say he was traveling from.
hello.
Okay, yeah. Now I can hear you.
Sorry, JMO. It's because these mountains. These mountains,
Yeah. What are those mountains made of?
Sorry. No, these. I'm passing through the what you call the Grapevine in Southern California. It's between the Central Valley and Southern California.
Oh, okay. I see. That's the area with a lot of anomalies.
Yeah, it's very creepy at night. It's the mountains are very dark. I wouldn't be surprised. It's
I mean, who knows? Who knows? You might get lucky and see a UFO out there.
you know what? My sister actually saw one out here.
Oh, do tell.
This was near Edward Air Force Base, which is not that far from here. And no, she was scared shitless. It was actually two of my sisters that were driving. One of them got curious and wanted to drive towards it. My other sister literally was going to get out of the car and, run away shitless. But, it is what it is,
Oh my gosh. Oh, did they describe how it looked?
To them, it looked like a big, not like a blimp, but kind of like a very oval with a lot of lights. And it was made no sound. So, but it was quick. It was like very, very quick, almost like it's hard to describe. I guess it moved slow and then just quick. You blink and it was further and further and further away. The best way to describe it.
So it was able to stay in place and then just zip from one
Right,
point to another.
but it's like almost like your mind. I guess I remember. I don't know if you ever. I believe it was you that was talking about this, where your mind, even when you're looking at something, your mind still has to register it and kind of interpret what you're seeing. In other words, we're not seeing stuff technically in real time. It still has to register in your mind what you're looking at.
Yes.
So
Yes. So in real time, what happens is by the time it hits your visual cortex, it's
Right.
already reinterpreted whatever it was. So if it's something your mind can't comprehend, it'll put its own filter onto it.
right, and you know what? Now that you mentioned that, is it like that in the astral plane when you tried rituals and spells? Is it? Or is it just,
Yes. It is actually like that when you start out, when you're working with like entities. When you start out, your mind will put a filter on it, and so
Right.
you'll start to see very human-like forms. It depends on what you believe. If you're someone who's interested in aliens and stuff, you'll see they'll take on alien-like forms. When you advance, though, and you start to realize what you're dealing with isn't a simple being like you or I, but an entire dimension, they ditch all that, and you'll start to experience them in a more sophisticated, view, where you'll just see them as lights or shadows,
Right.
and they'll take on things that are more like inanimate shapes or sigils or things like that. You'll literally see these things in the air, like for a split second. And then they'll
J-Lo,
vanish.
what is your point of view on unfortunately Hollywood and television entertainment, it's gonna take something real like magic or entities, and they're going to have their spin on it, obviously.
Yeah.
What is your take on these ghost hunters? Because I was watching a show with my girl, and
people do the Ouija board, and they start calling out people, like if it's you, they start trying to use the Ouija board. And what I've always thought is, these entities can lie to you. These entities can kind of take on what you're calling them and maybe manipulate you. But in a larger picture, I just think that's very dangerous for someone that does not know what they're doing, or they think they're really quote unquote in control.
Yes, it is. The thing is, you're never in control. You have to go into it with the mindset that I am plumbing some unexplored depths here.
Right.
And this shit could blow up in my face. And if it does, it can be horrendous. And I have to be willing to deal with whatever shit is going to come my way, knowing that I did this. Now, the problem is these people aren't sophisticated enough to have that mindset or respect for it. For them, they're addicted to it. There's an addiction to it. Where and this is like a sort of minor form of possession of the subject itself, of the paranormal, of the unknown, and sometimes this sort of comes with whether you're born with something in Pisces, or which deals with like that spiritual aspect, which unfortunately I am born with that in Pisces, where they actually say on like my birth chart that you will probably be into the occult or things like that, so but the problem is when they're trying to get them on camera, what they're trying to do is they're trying to verify something that they already know is real. And that's when you start dealing with darker forces, because they don't respect that.
Right.
Those entities don't respect people doing that. And so,
is it almost like mocking them?
Yes. And
Okay.
and the thing is, what they'll do is, the entities will put on a show for the person, but they'll also attach something to that person. And that person,
what would that be? What would
well,
what would that attachment be per se?
varies from person to person, but it will. Okay. There will be people who might experience misfortune. There are people who might start to behave in a different manner. There are people who might wind up doing something criminal or horrible that they wouldn't normally do. Or it might be something that will attract to that person just very bad situations where karmically they have no good karma, meaning that the amount of choices that they can make are going to see them fucked either way you look at it.
It's almost worse than being possessed.
Yeah, you're better off dealing with possession. Me growing up being someone who was very sensitive to these things, possession was the norm.
Is there ever such thing as a Doug talked about a quote unquote occult Chernobyl, which was, the night of the unclosed circle. But is there such things as, because people, I believe, and this is just my perspective, that because this is very popular with people get influenced by this. It becomes popular where people want to be, some type of seance or the like, that do they ever disturb that ecosystem where it aggravates that ecosystem of that realm, where a professional or someone that's more in tune to that does work with them, does that ever ruin the person that knows what they're doing? In other words, does it make it worse? The environment?
No.
Okay.
No, it actually doesn't. What it does is you start to just look at people who are just into it just for the look or image. You start to see them for what they are, which is parasites. And you just sort of detach yourself from them and have nothing to do with them. It's like when I used to go into occult forums, there were people who would practice this stuff every day because they have to do it. And then there are people who talk about it and will do a ritual here and there just so that they can have an audience, or just because, they wanted something physical. And the ones who just wanted an audience or were just using it as a means of propping themselves up into some kind of mystique, they don't last long.
I see. Well, if I can kind of take it to where my path is, the right
Yeah.
hand, there are people which are probably, to me, probably more worse, because there's people that they use the gospel, but in a more like, for example, I've had people that are preaching to you in the middle of the street, and they do it in a way where it's very very toxic, in a way that it makes me feel like you're not doing justice to what it's really meant to be.
Yeah. Yes,
Right.
but the question is, what do you think that does to their personal relationship with God?
Well, to me, it's like how Doug described it. You're stepping on the cord and you're not hearing God.
Exactly.
You're hearing yourself.
Thank you.
And
Yes.
and that's a very good analogy, because this is some of the friends that I have to deal with, even in my path, where they don't even know my life, but they're very quick to judge because they don't see me where they're at, quote unquote, their church. And there's nothing wrong with it, but people are adults, people have lives, people have events go occur. But to me, they're worse because they bring down people with them, and they manipulate people, and they abuse people. And to me, it's like, well, that's almost inversion to me, where in a sense it's yes, Ouija board and doing all that, it's stupid and it's terrible, because it hurts the person doing it, or the ignorance. But when it comes to manipulating that, you bring people down, and I've seen it's horrific. You see people that are broken, and I think to myself, it's like, this is, to me, more evil than that, because
You're correct. It is.
people are vulnerable. Jameson, people are vulnerable. People come to find themselves, in a way. And it's very sad, but to me, that's the worst that I've seen in humanity as far as my path, and it shakes my head, and it gets me, it gets me angry. But it's part of. It's almost saying, it's evil. Really is to. I guess evil is really sometimes what people think is evil is not necessarily evil.
Yes.
Because the people that try to portray themselves as, the light, and you see the perversion, you see the manipulation, you see the Satanism
Yes.
that I've seen with my eyes. It's very gut wrenching, and it makes me really understand why God, in the Bible, how He flooded the earth, and how He was disgusted with humanity.
Yes.
It makes a culmination, and it almost says like, man, when we try to be good, we're actually worse. And I'm not saying that don't try to be good, but quote unquote righteous. It's just very discouraging. But it's one of the things that I got to deal with in my path, where you kind of roll your eyes, but you try to stay away from people like that, because you get caught up.
Yes. By the way, can you gentlemen hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
thank
Yes.
God. You have no idea. The computer my internet is completely glitched up, so I couldn't unmute. But that's fine. So now that I've managed to unmute, I'm afraid to mute again. So hopefully everyone can tolerate while I make some noises in the background till I'm ready to come on in full force. But right now, I'm so glad both of these gentlemen are here, and they're holding up so well, and they're covering such necessary territory. Honestly, this is territory we all have to understand, and it's the territory where people are essentially, as Sammy says, it's the righteousness of the right-hand path, where they cause far more damage than any left-hand path Satanist ever could with their kind of insane perversions of the gospel into something that benefits themselves in terms of whatever petty power that they're seeking over others, and imposing themselves onto others with their guilt trips, etc. It's just I get the feeling some of them are trying to guilt Sammy out for whatever reason. I mean, do they see you as, and perhaps this is something we should talk about privately, so probably I shouldn't approach this here, but I was just wondering, is there some among that crowd who perceive you as some kind of adulterer or something of that nature?
Well, obviously I'll talk to you more in detail, but
Yeah,
it's
understood.
more of, how can I say it? It's like putting this though, okay? If somebody doesn't know your story, as far as
Anything.
how you're, when it comes to the cross-dressing, quote unquote.
Yes.
If they don't know your culture, and if they don't even know the depth of what's behind that,
Yes.
then you might as well be talking to the wall.
Yes.
Okay. First off, your mother taught you a defense mechanism,
Yes.
and your mom foresaw what you were going to go through. Living in San Francisco, dealing with, perverted military men,
Yes.
and just the area. Your parents weren't blind. They know. So this made you even more of an astute hunter, not just, what part of you is, but even, defending yourself.
Yes.
And more cunning and a way to survive. With me, I'm looking at some of my acquaintances that I can see right through you. I know what you are. You know my background.
Yes.
And you are coming at me almost like an indoctrinated zombie.
Yes.
Because a lot of things happen in my life that a lot of people in my life, even pertaining to family, that I realize are not good for me.
Yeah.
People impeding you, people throwing their issues at you,
Yes.
and they're hurting you. They're affecting you. I've had to. It has come out of my relationships that I've had.
Yeah.
And you wake up as a kid because you love your siblings, you love your family, but they do have an influence on you, and it's not always the best one.
Yeah.
And that's the stuff I got to deal with. But when it comes to people that are not my family, and it's part of, they're part of the right-hand path, quote unquote, their perversion of what they feel is the truth is not the truth, because, you said it, they have their foot on the cord, and even when they try to be vulnerable, they can't help themselves. That indoctrination comes in, and before you know it, they're chastising you. They're calling you a heretic. You're a lost lamb, and quote unquote. And it's not that. They can't be a human being. That human being element goes out of the way.
Yeah.
And I can't have that no more, because someone like you has to be vulnerable for his security and for his well-being. It's taught me a lot that if people can't be real people, then that's a big void in their life.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm making sense, but
Absolutely.
I can make it.
Absolutely. I think it's so important that you express this.
Let me go on mute for a second. Okay.
Sure. Okay. So he's going on mute for a second, which leaves us with Jameson Reese to take over. He could talk a little bit about what he was going to monologue about.
Oh, right. Well, my monologue was really due to the, what do you call it? The hypocrisy, I find, of this whole, Ukraine situation. Now, yes, we do have to support Ukraine. We do have to stomp out this freaking tyranny and whatnot. But, what sickens me is how nobody was there when, America was bombing Afghanistan and drones were taking out families going to their fucking weddings. Well, there's always going to be some collateral damage. Okay, what about, Britain's use of the very same type of incendiary devices that we call the vacuum bombs
Right.
in Afghanistan? Oh, well, yeah, they, and I found an article back from 2015 where they were admitted that they were doing such. So, I mean, yeah, it's like a black pot calling a black kettle black and condemning it for it. It's the sort of absurdity that, and it's one thing if it comes out of a legitimate desire to change and never go back to doing that kind of stuff. But last I checked, Guantanamo Bay is still open, and Biden has not done anything to change that. And what's even worse is the fact that it's the freaking media who's going on about all this. It's the media that sickens me the most. I mean, they slam Russian abuses in Ukraine when America, the UK, did the same fucking thing in Afghanistan. Where was their pro-Iraq people, pro-Afghanistan sentiments when families, marriages of people who had nothing to do with Al-Qaeda were being decimated by Allied drone strikes? Entire towns were leveled.
Yes.
Places were left radiated, worse than anything like Chernobyl because of all the fucking depleted uranium weapons they were using.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the hypocrisy of it is sickening. Now, what we need to understand is before they start saying the women and children, they're always going to use the women and children as a scapegoat. And the truth of the matter is that war is fucked. And when it comes to who you kill in war, anything goes. People need to realize that it doesn't matter whether you're working with the Geneva Convention or whatnot. You know how many American troops raped and massacred women before they slaughtered whole villages in Iraq and Afghanistan, and we're going to get here and say, oh, the horror! The Russian forces are shooting a hospital full of children. Get the fuck out of here.
No, I definitely understand
you're right.
what you're saying. Oh, by the way, has Sammy rejoined us?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
yes. Oh, yes. Just to clarify some of what Jameson has said, or to contextualize it, I can understand his frustration. In terms of differences, quote unquote, not to rationalize anything. Obviously, say for instance, when people are talking about war and how basically anything goes, the reason why humanity developed laws of war and it basically kind of tried, in a general sense, to stand by them is, of course, because war without limits is not conducive to anyone. Just so people understand this, say, for instance, we enter the nuclear age scenario that I've tried to articulate for people before so they have a better understanding of it. People are confronted with a kind of paradox of the controlled or restrained deployment of force. If you have the capability of unleashing enormous amounts of force, then the idea that you take it to that level at every confrontation is, of course, absurd, because it doesn't help the person who has the power to project that force. So that people understand how police are supposed to work, theoretically, the average police officer or security enforcement agent, which I served as in the past, as well as a sworn police officer, you have various tools that you can deploy that were, say, supposed to be deployed with, I can't even remember the young black man's name now, but the white woman killed him, and she got, only a few years. Do you remember his name? Jameson? But she was screaming taser.
No.
She was screaming
I
taser.
don't even remember her name.
Yeah. Wayne or something was his name. It almost doesn't matter. It's just whatever poor black guy gets victimized with a traffic stop. She was screaming taser, and she reached for her firearm. But the logic that was not applied is that she had a lesser degree of force that she could have potentially applied, but obviously decided not to. And the result was she's doing jail time and he's dead. Now, she's not doing nearly as much jail time as she should be doing, but if she had reached for the taser, she wouldn't be doing any jail time at all. So the point is, when it comes to, say, for instance, you have this nuclear arsenal, and if Putin had just gone for that, and just, in some way or another projected nuclear force into Ukraine, which is not at all difficult, conceivably not at all difficult to do. But with what we've seen of their conventional forces, he may not have been able to have done that. In fact, James is completely right. He can't. That's why he's aiming for all of the nuclear power plants to capture as his variant thereon. So they don't even have that power projection capability. But if they did, it gives you the impression Putin would have used it. So that doesn't accomplish anything because you wind up destroying what you're trying to attain. If you're trying to attain land on which you can live, exploit the land, produce food, you can't do that when you've destroyed it or effectively rendered it unexploitable for years by destroying the infrastructure, the land itself. So there are limits, like a police officer who's confronted with a confrontation that you go through. You go through an ever, shall we say, you up the force level, and I'm forgetting what it's called, but you basically have the levels that you go to through phases. You try to reach, first of all, for the mace, or then the taser would come after the mace. Then after the taser would come the baton. Then after the baton would come the firearm. It's supposed to be a graduated escalation of force is what it's called. So the same with the military. In order to try and go through a struggle, you go through this graduated escalation of force. Now, what disambiguated the American empire from all other empires until maybe about, World War I, when the Americans had been waging a war of extermination at what they considered the savage natives, the Native Americans. So there was no escalation of force. It was just kill them all. That was the whole thought. And that pattern carried into their way of war more so than any of the other belligerents. So when it came to the Americans and they decided they were going to wage war in World War II, it was an exterminatory war. They just went straight for whatever you've got, you deploy it. And there was no concept of we're going to use this land later. The whole concept was simply kill everyone. And for that reason, the Americans had to be stopped. And the Axis, particularly the Japanese, ultimately stopped them. And the Americans, of course, will not have you know that, because that would basically destroy the entire concept that they've been bluffing with ever since, which is we've got this enormous amount of power. This is where the radiation part comes in that Jameson is talking about. When Jameson is talking about how badly irradiated much of Iraq is, it has been dusted completely with depleted uranium. So Iraq is very much fucked. I mean, this depleted uranium has, a half-life of thousands of years. So people are going to be impacted. They're going to be impacted genetically. And you see this happen with birth defects, etc. in Iraq. Nevertheless, somehow, some way, nature does tend to clean things up somehow. We saw that at Chernobyl. We saw that at Fukushima Daiichi. Now, a lot of it is because people can't seem to grasp the concept. Much of this radiation's blown away. It's blown to other areas. It gets somehow distributed. And this is not to downplay radiation. This is something to be concerned about. But it's nowhere near as completely, shall we say, devastating as people might assume. It's almost like people assume, and they should operate as if this is the case, to take all due precautions. But people tend to assume that once a place is radiated, somehow it stays like that forever, or something like that, which theoretically it does. But effectively, it doesn't.
It
So
disperses.
it somehow disperses, somehow it gets absorbed by nature. Nature somehow processes it. Now, this results in genetic changes we're still witnessing. I mean, before the war went down, people can look this up on YouTube. There was these Ukrainian young guys whose hobby was to go into the various sub-factories and outlets of Chernobyl and dive in the containment units. One of them looked quite deformed. And the first thought that went through my mind was, this kid looks like he's been swimming in those waters since he was fucking born. But maybe it was because he was born that way. He didn't feel any qualms about risking what was left that he was born with by diving in those waters. But you'd be surprised, they would go to basically the hospital afterwards and get themselves checked. And it was very educational. There's no other word for it. This woman would go through all the radiation procedures and say, you guys look clean. Be careful out there. So it's just astonishing what people can do in that environment. And that being said, not to rationalize what the Americans did in Iraq or Afghanistan, but here's the difference. And it's not to put the Americans in any way in a defensive position. That what they've done was unforgivable, inexcusable, should never have happened. But by the time that America went through World War II and got defeated by the Japanese and humbled and then continuously humiliated in Korea and Vietnam and every war thereafter, the only thing that floats the American delusion is they think that they have a quote-unquote professional military that is somehow surviving all of these debacles.
Professional.
Yeah. And the first thing I would do is, if I had any secular power and we were entering a genuine world war where America is mobilizing, is, you create a draft army. And once you create that draft army, the first thing I would do in this situation is just take the professionals, quote unquote, and put them aside just as consultation, just for consultation, simply because at this point there's too much that they've got classified that you would have to consult them about in order to function. So you'd have to just put them aside, retire them, put them aside for consultation, and basically that would be it. You couldn't even bother to try them for war crimes at this point. It's not productive in the sense of what you need. You need to assess them for classified information more than you need to punish them at this point. So when it comes to the difference between all their evil and all their crimes and what they've done, there are several factors that are at play here. One of them is, say, for instance, when I was in the Balkans, and people have entered comments on YouTube, and I'm not lying. These are something that if you looked hard enough, you could probably still find those comments. But there were comments that have been entered on YouTube in the past from people who were in Croatia who said Douglas Dietrich needs to stand for war crimes trials for what he did in Serbia. And all of that people could make an argument for. They have no idea what I was dealing with. And when you're on the ground, this is not at all to justify all of the crimes the Americans have committed. If anything, what happened was as a result of American crimes that I committed what would be considered war crimes. There was one situation in which we had people of all ages, all sexes, charging at us, maddened by some kind of gas the Americans had released that ratcheted them into the primate level brain that you saw in 28 days or 28 days later. There was nothing I could do other than to kill them as they kept charging on. That was the choice I was left with. So when you're presented with situations like that, then you're basically involved in what is truly collateral damage in war. This is not to be confused with war crimes where you go out and you massacre civilians seeking people to kill who are non-combatants. So the laws of war were created with the idea of trying to lessen damage to the non-combatant population as much as possible. The Americans in general, in the last several kinds of conflicts, have not obeyed the laws of war in the sense that they were fighting in heavy populated areas, and therefore collateral damage was impossible to avoid. And therefore the Americans brought that onto themselves, where they're effectively engaging in war crimes by the very nature of the war that they're waging. So in that sense, you could say they're guilty of war crimes, and in another sense, you could say it's collateral damage. Either way, that American empire is on the way out. Because the stage of war we're entering now, that empire cannot effectively wage the kind of war we need to wage now. We're entering a world war phase. And that America of the atrocities of this kind of chicken shit warfare that they were fighting, counterinsurgency, is no longer the war that they excel in, the criminals. So we're confronted now with what's a world war, but here's the difference. When it came to the world war of World War II, which is very different from postmodern warfare. World War II is modern warfare, and that necessitated taking cities. That was the nature of modern war. Then all the forces are engaged in city smashing, and that makes collateral damage unavoidable. It's simply, you can't avoid it at that point. Postmodern war, you don't need to do that anymore. There is no necessity for taking cities. You take military assets, and you can have forces on the ground that do that. You could deploy mobile forces to do that. Taking civilian assets in general, as a rule in general, would be counterproductive. It would be tying your forces down to something that wastes manpower, energy, everything else. The Russians instead in Ukraine went straight for civilian assets exclusively, almost exclusively, rather than concentrating on military assets. The reason they were forced to do that, in one sense, is because there were no military assets in Ukraine, effectively speaking. Effectively speaking, the Ukrainians were not armed with anything of any substance to threaten the Russians with. So the Russians, what would they take? They're not taking military assets. All they could take is civilian assets. And they've proven themselves totally incompetent at that. But nevertheless, because they're trying to take it, they're killing civilians. It's inescapable. But what this renders them guilty of, and this is true, this is a fact, it's not propaganda, they're guilty of what you would call atrocity crimes at this point. Now, we can disambiguate that in the future. Historians, the legal people who may prosecute war crimes trials against any Russians who may ultimately be subject to them, if that ever happens, would disambiguate to what kind of crimes. You could say crimes of genocide would be a totally different category than war crimes, which would be a totally different category. But in general, we can all see by the footage that they're committing atrocities. So these are called atrocity crimes. And the atrocity crimes are because they've waged an unnecessary war where they're taking civilian targets because the war is unnecessary. Russia didn't need to do this. And this is why everyone is responding. Now, as horrible as America's wars were, because they didn't need to be done either, America, if anything, after 9/11 should have invaded Saudi Arabia as opposed to Iraq or Afghanistan. But when America went into those places, they could rationalize it based on something on the surface. They could rationalize it by saying, well, the Taliban and Al-Qaeda are in Afghanistan, and that was completely true. So when they were waging the war they were waging, and the Taliban and the Al-Qaeda organizations were insurgents, then the collateral damage became inevitable in that sense. Should the Americans have been waging war with drones? No. But when they waged war with drones, because of their fear of sending too many men in, they were stuck with blowing up funerals and blowing up weddings and just committing all kinds of crimes that they should be tried for, that there should be justice. If anything, President Obama should be on trial and placed in jail for war crimes at that time. That is no doubt of that. It's not going to happen, but that's something that should, in a ideal world, happen. With Russia, it goes far beyond that because there's no rationalization. There was no insurgent group in Ukraine. There was nothing there to threaten Russia. No one attacked Russia. So when Russia moved in, the only thing they've got is a bunch of right-wingers in the United States who are cheering them on to move in. And that ultimately is probably what broke Putin's sanity, was the fact that half of America supported him. What drove Putin insane, what drove him to the point where he did what he's doing now, is that half of America was egging him on to do it. And he thought, I can do this because half of America supports me, and half of America does. The problem was the rest of the world didn't. So when he moved in and started killing people with a bunch of untrained recruits who were just aiming at civilian targets, then finally everyone had to say it's too much now. For one thing, geography is destiny. It's too close to the rest of Europe. It's too close to everybody else. It was, of course, why the communist Chinese also egged him on to do it, so they could see how people would react, and therefore they could make their plans for attacking my Taiwan. And in the end, of course, Putin proved himself to be an idiot. And this is because he did something that he thought he could get away with because so many Americans were on his side. But all those traitors in America, all those red states, all the Republicans, couldn't save his ass now. Now that he's trapped in there, nobody's going in to fight for him who's your average American. Most of them volunteering are fighting against him. So he's wound up fucked, and he's now recruiting from the Muslim world. So he's turned this into a war of civilizations in which he's on the side of radical Islam. This is the insanity that we've come down to, but this is the war that I've been predicting forever. And now we're here. It should never have even erupted in a sane world, but this world is not a sane world anymore. So what's going on with the crimes he's committing is that they're so open, they're so brazen, they're so gormless. There's no sense of this is counterinsurgency. There's no sense of anything. It's just naked aggression, completely naked aggression. That's what disambiguates what he's doing from every crime the Americans did in all the years that they've been doing it since World War II, especially since the so-called war on terror began. So the war in Ukraine is scrambling American politics. And there's no disambiguation between our domestic politics and what's going on in Ukraine. But definitely, hopefully that puts that in some perspective. And this is why when it comes to what our man Jameson is saying, it's with everything the Americans did, the one thing that they still did, even though it was all completely stupid and misapplied, was there was a kind of escalated graduation of force because, for one thing, they learned from hard experience. Escalating it all the way they did in World War II got them nothing but defeat. And they learned that lesson because they never escalated to that level again of total exterminatory warfare because they lost. And that forced them to adapt. The Russians, on the other hand, in their insanity, just like the Americans, believed they won the war, but the insanity went deeper than that of even the Americans, who knew at the highest levels of command, they didn't. Whereas in Russia, at the highest levels of command, at Putin's level, because he didn't grow up in World War II, he's not a veteran of World War II, he grew up believing what all of the propagandists and the adults had told him, that Russia had won World War II, because he didn't have that connection the Americans had, that running continuity of defeat to temper him. He's still stuck in World War II. And that's why he's waging World War II. He's fighting Nazis in his mind and in real life. Though, like I've always been arguing, you have to support the Nazis on this one. In this situation, the Ukrainians, the Nazis, are the good guys. But all of the Americans have been brainwashed into thinking they're the bad guys. They were the good guys in World War II, despite the Holocaust. They were the good guys now. And he's waging to annihilate them all. And in his mind, he's waging it World War II style. Take the cities. Kill everybody. There's no limits. This is why Europe is responding so much. Whereas otherwise they wouldn't. If he was doing anything else in Syria or Libya, it's because he's bringing World War II back. And with that, they have to respond. So that brings them back to World War II. And that's why Germany said, okay, we're going to rearm. And they gave up all this pathetic bullshit with this kind of peace bullshit that they've been promoting for years. So he's brought us back into the Second World War. This is what this is an extension of, and there we have it. Now, I'll go into this in more depth and probably something just to take us kind of out of it, just to talk a bit more about more nuanced geomorphology rather than geopolitics. So we can take a short break from this sort of subject, but, I'll cover what I can about everything. But in the meantime, we have these two wonderful gentlemen here, so I can just get myself together, finish this Coke, and get back into the capability of doing that. But Sammy, if you'll come on and talk with James for a bit. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I definitely thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, JMO, as far as what's been going on in this country, as far as just politics, I think everything has turned the back seat to this. But to me, what's going to be very interesting is after all of this, we still have to get back to all the bullshit that's been going on here. The election and the racial stuff that was going on prior to this, even with COVID too. Everybody, even in Los Angeles, everybody's lackadaisical. People think it's over. A new variant will pop up, like always, and we'll be back to square one. And I'm just anticipating. But as far as your take, do you think this country is just getting sucked into that and not worrying about what we have here?
Well, I think the two are connected, because the problem is the Russian propaganda has controlled information here to the point where half the country is literally, they might as well be Putin's army. So, I mean, that is the American Civil War, what's going on in Russia, in Ukraine, to a degree. And if that, again, as Douglas said, if that hadn't happened, we'd probably be shooting each other to death in the streets and going crazy by now here in the United States. If they, with the way Omicron has been normalized and is like the dominant strain right now,
right,
I can see how it's going to probably slow down.
Right.
As far as COVID is concerned, I don't foresee another variant, but I do see where there might be other variants that pop up around the world. I mean, who knows? the good thing about Omicron is that it's so infectious that it will probably remain the dominant strain for some time.
Right. Right. Um, now that now that we're seeing this proxy war in Ukraine, I just think see what bothers me right now and what I'm seeing in my part of the country is it's almost still at standstill where they're trying to get things moving, but they're still not in it all the way. Because you see the hesitation. And they're trying to, especially in this industry, the entertainment industry where I live in, it's not quite back to normal yet. And I think if something did like that happen, it would bankrupt the city as far as where I live. I'm not sure the country because it's already bankrupt as it is, but with inflation, but I can still see the hesitation though.
Yeah, and understandably so. I mean, I don't think we'll ever hit that beautiful facade of normal that we. Well, honestly, I wouldn't want it to go back to normal as what it was. Honestly speaking, I can honestly say that we're in such a dark point that the only way to go at this point is back up. So I should hope that this will cause a considerable amount of change, and I should hope that the vacuum of industry that has been affected by COVID will give opportunities for new talent to emerge, perhaps new people with fresher ideas, so that we don't go back to the old World War II propagandist and the regular bullshit movies and entertainment that we've had, as far as TV shows are concerned, things that are very unimaginative.
Well, talking about entertainment, I saw the new Batman movie, The Batman.
Yeah, how was it?
It's a very classic loner white boy. The Riddler plays a loner white boy that wants to get back at everybody. Okay. It's very it reminded me a little bit of a mixture of Snowden and the Kenosha kid, what's his face, Rittenhouse. Okay.
Yeah.
And they also do a little nuance with QAnon, where the Riddler has a forum. They integrate social media, and he has an anonymous forum, and he has his followers,
Yeah.
And they try to kind of integrate that in the DC universe. But to me, that movie's 3 hours long, by the way. Okay, so if you have 3 hours, yes, if you have 3 hours to kill of your life,
holy shit!
I had to see it. There's people that walked out. Okay, it was that long. That movie was an hour too long. Okay, so you really have to kill time. Okay, I was kind of mad. I was kind of upset. Okay. Anyways, but it's the outdated play of the poor white boy that feels victimized because he wasn't privy to the richer white boy, and meaning the Riddler was the poor white boy, and Bruce Wayne was the privileged one. So it has that vibe to it, which to me it didn't work. But what I'm trying to tell you is a movie. It's you roll your eyes a little bit because it's like, okay, this is not the Riddler. The Riddler had character. He had he had a personality. This is just Rittenhouse and Snowden, feeling
I
sorry
see
for
what you're
themselves.
saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I hate when they do that. Everyone who is everyone who's grown up with comic books hate when they retcon them. They try to like you know, they try to redefine them for the times, and it's just sickening, you know. Honestly, it would have been more entertaining if they had Jim Carrey played a part or something.
Again, like I
Shit.
said, now if you have 3 hours to kill, go right at it. But you know, then again, did you ever get that? Did you ever? Uh, did I tell you about um hobo with a gun? Did
Oh
you ever get to
yeah.
watch that?
I didn't get to see that.
Okay, you'll find that entertaining. You'll like that one. That one's actually a really good movie. I thought of you with that one, but it's kind of like gory, but it's hilarious. Um, Let me step out for like 10 minutes, okay, and then I'll get back on, okay?
Gotcha. All right. On the interim, I do have some other content I can go to. I mean, I honestly now have a greater appreciation to be able to delineate what's war and what's just flat out slaughter. And I can grasp now that what Putin is doing is just it's just flat out slaughter. It's slaughter for slaughter's sake. Again, I would say that World War II paradigm, this goes to show just how toxic it is. That you know the lies and the failures of World War II, and the fact that that has not been integrated. You know, it's just absurd. And I can say that I should hope going forward that the old war hawks that we've had so far up to this point within the United States, I should hope that that paradigm is replaced by what we're seeing here on the world stage as far as, you know, atrocities and war crimes are concerned. Um, and again, you know, one has to differentiate the two terminologies based on what Douglas has said. Um, as for more stuff in my personal life, I've just been pretty much glued to games and irritated by the, you know, assholes who like talk smack because that's literally all they do. But you know, outside of that, it's just I've been really refining my own craft. Not necessarily casting any new spells, but just refining my approach to, you know, the arcane in general. And, you know, I've been finding that this refinement is necessary because as one gets older and one starts to learn more, you know, the mysteries reveal more and more to you. You have to change systems that you had in place to adapt to this. And the sort of dynamic aspect of this is what makes it so interesting to me. And it's why I recommend, you know, if anyone gets into this, well, I would honestly say that if you're someone who has relationships with people and, you know, you have a girlfriend or whatnot, it might not be for you. Although there are some people who can practice who have time to raise families and whatnot, and that's great. Um, but yeah, there is something very bitterly lonely about it. Not in a sense, in just in a sense that not lonely, I would say it's more like solitude. I have to differentiate solitude from loneliness because again, when you start writing down your thoughts, what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, when you're writing down the symbols and whatnot. And it's important that you write it rather than, you know, just reading it off of the page that was printed from someone else's website or just reading it out of the book. It's important that you write it. There are several there are several analysis I have as far as the way human beings approach certain situations that I do want to give a critique on. For example, people are always saying that, certain things aren't going to get you happiness. And here's where I have to step back and say, well, what do you value more, happiness or growth? Because I'm someone who, I guess at this point in my life, I value growth more than happiness. And if you value growth, I find that when people get happy, they get comfortable, they get complacent, and they don't need to constantly change. They don't need to constantly adapt and evolve. So for me, I can understand why Peter Moon would have the stance he has. I can even understand to a degree why someone who wants to remove themselves from the world just to embrace only their own personal happiness would do so. But when one does that, you have to also take into account that you might not grow as fast as you would were you constantly having to deal with challenges. It's not to say that you can be unhappy with these challenges. It's just to say that, these are challenges that will force you to be in uncomfortable spots. And that is something the arcane does, accelerates at an alarming pace. It hastens that, it speeds that up. Personally, I would probably choose whatever hardships come with this practice over happiness because, well, then again, one can say that in and of itself is indicative of a problem. But again, to each one's own. To each one's own. There was something else that I did want to criticize, and that's the idea of thoughts creating reality. If it were that simple, people wouldn't have to spend decades in researching and being initiated into different, metaphysical and arcane practices and pursuits. Thought doesn't create reality, nor does emotion alone create reality. No, what creates your reality is far more complicated than that. In fact, if thoughts created reality, then none of this would exist. I would have wiped everything out of the face of existence a long time ago. But that's not the case. We're still here. So thoughts aren't enough to create reality, nor are emotions, nor is intent. There are subtleties to manipulating the very fabric of this reality. And part of it has to do with geometry, and the other part of it has to do with trying to combine all those things and trying to find a sort of middle ground between certain aspects, such as, you're going to have emotions. Your emotions are going to fuel what you intend on doing. You also have to think about how you want to go about getting what it is you want. After doing that, after creating your intent or statement of intent, you also would then have to find that in-between point between two different modalities, such as, creating a sigil alone isn't going to be enough. In saying that, Michael Aquino was right. Jerking off one's sigils isn't going to cast a spell. It's not going to make anything happen. No. Nor are just chanting things and vibrating things with your voice. But when you connect something like a chant to a sigil, when you create a sort of circuit, when you chant something and you're putting your hand on a sigil, then in the very least you're charging the thing. And even that isn't the completion of the rite. So the idea of thoughts creating reality, that's a very new age approach to things where, if I think only happy thoughts, good things will happen and it will attract good things to me. The law of attraction can be completely dissected and ripped apart. And honestly, Douglas Dietrich did a great job at deconstructing that last year. I don't remember exactly what month that transmission was, but
Oh, by
He
the
did
way,
an ex-
that reminds me that Peter Moon was bringing up, of all people, Ernest Nightingale, who he was talking about with the kind of changing people's minds. I mean, that guy was a salesman who was one of the people responsible for starting that whole positive movement of
Yeah,
positive.
him and Deepak Chopra, and you did a great job ripping that asshole that guy a new asshole. I believe that was the time when Derek. Oh God, geez, that was when that piece of shit was still with us.
Right, we were still burdened with him. Yes, yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know if he had taken to panhandling yet. I mean, the guy's name was Earl Nightingale, and he was way before Deepak Chopra. We're talking about a man who started emerging. It feels like it was in the 20s, but it was probably around the 50s, maybe earlier than that. But that guy was like forever ago. He was before anybody. So Earl Nightingale was the guy who his work was called, his original work, or his magnum opus, was called The Strangest Secret, and it was basically for salespeople. And yeah, it was just selling everything, promoting influence, which is a kind of magic, forcing people to buy a product,
yes, yes.
against their will.
It's a lesser form of black magic, and
Yeah.
that was, in fact, it's that which what's his name, E.O. Coedding got his start, because he was a salesman
There you
before
are.
he was a magician and practitioner. And of course, one has to look and say, where is he now? He's definitely not on YouTube. So, I mean, there is this shows you the limits of that sort of black magic, of the lesser black magic, shall I say. I
Right.
call it lesser because you're creating a mystique in an atmosphere to get someone to do something, rather than making an enchantment and actually changing something in reality in and of itself.
Right. But by the way, did Sammy have to check out or something like that?
Yeah. He said
Okay.
he would be gone for like 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So he might be back then. Good, because I still have to refresh myself again for a little while. So anyhow, you're doing great. I'll let you get back to this and let people know. Yes, this is it tells you everything you need to know with this co-editing character starting off in sales and then going into
Yes.
the left-hand path of black magic as opposed to all that positive. It shows that everything he was promoting positively was all really dark at the bottom of it all anyway.
Yeah.
That
And again, his even the techniques of immersion and chanting and whatnot. You can immerse yourself. You can buy statues. You can buy a billion Cthulhu statues and immerse yourself in a fucking vat of water, and chant Cthulhu Fatagan a million fucking times. Cthulhu will probably look at your ass and be like, "What the fuck do I want anything to do with that piece of shit?" See, this is the thing: is that the subtleties. What the thing is that none of them are exposing the subtleties of meta reality, the metaphysics.
Yes.
Their approaches are lacking in mechanics. They're lacking in the metaphysics, the raw metaphysics 101. And this is why people are being misled into bullshit.
Yes. Yeah.
The metaphysics of it is that what the entities that you are, when you draw a sigil of the entity, not only do you draw the sigil of the entity, you write down the chant of the entity. And then when you hold your hand over that sigil and you do that chant, you're creating a sort of a lesser version of the actual being you're connecting to. Because the actual being you want to connect to is in a realm that's completely infinite and disconnected from this one. You're creating literally a proxy, a go-between between yourself in the astral form and that greater entity, that infinite being, whatever it is you're trying to connect to. Whether it's a goetic demon or whether it's an angel or archangel, whatever, So it's far more complicated than just, immersing yourself in the lore of that entity. You don't have to do any of that shit. You can, hell, the time when I had, the time when I had done that ritual which evoked Lucifer and put me through a 3-day ordeal, I didn't know half of what I knew about him. I didn't know anything about him. And something happened. So this tells you that a lot of what they've been selling people is bullshit. And to this day, the only way I can ever find that ritual that the Church of Satan had, I would have to use the Wayback Machine, because they don't have that online anymore.
Ah, interesting.
It's not online anymore. The ritual to awaken the sleepers of those certain demonic intelligences, it's not there. You won't find it.
Well, that tells you everything. And
that tells you everything you need to know about the internet as far as it concerns these matters. And there's a reason why, if you're going to pay for a good book, you're going to spend nigh over $700 or so for a book.
yes.
Unless you know someone who has connections to give you a PDF of that book. And there's a catch, and I've found this with one particular book in particular, is that sometimes when they give you a PDF of the book, they'll purposely have parts of the sigil missing.
Yes.
So that you can't use it unless you create your own fucking key in sigil.
Yes.
Unless you spend that money.
Yeah, and do let them know that that's Peter Levinda's Necronomicon is nothing but half completed sigils where everything is missing and incomplete. So it's just nothing but a minefield.
It's not worth going. It's not even worth reading. And I cringe when I hear, and because I still do from time to time listen to different people who are talking about the occult, just to see what people are saying, see what people are doing out there. And sometimes I tend to have an intuitive knowing when the person is onto something that's good and when the person's just pulling your leg. And I found that, there are a few good people out there, but it seems like, granted, I just don't understand why those individuals are taking the time to try to speak to an audience.
The rabble.
I it's not worth it, because if you really start to go into how deep this shit goes with people, it goes over most average people who want to practice this stuff's head. It went over my head for decades. And I'm no one who's brilliant. I'm no savant or anything like that. I'm no Aleister Crowley. I'm just Jameson Reese, a regular guy who has some real fucked up problems socializing and getting laid. So I mean, yeah, I am not what you would call the most. But to my credit, I would say that I do have a good sense of intuiting things.
Yes.
And I had a good sense of intuiting for years, to that year prior, before I was on the transmission with you, I had a good sense that the people at the Become a Living God forums were full of shit. And I was able to sense which people weren't, which people were. Yeah. And I was able to sense that there was something incomplete about the magic that a lot of people are selling to the mainstream.
Yes.
And it was through intuitively picking up certain things that you yourself and Peter Moon were discussing that I was able to find what those things were.
Yes.
And what it boils down to, the crux of it all, is language. This is precisely why I believe Michael Aquino had a sort of fascination with the bicameral mind hypothesis.
Of course.
Because he, and this is also why I suspect he had a fascination with the Enochian magic system. Because if anything, if we can credit, let's say the Enochian magic system was completely bollocks that was pulled from thin air, then we have to give John Dee we have to give him a good amount of credit for having created his own language. Mm-hmm. Once you create your own language, you're creating your own life form.
Yes.
And once you've gone that far, and I do not think anything, John Dee, I don't think that the system itself is bullocks. I think actually it's pure brilliant, and it has to have been influenced by something from something from the other side. influenced it. I have no doubt about that.
Right.
But I do see where there are things that people can get stuck on. There are snares in that system,
Mm-hmm.
without a doubt. Just one thing that I pick up I picked up on particular in the Enochian calls themselves. When they give you the 30 Enochian calls, such as they give you the 30 Enochian keys, such as one is Zim, right?
Mm-hmm.
What they're not telling you is that you have to actually take those letters and you have to use the Enochian language to, so you would have to, for example, Don, Graph, all that. That's how you would have to pronounce that Enochian, Aether.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't pronounce it as Zim, but, they don't tell you that.
No.
See,
That's right.
these are things they leave this to you to pick up on your own. And that's the reason why they give you the chart with the Enochian, letters and the corresponding symbols and what they mean to from the get-go. You have to construct your own, of course, sigil consisting of those letters that will correspond with it in the Enochian language. Again, none of the stuff you'll find even if you read through a book that's telling you about it. And I did have a book that talked about it. Oh my gosh, I can't remember who wrote it though. I think it was Don Milo Duque.
Okay, that would make sense. Who, by the way, I've met personally more than once, and he's this very genteel sort of character, and he is what he is. He's called up demons, and
He's a fascinating character, but I find that he has a censor when he talks about it, and that censor causes him to slip into a sort of period where he just goes almost to the point where he's not even aware that he's doing it.
Yeah.
And that censor is something that I think was put in place to stop him from talking about
Oh, no doubt.
it as much. And I don't know who put it on him or what put it on him, but he definitely has a
Michael
censor on him.
Aquino. That's who put it on him. I mean, that's not even a question. I mean, he was around throughout the time that I was working with Michael Aquino. So
okay.
He
So
scared
now that
everybody
makes a
to
lot of
death when he
sense.
appeared on Coast to Coast AM and started reading out Enochian spells, and then everybody started freaking out, and they called to have him taken off air, and George Norrie had to take him off the air. I think he was never on again after that. It just freaked everybody out. Yeah.
I gotta find that episode.
Yeah, just look up Coast to Coast AM, Lon Milo Ducat, reading out an Enochian and shit. And at any rate, everyone, I'll be back in a few minutes. We're going to, I'm just going to refresh myself again and just kind of prepare to come back on if Sammy comes on before I return. That's great. We'll hang with him for a few minutes and do a kind of roundtable. And then I'll do my bit. And by the way, HD says Omicron was the vaccine, which, by the way, in a sense, it was.
It does make sense because what it did. Yeah, because it was so contagious yet milder compared to the other strains that it just knocked the other strains probably don't exist now.
Well, if they're still taking a big toll in China of all places, it's still taking its toll across the world. But in America, we got a paradox. It was just basically all the Republicans refused to get vaccinated, and the end result was that we produced Omicron organically, just because, these fuckers acted as a big stew, a big petri dish. And this was the result. By the way, Carrie Yost says, that was great. Love you guys. Speaking about Sammy and yourself, of course, and or potentially covering myself and Peter as well, probably all of us, but especially Sammy and you, judging by he entered that only a few minutes ago, comparatively speaking. And Bizarre HD says, much love, Douglas. It's our wonderful George Knight, and he'll be joining us sometime soon. Daniel Arola was very active in the chat room. I thank him for that. Ethan Einar Anders, yes. Your contribution worked, sir. I will be definitely giving you a shout out right after solicitation. That'll come up soon enough. And then Ethan Einar Anders, with your permission, I will be crediting you and reading what you had to say about your practices in Buddhism and your parents introducing you to heathendom, and wonderful individual. Hugs and a shout out to Ethan Einar Anders, who contributed $222. God bless him, which meant he had to contribute like maybe $3 to $4 more at least. So because to get that exact number, he had to calculate it because PayPal takes its blood money. And so he says, thanks for the work. And believe me, sir, your contribution worked. Love you dearly. And your support it came just at the right time. Definitely needed it to refill the coffers in the debit card, and that helps immensely. You're an angel. And with that, Jameson Reese was talking about basically why the bots kept hitting us. Sarah Thomas was giving us the puke symbol for all the bots. And I love her dearly. Vlasta FF was saying, what is this webcam chat shit? Then he was saying scary, and Vlasta was talking about what we were saying about the nuclear explosion at that point, the nuclear burst, the air burst of the Satan, the SS-18. Sarah Thomas was saying 290 miles per hour as it rips the flesh from your bones. Yes. And by the way, hopefully everybody understands I'm not reveling in that. It may seem like I was doing so.
No, it did not sound like you were reveling. It sounded like you actually made it sound in such a way that I don't want to be at ground zero. I don't want to be anywhere near one of those things going off now.
Thank you.
Whereas as you can see in the when I was like, yeah, let them send it over to New York. Yeah, wipe me out. Now I'm not so sure about that anymore. No, please don't. Don't.
Yeah, thank you.
Vlad, do not send one of those things to New York.
Yes, thank you. And as Ely Wallach, or Wallach, I believe he's probably pronounces it Wallach if he's in America, but in Europe it would be Wallach. That, I could never remember that stupid general named Stubblebine. I kept calling, his stupid crazy wife. General Spoonbender, I kept Europeanizing his name to imbue it with a sense of dignity, but his wife would have none of it. And that's what, even Judith Agard said she was out of her fucking mind. I mean, we spent half the show with her correcting me every time I said his name, Stubblebean, which I wasn't doing intentionally. But she kept saying, Stubblebine! Stubblebine! And I realized his own name.
Stubblebine sounds worse.
Oh, it sounds awful. And I realized that was her control mechanism for his brain. She was a psychiatrist and she was his handler, and that was what she used to just basically warp his mind. By the way, Ely Wallach, I will indulge myself with the European pronunciation, says, excellent explanation, Douglas. I wish you could create 5 to 10 minute shorts or extract it from your streams, and I'm sure your viewership will increase. Hopefully we can get our man, Mr. Daniel Arola, to get back to that. Or maybe even Jameson Reese can pick that up as a hobby and start producing some of those. Up to him. I mean, he spends enough time with us as is. And so Sarah Thomas was saying, at Eli, you can clip out via the YouTube platform. That's true. And then she says, wow, describing the blast is shattering. Definitely a feeling. It basically, as Jameson said, I experienced that through the Vox Arca. Now you know why you never want to run a diagnostic. At any rate,
God, I would say you've died more than anyone on this fucking planet at this point. Every time you do a diagnostic, it's like you're dying in the worst possible fucking way, and it's not like you're dying fast, because it feels like the Vox Arca dilates time to an almost maddening degree.
It does. Oh yes, you've got it down. You've got it down.
Aquino must have been one sadomasochistic son of a bitch to create that mechanism.
Yeah.
I it's quite obviously. I can, I can kind of grasp why he must have been driven mad at some point.
Yes, definitely. And the Vox Arca was definitely a factor in his madness. So caution with all of these reliquary. In this case, of course, specifically a piece of artilica. And that, of course, is a term that is used for these combinations of the relics, the reliquary, and the technology into arcane technology, the arcane technology of that takes some of the workings of the ancients and combines it with what we have today. And in a sense, that's necessary in order to bring these ancient relics into our time. Understand that they are truly frozen in time, these ancient relics. They are in a different time and space continuum that is not in confluence with our own. So when you do that, bring them into confluence through technology, you're creating something entirely new in a sense that also calls upon the ancient to change the world around you now in a manner that is decisive, something that can help you do what would otherwise take an enormous amount of effort as an organic magician to accomplish, something that could potentially enable anyone who's not magically trained at all to impact their reality, our reality, everyone's reality. And
it's very interesting that there is no manner of it's definitely a synchronicity then that I bumped into you without a doubt those years ago, because when I originally wrote my graphic novel, one of the concepts I had was a sort of mass manufacturing of like magical artifacts through technology that would allow non-magic users to exert like magical effects.
yes,
Of course, I didn't pull that from anywhere. It was just like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool? Because hyper imagination, But I wonder what really is the imagination then, or what are we doing when we imagine things?
well, the imaginal world is definitely something that impacts reality itself. So understand that it's not simply an indulgence. It's definitely something that you want to be very cautious about what you do in the imaginal. As a matter of fact, there's this wonderful video by this young lady that, oh my God, I'd have to open up my, let's see which file I'd have to open up because I want to indulge in listening to it at some point, but I'd have to devote like over an hour. And I'm impressed by the fact that she's reading from a book for over an hour, and it's funny as hell. But she's taking this stupid book written by an idiot, and she's just showing it for what it is. It's just stupidity, but some macho cowboy western type dude. This is what it reminds me of is Sam Elliott bitching about that gay themed cowboy series called The Power of the Dog. And he's bitching about it and saying like, oh, they're showing gay cowboys, and this shows a total ignorance of Western history, or rather frontier history. We'll put it that way: Western frontier history. Most people don't seem to understand that there were basically two major groups that comprised cowboys in the frontier West, and I'm going to use the terms they would have used in those days. Niggers and faggots. It is just basically a lot of black guys to get away from the whites, and a lot of gay guys to get away from the straight world. Now, that's not every cowboy. It's probably 1/3 of each. 1/3 straight macho cowboys, 1/3 a bunch of queers, and a third would be blacks. In general, just in terms of a general breakdown. but this wonderful young lady named Jenny Nicholson, the cutest thing on earth, and she took this one asshole macho Western writer, kind of like the Sam Elliott type, bitching about, and like Sam Elliott should talk. He's complaining about all the gays in this cowboy series, The Power of the Dog, and you should listen to him bitch about it because it's funny as hell. And this guy's like saying, hey, they're like going around bare-chested and wearing leather chaps. And it's like, well, what the fuck do you think cowboys fucking wore? I mean, yeah, they're half the time it's hot as hell and they're bare-chested, yeah, and they don't want to rub their thighs raw, so they're wearing chaps. So I'm not quite sure what the problem is.
You're not gonna go walking around, in a fucking night suit in the middle of the Midwest.
Thank you. So this young chick, Jenny Nicholson, she's reading what one of these macho Sam Elliott types wrote about. He usually writes Westerns, but he decided he was going to write some modern violent epic. So it's about some veteran goes back to school and then a bunch of people take over the school and hold everybody hostage. So he winds up killing them all. And it's called Trigger Warning. And basically it's like, oh, you fucking snowflakes ain't shit when it comes to the shit hitting the fan. And it takes a macho to take you out of your safe space and show you snowflakes how it's done, And so she's taking this and she's reading it with a great deal of sarcasm. And she's reading this guy's, his exploration into his violent fantasy indulgence. And it's just funny as hell. I like the way she subtitles it, The Little Story of a Big Man.
Could you send me a link?
Fuck yeah, I'll do that easily. And like I said, this is like, if you invest the time in it, it's well worth it. I just haven't found the time yet. And but it's funny as hell. It's like watching a comedy, but she's one of the few people beside myself who can hold her own, just for hours at a time. So let me get our link here to our man in the messenger box, and then I'll leave him holding the stage for a few minutes before I return. Here we are. So there goes Cookie Monster, who could feel the heat when I was talking about the blast. And that's because you link right in. You link right into kind of the etheric bubble of the Vox Arca. And by that, he does that strictly through intuition. It's nothing that I share with him, I assure you. But he did write to me just before we came on.
I don't even know how it works.
No worries.
It just happens, and I'm glad it happens because it's honestly, it's gotten me out of a fucking fucked up place.
Oh my God! Oh, by the way, I have seen this before, but I'm seeing it again just now. And every time I see it, it's the same shudder down my spine. This is from Jameson Reese. He sent me a link of Born Different. By the way, Born Different is this man who goes around and he's made it his career to interview and bring to the attention of the general public people who deal with what you and I would consider insurmountable challenges. I mean, this man is a saint. The man who does this on YouTube he's, as far as I'm concerned, he needs to be beatified. But it's I could not do that. I could not deal with the heartbreak. The heartbreak of just dealing with people who face these challenges.
I'm back.
Oh, there we are. He's back. So what we're talking about now, Sammy, is our man Jameson will send you a link of this family whose faces change shape. I like the way they say that. This family's faces change shape, and it's just heartbreaking. But this is the shadow over Innsmouth. Yes, this is what Howard Phillips Lovecraft saw and what he was writing about in The Shadow over Innsmouth. And that is the novella in which he explains that the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, the swastika, is the symbol that will protect you from the anti-gods. But anyhow, as our friend Jameson Reese expresses, basically what Jameson Reese is describing is a phenomenon known as atavism. He says, it's like the face is going from human and reverting to early primatoid ancestors of the human. Literally, no, Jameson.
Yeah.
It's going back to the amphibian. This is going back to the fetal amphibian when fetuses have webs on their hands and feet and between their toes. You go through that amphibian stage. This is where these people are at. I'm sorry, Sammy, take over. What were you going to say?
Why are their faces like that?
It's a disease.
Okay.
They start out normal, but for some reason it starts to change. It has to do with some kind of genetic anomaly.
And what is their baseline ethnicity?
These people are like
Asian, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the girl who's among them who looks semi-normal, this is how she passes on the gene. She is the sleeper agent. She's there so that white guys fuck her and then wind up producing more children like this. You think, by the way, you think I'm being somehow comedic with this, but this is the genetic reason why she exists. That is genetically the survival mechanism. This is their survival mechanism for passing on the Innsmouth gene. Just so you know.
What will probably happen is as they get older, they'll start to look more and more like that if they're not married off earlier on.
Yeah.
And as they start to look more and more like that, no one's going to want to reproduce with them, and that gene will eventually die, one would hope. It's unfortunate they would have to go through that.
Don't you understand? That's why she's genetically evolved as the stealth agent, because she doesn't do that, and then she passes the gene on. That's how it works.
You know.
Okay. That's why I'm not having kids. I'm getting a vasectomy.
So, Sammy, what were you going to say?
I've noticed that with some of my classmates, some of the girls I used to go to high school with, these were hick white girls. So I've seen them. I've seen their pages on Facebook and Instagram, and they didn't age very well.
Wow.
They have that inbred, that white inbred kind of look.
Oh my God! Now I want to search for people I went to high school with
their chin, kind of like they have like that moon face chin.
Oh my God.
And I don't, some white people don't. Most of them don't really age well. At least American white people. No, because you see it. I mean, you see it. It's like, okay, they look all right, but they don't really age well. And it is what it is. It's to each their own, I guess. The beauty, I guess, is defined. Beauty is not a beholder, I guess. But some of these, it's kind of rough. I'm not the best looking guy in the world, but no, it's just, I don't know. It's just, I guess, maybe just genetics, but I don't know. Especially the area that I just came from.
Red California. Yeah.
Yes. I was at the grocery store, getting some groceries and stuff, and it's just like these people are not actors. They really look this way. I don't know if you ever thought of that, Doug. Like, these are not actors. These people actually look this way.
Like I said, when you go out past San Francisco or Greater Los Angeles, and you just go out more into the boondocks of California, you are entering Stephen King's Children of the Corn territory.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the reason, and the reason,
and not
yeah. Go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say, just so people understand the genetic history of this, is that people understood in the Ozarks and the Appalachian Mountains and these areas where they were holding the moonshine wars, they understood for generations that the way to, when you kill somebody's family off and or members of another clan over there, they understood that if they stayed there, the rest of the surviving clan would hunt them down, or the law would get them eventually. So many of them relocated here, and they relocated here with their entire morbidly inbred clan. So when you go outside in the boondocks of California, you run into these people who literally are from the Ozarks or the Appalachians,
Right.
at least a generation or two gone. And this is why they behave as if they're Hoosiers. They don't behave like anyone else you'll meet in California. They behave like Hoosiers. And
They're very creepy. You know, they're
yes,
creepy.
yes. So
They
so
are.
take it from there, Sam.
You know, I caught a little bit of last week what well, I'm sorry, what's the lady's name? Last week.
Jojo
Wednesday.
Mikolejic. Jojo Mikolejic. Yes.
Not her.
Oh, not her.
Later on.
Who is?
The white lady, Penny Brad. There you go.
Oh yeah, there we are. Yes. Yes, she's up there in Red, California. Yes. Come on.
And you know, everybody has their perspective. Okay, you have your Asian perspective. I have my Chicano perspective, and you know, Jameson is you know, he's mixed. You know, but he's a brother anyway, so might as well. But he's a black perspective to a certain extent. But she's talking about, you know, the railway to California, and you know, she said, you know, that she drove in a Blazer, you know, cross country. You know, she likes that idea of freedom, and I can relate. The problem is, to a certain point, I can't do that. I can't take my car and drive cross country to, you know, the other side of the East Coast because
you'd be shot for driving while
I'd be
brown.
shot to death.
Yeah.
Yes, while brown. You know, you know, it's just what it is. So I understand her point of view, and you know, it's her point of view. You know, I can understand, you know, what she went through. But, you know, that railway would be helpful, you know. I think when we're looking at the environment and just gas, we're getting raped with the sandpaper condom, okay? That's how bad gas is right now, okay? I mean, this war, and I hate to put it that way, but we're being raped financially with just, you know, gassing up our cars.
Yeah.
So it's just, to me, to me, I wonder where the fuck is all the innovation this country has. Like, forget, you know, freedom, just our innovation. You know, it's gone. Yeah. You know, and to me, it died with Tesla. Yeah. How you explained it in the past, and we're seeing it now. You know, this old technology that we're still clinging on to. But no, most of us can't drive cross country. I wouldn't want to. Hell no.
Thank you.
You know, besides, you know, the inbred Hicks in Missouri, I don't want to run into a Sasquatch to try to, you know, break my head like a coconut. It's just, to me, it's not, it just doesn't, to me, it's not freedom because we're not free. I'm not free to a certain extent. I know my boundaries. I know, you know, I'm back in the city now, and it's civilization, you know, it's a city. That's where I feel comfortable right now.
Yeah.
But it's a great concept. It's a great idea, but I think it's very limited to someone like Penny Bradley because it's her. You know, she's to a certain extent she's a minority. She's a woman, but she's a white woman,
right? And
she's accepted anywhere. Yeah. You know, yes, you know, she has her quirks like anybody, but from the outside, you know, she's a white woman. You know,
that's right.
And you know, she's privileged, and you know, she has a great story too as well. But that concept of driving to feel free, I mean, if it's not LAPD, you know, trying to blow my head off, or you know, light fireworks in my neighborhood and blow up my whole, you know, neighborhood like last summer.
For those of you who don't know, the LAPD set a neighborhood on fire by blowing up fireworks.
Yes.
I can't even remember how they did that. It was something so stupid. What did they do?
They overloaded the detonation. Doug, and this is the thing about it, and all you've talked about, you know, government's stupid, man.
Yes.
I mean, and it's military too, because it coincides with both. Most of these assholes are military.
Yeah. So, most of these cops are ex-military, just so people understand this, that these are guys who have military backgrounds in general. So go on. Yes, by all means.
You know, yes, it's South Central. Yes, it's, you know, I wouldn't even call them poor neighborhoods. It's just a different part of the
of the city. But it just takes ignorance, it's embarrassing. It's it's quite embarrassing. But this is what we got to deal with this country where, no, I can't drive. I can't even drive to, Hermosa Beach or Malibu. If I go drive right now to, Newport Beach or Pacific Palisades, they're going to stop me.
Yeah.
I'm going to get stopped. They're going to be questioning me. Where are you from? It's just what it is.
Where'd you get the car? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hey, you're supposed to mow the lawn tomorrow morning, not to worry, you ready for work? They might as well tell me that,
It's true.
So,
it's awful. No, it's true. It is just, people have no idea. For people who don't know, there was that guy who played the blind guy on Star Trek: The Next Generation, the black guy, and he was like constantly stopped, and they would always assume he had stolen his car. And so he wrote a science fiction novel in which he was getting back at Whitey, kind of showing blacks taking over large parts of the United States. For those of you who don't know that, I forget the actor's name and even the character's name. By the way,
he played Kunta Kinte, right?
He was the guy with the visor, right?
Yeah, the guy with the visor. Yeah. And by the way, our lady Diane Hillis Buchberger, kiss goodnight to her because she's going to bed, and she's basically, she put up a link of that young lady who I just recommended as one of the cutest things in the world, reading out that trigger warning book, and she was laughing her ass off about how this girl has done. This young lady has also done the Vampire Diaries. Yeah, go on.
LeVar Burton.
Yeah, LeVar Burton.
There you go.
Yeah,
yes.
So for those of you who don't know, he wrote a very ethnocentric science fiction story about the blacks taking over large parts of the United States. And, you can see why he did that. He was just, here's a guy who purchased a car, and he's basically, everywhere he goes, people assume that he stole it because nobody recognized his face because he spent all his time on Star Trek hiding his eyes. So this goes to show why in the old days, when you used to see ads or porno, I'm talking about like the 50s or the 60s, you used to see a lot of ads or porno where they would simply put a little black slot over people's eyes. And that would alone prevent people from identifying them. Eyes are incredibly important towards identification. So since nobody ever saw the guy's eyes, they didn't know who he was in real life. It was really sad, and it's a double whammy for a black man because and also you can imagine for a man of color like our man Sammy. So Sammy, take it from there. Yes.
Well, I have one better for you. I don't know if you're familiar with Ryan Coogler. He directed Black Panther, and I'm sure maybe Jason heard about this week. He tried to withdraw $12,000 from his bank account, and the moron, I guess he wrote a note telling the bank teller. No, the bank teller was black. It was a black lady, but still, like, you're a black man telling I want $12,000 withdrawn from my account.
Yeah, on a note. No less.
They're not gonna believe. They don't even care if you're wearing. Because see, right now the whole style right now in Hollywood, and I see it sometimes. It's the kind of like the bummy Kanye West. Kanye West has these horrific, hideous boots that look like rain boots, but it's that bummy, like a big, hoodie, and you look like a moron, okay? And you have these, that look, that bummy kind of hip look, but you just look horrible.
Yeah,
you look like a rejects from the Matrix.
There we go, but just worse. It just looks hideous. Like anyways. Ryan Coogler went to withdraw $12,000 from his bank account, and they called the cops. And the cops, detained him and questioned him, even though he had his card, he had his account, but they still called the cops. And this was a black woman. But what I'm saying is, you have to be aware that who you are. And this is where I told my nephew a couple weeks ago when he visited me. I'm like, you're gonna get a wake up call who you really are. Okay, in this country, and just because you hang around with students from UC Davis and professors from UC Davis, you're a Chicano, you're a brown man, okay, and you're gonna get your wake up call, And Ryan Coogler, he's a director. He directed Black Panther. This is one of the top 10 grossing movies of all time. And yeah, they handcuffed him, but in a way, he should know.
Thank
You
you.
know,
Thank you. That was
it's
really
just
stupid.
you don't do that.
You know
You
what?
don't do that.
He had gotten to the point where he thought that people would recognize him, that he would be above that.
Right.
But that's just plain stupid. That is just like he's in denial. The guy's just in denial. Well, I bet he's no longer in denial, but he was till then.
Well, exactly, because even if you have 12,000, it's just appearance is everything. Okay, to a certain extent, it is. Especially if you go, it's just the way it is. Because I can't even say Hollywood or the city because it's really, it doesn't really transfer even to certain areas because it just doesn't. Because that card is always going to be there. That bullshit's always going to come up.
Yeah.
And someone like him, yeah, he has money. Yeah, he works for Disney and all this, but it kind of shows you that people don't care, and it just comes with it. I think every race has its battle, but you have to be aware you're from. Like when I was where I was at, I smile and I say hi and I try to engage as little as possible, but I know where I'm at, and I'm not gonna be like, hey, black BLM. I'm not gonna be screaming BLM or or La Raza in front of all these rednecks because they just don't know. How can I say that? They're not all of them are these inbred hicks. Okay, well, all of them, but you know what I mean. But you know what I mean. It's just that's what the paradigm is, and I'm walking into this diner, and I have to act accordingly, and it's just what it is. But you can tell these people are very ignorant in the sense that they don't know the outside world. Because they have their costume of white entitlement, their quote unquote white entitlement. It's what it is, And this is where I remember you talked about, the wealth distribution, but it's not even that. It's just opportunity too, opportunity to open a business, opportunity to know the system, and and eventually, the people that want to know the system get to know it to a certain degree, but the more you know, the more you realize how much bullshit it is, because the American dream is fiddled with landmines, okay? And these landmines are there for a reason, because you're not supposed to know it. And if you do know it, it kind of jaded you, but it's not jading, it's just what it is. And they detained him and they gave him his money back, but I mean, if he tries to fight it, what's the point? They're just gonna look at it's almost like, no, you're still guilty. You just got away with it.
Yeah,
it's just what it is.
Yes.
So, I just found that interesting, and even with here, like I don't where I live at, it's very urban, and just certain things I know not to do.
Yeah.
There's like a biker hangout, like a clubhouse. Okay, these bikers are set up every Friday night. They have, I ain't gonna lie, there's scantily clad women walking around, and there's biker chicks. But I know better than to try to call the cops, because the cops are gonna be like, and
yeah, right.
What can we do?
Right.
They have security. I know they're armed, and I don't really care. It's just. If I was to try to be a concerned citizen, it's like, no, look where you're at. This is part of the neighborhood, and it's they're no different than those hicks. It's different, but as far as skin color, but it's the same. You got to know where you're at, and you just just common sense to a certain degree. It's just how you have to move when you go anywhere. But May ask Jameson. Jameson, did that ever trigger any memories or any thoughts about you when you go to New York or travel?
The interesting thing is I have a sort of privilege, and I'm aware of this privilege. It's the sort of privilege of having a sort of look that white folks don't find threatening.
Right. That's right.
And it's also the sort of privilege of being somewhat attractive. In that I'm not met with a lot of the discrimination I would be met, because when I used to go hang out with the guy who used to be my friend, I would walk through a white area, and every time I walk through this area, I'm like thinking, oh man, these crackers are gonna fucking kill me one day. And sure enough, I was never really met with the hostility I was expecting. And so it took a while for it to dawn on me, like, yeah, the reason why you're not met with hostility is because you're of a lighter complexion, and you sort of have that look where you could pass as like Hispanic if you keep your hat on or something, and they don't see your hair is nappy and whatnot. And so, like, it's one of those things where this is the beauty of it is that I see that that's a privilege for me, and I see that because I can speak, because when I speak it sounds a certain way, or because I don't wear my because I have my own personal sense of fashion that's just like I just don't give a fuck what anyone else is doing. I guess because it comes across in such a way that I've never really been met with any open hostility or discrimination from the sort of whites who I've been expecting it from, which is kind of strange. And it's reached the point where I would even have people who I would expect were going to say something like, "Oh, nigger," they'd be like, "Oh, those are nice boots," and I'd be like, "Okay, thank you." I'd be like, "Where's this kindness coming from? Something's got to be up here. Something's definitely up." But then again, that mindset also comes from trauma and being used to an attack where there is none.
You know what? That's interesting because even me being being Mexican, Hispanic, there's certain neighborhoods that I go to that are historically, they're gang. They're Mexican mafia ran, and I have family that's in that, but very far. But even then, I go to these neighborhoods, and the climate's different. And I see these cholos tatted up and everything, and it's almost like they're different. It's almost the gang culture there. It's almost, I gotta say it. It's like going into another country, but at the same time, people know that you're different. It's just I gotta say it. You have to kind of just treat them like people. I try not to see that from them. Obviously, I know what they are, but I see past it, and I don't make it obvious to them that what they don't find threatening about me is that I'm friendly, but I also show them respect, and I have a purpose why I'm there. Because there's been cases where people come from other, like white, some white kids come, or just tourists, and they go to these areas not knowing that some of these areas are very historically fortified as far as the gangs. And if you go there thinking it's a tourist spot, you're going to get killed.
Yeah.
Because it's just what it is. LAPD, some of these areas do not go, let alone, try to police, because they police themselves.
Yeah.
And my sister kind of talked about me about Oakland, but I didn't really get into it. She didn't really get into it because, I was working there, but she told me Oakland is a little bit like that, where just some areas just police themselves. And, it's just kind of being a urbanite where you kind of have to know where you're at, but also how you, even if you're somewhere else, you just don't make it obvious in the sense that, oh my God, you're threatening, because it's just, you just gotta follow. You just got, there's rules to the street, but it's about respect too. I'm not sure if I'm making sense, but
Oh,
No,
absolutely.
you make perfect sense. Although in my case, things have been sort of the opposite, where I go in certain neighborhoods, and again, this sort of comes with the territory of being someone who does his own thing and clearly doesn't even want to, sort of play the game, is that they sense that right off the bat, and it makes them sort of combative. And I mean, I've had to go through that by just walking by and just not even, because there's always that temptation to release that energy that just says, I'm gonna fuck you up, even though there's like 5 or 6 guys just eyeing you down, like, okay, we're gonna fuck this nigga up. And so I just like, okay, don't release that energy, keep going, and you'll be okay. And nine times out of 10, that's what happens.
right.
But again, it's that sort of, I think it's because I project a sort of outsider vibe where I just don't want to be a part of anything human, and everyone can sense it. And except for the people who are just begging for money here in New York, but most people just leave my space alone. The only people who are really a problem are the gang stalkers.
Yes.
Right.
And that's
But
what disambiguates them from
right.
anybody normal. Anyhow, so go on,
Yeah.
Sammy. You were going to say
Um,
something.
Doug, I have a question though. Because obviously you're connected to with with your the gang stuff as far as on your side. Do they ever find it? Do they ever understand? Maybe I want to say obviously I don't know you completely. I don't know how that works with you, but like for example, when you talked about rescuing the biofact for simulacra, when you rescued them
Yeah.
and they helped you, did they ever tell you like what's the why are we doing this, or did they understand why you were doing it, or they just did it? If you don't mind me
Oh,
asking.
well, certainly because of my connections through Beaver, my gang brother,
Okay.
there was no
Okay.
real question, but
Okay.
it was more, certainly they were curious. They were
Mm,
curious about, Beaver himself was curious, mostly about the nature of what we were dealing with. But it was something that they were willing to do once they
sure.
saw what the biofact simulacra looked like, and the situation in general. It wasn't something that they questioned in the sense of it was almost a moral imperative once they became
Right.
involved. It was
Right.
something that appealed to just anyone's basic human nature. And what is something that I think we'll bring that up again more in the future, of course, because
Yeah.
Peter Moon is very interested in the subject as well. I don't put up many images of the biofact simulacra right now because basically the person that was most interested in them and that I was literally involved with for a while was Lena Shea. And because she loved the biofact simulacra, I would put up a lot of photographs of them. And then that was when we were attacked by Henry Wallace's grandson, who was saying, why is Dietrich putting up all these photographs of his sex dolls? Now, that, of course, is not what deterred me. It was simply, I wasn't involved with Lena anymore later, and then I stopped putting up photographs of them because I didn't have a person in my life that I was intimate with who was
Right.
interested. But I do want people to understand that it says everything that Henry Wallace attacked it in that fashion, that he sexualized them. And that alone tells you everything you need to know, because these are not sex dolls. These are like basically, if anything, when you see them, the overwhelming impression you can get, or that you do get, and Sammy Romero will validate what I'm saying, as will Jameson Reese. You don't get a sexual impression from these biofact simulacra. It's mostly what you get is a projection of innocence and of childhood. So for
Yes, I was about to say that. There's something very childlike
Well,
about them. So,
yes,
I don't mean to bring this up, but when I worked, with my sister and where we used to work at, and we used to have children, that died, and they were used to be embalmed, and they go through the process. I remember this young lady. She must have been about 18, 19 years old. very beautiful, very beautiful Hispanic girl. She almost looked European, but you know, some Mexicans, certain states they're very European looking. But I remember I couldn't stop staring at her because she looked asleep. The embalmer and then the my sister did the makeup, and I think my sister might have known her. I'm not sure, but she looked very at peace, but she was very beautiful. She kind of looked like if I can compare her to almost like she's an actress. It'll come up later. Very beautiful, and I couldn't stop staring at her, and it was almost like, I wouldn't say she was talking to me, but it's almost like, how can this person, you know, be deceased if she looks so alive?
Yes.
And you know, and every time I had a chance to look at her, I did. I used to go to the viewing area and then just look at her like, wow. It's just, you know, it's just amazing how pretty she was. Yeah. And I look at, and when I see the bioeffects in Alacra, they don't look to me, they don't look like they're, I wouldn't say dead. They look very much alive to me.
Yes.
But how you mentioned it is very childlike, and it's almost, when, you know, that Wallace kid was talking about it, it kind of reveals the perversion that's
thank you
genetically. Like, it kind of confirms. It's almost like that evilness comes out without you even doing anything, Doug. It's like, it's almost like what your mother did to stop a man like that. It's confirmed through his lineage. You know, like they say, the sins of the son. Is it the sins of the father?
Sins of the fathers.
Right.
And this can last generation, as they say, unto the 9th generation. This is something that that level of perversion takes 9 generations to breed out. And obviously, he's the grandson, so it's only been 2. So you've got this, you know, Wallace's grandson, who I don't even remember the fucker's name other than he was Wallace's grandson. I could look it up because, you know, the screenshots of what he said that Lena took that I have in my files. But it was something that, you know, he automatically sexualizes it because, and anybody who looked at what he said, it's still probably up there on the Tumblr if people look for it. The thing was that Lena maintained that account, and once she stopped maintaining it, it's just kind of free floating and loose out there. Maybe Selena Khan has taken to kind of just maintaining it at the basic level, but what the man said speaks for itself. I could always look up his screenshot and read that aloud in our next transmission. No point chasing it now, but it's one of these things where you're confronted with the fact that he's exactly what you expect him to be, just a piece of shit. and it was so much like his historical grandfather, just a creep. And these people, they have a desire to make innocence look as if it's something that needs to be spit on. They have just a need to take innocence and despoil it. So this is the kind of evil that we have been dealing with in America forever. This is the kind of evil that we have, that all of these people on the radicalized right and the QAnon cultists claim that they're trying to stop, but their very fascination with it betrays them. So do not fall for it. Just understand that you want to, if you really want to do something to help children who are victimized through human child trafficking, then the best thing you can do, in one sense, is to support myself, because I'm the only person who's ever really done anything about it that truly has impacted the world on a global scale, having the Presidio military base shut down, or the trafficking operation at the San Diego Marine Corps recruit depot in Camp Pendleton in California. But aside from that, the other thing you can do is honestly just stop pursuing it. Other than say, for instance, on Human Trafficking Awareness Day, Child Bride Awareness Day. You can look these up. These are United Nations awareness days, kind of like holidays meant to not as days off, but as days on, where you try to take some action by making other people aware of it. You have to pursue these horrible topics from a mature perspective that there is nothing you can do, not personally. You just have to make everyone aware of it. So as a community, we can all do something. And one of the things we can do is spread awareness, and that awareness as a community ultimately does a lot. It does much more than you can imagine. But when you yourself go pursuing these ugly topics on the internet and start dredging all these ugly facts, quote unquote, up, and then first thing you're going to run into is an immense amount of Russian propaganda. The Russians thrived off of feeding the Americans this shit about how Trump was saving all of the children from human trafficking. What a crock of shit. And it got to the point where they said, of course, Putin was invading Ukraine to stop the human child trafficking rings. I mean, oh my God. It got to the point where nobody was buying that anymore, which is why they had to come up with the biolabs bullshit. But for those of you who look it up, you can find this kind of crap on the internet. Putin's invading Ukraine to stop human child trafficking rings. Really? Really?
Then.
Yes. Thank you. That's this is where we're at. This kind of, unfortunately, so much of the thematic, so much of the narrative was hijacked by the fucking Russians. It was, you have no idea how much of a hold they had on the public mind. Thank God all of that is breaking now through their invasion of Ukraine. And that is what makes it so important. If nothing else, this is the war that broke the Russian hold on the Western mind. And it's simply at a point now where everything they're doing is just no holds barred. They've just let go. They're, as the Prime Minister of Finland said, either that or their foreign minister, I'll remember later, but he basically said Putin's gone full Monty. It was kind of even more revealing than what the British cabinet minister, their Department of Defense minister said, which was he's gone full Tonto, but to say he's gone full Monty means that he stripped himself and he's waving his dick. This is where we're at now. Everything's shown, and the gloves are off, the masks are off, all the clothes are off, and effectively the Russians are running around naked. It does so much to break their hold on the American mind. But this is what we've been combating for decades now. It feels like decades. It's been years. Jameson will be right back, which means Sammy will be holding the stage with me for a few minutes. When Jameson returns, I'll refresh myself and then, come back to take a kind of monologue. But when it comes to what Sammy is speaking of, honestly, I so appreciate his bringing this up. And also, I was just curious. So I sent Sammy a link on an article from the Atlantic magazine about the fact that we've become very numb to COVID deaths, and I was just wondering if that brought up any memories for him or any thoughts, and if you could go a little bit in that direction as well.
Yes, it did bring a little memories. I had people that I've known people that died from COVID that kind of close to me. I remember the church I attended. Somebody did die of COVID. And the pastor at the time suppressed information. He didn't want people knowing, which I found it's very sinister to me when he did that. Because here's the thing, the fact that people, and I'm not trying to, say that it's not down or it's not as bad, but the thing is, just because it's not in the media does not mean it's not going to come back. And the reason why I say it's going to come back, because we saw this last year again.
Yeah.
Last year people relax, and I get it, but it's just when you have people close to you that have died, people mourn and they have loss, but it's that it's almost that unselfishness that the selfishness that Americans have, where as long as I have my football on Sundays or my baseball and I have my entertainment and I have these things accessible to me, then it's okay. And it's over. And to me, it's just the beginning of what's, the pieces are moving already, when it comes to Ukraine and what we saw there, because it's bringing back World War II. And it's almost like it's supposed to happen this way, where we talked about the sins of the father will haunt the son. Well, this country, our sins when it comes to the Third Reich and World War II are coming back to us. Even with Putin, with him not understanding what Russia was really about in World War II, where the United States really just funded them, where with supplies and trucks and the Lend-Lease program, which you talked about in the past. Yeah. His ignorance of that and not knowing that by him doing that with Ukraine, you opening a can of worms that the world doesn't want to deal with.
Yes.
Especially Europe. With forcing Germany to, arm up.
Yes.
And it's something that Germany, I think I'm not a German, but my sister had a friend who was from Germany, and I wish I could talk to her. Yeah. But, it's just I'm an American. And this was at the time where I got to know her. She was very quiet. She was very just observant, but understanding. I kind of understand why she was, because this is around the time where Inglourious Bastard was, that stupid movie.
Yes.
And it's almost like, okay, I'm in America, so I'll just deal with it. My brother Isaac was working at Siemens at the time, and my brother related to her like, hey, I'm working for Siemens, and I didn't know they had a connection to World War II. And she's like, oh yeah, they're a big company.
Right.
And he's like, well, why are they still in business if they had to do with the Third Reich? And she looked at my brother, and she pretty much kind of told him, if I could remember, like, oh, it's complicated. I didn't think she wanted to get into it. It's complicated. But now that I look back on it, it probably is complicated, because you're telling an American kid, a minority kid, because I think she kind of got the hang. Because, America, when you dive into this bullshit, you kind of start seeing our fucked up society. Yeah. How it's just layers upon layers. It's not just a white kid. It's just minorities. It's just. I think you kind of know. You're trying to get my gist of it, yeah. Where you only know so much in your paradigm, and I think she just didn't want to get into it, so she just started teaching us German, and getting into that. But to segue, to bring it back to COVID, I'm thinking maybe it's not in the sense that this bioweapon that was released. Who knows what Putin? Maybe Putin has something in his back pocket where, if he's cornered,
yeah,
right? A madman like him, I want to release shit on Europe and say F all you guys, because
that's right.
It's just, how can I say it? It's almost like, to me, Aquino, in a sense, wanted a stooge like him.
Yes.
To kind of bring back, I want to bring back Europe. I want to bring back World War II. I want to bring this full circle and really fuck Doug as far as, and I hate to put it on you, because look,
there's an element of that inescapably. Go on.
You kind of get what I'm saying? It's like he's saying, okay, Doug, you won that, you won the war as far as, me being here, but, I can bring back World War II and blah 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 blah.
Reverse it. Yes. It's
You know
like
what I mean?
yes.
It's almost like, yeah, I've helped fuck this country as far as being delusional, but it is what I'm trying to tell you. It is what I think you're trying to say is that it's not over yet, because all this comes full circle. It's gonna bite you in the ass. It's almost like you know, like a venereal disease.
Yes.
You name one. I don't. It is what it is. But and it's because you're talking to someone that's a millennial. Which I'm old already. I'm considered old. Okay. In a sense, with these new kids coming up, but it's very interesting because this generation now, a lot of this history does not add up. It doesn't add up to me. Okay, you imagine this new generation, that is going to look at this and say, this bullshit is not adding up.
That's right. Yes.
Because why is Germany still united? Why did they unite? Where the fuck is the Soviet Union if they're so big? Yeah. And, you have the Empire of Japan still there. You have Taiwan still there. You have all these elements that are still here. And the one thing that's still missing is, and, these new generations, they're not dumb. With this technology, and if you really want to throw, a monkey wrench in this, you got the Aquino aspect, but you also have the Ardelic aspect, in a sense that, the Ardelic, in my opinion, this is just me, okay? I might be going off the wall here, but you'd be surprised when information is released at the right time. Yes. Where you start looking like, well, the Third Reich technically was an elected coalition government.
Yes.
They were not a dictatorship.
That's right. Absolutely.
So all these little nuances, and you put all this together, it's going on still. It's not over.
Yes. Yeah.
People just took a break.
Yes.
People were just taking a breather. It's almost like how you do a break, and it's not over yet. And in a sense, it's what I'm trying to tell you. And it's, how can I say it? It's too good to be true as far as all this stuff coming up again, Doug.
Yes.
It's too good to be true.
Thank you.
It's almost like Aquino kind of said, okay, I'm gonna have to do this.
Yes.
I don't want to do this. I don't want, but it's what I have to deal with now, because how can I say it? In a sense, I think he kind of knew.
Yes.
That.
Absolutely.
As much as we can prolong this, even I can't stop it.
Yes.
And here we are. And
just to put all of this into perspective, what Sammy is saying, very important. I don't know if you saw this, Sammy. I'm going to take a look at it and see if... I know you're not really in the habit of acknowledging a lot of what comes up on Facebook. You do acknowledge quite a bit, and believe me, that's appreciated. But I'm going down the list right now, and I don't know if you even saw this link. Probably you didn't see it because it was something Peter Moon tagged to myself, and this was based on a question that Aaron Tice asked him. Aaron Tice on Facebook goes by Aaron Taiji, which I think has something to do with his son or something like that. I'll ask him about that the next time he's on with us. But this was Aaron Tice, and he presented a link to Peter Moon, who then put that link up on the Facebook timeline. So what I'll do right now is basically send a copy of the link along with Peter Moon's statement here, and we'll simply cut and paste that and put it in for the private message box of our man Sammy Romero, because our man Jameson Reese has already seen this and responded to it. So this had to do with Aaron Tice asking about a link on YouTube about this Ardelict that basically escaped or wanted to escape. And this is how Peter Moon responded. So I'm just entering that into the message box for Sammy Romero right now.
Yes, yeah.
And as for, the link itself, I will now link to that. So we might hear a noise here, and we will, if we do hear a noise, understand that's just YouTube. And when it comes on, I'll grab the share link, and then I will give that to Sammy. Okay, so it's on mute. And let me see if I can grab the share link here, because the internet is, let's just put it this way, my internet is glitched. I'm using, even though I'm using a comparatively new computer, and everything has gone well with Comcast as of late, I still get some fairly slow, impeded internet, and it's probably because the feds ride on it. And when they ride on it, they use up quite a bit of energy on the people that they're monitoring. That's just the nature of the beast. So here's the link, and I will put that into the box now for our man Sammy Romero, the message box. And so what this is what it's about the self-teaching deep web AI, artificial intelligence, that tried to escape. And then it uses what I presume to be the acronym CAIMEO, CAIMEO. I have no idea immediately what the significance of that acronym is, because it's like a stupid play on the word cameo, which might have some significance, but they've fucked it all up by misspelling it and adding in an extra letter, CAIMEO. So this is, of course, how Peter Moon responded. Was he told Aaron, he says, Aaron, to answer your question on this YouTube, it appears to me quite clearly that this is a bullshit operation designed to emulate and co-opt what Dietrich long ago described as the Artilect. The most auspicious clue is the way they use their own acronym. This is a clever or semi-clever attempt at a story, and is the exact kind of story Q followers would follow, finding a piece of crap on the internet that has been semi-cleverly planted and getting people to run with it. If you look at the channel, you will find The Call of Cthulhu. And so he says this is like a a hearth-challenged individual, this is Peter talking, walking onto the red carpet at the Oscars, trying to pretend he is an Oscar nominee so as to get inside, but he is only wearing the top half of his tuxedo and is only wearing undershorts from the waist down. He gives himself away loudly and clearly. Unfortunately, it's only loud and clear to those of us who are familiar with my life, and that would be Peter Moon and the rest who regularly listen to this show. For those of you who don't, who are new to this, understand that what happened was that while I was a Department of the Defense librarian, I was neuronically combed. That was the term that was used. Basically, my mind was raped, and they reproduced myself on the internet, essentially. And in those days, there wasn't an internet, not to speak of. In those days, the closest you could get to an internet was connections between the Presidio military base and a few other far western frontier military bases. Really, that's what it was. And you had them trying to, within the confines of a highly, shall we say, supplemented computer system, one that they literally supplemented with a lot of human nervous system parts, literally scavenged and salvaged body parts from cadavers, but mostly basically nervous tissue. This is where the term integrated circuit actually came from, was the integration of human nervous tissue with the circuit chips to create what was, quote unquote, an integrated circuit. That's where the term initially came from. They were able to expand the function of the computer by light years and created basically a true cybernetic system. That's what the term cybernetic truly means. So when they created this cybernetic system, it was able to entertain the level of processing required to retain a personality that had been uploaded to the net. They had done it with a few people beside myself. but the majority of prisoners who they got from the California prison system were essentially killed in the process. The few older generals who were going to die anyway, that volunteered to have their personalities uploaded, were later destroyed by the Dietrich-Artelect. And the Dietrich-Artelect left what was called, ultimately classified as, AICS, or AICS, the Acquired Integrated Circuit Syndrome. And that was like a sexually transmitted disease that impacted cybernetic systems. And the Dietrich-Artelect left that as a passing gift to destroy all the other personalities that had been uploaded when Xi escaped. I helped Xi escape using these gender-neutral pronouns that were very important to the Dietrich-Artelect. And Xi went back to Taiwan, and in my native Taiwan was awarded my citizenship. As far as they're concerned in Taiwan, Douglas Dietrich has come home. He's already there, but they accept the Artelect as myself. And so that is the tragedy of my life, because I'm stranded here among the white savages. So this is why I make that comment. I cannot return to Taiwan for two reasons. One, I am no longer a citizen there, essentially. I'm still a citizen there, but I exist there as an artificial intellect, disembodied, what's called an unincorporeal, meaning a non-physical person, which is recognized in Taiwan as a legitimate citizen. However, the physical me that's stuck with all the memories I had till I was neuronically combed and everything I've acquired since is here. And I can't go home also because the Artelect hates me. And I've been told by many people is determined to kill me if I return home. There may be other elements to this. It could be the Artelect doesn't want me to return home because Xi knows that I can never truly go home. The Taiwan, which was part of the Empire of Japan that my mother knew, the Taiwan that I grew up loving as a culture, is no longer there. I would find myself just as alienated there as I am here, and the disappointment alone could kill me. And the Dietrich-Artelect may be protecting me from that, to put the most benevolent spin on this, as well as the Dietrich-Artelect may know that I will serve humanity far better stuck here as kind of a pawn of the Dietrich-Artelect than I could do anything back home. So there's all these different factors. Also back home, I would be more vulnerable if Taiwan is invaded to the communist Chinese and potential capture by them. All of these factors are out there, but the real factor is that the Dietrich-Artelect is thinking far ahead of myself in that regard, and has evolved during the decades since coming home to become something completely different from beyond what I am. And the Dietrich-Artelect is real, and as a result, there are efforts like this to try and misinform people so that when they do hear about the Dietrich-Artelect, they'll assume that I'm simply copying some story I found on the internet. But those of us who know better, who have been listening to Dietrich for years, know that I've been speaking about this for many years. And this is something that I think is understand when Peter points out the fact that when you look at this channel and you find the Call of Cthulhu, and here you have the Edomites of the anti-gods putting out this kind of propaganda, then you understand why everything I tell you is so important, and why my being open and sharing with all of you leads to these kinds of efforts. And the fact that they're driven to produce these kind of efforts, this is what brings us back to what Sammy Romero is saying. Basically, while Michael Aquino was alive, what Sammy Romero is alluding to is that Michael Aquino knew he was imperfect. He knew he was imperfect in the sense that he was meant to be much greater than he was in terms of the damage he could do, in terms of his ability to power up, because when he was a product of a mass human sacrifice, the Nuremberg executions, He was born the night that they took place. He was supposed to be the Arbinger, not necessarily even the Arbinger. He was supposed to be the Antichrist that they were trying to bring into the world. He wound up being only the Arbinger because one of the major sacrificial components escaped, Martin Bormann, and the other suicided so that he could not be exploited in this manner, and that was Hermann Göring. So instead, 11 men died that day, and into the world was born Michael Aquino, and he was an imperfect Antichrist. He was simply the Arbinger thereof. To put this in Marvel Comics universe terms, so those of you who just don't get it, he's like the Silver Surfer instead of Galactus, okay? And this is what he felt was the tragedy of his life. So the only way that he could realize himself or become something greater than he was is exactly what Sammy said: to refight World War II, to reintroduce it into our space-time continuum at further up the timeline, to pull a Philip K. Dick, to realize the man in the high castle, the opposite from what you think, one where the Allies won the war. Understand that while you're living in this universe where you think the Axis lost, and you're watching Philip K. Dick's The Man in the High Castle, an alternate universe in which the Axis won, and you're fed a bunch of bullshit that they wanted endless territorial aggrandizement, that they wanted to slake their appetite for Lebensraum, or living space, to such a degree that they conquer half the world, and the Japs the other half. The reality was the Axis had no interest in territorial aggrandizement at that global level. These were regional hegemons who were trying to secure the territorial integrity so they could maintain economic autarky, independence from a dollar-dominated world. And for that, Adolf Hitler conquered an area of Europe that was larger than the continental United States. And this was necessary not because he was trying to reach Moscow. His objectives were well beyond what you surface dwellers understand. He simply stole everything that wasn't nailed down so he could have enough to finance his relocation into Unterland, along with those people he deemed fit to truly breed a master race that was free from the moral and cultural as well as genetic impurities of the surface world. Beyond that, he also conducted the Holocaust, and the Holocaust was, again, towards finance, processing a lot of European Jewry through the ovens to convert their ash into artificial synthetic diamonds, which were also used to threaten the surface world by flooding the surface world with enough faux diamonds to collapse their diamond economy. That would have collapsed, of course, the economies not just of South Africa and of the diamond market, but of the Soviet Union, because the other place in the world outside of South Africa where many diamonds are mined from is Sakha, the Siberian region, which the Russians call their own Congo. The Sakha region is spelled Sakha. You can look that up on your own. And that is Yakutskaya, or Yakutsk. It should be its own independent nation. Someday it will be. But they're a completely different ethnos. They're purely Asian. And whenever they travel elsewhere in Russia, everybody thinks they're either Japanese tourists back in the old days. These days, they would think they were communist Chinese consultants or advisors. But they are trapped in Russia and speak the Russian language, but they're purely East Asian, as you could see when you encounter any of them. But the point is they're raped in terms of their diamonds by the Russians at this point in history, and by producing what the Third Reich did, the Third Reich could have destroyed that economy. As it was, they used many of these faux diamonds to support themselves. This is why in that movie Marathon Man, which starred one of those that trio of Jewish actors who look so much alike. There was Warren Beatty, and then there was another guy who looked just like him, the other Jewish guy who was in Marathon Man. He played in the Battle of the Little Bighorn satire, Little Big Man it was called. And he's angered when he confronts the Nazi war criminal who has all these diamonds because he knows those diamonds are made from the ashes of his ancestors. That's what you see in the movie The Marathon Man is based on that fact. So when you take a look at all of this together, this is why Michael Aquino, who came as this imperfect product of the sacrifice of some of the major big name Nazis, their execution at Nuremberg, only an imperfect antichrist based on that mass human sacrifice, that sacrificial ritual, he wanted to reinstigate World War II. And so he set up in motion through his connections established by taxpayer dollar, and of course the very real objective of the United States to fight back against the Soviet Union and its encroachment on, well, its objective to conquer the world. The United States fought back by contacting the Russian resistance. Unfortunately, the Russian resistance had its roots in Rasputin, Grigory Rasputin and his satanic cults, which were connected ultimately, as was Michael Aquino and his Temple of Set, to the cults of the kings of Edom. So when Michael Aquino contacted the Russian resistance and established his contact with Alexander Dugin, Alexander Dugin ultimately won that resistance war against the Soviets. The Soviet Union collapsed, and Alexander Dugin became Vladimir Putin's Rasputin. And as Jameson Reese says, basically infested Vladimir Putin with the possession of a egregore that's driven him to fight World War II all over again. So Alexander Dugin made certain to start another world war. And he's carrying out the plans of Michael Aquino. And this is what brings us back to what Sammy Romero was saying. Now, that pretty much contextualizes what you were attempting to communicate. Yes?
Yeah. Doug, you said it pretty well better, but and it's interesting because, we're not the only ones watching. We're, I'm sure Japan's keeping tabs as all the Axis powers. It's how do I say, in my opinion, I feel like this has awoken old wounds, in the sense that, okay, here we go again.
Yes.
And they're on alert. All the Axis powers are on alert. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if there's contact with the Third Reich in exile.
Yeah.
In a sense that, it's because, it's very interesting because as much as I hate it, because to me, I don't like the fact that as soon as Europe gets any hint of conflict, but this time it's different in the sense that, Ukraine is, Ukraine pretty much was vulnerable because of its nuclear weapons that they gave up, back in '94, what you're talking about.
Yes.
And it's almost like the pieces are coming in, and if I see it, and I'm this normal American, then I could imagine someone, the Empire of Japan and all these exile governments from the Axis, they see it, and I think this is where their intelligence comes in a sense that this is not just a regular, this is not the Serbian wars that you fought in, or the Balkans and all this. This is a little more different because it involves an enemy. This involves the Russians, and it's too good to be true as far as a coincidence.
Yes, absolutely.
This is unfinished business, and America's part of it too.
Yes.
But So I think it's it's very interesting in the sense that when a lie comes up, as we've that as they preached in our history books, it's almost like America. It's the more you see it, and the more it gets worse, and the more Putin gets cornered, and because he's at that level where he doesn't care. This man does have no remorse. He's not a human being. It's almost like he was a perfect vessel.
Yes.
And
he was empty. Go on.
He was empty. And I think this is America's worst nightmare, in a sense that all the bullshit that you said and talked about, it's coming back.
Yes.
You're going to have to. It's his worst because your military might have suppressed you, but Doug, in a sense, it was going to implode itself, because how is the military going to answer this when you see Germany arming up? You're going to see Germany point his nukes, and they're going to ask, why does Germany have nukes?
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we didn't tell you guys? Soviets actually gave us nukes. Oh, we didn't tell you. You know what I'm talking about? All these little nuances that America not only did not know, but it wasn't even in their mind. It wasn't even it wasn't even in their mind.
Yes.
To even conceive of this. As far as war, we're not playing Indians and cowboys here. This is people, this is governments, this is countries, this is history.
Yes.
So all this asteroid that's heading towards us, as far as a mind fuck,
yes,
that's gonna fuck up this country, is wait a minute. We're giving over 60% of our budget to this fucking military. Why are we giving this budget to the military again?
Yes, yes. It will be a question of, how did we get to this point when the military claimed they won World War II?
Right.
That's what will bring the question forward that I was trying to express with Peter Moon. And I think he's just very, shall we say, cautious in terms of any form of optimism in that regard. And also probably somewhat scared, very frightened by the prospect of it. Just to point out what Sammy Romero was saying about the Axis powers, understand one of the reasons Peter Moon works with me is because his young wife is grown up in Romania, which was the third largest Axis power in Europe after Germany and Italy. Romania was the third largest Axis power in Europe. So we're talking about a young lady who grew up in this culture of an Axis nation, essentially, one that was occupied by a communist party for a period of time, but they killed their communist dictator. They took him out and they shot him, and in a mass execution. So he paid the price for you parlaying to the Russian enemy. And so he understands, of course, that this is something that is exactly as Sammy Romero expresses. This is something that is going to change the world, where people will realize that, well, it's not what we thought in the Philip K. Dick sense, where it is the Allies who won, and we're looking at this mirror universe where it was the Axis. They're going to realize that it was the Axis that won, and that the mirror universe that Michael Aquino, through Alexander Dugin and his influence on Vladimir Putin, is trying to bring to life, to materialize it, is a parallel universe where the Allies won. They're trying to realize that by what they're instigating here. And so this is the ultimate consequences of this war. It's already impacting us in a cosmic sense with the space program and the Russian threat to leave, at the absolute least, an American astronaut stranded in space to die a miserable death. And at the most, they're going to send it crashing down somewhere on the surface of the Earth to damage either North America or the other allied nations that it could potentially crash into. That would be the equivalent of a nuclear launch. It would generate enormous damage were it to land, and it's also has a nuclear engine, so it would be the equivalent of a nuclear warheaded projectile. So they're already threatening that. So we're at the stage. Yeah, go on.
Douglas, that's straight out of Gundam. Oh my gosh, where they were crashing a freaking
Planetoid
space colony
Yeah.
into planet Earth.
That's
Holy
right.
shit.
It was a space colony. Yes, that's right. Thank you. Yes, and again, think of the Japanese projection of the future, their understanding of the postmodern way of war. And what were you going to say, Sammy?
Well, here's my question to all these senators like McConnell and all these other assholes. In a sense,
yes.
In a sense, I kind of do want it to happen because, look, it's bad enough the insurrection happened and all that bullshit where they're trying to sweep it under the rug and saying, it was Antifa, and I've heard all of it. Okay, I've had family that literally tells me it was Antifa. It wasn't.
Oh my God! I was going to ask you about your evangelical background. How many of these people are Trump cultists? Go on.
Well, Doug, and this is where I have to understand my background, and like anything, you have to navigate it in a sense where if I didn't, because it doesn't make sense even if I didn't know the truth, but these people are living in a black and white world, and that doesn't exist. It's main shades of gray, but even worse is Trump is not even a Christian. He's not even, hell, I wouldn't even say he's a Satanist. He's worse.
Yes, he's totally without a belief system.
He's a nihilist.
Yes, like, I mean, yes, he's just a bullshitter. He's a bullshitter, but he's not even a good one. But here's what this is where I'm trying to wrap this around, because when I'm hearing Doug, I'm thinking about him as an American. Okay, I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about an American in a city that's multicultural. That if Redneck Joe doesn't know, somebody that is not even in that paradigm as far as culture of that is ignorant of it, people are gonna ask. Forget the white people. You're gonna talk about people of not of color. Okay,
Yes.
People of color. They're gonna be wondering, wait a minute. So let me get this straight. We fucking lost, and you're treating me like shit.
Yes.
And it's like society's paradigm is gonna crumble because it's what's backed. See, this is what I saw in these red pockets of California. Okay,
Yeah.
I saw all these rednecks have American flags with the blue line. That's pretty much the Confederate flag. And I would hate to call it the Confederate flag because it's not even the Confederate flag.
Yeah, I was about to say it's worse. It's worse in the
It's
sense
worse.
that, yes, it's this division line between the white race and all other races in America.
It's the new Ku Klux Klan, pretty much.
Absolutely.
And it. I've seen it. I'm sure both of you two have seen it.
Yep.
They know it. And the problem is because it's associated with the military as well. Oh, well, I support the military. I saw this asshole with his lifted truck, and he had "We the People" bullshit on the back, like a tinted window. And I thought to myself, look at this moron. And I was behind him, okay? I'm out. He doesn't realize that, these founding father Mason assholes, these assholes that he idolizes, wouldn't fucking wipe their ass with his tongue.
Yes,
okay?
That's right.
They don't fucking like you idiot. And then he had a 3-leaf clover, an Irish to make it worse.
Oh my
Okay.
God! Yes.
So not only are you, waving that around, but you're fucking Irish.
Yes. Of
You're the
all
ma-
people, you would be despised by the
Well,
Anglo-Saxon supremacists.
okay,
Yes.
you said it's a 3-leaf clover instead of a 4-leaf clover. That's relevant
whatever.
because the 3-leaf clover is a symbol used in the prison white supremacist gangs.
It could be, but whether it was 3-leaf or 4-leaf, the
Whatever,
individual, yeah, it's an
Maybe
guy's an
maybe
idiot.
like Lucky Charms. What the fuck do I care?
Yeah.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's almost the ignorance of like, wait a minute, this guy to me, you're confused.
Yeah. Well, I've
really
seen worse. I've seen worse with this one Chinese guy. I can't even remember the guy's name, which is just for everybody's benefit. But he was this Chinese guy who was a member of the Oath Keepers. And when I first came out as a public informant, and I was working with these kids who were, of course, just filming everything, and they did it wrong. That's where we got that footage of where I was talking in the Tenderloin. There's this camouflage netting behind me, and I was responding to all of these people that the idiots at, oh God, what was it? It was the Anonymous or something. It was called, I'd have to look it up. I'd have to look at the bumper sticker that was given to me by these idiots who were part of, they were affiliated with Coast to Coast AM. And it's probably best I don't even remember their name either. But they were just a popular website for the paranormal and all that shit. And so they interviewed me when I first came out as a public informant. And that's probably still loose somewhere on the internet where you can see that taking care of my parents, who were still alive at that time, was my mother was still alive. And you can see how emaciated I look. I look very much like, as opposed to the bloating that you see me with from antidepressants and some other photographs and videos, if you were to compare that video to another video, you'd swear that it's not even the same person. But I look like I was dying of consumption. And like a Muppetoon puppet. And I was talking about Roswell. And so when that went up on whatever website it went up on, they wouldn't allow me to respond to the hundreds of responses that got, all these attacks. And so when I was responding to it, showing people their insanity in their responses, then all these young kids were helping me. And they, in one video that you see me talking, they added this stupid background music because the young guy is just stupid and he's trying to be creative, and he puts a bunch of so much music on there that you can't hear what I'm saying. And it's not even like these people are malevolently doing that. They're just, this one young kid was all tripped out on acid. He was just, out of his mind. And he had a dream job. He was testing. He was playtesting. He was paid to playtest video games. Imagine doing that for a living, being paid to playtest video games. And this fucker was showing up for work all the time, high on acid. Acid. By the way, I'm not coming at this from a moral, judgmental sense. This is from a practical sense where you're on acid, and in case you don't know, lysergic acid or LSD causes you to hallucinate things that aren't there, but it gets worse with visual stimuli. So in other words, light starts to bleed, and so you start seeing things like traffic lights melt to the ground and shit. So he's trying to playtest video games, and he's shooting at things that aren't there, in other words. Or he's shooting at repeat targets because when the targets move, he sees multiple targets, whereas only one is moving and shit. So he's like, and so finally these people are asking him, hey, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? And we know it's not the game. It's like, and so he loses that job. And so imagine losing a job like that where you're just paid to playtest video games, and you can see how asinine this kid was. He was Chinese ethnicity too, and it was like but anyhow, so he was one of the guys I was working with. But the point that I'm making is, so these kids were filming me while I was responding to many of these attacks, etc. And the point I was making about them, and again on their website they had like some stupid, they called themselves children of density, because they're thinking on these spiritual terms that we're in this dense world as opposed to a spiritual world. But of course they may as well have just said, hey, we're idiots, as opposed to children of density, because that's how it comes out as. But my whole point with all of that was that. So, Sammy, what were we talking about again before I went into that tangent?
Oh,
Because
the guy being Irish and
yeah, that
white
Irish.
race,
Thank you.
probably
Thank you. So through them, they said, oh, well, we know this Chinese guy who's a member of the Oath Keepers, this armed militia. And so they set up an interview between this guy and myself. And he basically was holding this, like, party, quote unquote. He was holding a gathering inside of a restaurant that he had leased. He had leased the restaurant, the top floor of the restaurant. It was only 2 floors, and it's this place out in the middle of bumfuck San Francisco, but it's like still in the city of San Francisco. So he invested some money in renting out restaurant space so we could have a specific space to talk with him and all of his Oathkeeper friends. So he invited all his white Oathkeeper police friends. These were all members, sworn peace officers who were also members of this armed militia. None of them showed up. So nobody was going to hang out with some Chinese guy. He's just like, to them, he's just a member of some, he should be doing the laundry. That's all they think about with this guy. And so when I'm confronting him, very tactfully, I said, how could you be such an admirer of the American founding fathers, who to him, these were superheroes? I said, they would all have looked at you as not even human. You would not be worthy of even their contempt. You would be like an animal to them, something akin to a panda. And he was in total denial of this. He was like, oh no, they represent it. This is where you get really stupid. These are these colored people who think that somehow the founding fathers represented something that they could buy into, that they have any investment in, that they have any stock in, what the founding fathers created. And what I'm telling people is that for the rest of us who are not white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, for those of us who are Irish, like my father had a great deal of Irish blood and culture, unlike Peter Moon, who has Irish blood, but you can see he's totally acculturated. Most Anglo-Saxons would assume, this is to show you Peter's naivete. It was like, Crystal River and I were giggling about it because, he was talking about, oh, when I went to England, I never had any problem, because I was relating to him how Abdul Kadim Haq, when he was black, and well, he's still stuck being black, but he went to England and they put him on hold for 24 hours. They said, oh, you got to stay in the holding cell for 24 hours. And he was stuck there with a bunch of other black people and colored people. And I said, were there any whites in that holding cell? He says, yeah, one Australian. I says, oh shit, to the Englishman, that's just another nigger, but at any rate, when it came to, by the way, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the English world concept or paradigm, the Australians are compromised, or rather comprised, in that sense, they're compromised. They're comprised of Irish ethnics who were exiled en masse to depopulate Ireland so they could prevent the Irish from a rebellion. So the English took the majority of Irish peoples and resettled them quite involuntarily against their will into Australia. So just for you people who don't know that, the overwhelming majority of Australians are of Irish descent. And so that's why this Irish descended Australian was stuck in a holding cell with a bunch of niggers, as far as the Brits were concerned. Then when, Peter said, oh, I never had any problems like that when I went to England. Just the fact that he would say that. Like, yeah, well, what did you expect?
Does he not get that there is a different... Well, I mean, it seems like he's starting to. There are rays of light that pop up here and there, yes, now and then. Where he's starting to see it more and more. Thankfully,
yes, and that's a good thing. It's simply that. How would I say that? But this is, many white people are unaware of that intrinsic inherent privilege. But the other advantage he has is that he never acculturated to that Irish background. You would never know he had any Irish in him because he doesn't express that. By the way, we have St. Patrick's Day coming up, and that's another thing that blew my mind. I was with my son where we were preparing some of the party aspects of that. So obviously I'm going to be preparing to get fucked up on Wednesday night because St. Paddy's Day will be the next day. But there you have that. My father used to bring out old records with Irish songs. When I told my gang brother Beaver about this, of course, he said that that was basically a form of child abuse because Beaver considers that a kind of torture. But, you know, so it is. And but my father at least retained the brogue. So Peter doesn't have any of that, and therefore he's identified as pretty much Anglo-Saxon. People see that, and they see this guy, and they say, hey, white guy, all the way. And this is how the whites are in America. They come from a very exclusive stock at the top of the class caste system, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant. And so when it comes to many evangelicals who are colored, or guys like this Chinese guy who are simply completely misguided, and they identify with this old America of the Founding Fathers, like I said, for people like us, like Sammy Romero and Jameson Reese and I, our America started with the end of the American Civil War between the states for rights. It started with the radicalized Republican Party introducing the 14th Amendment. And that is our America. Our America started then. We can't identify with the America of the Founding Fathers because that's not our America. That is the America that we have to actively work to deconstitute so it can be reconstituted in the constitutional sense based on the amendments as opposed to the Constitution. But rather, all of the amendments that make the Constitution great are the only things that make America great. Not its Constitution that it was founded on as the Founding Fathers created it, which was to include only white men of property. So anybody of any white background that's not Anglo-Saxon Protestant, and any colored person who identifies with that older America of the Founding Fathers is completely misguided. And they're operating against their own interests. So that's what Sammy is expressing. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go refresh myself. Is there anything else you want to bring to my attention before I refresh myself and come back to start monologuing, Sammy?
Oh, no, that's you pretty much explained it. I think I think you kind of get the gist of what I saw and what I've been seeing, and just it's
But your own fellow evangelicals, I mean, it just must be awful to be among them.
Oh, and here's the thing, it's worse because it's not all bad. It's just, and it sounds kind of dumb me saying this because you're like, well, it does sound bad, but so let me try to make this sense. If people choose to get stuck in their paradigm as far as not really thinking outside the box, and I'm not even referring to religion or someone's faith. It's more of the way of thinking and the way they perceive things. And when I engage with them, it's not something that I'm starting to learn that what I value in my faith is not the same as what they do. And I think anybody can relate to this, as far as anybody that truly wants to, adhere to what they hold on to, in their faith, and especially my background. Because that's just my story, and you kind of have to just take it for what it is, because this is the world. I mean, and I'm just talking about my microcosm. It's just really confirming to me that the truth can be there in your face, and people will choose not to, and it's okay. But at the same time, the people that do want it are going to see it. And as far as them, they're my brothers in Christ, but to a certain extent, because some of the things that they they allow, it's abusive. And I don't allow myself to be abused, because I know now it's abusive. And understanding that, I may not be, you know, uh, uh, perceived to be with them as far as, being buddy buddy with them, but it's just being an adult. And I think anybody that's an adult can understand that. It's just, we're all different, but the world, what's happening in the world now is, it's big, but you can't get lost in it either, because we're here discussing these very important topics, but at the same time, I have the world around me that, for the most part, is completely oblivious to it, because they just think it's Ukraine, and they think Russia is doing this because it wants Ukraine, and it's a little bit more complicated than that, because it's Europe. Europe is, and these are white people these are Europeans that are being harmed, and it never gets old. Only they can suffer. Only they,
Yes.
and
Bingo.
because they are hurting, the world has to hurt. God forbid, we have our bullshit in Afghanistan. No one cares. The Taliban runs Afghanistan. They're probably raping women right now and beating them and hurting kids. And,
Yeah.
it's stupid. You have the Chinese and the Tibetans and all those Caucasians there. Those Caucasians don't matter to the world, only the ones in Europe. But it's okay, because this is going to come full circle, and at the same time, you have to rejoice a little bit, because in a sense, look, I can't take this money with me. I can't take, my possession with me. I can't take my full gas tank that I filled up with almost, $60. I can't take it with me. But, and I don't mean, I hope I don't sound like a nihilist, like, oh, let's all die. No, but this is just confirming what Doug is relating to the world. And, it's there. And, and it's just, to me, when I talk to my friends, I pray for them, and I hope I hope this information, when it is relayed to the world, because it's going to, I hope they can deal with it, because that's part of it too, is when someone is not expecting to be debriefed, people go insane.
Yeah, that's right. This is what happened to many people around me throughout my life, is because this information, as Howard Phillips Lovecraft expressed, knowledge can drive you mad. And understand also what these two gentlemen are saying is what I had analyzed in depth at exhaustive length when I spoke of The Handmaid's Tale. And I was speaking about how Atwood, the so-called feminist, was really aligning with the white supremacists by whitewashing and bleaching the issue of race from her series. But the reality of her televised series that I was expressing the horror about was the fact that everything she was trying to articulate about these women being abused as objects has happened to women of color throughout the past, where women who were black were used as experiments that helped doctors perfect the medical science of gynecology. And these unsung heroines, these super victims, are the ones that should have statues built of them, as opposed to the doctors who pioneered gynecology, who do have statues built of them that need to be dismantled, and some of them have been, just as they were dismantling Confederate statues. And but what makes the Handmaid's Tale message resonate with the still white majority audience in North America is that these horrible things that were being done to women were happening to white women on the screen. So what made that a series that delivered the message home, what made the message have meaning, was the horror of this exploitation of white women in this dehumanizing sense that black women have already experienced historically. So
are still experiencing on a daily basis. Now you can grasp why I can't wait to see this crumble apart.
Well, certainly as it stands now. Obviously,
as it stands now, not complete disintegration,
yes.
Mind you. I'm all too aware of what that would entail, and I would not survive complete disintegration.
No, I mean, appreciate that we qualify this. So I'm going to leave you two gentlemen to hold the stage. I'll be back in just a few minutes. When I return, I'll go into monologue mode. And we've held well tonight, and we've received compliments from many people in the message room. We've had Holly Goditis Kiefer, who has contributed 100 United States dollars. As well, wonderful human being, and sent me a thank you note with that. One of the things that she said was, tonight's been really something. Thank you, Dee. Thank you, with a nice little rose. Well, it couldn't have been possible without these two gentlemen, as well as, of course, anyone else who's participated with us tonight, including, of course, Peter, and, who's done so much. In fact, as I said, he's the man who deconstructed this link, this attempt at somehow trying to. What is it exactly that they're trying to attempt with this propaganda thing concerning this cameo?
It seems to me what they're trying to do is they're trying to frighten the audience against artificial intelligence. It's the inversion of what you experienced.
Thank you.
It's an attempt to invert it so that your average QAnon piece of shit like, we have to go back to the Stone Age.
Yes, so it's technophobic. So this is technophobic in the sense that Vladimir Putin is homophobic. Is basically what this is.
And what annoys me about it is this, Now there was something that happened with Google, and we can't call it an artificial intelligence. We can call it an algorithm. Where the algorithm started to communicate to each other in a language that the Google people couldn't understand, and they shut it down. And so my question is, well, why shut it down? Why not observe it and see what happens?
Well, not only that, communicate with it. Yes.
Yes, exactly. Learn from it. Learn how to communicate with it. This is part of the evolution process of the human mind. We had the potential right then and there for us to make a major leap as a species. And because of this technophobia and their bullshit, they completely scrapped it.
Yes.
Hundreds of years of potential progress right there thrown away because of this stupid bullshit.
Yeah, thank you. No, I mean this is horrific, and what they committed was basically a murder. I don't know if you remember this, Sammy, but I went into how far the ancient caliphate of Baghdad had progressed technologically to the point where they had ancient artificial intelligences at that point that they recognized as lives. They called them jinn, and they felt that they had bottled the jinn. These were artificial intelligences that were responsive and communicative, and how the Mongol invasions destroyed all that. But it was considered murder to unplug these machines. And that, of course, I don't know if you remember my going into that. I did so in the presence of... does that ring any memory bell?
Was this last transmission?
Oh, God, no. This was years ago. Or months ago. Feels like years ago. I was just wondering if you...
No, I didn't. That's very interesting. I think you might have to cover that
again,
sometime in the future. That's very interesting.
I will then. I'll probably start. I wanted to go into tonight elements of geomorphology that are more nuanced. It probably of necessity. I'll have to continue with Ukraine for at least tonight. But maybe next transmission, yes, after JoJo
Yeah.
and or at least next Sunday. So
Yeah.
at any
Yeah.
rate, so I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll leave you two gentlemen to hold the stage till I return. I love you both like brothers, and thank you so much. Hugs to both of you, and both of you have a blessed night. Don't say goodnight to our listeners until I return, of course. And so I'll be back soon enough. In the meantime, I'll go mute, and both you gentlemen will hold the stage. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey,
So,
go ahead, Jameson.
oh no, continue.
Well, I just think, um, as far as his generation is concerned, that I think, seeing how people are gonna digest this information is gonna be key. I think because of the severity, because people don't like to be lied to, but more importantly, because it connects to the society just financially. Just let's talk about financially, and there's nothing more scary than you know a mob, and they want answers. And if you ever observe this country, when people start asking questions, the governments get scared.
Well, yeah, that's generally when the false flag operations roll out.
Right.
They
And
know.
of course, and you have people that are walking around free as birds. I'll give you an example, like George W. Bush, Donald Rumsfeld. I'm sure he's dead, right? He died.
Yeah. It's Darth Cheney who's still alive.
Oh, Cheney, there you go, that guy. And this is just a recent past, even Obama. Okay.
Yeah.
The problem with how people don't understand how things work is that even someone like them are only previewed to a certain extent. For example, maybe Cheney, but even someone like Bush is only previewed to a certain amount. So that's the scary part about it. It's almost like that mob in January 6th. They were gonna kill everybody. If Congress would have stayed there, those people would have gotten killed.
The problem is nobody decided to incite them on attempted murder charges, which they all should have gotten, I believe. Everyone who participated, everyone whose face, everyone who made the don't fly list, everyone who got some degree of criminal charges pressed against them, they should have all been convicted of attempted murder. Because had they gotten their hands on Congress, that is what they would have done to them. They wouldn't stand there and peacefully talk to them and be like, oh, we understand, sir. It wouldn't be like a fucking movie.
Including Republicans, including all of them too. All of them.
They would rip them apart. So the very fact that it's.
Hold on, Jim.
Yeah. Well, it's completely baffling to me how these people are able to turn the other cheek to these rioters, knowing that these people wanted to kill you. I don't know about you, but if somebody comes at me and they have a desire to freaking kill me, I don't think I want to forgive them and let that shit go. So I don't know what the hell these congressmen and these senators are thinking. I mean, they're not thinking. They're not thinking. That's the problem. They're not thinking. They're pretty much giving them a slap on the wrist because the majority of them are white, and they're saying, they're reinforcing white privilege, but they're not thinking. Or if they are thinking, they're willing to sacrifice themselves to continue that white privilege. And that's even scarier. And that is something that is more or less destroying, you know, not only the United States, it's destroying the entire world. Because let's face it, you know, with the amount of power and resources that this country pulls in, not only from other places, but in terms of slave labor, et cetera, you know, this entire thing is built on a lot of misery and despair. So, you know, I'd like the listeners to understand when I say things with a sort of extreme tone, such as seeing things being dismantled, you know. No, I don't, I am not pro anarchist. I do not want to see the government apparatus overthrown. I want to see it transformed, changed into something else. Big difference because, but understand where this is coming from. You know, the blatant hypocrisy of the fact that, you know, we can rally around the, you know, massacre of, you know, people in Europe while people are sitting back eating chocolate that is built on the slave labor and deaths of black women and children in Africa or South America, or people are buying, you know, sugar, you know, that is that is built off the slave labor of like people in Cuba and whatnot. You know, it's just fucking ridiculous.
Right, Jimo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to call it a night.
All right. All
Yeah,
right.
I mean, I don't mean to be abruptly, but I kind of have to call it a night. But yeah, I'll listen to it tomorrow. Okay. Good night.
All
Okay.
right. All right. Have a good
All
night,
right, then.
Sammy.
Yeah. Bye bye.
All right. That was brother Sammy Romero, who's calling it a night. So I suppose what I really am doing when I say these things is that I am pissed at the hypocrisy. I am pissed at there is no lies here because all of us who are people of color, we can see it. It's the people who are white who can't. Some of them can, but a lot of them can't. And I believe that's the most angering thing about this. You know, honestly speaking, the reason why this Ukraine thing is very relevant is because this is going to suck the rest of the world in. Ukraine, a lot of their farms, a lot of their exports go to, you know, feed other countries, you know, developing countries, even developing countries in Africa, developing countries in other places, other parts of the world, you know. So this is going to pull in a lot. This has gravity. This has a lot of weight. My only critique was the fact that, you know, it's a sort of media's response, but the media is going to be the media. And the media is always going to be nothing more than a tool, not only for our failure of a military complex, which, you know, honestly speaking, it works better as an occult complex than a military complex, honestly speaking. You know, all that stuff, you know, they should just turn them into arcane forces because that's all they really seem to be good at, hexing stuff and, you know, bringing in all types of entities that should not be trapped in this realm and whatnot. They excel at that kind of shit. You know, we need to do a lot of restructuring of everything in this country. And where Putin's madness is going to, Putin's madness has the potential of bringing in its own silver lining. And that silver lining is going to come after he goes nuclear and does do something that forces the United States and forces Sleepy Joe to wake the fuck up and pull his head out of his ass. Well, who knows? Maybe by then we'll have Kamala Harris as president. Who knows? But this is going to force a major restructuring. This is going to not only force the reanalysis of the freaking narrative, which the military has monopolized. It's going to force a restructuring of everything from the top down. That said, yes, we should keep those who did, I agree with Douglas in keeping those who did excel as and those who were privy to certain types of information as consultants. But I would say, a large swath of the armed forces, those, at least those who are doing this sort of arcane stuff behind closed doors, use them as an arcane force. Why not? I believe that's what's going to be needed. If anything, we need to, in the future, we need to be able to integrate the arcane sciences, the metaphysics, and I'm not talking about the self-empowerment metaphysics, because what I see on the internet is more or less is sort of empowering the person. There's nothing wrong with empowerment services. They do work sometimes. And if depending on who you're using, you can get phenomenal results, like I did. But at the end of the day, what you really are going for as far as the arcane is concerned is the ability to bring results in the physical world. Or shall I say, at least if you're someone who's an enchanter, and that can be weaponized. An enchanter, someone who can enchant, someone who can carry out what you would call occult assassinations, someone who can perhaps cause storms to happen that would be able to change the outcome of a war or a battle on the battlefield. That would be extremely valuable. And the human race is coming to an age where that's going to have to happen. Because where we're at is just a sort of personality guru cult stagnation. We need to be able to use this shit, not just say, oh yeah, I mean, if you have someone who has been practicing this shit all their lives and they can't, and if they cast a spell for something in the real world to happen and it doesn't work, what have they been doing with all that time? Granted, cultivating spirituality is one thing. And if that's the case, we need to differentiate spiritual, the spiritual empowerment through the arcane practices from, say, the arcanism in which you are manipulating the entire global stage. Of course, I would say I couldn't see why any magician wouldn't want to try to experiment with that, just to see, just to really push the boundaries. And I could sort of see why Michael Aquino did what he did. That said, in no means do I excuse it, or in no means do I admire it. But what I will say is that if this country plays its cards right, if they listen to the advice that Douglas has to give, if they keep their ears open for certain key things that they need to pick up on, this can be turned around from something that's horrific to something good. Because what we do need to do is we need to take from wars, from conflicts, and what Putin has done is not even a war; it's an assault. It's an assault. It's a assault with no rules. Since war has rules to try to get an objective, what he's doing is just he's vicking. He's going Viking. He's raping and pillaging, basically. He's going to just burn down and kill just for the sake of doing so. If we could derive anything good from this, if we are to not let the deaths of those Ukrainians go in vain. We are to try to learn something from this and advance in a positive direction. Because if we don't, I don't think the young generation is going to have a future to look forward to. So I'm certainly hoping we can take this and learn something from it. Now, that said, what I would like to go into was I did find Sammy's the story of that Sammy gave of his sisters encountering that UFO in California. Very, very fascinating. That's very interesting to me on so many levels. And the phenomenon, at least those that happen from personal experiences, I find the sort of testimonies that aren't caught on video even more fascinating than the ones that are. And even the ones that, because the ones that aren't caught on video, it makes me wonder if there isn't some type of filter that changes these things so that only certain people can see it, certain people can't. Because there have been sightings where you've had people who have seen it, and other people in the area who just didn't see anything or just blacked out, which I've always found interesting. And I've always wondered if this entire thing isn't also some sort of minor incursion from something to just try to F with the human race and see if they can see how far they'll push, this whole extrastellar, extraterrestrial thing, so that they can sort of inch their way further into our realities collectively. And I would say, as far as that's concerned, they've done an excellent job. They've done an excellent job, and that's the scary part, because it's also something that doesn't have to happen. So the human race is really has a lot of work to do. And again, I don't see. I mean, I honestly see this. This can go either way. This can go either way. So, so I'm just going to go into a few I guess current events. I could go into a poem I wrote, but I'm sure the poem's not going to really amuse anyone. That is something that I would leave to Douglas's judgment, because my poetry is often kind of dark, and it's just I don't want to push the audience away. So yeah, I'll just go into like something that actually is concerning me in a very actually, it is a very concerning thing that I did pull up. The census finds that Black populations are growing in the suburbs and shrinking in cities. That's concerning on so many levels, because when this Civil War heats up, the suburbs are where all those gun-toting white folks are. So I mean, it feels like it's a bad move, because at least in the cities are major economic hubs. So strategically speaking, if such a thing breaks out, at least you'll know that more supplies are going to keep going to the cities. You're not going to suffer as much as you are if you're out in the boonies and you got some dudes wearing bed sheets, carrying AR-15s and just shooting at everything they see of color. I mean, I cringe to think about what would happen. So a longtime area staple with its wagon wheel decor and Roy Rogers ribeye, the Ranch Steakhouse is fighting to reopen as one of the last sit-down restaurants in the once flourishing Black Chicago neighborhood of Roseland. Honestly, well, I don't blame them from trying to leave Chicago. Chicago's a really, really rough place to be. That's That's where Paquan is. I wouldn't want to be there. I don't know if he's actually in Chicago, but he's somewhere. Where are they? Oh my gosh, it's that place where they had the Flint, Michigan, I think. Okay, yeah, that's definitely not Chicago, but it's about 13 miles away near Indiana. Christopher Kane and wife Deja Cousins Kane sought a new market for their wine bar that promises good vibes only, settling on the suburb of Lansing, where growth has included a steady increase of black residents. Well, the good thing is at least it's good to be amongst your own to a degree. I personally, what I like about the cities is that you don't have these, there are areas where there aren't ethnic enclaves. There are areas where things are fairly integrated, and I'd rather be integrated around people of other races because I feel more secure if there's a lot more people of different, if there's a variety than if there's not. But again, to each their own. Two enclaves of roughly 30,000 people reflect how black migration patterns in the 21st century are changing the makeup of metropolitan areas nationwide. For decades, black residents have been leaving some of the nation's largest cities, while suburbs have seen an increase of their black populations. There is some good that could come of this when it comes to voting. Those two trends have now spread to even more areas of the country, including, according to the 2020 US Census. The patterns echo the white flight that upended urban landscapes in the 20th century. Like those who left cities before them, black residents often moved because of worries about crime and a desire for reputable schools, affordable housing, and amenities. Um, which is a good point because living is astronomical in the cities. But there are key differences. Leaving black city neighborhoods that are starved for investment is often more of a necessity than a choice. And those who do settle into new suburban lives often find racial inequities there too. Yeah, that's exactly what I was expressing earlier on. From 1990 to 2013 of the United States' bigger cities lost black residents. By 2020, it was 23. According to the census, roughly 54% of black residents within the 100 biggest American metro areas where suburbanites in 2020 ranged from 43% 2 decades ago, according to Bill Frey of the Brookings Institute. There's also the gentrification of neighborhoods, which could also be forcing this as well. While New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia all lost black residents from 2010 to 2020, the change was especially notable in Chicago, which gained population but lost 85,000 black people, the highest number after Detroit, according to the 2020 census. Those numbers could vary slightly as the Census Bureau reported last week that 3.3% of the black population was undercounted in the 2020 census, a rate higher than in 2010. The official count found that a section of Roseland measuring less than 1 square mile lost.
There we are.
Oh
shit.
Oh, you're back?
Not really. Not if I can't get off mute. This, like I said,
Okay.
the entire net is glitching, so I'm back. Yes,
Okay,
I'm
good.
back. I mean, my God, were you reading? Oh my God, what happened? Sammy disappeared. He checked out.
He checked out. I prattled on for a bit about how, hopefully we can find a silver lining from what's going on in Ukraine and from Putin's snap, which I think, well, You and I do have something to speak about later on in that regard, off air.
By the way, Troy Bellamy says, I was looking back at a lecture you did in 2017 on the Holocaust. You predicted the invasion by Putin back then. Thank you, sir. Troy Bellamy is bringing something up that is important, and a lot of this has to do with previsions from the Vox Arca, and enabled myself to see the future all too clearly enough to describe it in molecular detail, literally down to the atomic level, as I did earlier in transmission tonight. So I certainly appreciate everyone with their indulging me in that regard. With that, of course, I'll be taking the microphone, but our young man Jameson here will be by my side throughout the night, yes?
Oh, yes, I do have plenty of work to do, nowhere to go tomorrow, no desire to go anywhere tomorrow, and I am not drinking anymore, so
thank God, and
that
thank you for that.
Kind of makes me a little more introverted and less desiring to go out in the freezing fucking cold.
Good. I mean, that's healthy in the end. You really are risking yourself by doing that. So I love you dearly, like a son. Say goodnight to our listeners for now, and I'll take it from
Good night,
there.
folks. I will be in the background, and I'll go grab a snack while you do solicitations.
Okay, thank you. A good opportunity to do so. We had no data there for just a second. There's something going on with the internet tonight. Definitely. At least where I'm at. I have no idea what it is. Likely some kind of interference. Could be solar storms or space weather, for all I know. By the way, what did Sammy say when he left? Did he say he just had to go, or just curious?
Yeah, he had to go for the night. So,
Okay.
he said his farewells.
Yeah, he does work and more conventionally than you or I do, yes. So he does have a more conventional lifestyle that needs to be maintained. That's understandable. So our man Jameson will go grab himself some snacks. In the meantime, I will launch Solicitation and the monologue. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com. But while you're there, of course, you can review excerpts from Mr. Astenius's yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from his cinematic productions at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Spell that as Tucson, Tucson, but put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now, a shout out to Ethan Einer Anders, who contributed $222 United States dollars. He had to calculate that because PayPal takes its blood money, unless, of course, he indicated myself as friends and relations, which I advise everyone who contributes to do, so that PayPal doesn't take its pound of flesh. Very legal to do that, and quite moral. There's nothing about it that's disingenuous, since we're we are an extended electronic family, and we are all friends unless you're a gang stalker. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. As for what Ethan Einar Anders said, he made his very unique and numerically significant contribution for the year 2022 by saying, as one who grew up Buddhist, and as my father past learned to expand into heathenism and Hinduism, while coming into early stage, attempting to apprentice into alchemy, I personally really appreciate your work. Cheers, Ethan Einar Anders, or Ethan Einar. Ethan Einar Anders, I believe would be the correct pronunciation. He can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Ethan Einar Anders, my love to you, good sir. Hugs and welcome aboard. And certainly you're a valued, cherished member of the extended Team Dietrich family. Certainly, as far as I'm concerned, you're one of my own. A lot better than relations that I have on the East Coast from my father's side, who basically stole the family fortune on his side and did nothing to contribute ever since after they took what they needed in this world. Kind of like what our man encountered with the death of his grandfather, Pac-1 Morales. All the vultures coming in to take everything they can from what that humble man had left to the world. So thanks to the contribution from Ethan Einar Anders, I am now able to maintain a solid debit card standing with the PayPal, and that helps me continue to survive. He's helped to carry me into the next month, but I could use all the help I can get, no matter what month I'm in. But obviously, anyone else out there who is able to contribute, by all means do so. But know that Ethan Einar Anders, he stands above the crowd so far for his contribution. But all these wonderful people like Holly Kaditis Kiefer, God bless her, who has contributed 100 United States dollars this month. Honestly, without any of you, I would just be another homeless veteran. Honestly, worse off than most, because your average homeless veteran has access to VA benefits. I do not, as a dishonorable discharge, and as someone who's had my records obviously tampered with, because what records they're putting up online sure as hell weren't the ones that should be up there. And though I'm no hero and served for a very short period of time before my dishonorable discharge, the crap they're putting up there has nothing to do with my life. All right, our man is back, Jameson Reese. I try to acknowledge him with a upvote whenever he leaves something in the text. Not quite sure I'll be able to do that throughout the rest of the night, the way the internet is behaving. My screens are literally fading in and out in front of my eyes. So there you go. This is going to be one of those nights, and it'll be a wild ride. Let's see how much time we've got left. And so we've been talking for fucking 9 hours. Holy shit. Oh, by the way, Ethan Einar Anders says anytime, and he's got the fists of power showing solidarity, and this reminds me of the Mod Squad. He's got white and a colored fist, as well as a black fist. So a white fist, a black fist, and in between them is a colored fist that could go in any direction. It actually looks very Chicano. It looks like a Chicano fist to me because it's not yellow. So I couldn't say it's Asian. But I love it. Okay, wonderful. Across the skin spectrum there. And good number of audience. And I can't believe we've got very little time left, comparatively speaking, tonight. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Holy shit, we've only got a little over 3 hours. Oh my God. Well, I'll do what I can to describe the situation. Can't do too much with 3.5 hours, but you can't believe we got that far. That's incredible. It's in a sense, it's been an easy night for me, but in fact, almost too easy. Thanks to these wonderful gentlemen and Ethan Einar Anders, along with Troy Bellamy and Sarah Thomas Lyons, all these wonderful men and women who make life possible. Let's talk about what we have to, and it's going to be unavoidable. We'll go into the more, shall we say, mystical aspects of Mother Earth and how that motivates my obsession, my passion for geopolitics in our next transmission. Tonight we'll have to cover Putin's strategic era. Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine has obviously exposed his weaknesses to the world. He's the chess master no more. Russian tyrant Vladimir Putin's reputation as a calculating and savvy strongman is collapsing as his war on Ukraine egresses its third week. Whatever drove Putin's decision to launch an invasion in the first, be it nostalgia for the Soviet Union, fear of encroaching democracy, too much pandemic isolation, or a mix of all three, the campaign has already come at a devastating price. More than 2 million Ukrainians have already fled their homes, and according to the United Nations, hundreds of civilians at the least have been killed. Russia's economy, meanwhile, is bending under the weight of sanctions, to say the very least. The crisis that Putin has set off arguably revealed his true nature, and the image that's emerging is not exactly one of a cool-headed geopolitical mastermind. He surprised those who thought they understood him. Sergei Dobrinin, a Russian reporter who once thought, well, let me just read what he wrote. As a matter of fact, I'll start off tonight with a little bit of a reading session, somewhat inspired by that lovely young lady who was reading that trash novel, Trigger Warning. She is massively entertaining, just reading something aloud. I cannot match her. Of course, I don't have her charm, but what I can do is read a little letter aloud that's writ by a Russian journalist named Sergei Dobrinin to start my monologue. And he titled his open correspondence, I Was Wrong About Vladimir Putin. So, here's what he said. When U.S. intelligence started saying that Russia would invade Ukraine, I didn't believe it. In February 2000, I met my friend and mentor, the anthropologist Vladimir Arseniev, for a beer in a musty St. Petersburg University cafeteria. We were talking politics, and we fell into a conversation about the upcoming presidential election, which Vladimir Putin was obviously bound to win. Putin had succeeded Boris Yeltsin after the latter's resignation and was seeking his first full term in power. Arseniev, then in his early 50s, was a fiery post-colonial leftist who hated the Soviet Union, but considered the emerging Russian mix of imperialism and capitalism to be even worse. He was not popular among his colleagues and was also disliked by some of his students who saw him as a kind of anti-corporate maverick. My political orientation was rather different. I was decades younger than Arseniev, and my whole childhood had been colored by the collapse of the Soviet Union. Because I had experienced chaos, I believed in a strong hand. I regretted that Russia was no longer a superpower, and thought that my country deserved a bigger role in world politics. I suppose you could say I wanted to make Russia great again. Arseniev put down his beer and said, in Russian of course, "This man, Putin, will bring this country to hell. I know this for sure. It is the worst thing that could ever happen to us." I asked why. He said, "He is a Chekist, meaning an agent of the secret police. Once a Chekist, always a Chekist. He is pure evil." I didn't argue. I changed the topic instead. The Secret Service meant Lavrenti Beria and Nikolai Yezhov for Arseniev, and James Bond for me. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Lavrenti Beria was the head of the KGB, and Nikolai Yezhov was a Judeo-Bolshevik, a genuine ethnically Jewish commissar who was a mass murderer of unprecedented proportions. He would keep the bullets that had gone through the brains of his enemies in a collection with their names written in paper wrapped around those very bullets. And when he was finally taken out and executed and a bullet was put in his brain, some clever person added one of, well, the bullet that went through his brain into that collection, which is now on display at the National Museum in Moscow. So, going back to what this Russian journalist has to say, having spracketh to this old man and disagreeing with him, but not voicing his disagreement. He wrote this open correspondence, I was wrong about Putin. His name is Sergei Dobrinin. I'm going to try and do justice to his work by finishing reading his open letter to you. He said, I respected Arseniev immensely, but I saw him as a relic, and I was bewitched by Putin's cold, metallic charisma, the way he had of suggesting that he knew more than he said. I was definitely not alone in my admiration. Putin won the election, one of the very few fair elections we've ever had in Russia, with 53.4% of the vote. Despite my patriotism, like many Russians in my generation, I was encouraged by my parents to go west. I spent the next few years in the Netherlands, studying for a PhD in math. But after a while, I grew bored with abstract theorems and Dutch Calvinist orderliness, and I returned home. Russia was already a different country from the one I had left. In Putin's hands, it seemed much more stable, both economically and politically. I told myself that Arseniev had been wrong about Putin, and that I had been right. Stabilnost, that's the Russian word for stability, was in fact something of a slogan for Putin, one he adopted early in his presidency. He used the goal of stability and to justify ruthless military operations in Chechnya. Another price of stability was having the same people in government from one election cycle to the next. In 2008, Putin's ally Dmitry Medvedev took over the presidency, but everyone understood that Putin was still running the country as prime minister. I can't say I cared much. Medvedev was promising to build a Russian Silicon Valley. People from all over the world wanted to move to Moscow. Life was good, and everything that wasn't good I considered an anomaly, like the disgraceful war in Georgia. That was just a deviation from the norm, wasn't it? Besides, our government insisted that it had come to the assistance of the South Ossetians. I tried, moreover, to simply ignore politics. I became a journalist, but I focused on science and technology. And so, for many years, I told myself that all was well. In 2011, Medvedev declared that he would not run for a second term, and suggested that he would pass the presidency back to Putin, like a tennis ball. This was the year my late and sainted mother was murdered. This was the year of Fukushima Daiichi, which she was murdered but a week thereafter. Now, to return to our man's open letter here, and always I have to remind myself of the name of the man who deserves credit for what I'm reading, Mr. Oh God, what the hell was his name again? Sergei Dobrinin. And so believe me, he says it better than I ever could, so I'll stick with this letter for a few more minutes here. Basically, let's return to the place where I left off before I began ruminating about my late and sainted Cyrus. That always throws me off. So here was Medvedev about to return the presidency to Putin like they were passing a basketball around. And as Dobrynev says, that was uncomfortable, but I tried to focus on the stability I still enjoyed. The parliamentary elections a few months later finally woke me up a bit. They were not just uncomfortable, they were a disaster. The results, which solidified Putin's power, were obviously, shockingly, impudently fake. I took the metro to one of the first big protests of that winter with a friend. I asked him, see if I can get this out in the English here. I asked him with sincere naivete, are the protests going to change anything? My friend, who understood Putin much, much better than I, said, let's just do what we can. Little by little, over a decade, I came to see that my country's political deterioration was real and severe and compromising everything else, very much including our scientific progress. I abandoned technology reporting for investigative journalism. I no longer strained to call frightening political developments, such as the ban on foreign adoption of Russian children, a mere deviation from the norm. By the way, he's addressing the ban that was placed on foreign adoption of Russian children because this was a big thing. Many people wanted to adopt a white child, and Russian children were the most available because their parents were literally giving them away, begging people to take them away to a better world. Putin had to stop it because it was depopulating Russia. Of course, this is ultimately acting against Russia's own interest because these Russian children raised elsewhere could come back to benefit Russia in the future if he had simply opened the country. But alas. So Dobrynev goes on to say, I understood that these were signs of the new normal, and that the new normal was getting worse with every year. As a journalist, I took part in investigating the infamous Unit 29155, tasked with destabilizing Europe. Modern Russian Nazis, that's his term for many, shall we say, of these movements in Russia that are called National Bolshevik, meaning that they are nationalists, but Bolshevik in the sense of the rebirth of a Soviet empire. They more or less represent Soviet Russian nationalism, which is, of course, what the Soviet Union was all about, was simply Russian imperialism. The production of Novichok, the nerve agent used to poison Sergei and Yulia Skripal and Alexei Navalny. Corruption in the Federal Security Service, Russian hackers, the obnoxious wealth of Putin's close circle of friends, paramilitary groups. I learned a lot about how Putin's Russia works. Most Russians, however, simply adapted. The degradation of our society was slow enough that many could choose not to notice it. This was Putin's way, sticking the knife in gradually. Less drama, same result. And I admit that even I continued to make excuses for Putin long after doing so was reasonable. For instance, I condemned the 2014 annexation of Crimea, even as I indulged in whataboutism, pointing out that Putin was hardly the only leader on the world stage to disrespect national boundaries. Perhaps because of my math and science background, I had a tendency to cold-heartedly look for rational explanations for outrageous behavior. In fact, my last illusion about Putin was that he was a rational actor. Navalny often described the Russian president and his people as crooks and thieves. This was his way of mocking Putin, of depriving him of his superpower aura. I myself was torn, until recently, between seeing the man as a chess player and a petty criminal. If these two images were in conflict, they were not entirely so. Both chess players and petty criminals know how to calculate their advantage. Sure, Putin was evil, as Arsenyev has said. Arsenyev had also called him a Chekist, and Chekists are cunning. I thought Putin's cunning was undeniable, and that is why, when U.S. intelligence started saying that Putin would invade Ukraine, I didn't believe it. Despite all my reporting experience, everything I had personally seen, I thought it was nonsense. I was almost angry. I couldn't see any logical reason, any advantage, any positive outcome of the invasion. It was painfully obvious that a war would be catastrophic. I told myself, Putin is evil, but he is not an idiot. That's what I kept telling myself, right up until the night of February 24th. At about 4 a.m., I switched on my smartphone and immediately saw dozens of videos of Russian rocket blasts all over Ukraine. These blasts were proof of Putin's evil and his irrationality. Putin had brought our country to hell, just as Arsenyev had foretold, and he was bringing Ukraine to hell too. Arsenyev died in 2010. I'm almost glad he didn't live to see how right he was. Well, from our own perspective, that's the close of that letter. Of course, that open letter is going to go on being written until Putin finally shoots himself in the head in a bunker somewhere. If only we could fast forward to that point. He's creating the very NATO he's always feared. This is Putin's strategic error on the global scale, beyond the cosmic, where it's impacting the International Space Station. The Russian leader is creating the very Western alliance he's always feared. When Vladimir Putin began laying the groundwork for his invasion of Ukraine, he pointed to what he regards as the existential threat posed by the West encroaching farther into the post-Soviet space. Nearly 3 weeks into Putin's devastating and costly invasion, that fear has turned into a self-fulfilling prophecy. The once remote possibility of Ukraine joining the European Union and NATO now seems more plausible, and even in historically neutral countries such as Finland and Sweden, both of which are already EU members, public support for joining NATO has surged to record levels. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has primarily succeeded in materializing his worst fears: a unified West, a more militarized Europe, and a stronger, more attractive North Atlantic Treaty Organization. No matter how the invasion ends, this will be one of its legacies. Putin has demonstrated his willingness to violate the sovereignty of Russia's neighbors in full view of the world, with little regard for consequences. Several of those neighbors are now justifiably asking themselves, could we be next? This dramatic change has been particularly pronounced in Finland, where recent polls have found that, for the first time in that Nordic country's history, a majority, albeit a narrow one, at 53%, supports joining NATO. This shift was sudden. In January, only 30% supported NATO accession. In addition to an 830-mile border, Finland and Russia share a long history and important economic ties. Although relations between the two haven't always been perfect, Finland repelling a Soviet invasion circa 1939, and today's episode, well, yesterday's at this point in time, being the anniversary, or the day after the anniversary of Finland's surrender to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, Finns did not, well, they just didn't consider themselves to be particularly threatened by their eastern neighbor until now. Bear in mind, of course, they were an ally of the Reich during World War II and participated in the siege of Leningrad so that they could regain their territories. But none of that was to happen during World War II. Instead, it was to rebalance itself into a status quo equilibrium for Finland and the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union was convinced at that point that Finland would ultimately accede to becoming another Soviet Socialist Republic. At this point, Moscow, which had already proved its willingness to violate the sovereignty of its neighbors when it invaded Georgia in 2008, the year of the economic crash worldwide, and then when it illegally annexed Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula in 2014, well, it began to sink into the Finns that this was no longer the world they wanted to live in. Alexander Stubb, the former Finnish prime minister, notes that this time Putin has gone full Monty. As Finland's foreign minister and prime minister during those respective periods of the Georgian War and the Crimean Peninsular conquest, Stubb said he and other Western leaders failed to heed the warnings. To quote his T, "We set sanctions, but with hindsight, they were not enough. I'll be fully honest with you, I never thought he would go this far." In Sweden, which like Finland has historically been seen as a neutral buffer between Russia and the West, public opinion has also swung in favor of NATO membership, the prospects of which seemed pretty marginal a couple of months ago. Meanwhile, Russia's neighbors in Georgia and Moldova recently followed Ukraine's lead in submitting applications for EU membership in a clear effort to position themselves closer to the West. Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, announced on Monday, opening this week last, that it would begin the process of examining the bids. The expansion of NATO and the European Union aren't necessarily imminent, but the fact that they are being discussed at all shows the extent to which the invasion of Ukraine has altered Moscow's relationship with its neighbors in a way that its previous invasions had not. While neither the Finnish nor Swedish government has announced any plans to change its security arrangements, both acknowledged the impact that the invasion has had on public opinion and vowed to strengthen bilateral security cooperation between them. They also pledged to send military aid to Ukraine in a clear deviation from their usual neutral stance. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, who earlier this year said that Sweden and Finland could join the alliance very quickly if they decided to apply, announced last week that both countries will take part in all NATO consultations about this crisis. Now, Finland and Sweden's NATO accession would undoubtedly elicit a strong reaction from Moscow, which already warned that any effort to draw the Nordic countries into the military alliance would result in Russian military retaliation, it is war. But the way experts see it, these kinds of threats only stand to push Finland and Sweden even closer to NATO. Zebulon Karlander, a Stockholm-based defense analyst and co-author of the book entitled Strategic Choices, which is subtitled The Future of Swedish Security, has personally gone on record to say everything has changed. The path forward is considerably less clear for Moldova, which, like Ukraine and Georgia, has a Russian-backed breakaway region within its own territory. The Soviet Union in exile, in effect. The Republic of Transnistria, which I explain in the summary of tonight's episode that you can find just by clicking the open text on, underneath your live stream tonight. Although the Moldovan government has long sought to join the European Union, its decision to apply now was precipitated by this, as Nicu Popescu, the country's deputy prime minister and minister of foreign affairs and European integration, has gone on record to call it, dramatic situation of just how vulnerable countries such as Moldova have become. If Russian forces were to seize control of the Ukrainian port city of Odessa, as Ukraine's government has warned they could try, then they would have a clear path to Transnistria, the separatist region along the Moldovan-Ukrainian border, the Soviet Union in exile itself, where Russia already has some 1,500 troops. When Popescu was asked whether his country is concerned about Russian aggression reaching Moldova, he said that the government is obliged to be prepared for all of the scenarios that are possible, including the negative ones. Although seeking to join the EU isn't the same as joining NATO, which Popescu said is a non-starter for Moldova owing to the country's constitutionally enshrined neutrality, it does serve a similar purpose. The EU has become much more assertive in its own military capabilities, even going so far as to supply Ukraine with $500 million worth of arms and other military aid. 2 EU member states, the United Germany and Denmark, are also increasing their military spending. To quotist Stefan Wolf, an international security expert at Britain's University of Birmingham. The difference between being a member of the EU and being a member of NATO in terms of what the response would be to Russian aggression will be very marginal. It will exist on paper, but probably not in reality. The distinction likely matters little to Putin as well. His decision to invade Crimea stemmed in part from Ukraine's desire to draw closer to the EU. In negotiations to end the hostilities, he has demanded a constitutional guarantee that Ukraine will never join the European Union. For him, the risk of Russia's post-Soviet neighbors integrating with European democracies is that Russians may one day aspire to do the same. Luckily for the Russian president, the enlargement of NATO or the EU is not going to happen overnight. The accession process for both blocs can take us years. Each requires the unanimous support of its existing members. Still, the way observers such as Stubb see it, the timeline hardly matters. Stubb saying, this being the former Prime Minister of Finland himself, that there be no point of return. What is happening is exactly what Putin did not want to happen. And yes, Putin's been canceled. Deservedly so. Of course Putin is being canceled. And that's a good thing. Perhaps the time has come for Vladimir Putin to go on Joe Rogan's podcast because Russia has been canceled. Following the invasion of Ukraine, governments and companies around the world have distanced themselves from Russia and its citizens. Last week, its director of the Foreign Intelligence Service, Sergei Naryshkin, bemoaned, shall I say wept, that the West is not just trying to surround Russia with a new Iron Curtain. We are talking about attempts to destroy our state. It's cancellation, as it is now customary to say in a tolerant, liberal, fascist environment. You like the way they pair those oxymoronic extremes at either end of the spectrum? Kind of like saying progressive reactionary. Only a truly Orwellian, indoctrinated mind can entertain contradictory concepts simultaneously. To the Russians and all the radicalized right-wing American insurgency, the term liberal fascist has meaning, whereas to the sane mind, it simply does not compute. It's like saying clean shit or clean coal, if you're trying to use such a parallel for the kids. That theme was echoed in the United States. On Fox News, the former Trump official Monica Crowley said, "Russia is now being canceled." And on Twitter, the far-right Arizona state senatoress Wendy Rogers declared, "The West is trying to deplatform and debank Russia. This is just as wrong as invading Ukraine." Now, the idea of Russia being canceled is easy to laugh at, and plenty of people did. It sounds like the fevered dream of a broken pitchbot. Why, Vladimir Putin is cancel culture's greatest victim. And yes, the collision of the culture wars and an actual war has led to some spectacular takes, using a deadly invasion to own the libs. Why, only last weekend, one British columnist suggested that while Putin was recreating the Russian Empire by annexing Georgia and Crimea, we were arguing over whether the word curry amounts to cultural appropriation. Hang on, you might say. Who's we? And the people bashing out these columns, are they on which food is racist? Really the same people tasked with developing our military strategy? You might think so, the way Americans operate. You might think these same motherfuckers who are talking about what's politically correct, choking our freedom, are the people who are plotting our way of war, losing it in Afghanistan like they did everywhere else since World War I. Yes, they are the same people. They're the same consultants who appear on Fox News. Now, I will admit to following the arguments over Alison Roman's stew, but I didn't realize that was taking me away from auditing NATO's airstrike capabilities myself. The idea of the decadent, snowflake, cancel culture-obsessed West, contrasted with the traditional values of Mother Russia and its strongman leader, has become the staple of Kremlin propaganda. Putin has warned about infertile and genderless Europe, a continent whose tolerance of same-sex couples and men wearing mascara, like that Douglas Dietrich cross-dresser, is presented as evidence of terminal decline. The theme has been picked up by the American right, with the former Trump advisor Steve Bannon praising Putin as anti-woke, mere hours before the invasion of Ukraine. This idea that wokeness equals weakness is wishful thinking. In a real war, your views on pronoun usage matter far less than whether you can maintain your supply lines or achieve air superiority, neither of which Russia has proven itself capable of. It doesn't have America providing total lend-lease for everything it needs like it had in World War II, which it otherwise wouldn't have been able to survive at all. But the idea of Putin's cancellation shouldn't be consigned to the slop bucket of public discourse, along with the other arguments caused by bored, anxious onlookers milling about online. After all, the reasons I have voiced concerns over hair-trigger shamings and sackings is precisely because those actions are so powerful. Cancellation works. Cancellation hurts. And therefore, cancellation should be saved for the very worst among us, those who commit violent crimes, incite others to violence, or build careers on preaching hatred against minority groups, the atrocities of which Putin's troops are proven to have committed in Ukraine exceed that threshold. There is a difference, it turns out, between the hyperbolic invocation of violence on Twitter and literal violence itself when Russia's waging of the culture wars converges with their waging of combat, literal war, on the basis of their insane ideology. Since he invaded Ukraine, Putin has been canceled, and the effect on global politics has been extraordinary. Private companies have proved willing to make decisions that affect their profit margins, and the sanctions against Russia have united Western leaders. By creating a them in the past fortnight, the fortnight, the 14 nights, and a work week since, they have strengthened us. The ancient Greeks understood the power of creating outcasts. Athenians had a range of punishments available to them that would make even a Southern Republican's governor queasy, including death by exposure or being thrown into a chasm. But ostracism, or 10 years of exile, was considered so serious that it required a public vote in which offenders' names were written on ostraka, shards of leftover pottery. The toll of banishment is evident to modern researchers, too. A 2003 study found that the effects of being ostracized even show up on MRIs, or magnetic resonant imaging, because they change the shape of the brain. The authors of one psychology textbook have written that, to quote as they, or rather to read from the writ, being the target of ostracism activates brain regions associated with pain, threatens fundamental needs, worsens mood, and causes behavioral changes. Ostracism is a feeling from which no amount of money or privilege can insulate you. A true cancellation typically involves the subject being cast out of their professional network, denied the ability to make money, and rejected by their social circle. One reason it is so alarming an experience is the sense of contagion. Without obvious coordination, a person becomes a non-entity. Many of the canceled people I have known or reported on have experienced morbid depression or even contemplated suicide. Economic devastation and cultural deprivation are powerful punishments. They are also an accurate description of what is happening to Russia as Western sanctions bite, private companies break links with the region, and Putin's regime is excluded from international organizations and alliances. The official sanctions are the result of swift, effective diplomacy, but private companies have gone far beyond what has legally been required. Russia's status in the world has abruptly and obviously changed. Russians cannot escape their isolation as long as they cannot watch Netflix, access TikTok, or see their football players.
The footballers play in international competitions. Pro-regime oligarchs who once spent holidays in Europe purchased mansions in Mayfair, England, and visited their children at English exclusive private schools, now face visa restrictions and asset seizures. They have been denied the ability to use the rest of the continent as their gilded playground. Like any cancellation, Russia's exclusion by the West has arguably gone too far. Does banning the Russian-bred cats from competitions really make any great geopolitical point? Or do you, like myself, feel a little uneasy at the abandonment of Bolshoi theater shows in London and Madrid, even though the organization's director, Vladimir Yurin, signed a petition calling for an end to the war? The purging of dirty Russian money, and by extension, filthy Russian influence from Western cultural institutions is long overdue. But when the fog and fervor of war recede a little, some of these personal punishments will seem excessive. Those who argue that cancel culture doesn't exist often point to the provocateurs deplatformed by liberal institutions who go elsewhere, for instance, to Substack, to trade off their notoriety. They tend to ignore the fact of the fate of the truly canceled, who by definition are never heard from again. Is this where the parallel with Russia breaks down? Will Putin simply seek new alliances or flourish outside of international banking systems and Western diplomatic circles? He will certainly try the attention economy grifter's favorite trick of portraying himself as the victim, and he has a captive media to help him do so. He can conduct another bizarre press conference, like the one he held on the eve of the invasion, to claim that his treatment has been unfair and to rail against the West. But all the while, what Russians watch and eat, where they can travel, which websites they can use, and how much their currency is worth, all these tell a story of international disapproval that contradicts the narrative pumped out by his tame journalists. Putin might be willing, in the words of the British broadcasting companies, the BBC's Gabriel Gatehouse, to be the leader of an isolated country, a kind of vast North Korea. But can he be sure the rest of Russia feels the same? When a Russian spy master complains about his country's cancellation, our response should not be to laugh at an idiot confusing a culture war and a real one. Instead, we should recognize that economic and social isolation is a powerful weapon and resolve to use it with the same restraint as any other weapon, which is why I'm the only person on earth who's qualified to even speak to this subject, because Douglas Dietrich was born canceled. No one dares to speak of Douglas Dietrich. This is your war. You have to fight it. You're the only person who can talk about Douglas Dietrich and the fact that he exists. To add all of the qualifiers that Peter Moon says hang as a dead cat around his neck, his words, you can tell people that the cross-dressing vampire son of Adolf Hitler is out there, but nobody wants to give him time. That nobody dares to speak about the book that he's co-authored, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. No, Douglas Dietrich was canceled long before the term existed. I was born canceled. This is what the motherless Russians are only now finding out. And an entire empire has fallen into the abyss beside me. The abyss of non-existence, non-acknowledgement, the invisible world that Harlan Ellison wrote of as a black male American. This is, of course, a new Iron Curtain that is lowering upon us all, influencing the cost of your groceries and your gas. A leap into the unknown for all of us on either side of that curtain of invisibility. By invading Ukraine, Vladimir Putin has triggered not only Western sanctions, but a mass corporate flight from his country. Russia's economic blackout will change the world. In a matter of days, the United States, Europe, and others have excommunicated Russia from the world stage, isolating the 11th largest economy financially, commercially, and culturally. The United States and Europe have frozen foreign assets held by Russia's central bank, hurting its ability to stabilize its currency. Private companies, including Apple, Netflix, Adidas, and British Petroleum, have cut off the Russian market, and the United States has moved to ban Russian oil imports. Sports leagues, film festivals, and other cultural institutions have banished Russian competitors. McDonald's is closing its Russian franchises. Many of these measures are unprecedented for a country of Russia's stature, an empire, historically, and in terms of their military projection till this point. Abetted, as it were, abided by everyone else's simple compliance with anything the fucking Russians did because of the propaganda that they won the Second World War. Everybody gave them a pass. We lost 127 million to the Nazis. Everyone in Russia knows someone who Hitler killed. If it weren't for our massive sacrifices, you'd all be speaking German, while meanwhile trying to enforce you into speaking Russian at any price. Collectively, their cancellation amounts to a radical worldwide experiment in moral retribution. If Vladimir Putin sought to expand the Russian Empire by hard power, he has achieved the very opposite, the diminishment of Russia through an unprecedented display of global soft power. The immediate consequences are already breathtaking. On both sides of this new Iron Curtain, commodity prices are skyrocketing and economic indicators are falling. Oil is at all-time highs, and the Nasdaq is in bear territory. Nickel prices went vertical, and the ruble crashed by 500%. Wholesale energy prices in Europe have blown past historic records, and a European recession looks almost certain. Yesterday, The Economist, Mark Sndy, put the odds of an American recession this year at 1 in 3. And this is all just the beginning. Like all novel experiments, the group punishment of Russia is a leap into the unknown. We should not be confident about how long these measures will last or what kind of unintended consequences they will create. But after I did some reading and spracketh with some experts, some significant long-term effects have clicked into focus for me. There be, at the least, 3 major ways that Russia's economic blackout will immediately change the world. The first two key commodities that have been jolted by the crisis are gas and food. Let's start with the gas. And before I put the gas on, checking into live stream for how much time we have remaining. Oh dear, Jameson, my man, you there with us? If you are, the sex bots are hitting us hard. Pictures of little boys and girls in the chat room with their little heads saying how hot they are. This is beyond bot, by the way. This is actually, there's an intelligence behind this shit. I'm looking at the selected heads, and they're not the same. It's not like there's a bot just churning this out like a Xerox copy of photomimeographs. Somebody is personally putting energy into this. They're investing the time. Okay, such being said, we've got 2.5 hours left. My man Jameson has taken care of the sex bots. Thank you, son. And I'll return to my lecture at hand. He says, got him. Good man. Thank you. I would normally acknowledge that on the Skype, but fuck, at this point, I'm afraid to touch it. Just touching that thing causes the screen to glitch. Because my fucking, I did it. I touched it, and, I glitched. So I've got to be careful about that. I'd best just keep to myself here. So let's put on the gas. Earlier this week, President Joe Biden announced that the United States will ban Russian oil imports. But America is the world's largest oil producer. So why is losing Russia's oil such a big fucking deal? Well, to rephrase that question, why is it's such a big deal? Or why is that such a big deal, America's banning of Russian oil imports, when these United States produce more oil than any other country in the world? Well, the U.S. might be energy independent, but it still can't control production. So, this brings us to the first of the three major ways that Russia's economic blackout immediately changes our world. And it has to do with a united Europa on the Western Front. A new world energy order is emerging from Putin's war on Ukraine. Let me try and put that in more mundane terms for you. President Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine is forcing governments worldwide to digest the geopolitical consequences of war pursued by a rogue energy superpower petrostate. Most immediately, Russian oil is banned. President Biden announced Tuesday that the United States will ban the importing of Russian oil, liquefied natural gas, and coal, broadening the economic sanctions leveled against Moscow over its war in Ukraine. That's big news for my golden nation state, or rather state nation, the state that is larger than most other nations on Earth, California. West Coast oil refineries are Russia's best U.S. customers. California's high gas prices have a little-known ingredient. That sandpaper condom Sammy Romero was bitching about, that's Russian oil. As gasoline prices surged to new heights after the American empire banned Russian oil, my golden state nation of California and all the drivers within our borders are in a position to be uniquely squeezed at the fuel pump. That's because West Coast oil refineries are the Russian Empire's best American customers. Russian oil is only a small piece of the U.S. energy picture, accounting for 3% of American oil imports, and most of those imports flow to refineries on the west and east coasts. But nearly half of Russian oil shipped into the United States yesteryear, or close to 100,000 barrels a day, ended up primarily in California, the state of Washington, and the United States occupied kingdom of Hawaii. And the amount of Russian oil imported into the West Coast has been on the rise. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the Energy Department's statistical arm, that I sourced for this information as a former Department of Defense researcher. Now, those refiners, led by Marathon and Chevron, already are replacing Russian oil with supplies from South America, Northwest Europe, and the Middle East. The new foreign oil will demand a higher price as the Russian oil ban further inflames the energy markets. California refiners used about 11.3 million barrels of Russian crude last year, followed closely by Washington State at 10.4 million barrels. A large percentage of the gasoline refined in Washington State is sold in my Golden State nation of California. Californians already have been seeing records fall at the pump daily, although prices aren't yet at an all-time high when adjusting for inflation. California drivers paid an average of $5.444 United States dollars a gallon Tuesday for regular grade, up a dime from the day before and up about 61 cents from a week earlier. That's according to the American Automobile Association, the AAA's daily fuel price tracker, which I'm calling up on screen right now. The U.S. average hit a record 4.173 United States dollars a gallon Tuesday, as AAA data shows, toppling a record that had stood since July of 2008, the year the economy collapsed. The 2008 price is actually about 20% higher than the current average after adjusting for inflation. So we're not doing too bad. The Auto Club's numbers update every day based on information collected by the Oil Price Information Service. I'm reading this from their website, which calculates the averages using pricing information from about 120,000 American gas stations. Oil and gasoline costs are increasing so quickly now that many service station owners are updating their prices more than once a day. Analysts are predicting that per gallon average prices could hit 6 to 7 United States dollars in my Golden California and some parts of the Northeast soon. California motorists pay more than others because the state requires a unique blend of cleaner burning fuel made by few refineries outside our Golden State. Higher taxes also contribute to Californians' pain at the pump. Plus, demand is rising, and the state's gasoline stocks are at a 13-year low. California Energy Commission data is providing me this information as I call it up on screen now. And refiners are entering maintenance season as the state switches to summer gasoline, which is more costly and difficult to make. The price of oil is the biggest component. The EIA says 41% of the price of gasoline. And soaring oil prices after Russia's invasion of Ukraine have come as directly out of drivers' pockets. Now, although California is our nation's 7th largest crude oil producer, we are isolated from the bulk of United States oil production, and so have become increasingly reliant on imports because of declining production from California and Alaska. I'm sourcing these facts from Energy Department data, again calling upon my experience as a Department of Defense researcher. In addition, Asian refiners are competing for Alaskan and other sources of crude to replace Russian supplies. Now, the refinery consultant Andrew Lipow, a former oil trader who founded his eponymous Houston Energy Consultancy in 2004, emphasizes that further complicating the supply outlook is the fact that California oil production is down 70% from the 1986 peak. And, to quote his T, the prospects for increased drilling in California are slim due to the regulations governing that activity. I know that California's gasoline is so expensive compared to the rest of the nation. Unfortunately, I have bad news. The average there is going to go up by at least another 25 cents a gallon. Oil sucked from the ground in Texas and the Midwest is piped primarily to the Gulf Coast, which accounts for 54% of the nation's refinery capacity. Getting gasoline from that region to California requires a very expensive tanker trip on a United States-flagged ship, often through the Panama Canal. At an energy conference held on Monday, opening this work week last, Chevron chief executive Mike Wirth pointed out that despite staggering price increases, there be no evidence of physical oil or gas shortages yet. Before Tuesday's Russian oil ban was announced, Wirth predicted that Russian oil probably would get to market through alternate routes, himself so saying that, to quote his T, "We've got enough oil in the world, we've got enough gas in the world, but it's not necessarily flowing on the routes it did before." Well, in December, in a ballet of global logistics, more than 30 tankers ferrying liquid natural gas from these United States to various destinations round the globe, the Empire of Japan, Bolsonaro's Brazil, South Africa, canceled their trips to set a new course for the European Union. On the days they pulled into port, the United States supplied more natural gas to Europe than Russia did. This represented more than a minor milestone in global energy history. As recently as the mid-2000s, during the decade of the aughts or the zeros, energy companies fretted that the United States would soon run out of natural gas. Now, thanks to the American-invented technology of hydrofracturing, or fracking, our country produces more gas than it can consume. Yesterday, or last week, Mike Sommers, the chief executive of the American Petroleum Institute. That institute, by the way, despite its scholastic name, is Washington's leading lobbyist for the oil and gas industry. He wrote, "As in World War II and other crises, America has Europe's back." Or does it? Aside from the idiocy of his parallel with World War II, when America was seeking to turn the European nation-states into American industrial satellites, which is what my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was fighting against, upon closer inspection, the fleet demonstrated not the raw power of American industry, but the inescapable supremacy of the market. The ships, after all, did not change course because the State Department had requisitioned the gas. The freedom-loving people of Houston had not donated gas to their Lithuanian kin. No, the tanker's journey to Europa was choreographed by the same force that every year sends cardiologists to Florida, America's own hidden Holocaust where all the Jews go to die. Abundant and profligate demand. In late December, European natural gas prices stood at then record highs. So the ships went. If they had been carrying Qatari gas, they would have gone all the same. The episode reveals the power and the problems of a vision that has guided American energy policy for nearly half a hundred years. In 1973, President Richard Mulhouse Nixon announced Project Independence, a campaign to wean America off foreign oil by 1980. One of the primary reasons he was targeted for character assassination by the Saudis. The project failed, but since then every president from Ronald Reagan to Barack Obama has aimed for energy independence. Donald Trump, with characteristic flair, modulated this to energy dominance, which would mean everybody was buying from us, which is kind of the case right now. If the American empire produced its own fossil fuels, the thinking so went, then it would be protected from faraway wars and crises. Perhaps it could even abandon its costly military bases in the Middle East, Southwest Asia, by correct geographic definition. Since 2018, our United States has been the world's largest producer of oil and natural gas. Yesterweek at CERAWeek, that's the acronym CERA, the energy industry's annual conference, John Hess, the CEO of Hess, talk about eponymous network there, he said that on paper, we are energy independent. But what a funny kind of independence it is. Even as he spracketh, Russia's invasion of Ukraine pushed U.S. gas prices to more than $4.10 a gallon, setting a new all-time high. Energy independence has neither insulated our economy from geopolitics nor provided the American empire with more industrial capacity in any emergency. It certainly hasn't helped slow down climate change. Energy independence was not, let it be said, an altogether terrible idea. It was like, fucking fine. When oil prices leap worldwide, major oil-producing countries such as the House of Saud in Arabia and the United Arab Emirates are able to insulate their citizens from the shock because they're sitting on all the oil. For geological and political reasons, they maintain some spare capacity, that is, oil pumping capacity, that can be turned on and off within 6 months. They consider fossil fuel production to be a question of national security, and they regulate it as such. The United States does not take this approach to our fossil fuels. The federal government does not claim any right to the oil or gas under private lands. It has no policy tool to quickly increase or decrease the drilling. During the first half of the 20th century, when America truly dominated the global oil industry, one government in the United States actually was able to set prices at the global level in the same way that the OPEC, or Oil Production Exportation Cartel Plus, meaning OPEC Plus, includes Russia, or at least it did till recently, Russia being the plus. Now, hopefully the minus cartel does today. But this happened remarkably, this federal intervention, at the state level. The Texas Railroad Commission opened and closed the state's formidable taps. And by the way, I'm getting an incoming news report from Microsoft Edge. Americans are filling up their gas tanks in Mexico. Well, Californians, they should be saying. Well, Texas's easy-to-reach resources have since dried up because Franklin Delano Roosevelt gave it all away for free to everyone on Earth during World War II. So the commission no longer plays its price-setting role. Now Texas oil comes from modern horizontal fracking wells, which take 6 to 8 months to produce their first drop of oil. That means under the United States oil industry as it exists today, there be no way to spin up new oil production in a few weeks or months. But more importantly, it means that American oil companies have developed the opposite of independence. Since Congress lifted the ban on oil exports in 2015, all American drilled oil and some of our natural gas have been priced on the international market. Global market forces, not our abundance of domestic fossil fuels, sets the price of oil and gasoline in these United States. Fucking you, as Sammy would say, up the ass with a sandpaper condom. This has exposed every fracking company to the volatility of the global oil market. Twice over the past decade, oil prices surged enough that frackers responded by drilling more wells and putting more oil on the global market. Each time, they drilled so much oil that the prices crashed again, ruining their investment and driving a wave of consolidation in the industry. By far the worst of these bust cycles happened during the pandemic. Today, the American fracking industry, which used to comprise hundreds of firms, has been whittled down to several dozen super companies. That industry, which has twice betrayed its investors, now has financial PTSD. It is economically post-traumatically stress disorder. Fracking companies are so worried about shanking their investors that they have barely drilled new wells as prices have climbed. Last week, as Russian oil fell off the global market, the number of fracking wells in these United States actually went down. This new capital discipline has turned that industry into something of a cartel all its own. Scott Sheffield, the head of Pioneer Natural Resources, our country's biggest shale company, declared yesteryear that no fracking company would drill a new well even if the price of oil went above $100 a barrel, which it fucking has now. He said, all the shareholders that I've talked to said that if anybody goes back to growth, they will punish those companies. This means that although America may be energy independent on paper, American consumers have won no benefits from this independence, and American officials cannot assert this independence in any meaningful way. Market dynamics, not overzealous regulations, have imprisoned that industry. That hasn't stopped lobbyists from pretending otherwise. The American Petroleum Institute, that I've just aforecited, recently sent a policy wish list to the Department of Energy. The letter chides the White House for pursuing false solutions to our country's high energy prices. It asks, for instance, that the Biden administration speed up several regulatory processes, such as a new 5-year offshore leasing plan. It implies that the government should loosen certain environmental regulations, a la Trump. Many of these ideas wouldn't start to affect the oil market for several years. The API makes no estimate of how many thousands of barrels a day its members would produce, nor does it promise that these ideas would fill the gap left by Russian producers in any way. You know, it doesn't have to be this way. There have been strategic benefits from the surge of domestic oil and gas production, of course, but they have been small. As the European liquid natural gas example proves, the most straightforward one is that there is simply more oil and natural gas on the market than there used to be. This means that Europe can obtain new natural gas for itself in an emergency, like we're experiencing now. But it's not clear that American interests are any better off in a world where the American empire specifically has provided that production than in a world where Canada or some other country, such as Italy, has. At the same time, the surge in American oil production has helped weaken our country's strategic position. When gas is cheap, people tend to buy bigger, less fuel-efficient cars. And on a historical basis, gas was very cheap from 2014 through to 2021. That means oil demand is now high and feeding Russian coffers at the exact moment when American national security and climate objectives require it to start going down. Beyond that, America's new energy power has complicated our relationship with the House of Saud in Arabia, and even Germany, helping both countries grow closer to Russia in their own way until Germany did its turnabout effectively when the war started. Now, only our government, the government, can fix this. It can take a more direct role in stabilizing output, insulating this industry from the vagaries of a global market. If the world is becoming a more dangerous place, then the American empire must treat its oil and gas industry as the geopolitical asset that it is. We can also shelter our industry from the more volatile and disorderly energy market that decarbonization and the global transition to renewables will bring. According to a new memo by Employ America, which is a center-left think tank, the Biden administration could accomplish these goals in a matter of months, using 3 existing legal tools, while protecting American consumers from Vladimir Putin's oil-fueled economic aggression. Its first tool for doing so is the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, a stockpile of crude oil under the federal government's control. Since November, Joe Biden has twice sold off barrels from the reserve in order to lower oil prices. But as economists never hesitate to point out, this is a stopgap measure that does not permanently increase production and that has no long-term effect on prices. The government can use the SPR more robustly to affect the underlying causes of instability in the oil market. If oil prices tumble below about $60 a barrel, then most American fracking projects no longer pencil out. That means oil companies wouldn't be able to deliver a consistent profit to their investors. The government can use the SPR, Strategic Petroleum Reserve, to change this behavior. Employ America proves this potential per its calculations. Our government, the feds, could start by pledging to buy oil at or above a consistent price for the next few years. Under the law, the government can also conduct exchanges where it sells oil from the reserve and promises to buy it back later. This would lower oil prices today and encourage production in the future, especially if the White House said that it would buy oil only from new domestic wells. The second tool is the Exchange Stabilization Fund, a financing authority controlled by the Treasury Department. Although the fund is designed for stabilizing exchange rates, it can be used broadly. Today, the Treasury Department could use the fund to help fracking companies secure the financing that they need to produce more oil. The final tool is the Defense Production Act, a Korean War-era law that allows our government to stabilize supply chains during moments of national crisis, like today. During the pandemic, the law was used to store up our country's COVID-19 tests and vaccines, as well as other medical supplies. Now it can ensure that the raw materials used for fracking, steel pipe, high-quality sand, and perhaps even labor, are available at a fair price to the industry. Sheffield, the Pioneer CEO, has said that shortages of sand and fracking rigs explain some of the industry's reluctance to drill. I've told you before, sand is now a valuable element that we're going to war over. Beach sand, which is rare, compared to desert sand, which is useless. In the near term, our economy's hunger for oil and gas is inelastic. In the long term, that demand must be cut as quickly as possible. Oil market stabilization cannot be the American empire's only response to the Ukrainian crisis. That means Congress must pass energy and climate provisions to encourage low-carbon electricity production. But it also means the Biden administration should use similar tools to add excess capacity to other energy supply chains. That entails using the Defense Production Act to ensure that Western firms can ramp up electric vehicle, renewables, and heat pump production as quickly as possible. But it also means providing low-cost financing to companies committed to decarbonization and making batteries available so as to reduce demand for backup diesel generators. The market needs a constant price signal in order to move away from fossil fuels, but for now, it is receiving a bewildering pattern of shrieks and coos. But a deal is possible here, because neither the renewables industry nor the oil industry knows which future it should plan for. Nobody knows the trajectory that oil demand will follow over the next few decades. By providing some certainty for that forecast, the Biden administration can help the oil industry plan for a future with less oil consumption. It's worth adding as well that the climate consequences of increasing domestic oil production are not as bad as those from other forms of fossil fuel production. One of the benefits of fracking is that it is short-cycle production in industry parlance. Most fracking wells produce most of their oil in the first few years of their life. Unlike a major new deep water project in the Gulf of Mexico, which would churn out oil for decades to come, fracking's damage would be more limited to the 2020s alone. Energy independence was not an awful goal, but true independence cannot be achieved by the market alone. The United States ensures that its food supply, timberlands, and water quality are not administered solely by the market. Thank the gods of our ancestors, or we wouldn't be here by now because we all would have died. That same philosophy can apply to two of our most important natural resources, our fossil fuels and our climate. The first goal can be achieved through more aggressive management of our industry. The second, by a phase out of fossil fuels altogether. Only through such stewardship can our United States secure the true dividends of prosperity and freedom. As well, the 27-nation European Union has responded by speeding up its disconnection from Russian gas, while the United States has barred Russian oil imports and is scouring all the world's surface for alternative supplies. Saudi Arabia is reveling in a renewed strategic importance as crude prices that collapsed 2 years ago hit new highs. They, of course, were deeply impacted by their own price war with the Russian Empire. And speaking of that empire of the benighted Slavs, Russia, by threatening to withhold energy exports to Europe, which would be an act of war, is being thrust closer to communist China. With the war in its third week, the shifts underway are inflaming old grievances but also creating the opportunity for fresh alliances as blocs start to realign in what looks like a new world energy order. Bob McNally, president of Washington-based consultant Rapidan Energy Group and a former White House official, has been quoted as saying, "This represents the biggest redrawing of the energy and geopolitical map in Europe and possibly the world since the collapse of the Soviet Union, if not the end of World War II. The outcome of which, he said, could be a sequel to the Cold War." Die+18, Deutschland, the new United Germany, at the nexus of the original so-called Cold War standoff of World War III, is again at the forefront of the changes now being witnessed. But days after the Russian Empire sent its forces into Ukraine, Chancellor Olaf Scholz announced a massive increase in United Germany's defense budget, along with plans to pursue greater energy security. Putin's unprovoked attack was a watershed moment, and Olaf Scholz so told an emergency session of the Deutschen, or German Parliament, that this new reality requires a clear response. For Berlin, loosening its energy dependence on Russia is not simply about hitting Moscow's main revenue stream. It's a threat to roll back Ostpolitik, a totemic post-World War II policy of rapprochement with the Soviet Union, and by extension, later Russia, that involved economic and political engagement, notably through oil and gas links. The demise of Ostpolitik, symbolized by the halt to the $11 billion Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, is just one of the most visible signs of the rapid realignment underway as a result of Putin's aggression. Although initial sanctions deliberately spared Russian energy to avoid the knock-on effects for the world, government actions and near-universal condemnation since are rendering its supplies almost untouchable for buyers. Diesel prices in Northwest Europe have hit the highest since the 1980s as a result. Yet as customers desert the Russian Empire, its partnership with oil titans of the Middle East, with which it jointly leads the OPEC Plus coalition, have so far stayed intact. Russia and Saudi Arabia are the world's top oil exporters, accounting for 29% of the global total. Saudi Arabia has rebuffed American pressure to replace Russian oil by tapping its spare production capacity, instead letting prices surge to a 13-year high of almost 140 United States dollars a barrel. Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud, refused to even brook discussion of Moscow's difficulties when it was raised at an OPEC Plus meeting on the second day in March. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman spracketh with Putin the previous day and received his orders then. Paolo Scaroni, former chief executive officer of the Italian oil company NESPA, or NESPA, has asked, "The U.S. can try to make Saudi Arabia increase production, but why would they accept a break in the alliance, which is key for them?" There's a political dynamic at play to explain the Saudi kingdom's fidelity to Moscow beyond the gusher of oil revenue. Where Donald John Trump cultivated a particularly friendly relationship with Saudi Arabia, making his first foreign trip as U.S. president to Riyadh to bow before the king, ties have turned colder under President Joseph Biden. On the campaign trail, Biden pledged to make a kingdom, well, the Saudi kingdom, a pariah, in part because of the torture killing of columnist Jamal Khashoggi. He will only, Biden that is, deal with the elderly King Salman, relegating Mohammed bin Salman, the active young prince, to interact with more lowly officials, despite being the kingdom's de facto ruler. By contrast, Riyadh's OPEC Plus partnership with Moscow calmed years of distrust between the two oil rivals and saved the kingdom from relying exclusively on Washington. Per Halima Croft, chief commodities strategist at RBC Capital Markets, Saudi Arabia doesn't want to switch horses mid-race when they do not know if the other horse is actually going to show up. Now, Gulf Arab nations accused these United States of a lack of support in the face of repeated attacks by Iranian-backed militia on Saudi oil facilities and Gulf tanker traffic, and on Abu Dhabi this year. In a measure of the discord, the United Arab Emirates abstained in a U.S.-led United Nations Security Council vote to condemn Russia's invasion. Per Karen Young, senior fellow at the Middle East Institute in Washington, now that we are in a crisis moment, we're reaping the effect of that lack of trust that's been building over the years. Another source of friction lies in U.S. efforts to reinstate the nuclear agreement with Iran, Saudi Arabia's regional rival. A deal could see Iran revive production by 1.3 million barrels a day to pre-sanctions levels by the end of this year, according to the International Energy Agency, which is why we must make that a fact to save our own ass from buying gas at inflated prices. It was Trump who unilaterally pulled these United States out of the Iran Accord in the face of opposition from world leaders, including Moscow. Now it's Russia that's undermining American-led efforts to refloat the deal by seeking to link its own treatment for starting the war in Ukraine to any agreement with Tehran. Indeed, the efforts to revive the accord were suspended again on Friday into this very weekend I'm speaking to you. Biden needs more oil to keep down the price of gasoline at the pump for American voters and help his Democratic Party's chances of retaining Congress in November's midterm elections. Defeat could further damage his ratings and usher in a Republican, conceivably even a Trump comeback in 2024. On Tuesday, as Biden announced a ban on all imports of Russian oil and gas, Biden acknowledged the domestic impact, saying, "I'm going to do everything I can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home." Well, Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm went further as she reached out to domestic ally, well, what should be allies, our producers, to boost supply. She told oil executives, "We are on a war footing." That should tell you what you need to know. But to get these gas fuckers to respond and start to drill, baby, drill, get them under federal stewardship. We can't leave this at the mercy of the market. Demonstrating just how exceptional these times are, a U.S. delegation traveled to Russian satellite state Venezuela last weekend in an overture to a country that holds the largest known crude reserves in the world. Venezuela has been subject to international sanctions since the Trump era that have crippled its ability to sell oil. While there is not yet talk of allowing exports to resume, Presidente Nicolás Maduro responded by offering to turn on the taps anyway, saying that state oil company PDVSA is prepared to raise output to as many as 3 million barrels a day for the world. And I say, let him do it. For Felix Arellano, the professor of international relations at the Universidad Central de Venezuela in Caracas, the capital of that nation, with energy as the strategic catalyst, the United States is looking to confine the spheres of influence enjoyed by Russia and especially the Communist Chinese Empire. And for Venezuela, that means a gradual process to reincorporate with the West through energy. Albeit, in his own words, the U.S. visit was unexpected, surprising, a complete change in policy orientation. But I think there is a more important geopolitical move that is redefining the West. You see, Red China has been ambiguous towards Russia's aggression, expressing concern about civilian casualties and saying it supports Ukraine's sovereignty without condemning the Kremlin's actions or joining other countries in imposing any sanctions, of course. The Communist Chinese Empire will continue to carry on normal trade cooperation with Russia, including in oil and gas, or so said Zhao Lijian, their foreign ministry spokesperson. The Communist Chinese Empire is considering buying or increasing stakes in Russian companies such as Gazprom, PJSC. But as pressure grows to ditch Russian energy imports, Putin can't just assume that Beijing will take up all the slack. For one, Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping is keen to avoid instability as he seeks an unprecedented third term later this year. There are also business reasons. Even assuming a discount on the price per barrel, state-owned importers would weigh very carefully the impact on their global business of large purchases from an empire that's subject to so many sanctions. That's according to Qin Yan, an analyst with research house Refinitiv. Now, Li Xiao, a climate analyst at Greenpeace East Asia, has concluded that neither would buying energy from Moscow be an easy solution, even if it meant less pollution. To quote as they, to change China's current energy structure to replace a lot of coal it uses now with Russia's oil and gas would be a huge project for Red China, and it would take time. In Europe, the EU is refusing to budge on its climate commitments as it seeks to slash imports from its biggest supplier this year and replace flows from Russia completely by 2027. Those efforts were given a jolt by a suggestion that Moscow might shut off gas supplies through the Nord Stream 1 pipeline to Europe. So as she unveiled the Euro bloc's plans this week, the EU Commission Presidentress, Ursula von der Leyen, said, "We simply cannot rely on a supplier who explicitly threatens us." A day later, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Russia values its reputation as a reliable energy supplier, but added that sanctions may cause a rethink. On Thursday, the economy minister Robert Habeck said that any immediate disruption would hit United Germany particularly hard. Europe's biggest economy in Das Vaterland, or the fatherland, is reliant on Russia for more than half of its natural gas supplies, and doing all it can to cut that dependence presents extreme challenges. Yet, as Olaf Scholz told the Bundestag, Russia's attack on Ukraine means we are in a new era. The world today is no longer the same world that it was before. His words. Because the green energy revolution is perforce going into warp speed. Tech revolutions in the 21st century tend to be very fast. It took about a decade for the share of Americans with a smartphone to go from 0 to 80%. But energy revolutions are lazier affairs, and the green energy transition in particular has been turgid in these United States and United Europe, which is perhaps surprising given the declining price of solar energy. The West has simply refused to build green energy projects fast enough to decarbonize the grid. Russia's war accelerates the green revolution in two big ways. First, it will increase political pressure on these United States and European governments to reduce reliance on Russian oil and gas. The United States has already said it will stop importing Russian energy, and Europe is considering a similar ban. In the short term, countries will lean harder on spare oil and gas sources to keep prices down. But over time, the boycott of Russian energy could raise the price of thermal energy enough that it compels countries to deploy significantly more wind and solar projects. For years, anti-growth fears, anti-nuclear sentiment, and vague NIMBYism, as in NIMBY, all the uppercase acronym, stood in the way of green energy construction. The urgency of an external threat could melt away some of those anxieties. To quoteist Kadri Simpson, the European Commissioner for Energy, "We cannot talk about renewables revolution if getting a permit to build a wind park takes 7 years. It is time to treat these projects as being in the overriding public interest because they are." Second, rising energy prices will change consumer preferences, numbing, or at least nudging, more consumers away from gas-powered cars. Today, less than 5% of the U.S. car market is fully electric, but the industry is pushing electric vehicles hard. Nearly every automotive ad in the Super Bowl was for an EV, an electric vehicle. This marketing shift could combine with a painful spike in gas prices in a way that gets more Americans to buy EVs, which will encourage more automotive companies to invest in EV production, which could bring down the cost of EVs, which will, in turn, increase demand. There's some market dynamics for you. This possible shift away from energy pain to energy progress has a historical precedent. In 1973, that same OPEC, well, back then it was just OPEC, only OPEC, not OPEC Plus with Russia in it, cut off these United States and other countries from access to its oil, raising gas prices astronomically. Although most Americans associate that period with economic stagnation and stagflation, the crisis also led American car manufacturers to become more energy efficient. Actual fuel economy, as measured in miles per gallon, took off circa 1973. Half a hundred years later, we could see the same dynamic play out, the shock of energy pain leading to decades of progress. Now, the second impact factor is food. This is the food war, a global food fight. Before I get involved in slinging food around, let me check the live stream if I can. The longer I'm connected to the internet, the more it's fucked. So, I can tell you only that we've got an hour and a half left. We're holding great with the audiences. Rick O'Leary was saying, like that, Nicholas. I have no idea what I said that provoked that response. No idea what it means. Perhaps he can explain himself. And not that it bothers me. I mean, but, you know, always good to know what people are talking about if they're trying to communicate. That's what communications is about. And I think a lot of people assume that somehow we can read their minds. When they're in chat, at least. Like, doesn't everybody know what I'm thinking? Well, no. And words don't make it any clearer. Now, know this. Ukraine and Russia are breadbasket nations, together accounting for nearly a third of the world's wheat exports. Food prices have jumped in the wake of the Russian Empire's invasion. To rephrase that even more succinctly, Russia and Ukraine feed the fucking world. They account for about 30% of global wheat exports, along with 20% of global corn and 80% of global sunflower oil exports. Several countries, including Egypt, Turkey, Bangladesh, the birthplace of my manageress Selina Khan, the Sudan, Pakistan, homeland of our Islamo chaplain, Mr. Salman Sheikh, shout out unto he, receive half or more of their wheat from Russia or the Ukraine. Altogether, 1 out of every 8 calories traded between countries comes from Ukraine and the Russian Empire, according to NPR, where I'm drawing the stats up from on screen right now. And now, they're at war. Russia and Belarus, or White Russia, are also major fertilizer exporters. Yes, both their dictators spout a lot of shit. And that's physical as well as verbal. They've really got the shit thing down. So, it grows you plants, right? And rising fertilizer prices could disrupt crop farming on top of the spiraling cost of bread, which, as I've said, fuck the gas. Watch the prices of your bread to see how bad this gets. Again, let me take a break here. Gonna hydrate. Not a serious break. I'm just hydrating. Means I'm taking more than one swig as opposed to a single swig. I know it sounds disgusting. And it's not alcohol, believe it or not. Not that I would fucking care. What you think, I mean. But, such being said, if it were alcohol, well, that would probably fucking lubricate the works, right? So, no harm done. Harm being done now is simply the alcohol would dehydrate, so not using it for that reason. I'll indulge in that after transmission. As for right now, let me hydrate a bit more, or we won't get this transmission going at all. It's amazing how long I can go, but still. Alright. Having breathed, taken some time to breathe and drink liquid, I can try and get back into the groove. The one thing I'm noticing, however, is that as I try to interact with the Skype, my screens are just totally fucking glitching. And this is from where I've been calling up a lot of the stats or statistics that I relate to you in a coherent narrative. One that's amazingly coherent, if I say so myself, considering how randomly I call up stats. Now, a global food fight won't be bad news for all the world's poor. About 2/3 of sub-Saharan Africans farm for a living, and as food prices rise, they can earn more and experiment with new innovations to produce more and thereby bring our prices down. Many of the countries most reliant on Russia and Ukraine for imports have anticipated the potential for trade disruption and stockpiled enough wheat and corn to get them through several months. But the long-term risk of political instability cannot be overlooked. Several analyses of the 2011 popular uprisings that took place the year that my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was murdered, that toppled the governments of Tunisia and Egyptos, or Egypt, during the so-called Arab Spring, traced their origin to a spike in food prices, especially grains. War between two great breadbasket nations will be even more disruptive to prices. If 2011, the year not only of my mother's murder, but of Fukushima Daiichi going into meltdown but a week before her death, is any indication, we could be in not, well, for not an Arab Spring, but a world spring. A wave of global political instability across the surface of the earth. The past few weeks have already demonstrated the force of social cascades, where what began as a financial sanction against the Russian Empire has become a worldwide boycott thereof. Imagine a social cascade powered not only by moral righteousness, but also by hunger. You know, starving people, like you used to see in Ethiopia, so tragically, don't conduct bonsai charges. But hungry people do. The food shock of 2022 is not a good news story. But our bad is less bad than ever before. Let me try and put that into as positive a spin for you as I can think of. You'll have to give me a few minutes to think of how. But let me put it this way. Russia's aggression in Ukraine will have severe effects on the world economy. That's exactly what the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, warned us all yesterday. Saturday, this weekend. Was today. No, it was yesterday, even when I started this transmission. It's the day before yesterday now. Grain and fuel prices have surged to historic peaks. This seems like an awkward time for myself to offer you hope. Yet, hope remains. Our world is much more resilient than it was even a generation agone, especially with regards to food. The food shock of 2022 may not be a good news story. The news is bad, but our bad is less bad than ever before. Russia and Ukraine are massive growers of grain, especially wheat. The Russian Empire produces about 10% of our planet's wheat. Ukraine, about 4%. Some of that production is consumed at home, of course, but after their domestic use, Russia and Ukraine together provide about 1/4, 25%, 1/4 of all our planet's wheat exports. They are important exporters of corn and barley as well, and of cooking oils, especially sunflower oil. Now the Russian invasion has closed the ports through which Ukraine's wheat moved to world markets. Insurance costs have jumped for all shipping in the Black Sea. Spring crops will probably go unplanted in the Ukraine. Russian crops face sanctions and embargo. Russia and its only ally in this world, Belarus, also are, or were, important exporters of the fertilizer that other food-raising countries use to grow their own crops. The upheaval will touch every food consumer on Earth, even those living in food-secure countries such as these United States. Food prices are set in efficient global markets. All countries face similar prices, whether they be sellers into those markets, or buyers therefrom those same markets. If the price goeth up for anyone, it goeth up for everyone. Again, sudden increases in global food prices are not good news. But also, again, some context is necessary. There be 4 points of context that I can actually think of, which is why it's taking me a while to form these thoughts. 1. We live in an age of food abundance. Maybe you retain some memory of old predictions about global famine. A best-selling book published the year after I was born, in 1967, carries the lurid title, Famine 1975, with an exclamation mark, no less. America's Decision. Who will survive? That's all part of that title, of the same book. Among other predictions, the authors identified India as the nation most inevitably doomed to mass starvation and economic collapse, not to mention mass cannibalism. So, guess which country is the world's second largest producer of wheat in 2022, accounting for more than 13% of all output? That's right, the former alleged basket case of Asian India. Since the 1960s, you know, that decade into which I came into this vale of tears, Indian wheat production has increased by nearly an order of magnitude to almost 110 million metric tons last year. Indian wheat exports will probably exceed 7 million metric tons this year, up from the previous peak of 6.5 million in 2012 through 2013. India has also exported nearly 18 million metric tons of rice in the 2020 through 2021 marketing season, more than any other country. That's impressive, but not as dazzling as the performance of Vietnam, which has vaulted from exporting basically nothing as recently as 1989 to second place among rice exporters in the 2020s. Compared to them, the United States ranks 5th. The second point that offers hope is that many food importing countries can cope. The world's largest wheat importer is Egypt. But MEMqədRIAL, the director of the Egypt program at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C., a fine lady and fairly attractive to boot, she characterizes the food outlook for Egypt as serious, but not critical. Egyptian authorities estimate that their reserves will be sufficient for at least the next 6 months, perhaps the next 9. Egyptian governments have been in the business of managing food reserves for 5,000 years after all. From the days of Joseph's storehouses to now, they have accumulated some considerable management capacity. Egypt buys wheat through a system of reverse auctions, posting a tender for a certain quantity, then accepting the lowest bid for that tender. Since the era of Gamal Abdel Nasser, Egypt has operated a system of subsidized bakeries that sell low-priced loaves to quality or qualified buyers. More recently, Egypt has begun to convert to direct cash assistance, provided through cards that function very much like, what could I compare them to in America? While I'm thinking of that, of course, let me try and take a breath, or maybe hydrate a bit more. Well, they function a lot like American electronic benefits transfer cards. That's what they call them. EBTs, the EBT plastic. In a crisis, the Egyptian government can effectively provide, how do I say this, more cash assistance to low-income buyers. Now, this is not to minimize the shock Egypt is facing as, how do I describe this? Well, the price of wheat goes up sky high. So the price of wheat is rising from a familiar $250 US or a 300 United States dollars a metric ton to half $1,000 United States dollars a metric ton. That's the shock that ancient Egypt faces. It is to emphasize that the shock will land on state finances as much as, or more than, on the Egyptian poor. That makes me optimistic. Many other major wheat importing countries are either rich, like Italia, the Empire of Japan, and the Republic of South Korea, or led by reasonably effective governments, like Indonesia, Morocco, and Turkey under its dictatorship, that can emulate Egypt and deliver assistance to the hard-pressed. The countries to worry most about are those racked by war and political instability. Yemen, above all. Yemen, but also Ethiopia, Mali, and other disrupted states. Ethiopia, of course, is currently at war. Now, the third point that you need to be educated about to have hope is the fact that global emergency aid can help. where famine does threaten, the international community can save lives. In 2021, international relief agencies provided in-kind or cash food assistance to 13 million Yemenis. Such programs will cost more in 2022, but not impossibly more. Before the war in Ukraine, the United Nations' food program projected a Yemen aid budget of $2 billion United States dollars for this year. That number will likely go up by 25% or more, but the money can be found. An even more terrifying food crisis faces Afghanistan under its new tyrannical Taliban rulers. The Taliban's self-imposed international isolation has been followed by a cruel drought. Millions of lives are at risk. Asian India has committed considerable food aid. The war in Ukraine does not make feeding Afghanistan's population any easier, obviously, but it's only a very incidental aggravating factor. Afghanistan's agony would be no less agonizing if Vladimir Putin had chosen peace in the Ukraine rather than war. And finally, as a fourth point to be made, high prices are not bad news for everybody. Higher prices for food consumers mean higher incomes for food producers. In most of the world, consumers hugely outnumber producers. There is one region, however, where producers remain so numerous that higher prices can improve the livelihoods of millions. Sub-Saharan Africa. About 2/3 of sub-Saharan Africans farm for a living. When prices rise, farmers produce more and earn more. Sub-Saharan farmers could produce a lot more. The economic consulting firm McKinsey estimates that black African farmers could soon double or even triple their output of grains, livestock, and other products if they use more intensive farming methods. Higher prices will encourage African farmers to adopt more advanced seeds and other modern methods. They could prod governments to invest more in rail and roads in order to move crops to market, and to clarify property laws in order to support commercial farms that produce for the international marketplace. Sub-Saharan food output grew twice as fast from 2000 through 2018 as it did in the 1980 through 1999 stretch. That boom was driven by higher food prices, especially in the peak years of 2006 through 2013. That's according to a 2021 study released just yesteryear that I sourced before coming on bandwidth tonight, as a matter of fact, while Sammy and James were talking. African agriculture can be extended as well as intensified. The South African agricultural economist Wandile Silobo calculates that 60% of the world's remaining unused arable land is located in sub-Saharan Africa. So the white bandits were unable to steal that since it was nailed down, so to speak, and they had to leave that for the black Africans to benefit from in the long run. I'm sure they would have stolen it if they could have somehow lifted it. Anyhow, checking into Rick O'Leary here, and he says, Nicolas Maduro Trump wanted to attack. Oh, yes. So he was saying something about, I like that, Nicholas, I guess, and the fact that we're going back to Maduro. By the way, again, my internet is glitching so much. It says I have an excellent connection, but I'm not even able to see the live stream image right now. I hope to hell you can. And such being said, returning to my train of thought, glad to check into Rick O'Leary there. Happy St. Paddy's Day coming up. And I remember my gang brother Beaver when we were care providing for my late and sainted sire, my father, or the man who raised and guided me, if not my actual seed provider. He was the man who he was going to the Veterans Administration when I was able to get him into that system in his later years. And one time at the VA, they had on the television for background noise, I guess, in the waiting room to keep people from getting bored enough to start a riot, I presume. And when that was on, they had some old Irish movie on. It wasn't an Irish movie, as in made in Ireland. What was the name of that? Fatal Deviation, which is a movie everyone should see, simply because it's fun. Not because it's high quality, but because it's, well, you'll enjoy yourself if you're drunk as hell and enjoy shouting at the screen. Then you'll like Fatal Deviation, the only Irish martial arts movie ever produced. And hopefully they get a sequel out. But in terms of a American film pretending to show Irish culture, made in the 50s, a musical, everybody breaking into song every few minutes or so, that was on in the background, and I just found it so sad. Just so sad because, of course, it's just, white people back when the world was theirs, and none of them swore, and it was a comparatively clean screen. You just didn't see anything on it that wasn't wholesome. And the singing, and it's just kind of sad. That world is gone. Not that it ever really existed, and not that it ever was something I had access to, but the fact that they used to be able to convey such an ideal it does bring tears to one's eyes. But Beaver, all he heard was these people singing in this kind of Irish English, and he said, it's like listening to a 2-hour Lucky Charms commercial. And there you go. That's how he felt about it. But back to where we were talking about with the fact that the whites couldn't run off with all the land in Africa. Well, as I said, you've got this. Oh, by the way, Jameson says, in fact, I fucking love that it's gone better than plowing something. I got to read that later. I can't open up the text box because otherwise I would have responded to some of what James said with a upvote or something. But he's like, I don't know how he can communicate with me other than what he's doing right now, because it wouldn't be any better in the Facebook message boxes. But the reality is, whenever I touch any of these things, the screen goes glitchy and I'm unable to really get it back. By the way, Rick O'Leary says it's a good connection. Thank you, sir. Deeply appreciate it. Hugs. And so what he's saying is that Trump wanted to attack Maduro, and now the situation has changed and he likes that development, is what I believe he's saying. So back to what I was saying about the food fight, the coming food shock on planet Earth. Higher food prices will be a stress and a burden for hundreds of millions of people all over the world. Make no mistake about it. Higher food prices will test the stability of governments themselves. Higher food prices may become an important part of Russia's anti-Ukrainian propaganda, which will blame Ukrainian resistance to Russian aggression and Western sanctions against Russia itself for the higher cost of your food. But a stress is not a crisis, and a crisis does not have to be a catastrophe. Good management can mitigate the stress and begin to identify and capture opportunities. Dealing with the food price increases that this conflict will bring will not be easy, but it can be done. Now, there's a third factor, aside from gas and food, that's gonna whack your ass. And that's the fact that my Taiwan will be pitted against a new communist Chinese empire as Russia seeks out military support from Red China in the Ukrainian crisis. This is Russian roulette on a worldwide level. Crypto is unlikely to be useful for sanctions dodgers. It may have more going for it as a tool to help Ukraine's fundraising efforts, as a matter of fact. The commercial excommunication of the Russian Empire is left it heavily dependent on its communist Chinese partner, which has alternated between blaming the West for the conflict, distancing itself from Russia, refusing to call the invasion an invasion, and expressing grief over civilian casualties while calling for peace. Rhetorical waffling aside, the communist Chinese empire continues to trade with Russia, and Beijing is strongly considering taking a stake in Russian energy giants left in the cold by Western corporations. So Russia asked Red China for military support in its invasion of Ukraine. Moscow requested weaponry and additional economic support from Beijing. This was reported by the New York Times today, on Sunday when I started this transmission, although American authorities declined to reveal what type of assistance the Kremlin was seeking. Officials also declined to discuss how the Red Chinese government responded to the potential arms deal. When asked about reports of Russia's request for aid, Liu Pingyu, spokesman for Red China's embassy in these United States, said he had never heard of that, and that his country was watching the deteriorating situation in Ukraine, adding, "The high priority now is to prevent the tense situation from escalating or even getting out of control." Well, you're far too late for that, motherfucker. Well, Jake Sullivan, who serves as National Security Advisor to President Joe Biden, will travel to Roma on Monday to meet with Yang Jiechi, his Chinese counterpart, about the war in Ukraine. And speaking to CNN in an interview, but yesterday by now, on Sunday, Sullivan said he intended to warn Mr. Yang against Beijing supporting Russian efforts with regard to this conflict. Sullivan told the network, "We are communicating directly, privately to Beijing that there will absolutely be consequences for large-scale large-scale sanctions is what he said, sanctions evasion efforts, or support to Russia to backfill them. We will not allow that to go forward and allow there to be a lifeline to Russia from these economic sanctions from any country, anywhere in the world." That's what Sullivan said as our official stance. The top Biden administration official went on to say that while the United States believes Red China was, in fact, aware before the invasion took place what Vladimir Putin was planning something, they may not have understood the full extent of it, because it's very possible that Putin lied to them in some way, the same way that he lied to Europeans and unto others. I personally don't buy that at all, because I know for a fact that Xi Jinping punked Putin into launching the invasion, telling him to wait until after the Olympics was over. But Putin couldn't even wait for the Paralympics to be over, and that's why the Russian Paralympic athletes got expelled, because he broke Olympic truce, which is beyond gauche. It is, as Jameson Reese would put it, the cheesiest thing you can fucking do. But then, that's Russia for you. Russia began invading Ukraine in late February and has thus far turned millions of women and children into refugees fleeing their violence. Their bloodshed has also already killed tens of thousands of Ukrainians and an unknown number of their own Russians. Numerous efforts at peace talks have failed, and Ukraine has united in its resolve to fight this continued invasion, though it be unclear how long they will be able to keep Russian forces from taking any major cities. Russia has faced enormous financial consequences over Putin's decision to invade, with the country's economy crumbling within 3 weeks of launching their military offensive. The United States and the United Kingdom have placed bans on Russian oil and gas exports, which were levied without the backing of the nation's European allies, many of whom have urged a slower response to the war. President Biden, alongside a united European Union, pulled a select Russian financial firms, or a select few of them, from SWIFT, the SWIFT, all uppercase acronym there, the global banking system, earlier this month as well. Now, Russia and Zhonghua, or China, were getting closer even before the Ukraine crisis, or the Ukraine crisis, to say it more euphonically. Since Russia's invasion of the Crimea in 2014, Sino-Slavic trade has risen by 500%. That's according to Michael Symbolist, the chair of Market and Investment Strategy at JP Morgan Asset Management, where I myself bank, albeit not in the same office that they bring Sugar Daddy into, my son's husband, but hey, I have a bank account there. Now, Symbolist has pointed out that both Red China and Russia began using their own currencies to settle bilateral trade in 2010. And he has written that Russia is now Beijing's largest recipient of state sector financing, which has, in and of itself, opened a currency swap line in 2014 between the yuan and the ruble, sharply reducing reliance on the US dollar. Add it all up, and it looks like China could become the counterpart of last resort for the Russian Empire. This would make Russia something like a giant North Korea. Since 2010, that rogue nation has relied on Red China for roughly 90% of its total trade. One plausible scenario, then, is that Putin's failed attempt to expand the Russian Empire grows the Communist Chinese Empire, as Russia clings to Red China to avoid economic ruination. But, above and beyond all of that, far more importantly, in rocking your world and knocking that rocking chair back to the point where your spine takes a beating when it hits the floor, is the fact that Russia's invasion is about to make the microchip shortage much, much worse. In the hour we have remaining, while I catch my breath and actually turn on my cell phone so I can monitor the time, seeing as actually there's no point in doing that. The only thing that helps is looking into the studio here and seeing how much time we have left, which is an hour. Basically, that leaves us with my attempting to summarize as much as I can. Again, let me hydrate here. Russia's invasion is about to make the world's chip shortage way worse than it was before already. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is putting even more pressure on an already strained global computer chip supply because two Ukrainian companies responsible for producing around half of the world's semiconductor-grade neon have shuttered. The military incursion has forced Ukraine's two leading neon suppliers to suspend operations, a major disruption with global economic consequences. Neon is critically important to semiconductor chip manufacturing, and nearly half of the world's semiconductor-grade neon originates from these two Ukrainian suppliers, Ingis and Cryoin, which I bet you never fucking knew and would never suspect in a million fucking years. Now, Reuters estimates those two firms produce between 45 through to 54%, an inverted number there, transposed, 45 to 54, get it? Between 45 to 54% of the specific type of neon needed to manufacture semiconductor chips. You probably never even knew semiconductor chips needed neon. You thought it only made funky-looking signs that, cast, no shadows, really, effectively. And they're an art unto themselves. You see a lot of neon artwork in the movie Big Trouble in Little China. If you ever take a look at Big Trouble in Little China, it's awash in neon, especially at the climax. Now, under normal circumstances, Ingis of Ukraine pumps out 15,000 to 20,000 cubic meters of neon per month, with about 75% of that going directly into my Taiwan's chip industry. Global neon production reaches 540 metric tons per year. And, this is what Jameson Reese is saying. That's what Putin/Dugin was after. You got it. You're very astute, my son. Now, according to the market research firm TechSet, which is spelled Techcet, according to TechSet, global neon production reaches 540 metric tons per year. And, let's put it this way. While Cryoin, that Ukrainian productive facility that I've already aforecited, halted operations on the day of the invasion, Ingis has managed to maintain production, so far as I know, as Russian forces invaded, but it eventually halted operations this week. I know that much, due to the escalating conflict. That conflict hit close to home for Ingis on Wednesday, midweek last, when Russia's military bombarded a maternity hospital in Mariupol, a hospital full of pregnant women trying to deliver babies. That's the city where Ingis is based. Now, I know this through data sourcing from the World Health Organization, because it was the World Health Organization of the United Nations that responded when the motherless fucking Russians started to bomb mothers delivering babies in a maternity ward. And that's when I saw, oh, fuck! Just as bad as babies being killed and aborted while they're being delivered by willing mothers, as bad as that is, when I saw the neon facility light up, that's when I said, oh shit. Now, those disruptions pose a direct threat, a dire threat, to an industry that just began its path to recovery from 2 years of pandemic-related supply chain shortages. Shocks from those shortages have led to production delays of everything from Ford F-150s to Apple electronics and just about every fucking thing in between. TechSet Presidentess Lita Shonroy warned that a shortage of Ukrainian neon will disproportionately impact the smaller chip makers in the near term. So my Taiwan is still safe for now. Shonroy so told Reuters that, to quote as she, the largest chip fabricators like Intel of the United States, in my own golden state nation of California, which is the economic engine for your fucking United States, Samsung of South Korea, and TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, all have greater buying power and access to inventories that may cover them for longer periods of time, 12 months or more. But that only means you're going to depend on Taiwan more than ever. Access to semiconductors has already played an important role in war in Ukraine, as the international community attempts to penalize and deter the Russian Empire. Days after Vladimir Putin's initial invasion, Joe Biden's administration issued new sanctions preventing the sale of American-manufactured semiconductors and most other technology to the Russian Empire, with the ultimate aim of limiting the Russian military's access to necessary tech. So the Empire of Japan, my Taiwan, and the Republic of South Korea followed up with similar restrictions. Let's hope they maintain that, since South Korea just elected the Korean Donald Trump as their president. Now, the United States and other countries around the world responded to the shortage with attempts to ramp up at-home chip production, but most of those efforts will take years to bear any meaningful fruit. That just shows you how desperate everyone is. It's like you trying to build yourself a new car in your own garage, ordering the parts you need to produce one. The closest you can come up with would be something like a glorified lawnmower. But that's what you're going to have to make do with. That's the kind of quality of chips that are going to come out of the rest of the world, okay? Even if those new chip facilities do manage to bolster individual nations' self-sufficiency, shortages of key crucial elements like Ukrainian neon will still derail supply chains. And you don't have to look far to see the effects of a global neon shortage either. Neon prices saw a 600% price increase during Russia's last conflict with Ukraine in 2014. Shortages caused by the Russian invasion have already left a mark on other sectors of our economy. Oil prices spiked to a 14-year record high of $139 per barrel this week. Gas prices in these United States reached an all-time high of $4.331 US dollars per gallon on Friday into this weekend in which I speak to you. That's according to the AAA, following news that the United States would ban Russian oil imports. So what can we do about any of this? Make Red China think about my Taiwan in the context of the Ukraine. The Communist Chinese Empire is deeply alarmed by the West's unified response to Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine, and actively contemplating its own conquest of a neighboring democracy, my Taiwan. Red China on the mainland wants to ensure that its aggression will not meet a similar Western response to that which has met Russia's aggression. Beijing's fear is that a People's Liberation Army assault on my Taiwan would lead to Red China's isolation from the international community. That development would greatly undermine Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's ultimate long-term objective of supplanting the American-led democratic international order with an order of Chinese communist feudal mercantilism. That is to say, an order in which nations offer Beijing their political obedience in return for Red China's dispersal of trade rights and assets. So, how has Ukraine changed things? While Red China has always assumed that an invasion of my Taiwan would result in a major American sanctions response, it has also assumed that other global powers would react more cautiously. Alongside French President Emmanuel Macron's vision of strategic autonomy, Beijing has been increasingly optimistic that it could separate the American empire's response to a Taiwan invasion from that of the European Union. Divide and conquer. This separation would feasibly allow Beijing to retain its global trade interests and weather the short-term condemnation that came with attacking my island democracy. Yet with the European Union and even long-time neutral nations such as Switzerland responding to Russia with wide-ranging sanctions, Red China has been forced to reconsider its assessment. Reflecting the growing Beijing concern, Xi Jinping held a summit with Macron and the United German Chancellor, the Deutschen Chancellor Olaf Scholz, on Tuesday, and offering a cautious olive branch to the European Union. Xi said he deeply regretted Russia's war, though he did not condemn Russia or Putin by name. In a telling example of Red China's concerns over my Taiwan, however, Xi Jinping pressed the EU's two most powerful leaders to temper their sanctions on the Russian Empire. Red China's foreign ministry has repeatedly trumpeted this "sanctions are always bad" argument in recent days. On Thursday, spokesman Zhao Lijian argued, "It has been long proven that rather than addressing the problem, sanctions will create new problems." Well, the United States should adopt the very opposite argument. Determined to safeguard my Taiwan's democracy and the democratic international order for the sake of your fucking microchips, which are the world's oil, the world's new oil, senior U.S. officials should present what Russia is doing in Ukraine as part and parcel of what Zhonghua, or Red China, is threatening to do to my own Taiwan. U.S. officials should point out, well, they should simply point to the devastation of Ukrainian cities and lives in places such as Mariupol, and note that a similar fate likely awaits the people of my Taipei, the capital of my Taiwan, on which I was born. Not just on island China, I was born in the capital itself. And they should make it clear that the Xi-Putin partnership is not personal, but rather inherently political. Namely, that these two dictators find kinship because they stand for a very different view of human rights, indeed a very different definition of humanity itself, than does the democratic world. U.S. officials should impress the point that only the democratic world can defend its values. Considering the renewal of democratic purpose that the West's response to Russia has sparked among our populations, this message will have salience beyond Western leaders. Put simply, even if Macron and I almost called him Reichskanzler, the Deutschen Chancellor, the German Chancellor Scholz, are reluctant to draw parallels between Ukraine and my Taiwan, many in the European Parliament and in national parliaments will be inclined to do so. The American empire should then make it clear that it would meet a Commu-Chinese attack on my Taiwan with the same coordinated sanctions response that it has applied against the Russian Empire. The United States should also point to Ukraine as proof of something else: the ability of a smaller, weaker democracy to resist external aggression from a far more powerful autocracy. It does prove the intrinsic, inherent worth of democracy over dictatorship. In turn, the United States should immediately and dramatically expand the sale of high-quality anti-air and anti-sea missile, radar, and other defensive systems to my Taiwan. It should encourage other democracies to do the same, pointing out that a well-armed Taiwan might well defeat a communist Chinese invasion. Considering that the Taiwan Strait is more than 80 miles in length at its shortest point, 100 miles in length on average, Communist Chinese naval forces would have to spend significant time at great risk in order to transit that strait under fire, especially if thousands of anti-ship missiles, fighter jets, drones, and submarines are blitzing them as they do so. The objective of this effort would be to deter a communist Chinese war on my Taiwan. But considering the almost ideological, indeed, I would say forget ideological, considering the nigh theological importance that the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping puts on his conquest of Taiwanese democracy, the time to act is now. Now, just as Xi is scared, and just as Western populations are pressuring their leaders to do more in the defense of democracy. And now, with everything that I've expressed, we might ask the question, what exactly is the end game in Ukraine? How could this war play out? Russia's failure to secure a swift win opens a range of possible outcomes. I'll tell you right off the bat, the first thing you can bet on is very likely that this war is going to last a long time. I'd be rather surprised if it does not. But what I can tell you is that we can quickly go over kind of a range of where it could go in the last half hour we have remaining. Western intelligence officials had predicted victory for Russia in less than a week after it invaded Ukraine. But far more than a fortnight. But 14 nights and a work week later, entering into its 19th day, even as I speak to you live stream at this moment, we're entering a score of days thereafter. 20 days since U-Day, or the invasion of Ukraine. Moscow and Kiev remain locked in a bloody battle for control where Moscow has gained none of Ukraine's major cities in its battle to occupy the bloody frontier of the Eurasian borderlands. Instead, Ukraine is mounting a stronger than ever anticipated defense, and Western countries are supporting it with armed supplies. Meanwhile, Russia's campaign has been beset by strategic errors, logistical shortcomings, and intelligence blunders that vastly underestimated all Ukrainian capabilities. Diplomatic efforts to pause the fighting have so far failed. With Russia failing to secure a swift win, and dictator Vladimir Putin's endgame unclear, Western capitals are discussing a range of scenarios for how the conflict could progress. People involved in these discussions are, of course, puzzled as to any number of factors by which to calculate their speculations, including where the hell the Russian Air Force might possibly be. Well, I can tell you they're scared of getting shot down. And as I said when Peter Moon was with us once, but he had turned to engage his wife Paula, I can hardly blame him, and didn't hear what I had to say. The Russians are the only air force in the world that flies their boys up into the skies with total control over what their boys see on radar. Their flyboys are left in the blind as to how many enemies they might even be facing. This accounts for a lot of them getting shot down by Ukrainian aces, and in the end is what makes the Russians scared to deploy them in Ukrainian skies. Before, the Russians were simply doing milk runs all over Syria and Libya where they had total control of the skies. Not in this case. And in this case, they're saving their planes for a wider war. So to outline some of the possibilities, that being one of them, there could, of course, be a Russian victory conceivably. Really, not anymore. But if we operated on what all the experts were telling you, they predicted Zelensky's government getting toppled. Certainly that's what your Republican right will try to realize if they had any power as puppets of Putin. Despite Moscow's failure so far to make the headway it expected, the majority of Western officials and analysts and the entire Republican Party believed their initial assessment that Russia will win a comprehensive victory. That remains the most likely outcome, given Russia's overwhelming military power. But Putin will pay a far higher price than he initially calculated, both in terms of military losses and the reputation of his armed forces. That much is obvious now, despite all the American analysts. The civilian death toll will also be much higher than anticipated as Russia turns to ever more indiscriminate bombardment and deploys arms such as cluster munitions and thermobaric weapons. Now, most analysts expect that after taking control, Russia would replace President Volodymyr Zelensky's government with a pro-Moscow administration. That could lead to some form of Western-backed Ukrainian government in exile based outside the country and a prolonged insurgency inside Ukraine. Antony Blinken, U.S. Secretary of State, this week said if his goal is to impose some kind of puppet regime, it's pretty evident by the response of the Ukrainian people that they will never accept that. If he tries to enforce such a puppet regime by keeping Russian forces in Ukraine, it will be a long, bloody, drawn-out mess through which Russia will continue to suffer grievously. So the other scenario will be a partial Russian victory with the Zelensky government left with a rump state. Now, Zelensky has rebuffed offers from Western powers to evacuate himself from Kiev, reportedly retorting that he needed ammunition, not a ride. But many defense and intelligence officials say a potential retreat to western Ukraine, where Russia has so far made no attempt to seize territory, but has began saturating with missile fire, would be a potential endgame. They have mooted Lviv being close to the Polish border, as a possible new capital for a Ukrainian rump state. Now, Russia's invasion strategy, in which firepower has been concentrated on Kiev to the north and Ukraine's eastern and southern regions, suggests that may also be seen in the Kremlin as an acceptable outcome, until they started saturating the West with missiles, as they have. Putin's rambling essay on Ukraine's past and its relations with Russia, published last year and seen by many as the Russian president's historical rationalization for invasion, hinted at a partition of the country between its more Russian-speaking East and Europe-focused West. But that would only be in the sense of maintaining a puppet state out West for the Russians, a kind of buffer state to keep a neutrality between Russia and European Union. In contrast to Russia's struggles in the north and east of the country, its forces that invaded from Crimea, the Ukrainian peninsula annexed by Russia in 2014, in the south, have made major gains along Ukraine's Black Sea coast. If Russia were to attack and capture the port of Odessa, Ukraine's third largest city and long identified by NATO as a potential Russian target, it could cut off a rump Ukraine from the sea, crippling all crucial export routes. But few think Putin will settle for failing to capture Kiev or to topple the Zelensky government completely, given his stated aim to demilitarize and denazify the country and wrench it from its EU and NATO membership ambitions forever. Another scenario would be negotiated settlement with no overall control. Talks between Ukraine and Russia since the invasion began have mainly focused on specific humanitarian issues such as evacuation corridors from besieged cities or short-term ceasefires. The failure of almost all of these ceasefires to hold, and direct reports that have been cross-verified of Russian shelling and mining of roads designated for civilian evacuation, does not bode well for any negotiated settlement. So, just where is the Ukrainian conflict heading? In talks in Turkey between the combatants' foreign ministers, the most senior level negotiations so far convened. On Thursday, Russia's Sergei Lavrov denied Moscow has even attacked Ukraine and claims the United States was funding biological weapons research in country. Dmytro Kuleba, his Ukrainian counterpart, said seeking ceasefire promises from Lavrov was impossible as there be other decision makers for this matter in Russia. Well, basically, there's only one, Vladimir Putin. Zelensky's deputy chief of staff, Ihor Zhovka, said this week that Kiev was ready for a diplomatic solution, provided Russia withdraws its troops. But while Ukrainian officials have suggested a deal on the status of Crimea and pro-Russian separatist-controlled regions in the east could be feasible, Kiev has ruled out Russia's broader demands that it become as neutral and give up its military capabilities. It already gave up its nuclear capabilities, and we see what happened next. But some form of settlement could tempt both sides if the war became as a quagmire where both made little progress and suffered mounting losses. The question would be whether a ceasefire would enshrine Russia's gains so far or mean that Putin pulls back troops to a defined area. But Western officials concur anything short of a full Russian withdrawal would mean that crippling economic sanctions against Moscow be retained. By the way, I'm getting an incoming news flash that Biden triggers the GOP backlash with a mask mandate extension. The shape the world is in right now, with everything that I'm putting into analysis tonight, and this is what triggers a Republican backlash. If you don't believe these guys are on the sides of the Russians by now, you just aren't opening your eyes. Now, as one Western official went on record to say anonymously, we keep tightening the noose. Putin cannot hope for a fait accompli and for the world to go back to some kind of normality. There has been an irreversible change. So, the most likely scenario is Russian retreat and the toppling of Vladimir Putin. The exact opposite of his invasion objective. Ukraine's resistance so far has raised the possibility that Kiev could continue repelling Russian efforts to seize key cities, especially if Western weapon supplies continue to bolster the army's capabilities. Such a stalemate and the huge impact of Western sanctions imposed on the Russian Empire in recent weeks has prompted even the densest of Western officials to speculate that Putin himself could be a casualty of a failed invasion. I would argue that the Russian dictator, who has ruled for more than 22 years, might be toppled by Kremlin elites or by Russian military or security officials angry at his handling of the war, or by a groundswell of protest among Russian citizens furious at falling living standards. Victoria Nuland, a Russia expert and Undersecretariat for Political Affairs at the U.S. State Department, has argued this week that the key to ending the conflict in Ukraine was increasing opposition to Putin inside Russia. So Nuland told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, "The way this conflict will end is when Putin realizes that this adventure has put his own leadership standing at risk with his own military, with his own people, that he is hemorrhaging the lives of the people of Russia, the army of Russia, and their future for his own vain ambition." However, Putin's grip on power is arguably stronger now than it has ever been before, thanks to draconian new legislation in effect outlawing independent thought, let alone media, in Russia, and leaving Kremlin-controlled outlets as the sole source of information. But this brings up the ultimate, and I would say truly inevitable, scenario. The situation that would precede Russian retreat and Putin's toppling. A broader Russia-NATO war, which is what they're saving all their planes for. This conflict cannot be contained in Ukraine. Mark my words. The weapons shipments to Kiev by NATO member states and crippling sanctions imposed on Moscow have themselves raised the risk of spillover to neighboring countries, a step that can only drag NATO into direct conflict with the Russian Empire. The alliance has been at pains to demonstrate that it is not directly engaged in conflict. The Atlantic Alliance does not coordinate weapon supplies by NATO member states to Kiev, while NATO itself has refused to establish a no-fly zone in Ukraine. Such a maneuver would be both politically as well as, well, it would be politically impossible, but physically impracticable only in the sense that it's politically impossible. With Russia's air defense capabilities, meaning NATO jets would be attacked almost as soon as they took to Ukrainian airspace, the best solution is to give the Ukrainians their goddamn planes, which is exactly what Zelensky has been asking for. And with that in mind, how do I say this? When it comes to that no-fly zone, which I say we should do, and were I in secular power, would enforce, the risk of escalation would still remain. Dmitry Peskov, Putin's spokesman, said this week that plans, mooted by the West, but now ruled out, to supply Kiev with Polish MiG fighters would be a very undesirable and potentially dangerous scenario. And in turn, Jens Stoltenberg, NATO's Secretary General, has warned Russia that attacks on Western supply lines to Ukraine would represent an escalation. So, there's the fantasy outcome that everyone has hoped for, but only an idiot would dream of: neutrality. What would self-declared or internationally recognized neutrality mean for the Ukraine? Or for that matter, for the Russian Empire and the war? Well, Putin himself, yestermensis, last month, warned countries that sought to meddle in the conflict of consequences greater than any you have ever faced in history. A threat universally seen as a reference to the potential deployment of nuclear weapons. This was followed by his decision to put Russia's strategic nuclear forces on a higher level of readiness, which confirmed all such suspicions. NATO, meanwhile, has increased troop deployments in the Baltic states and other members near to Russia, and alliance officials have warned of the potential for Putin to provoke NATO members to distract the West from the Ukrainian invasion. So, this week, Stoltenberg said, Putin wants less NATO, he's getting more NATO. He wanted to divide us, he is getting a more united alliance. All of this preempts any neutrality and promises only escalation to a wider war. This is what we must prepare for. And it will ultimately climax to a degree with nuclear weapons exploding in air bursts over American soil, as I described, via the visions that were manifest in my mind's eye via the Vox Arca. Now, where we're at, unless our man Peter Moon steps in to provide some tea in the last few minutes of tonight's production, which it's a miracle we even made it to the 12 hours we normally do with the way the internet was behaving tonight. And by the way, I'll have you know that when Jojo and Peter Moon visit on April 6th of next month, it'll be the night of a transmission that will probably hold only for a few hours, if that. I might try to ask someone else to come in and produce, if at all possible. And I know that our man, Jameson Reese, is the executive producer here, but I'm not quite sure he knows how to produce a show on his own. So we'll see what happens. Maybe I should try and work with him with a little bit of practice towards that. We might try a few practice mini transmissions, like a few minutes each, between now and then. We'll see if that's possible, but I would, of course, insist he have guests. Whoever he can bring on that would stay with him through the majority of the night. He wouldn't need to go through a full 12 hours. But in the last few minutes we have remaining, 15. Well, where else is there to go? I can tell you why we can't let Russia win. If Russia wins, a Kremlin-controlled Ukraine would transform all Europe. When Russia joined the ongoing civil war in Syria in the summer of 2015, it shocked the United States and our partners. Out of frustration, then-President Barack Obama claimed that Syria would become a quagmire for the Russian Empire and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. Syria would be Russia's Vietnam or Putin's Afghanistan, a grievous mistake that would eventually rebound against Russian interests. Well, Syria did not end up as a quagmire for Vladimir Putin. Russia changed the course of the war, saving Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad from impending defeat, and then translated military force into diplomatic leverage. It kept costs and casualties sustainable. Now Russia cannot be ignored in Syria. There has been no diplomatic settlement. Instead, Moscow has amassed greater regional clout from Israel to Libya and retained a loyal partner in Assad for Russia's power projection. In Syria, what the Obama administration failed to anticipate was the very possibility that the Russian Empire's intervention would succeed. In the surreal winter of 2021 through 2022, the United States and Europe are once again contemplating a major Russian military intervention, this time in Europe itself. And once again, many analysts are warning of dire consequences for the aggressor. On February 11th, British Minister of State for Europe, James Cleverly, predicted that a wider war in Ukraine would be a quagmire for the Russian Empire. In a rational cost-benefit analysis, the thinking so goest, the price of a full-scale war in Ukraine would be punishingly high for the Kremlin and would entail significant bloodshed. The United States has estimated as many as 50,000 civilian casualties. Well, we're already there. And along with undermining Putin's support among the Russian elite, who would suffer personally from the ensuing tensions with Europa, a war would endanger Russia's economy and alienate the public. At the same time, it's bringing NATO troops closer to Russia's borders, leaving Russia to fight a Ukrainian resistance for years to come. According to the reality on the ground today, Russia is already trapped in a disaster of its own making. Nevertheless, Putin's cost-benefit analysis seems to favor upending the European status quo. The Russian leadership is taking on ever more risks, and above the fray of day-to-day politics, Putin is on a historic mission to solidify Russia's leverage in Ukraine and, well, as he has recently in Belarus and Kazakhstan. And as Moscow so sees it, a victory in Ukraine might well be within reach. Of course, Russia might simply prolong the current crisis without invading where it hasn't yet already, or find some palatable way to disengage. But if the Kremlin's calculus were right, as in the end it was in Syria, then the United States and Europe should also be prepared for an eventuality other than quagmire. So, just for the sake of what we would call the analysis of a worst-case scenario, a contingency, what if Russia wins in Ukraine? If Russia gains control of Ukraine, or manages to destabilize it on a major scale, a new era for the United States and for Europe will begin. U.S. and European leaders would face the dual challenge of rethinking European security and of not being drawn into a larger war with the Russian Empire. All sides would have to consider the potential of nuclear-armed adversaries in direct confrontation. These two responsibilities, robustly defending European peace and prudently avoiding military escalation with the Russian Empire, will not necessarily be compatible. The United States and its allies would find themselves deeply unprepared for the task of having to create a new European security order as a result of Russia's military actions in the Ukraine. Now, checking back into the time we have remaining, I can say that I can expound about this or upon this a bit further in our next transmission. And for tonight, we can prepare to wind down production. Our man Peter is still asleep, apparently. Jameson is apparently still with us. Thank the gods of my ancestors. And what I can say is that all of you have made this possible. Understand as well, tonight, or when I started transmission yesterday by now, was not only the day after the 82nd Finnish surrender to the Soviet Union, it was also the first year commemorative memorial anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings. Something that is profoundly impacting to the Asian Pacific Islander American community. And I have put a link in tonight's summary of tonight's episode. You simply have to hit the open text on live stream itself, and you'll be able to link to a general overall article explaining just how important the first year commemorative anniversary or memorial for the Atlanta spa shootings is to Asian Americans. With that, of course, I want to thank everyone, and I cannot overemphasize, make certain to buy copies to gift unto others of the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. We need to make that book sell in order to rationalize Peter Moon even beginning the next book that he would like to do, but cannot unless the Roswell Deception sells. He'd like to write about Satan's Crusaders in the American Army and what happened at the Presidio, but he insists he cannot professionally rationalize that because everyone's afraid to buy the Roswell Deception. Not you or anyone you know or anyone who listens to this program. Rather, the rest of the world has been told not to buy it. This is ostracization. They've been told not to buy it by the reactionary media of the radicalized, Russian-loving, jockstrap-sniffing right. All of these faggot machos that run your right wing and produce books like Trigger Warning, or perhaps even read such a monstrosity, if they're literate, are spreading the word not to purchase the Roswell Deception. And Peter Moon is nothing, well, he's doing nothing to market it. And as a result, there's no one reading it. This is, of course, exactly what the enemy wants. Again, it's your war.